Once again, nuance communications, and that information is used to retrieve answers to the child's questions using Google search and other web sources. Researchers discovered that the audio files of children's talk, Nuance calls them dialogue chunks, are uploaded to the company's servers, where they are analyzed and stored. 33 As you might expect, those dialogue chunks continue their journey as behavioral surplus, in much the same way as Samsung's TV captured audio, to be sold again and again for other services and products, as the Genesis Terms of Service Agreement indicates. Meanwhile, Mattel, one of the world's largest toy companies, was gaining ground with its innovations in interactive, internet-enabled, machine intelligence, powered toys, led by the new conversational Barbie doll and its Barbie Dream House. 34 The voice-activated smart dollhouse could respond to more than 100 commands, such as lower the elevator and turn on the disco ball, a new kind of habituation exercise aimed at normalizing ubiquity in intimate spaces. Barbie's new smart home is crushing it so hard, exulted Wired. Barbie's ultimate crib is voice-controlled. It's what a real smart home should be, straight crushing it with universal voice control instead of a hodgepodge of disparate appliances hogging up app space on your phone. The future is served. 35. In this future, children learn the principles of the One Voice, a runtime, a new interface. It is available everywhere to execute their commands, anticipate their desires, and shape their possibilities. The omnipresence of the One Voice, with its fractious, eager marketplace of you concealed under its skirts, changes many things. Intimacy as we have known it is compromised, if not eliminated. Solitude is deleted. The children will learn first that there are no boundaries between self and market. Later they will wonder how it could ever have been different. When Mattel hired a new CEO in January 2017, it's no surprise that the company looked to Google, selecting its president for the Americas with responsibility for Google's commercial and advertising sales operations. 36 Most analysts agreed that the appointment heralded Mattel's commitment to its innovations in internet-enabled toys and virtual reality, but the appointment underscores the shift in focus from making great products for you to collecting great data about you. The doll that was once a beloved mirror of a child's unfettered imagination, along with all the other toys in the toy box and the room that hosts the box, and the house that hosts the room are all earmarked for rendition, calculation, connection, and profit. No longer mere things, they are reinvented as vehicles for a horde of commercial opportunities fabricated from our dialogue chunks and assorted gold dust. In 2017, Germany's Federal Network Agency banned the Kayla doll as an illegal surveillance device and urged parents to destroy any such dolls in their possession. In the US, the FTC had yet to take any action against the doll or Genesis toys. Meanwhile, the Connected Dollhouse prepares our children and families for the Connected Room, a project that Mattel announced in January 2017 and then 9 months later shelved amid an uproar from parents and privacy advocates, which paves the way for the connected home, whose purveyors hope will numb us to the connected world as we travel the path of ubiquity's manifest destiny and its promise of surveillance revenues. 37. In pursuit of the what and the how of voice surplus, the logic of competition is to corner as much supply as possible. The urge toward totality generates competitive pressures to become the runtime and the new interface, the dominant, if not exclusive, medium through which we access and engage the apparatus as it engages us. It's a race to corner all the talk as a prerequisite for achieving the privileged status of the One Voice, which will bestow upon the winner the ability to anticipate and monetize all the moments of all the people during all the days. The messianic urge toward totality and supremacy is evident in the rhetoric and strategies of key competitors in this race. Although Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Samsung each have aspirations to dominate voice capture, it is Amazon, its machine learning assistant Alexa, and its expanding line of Echo hubs and dot speakers that offer the most telling case here. Alexa appears to be a threshold event that will define Amazon not only as an aggressive capitalist but also as a surveillance capitalist. 38. Amazon aggressively opened Alexa to third-party developers in order to expand the assistant's range of skills, such as reading a recipe or ordering a pizza. It also opened its platform to smart home device makers from lighting systems to dishwashers, turning Alexa into a single voice for controlling your home systems and appliances. In 2015, Amazon announced that Alexa would be sold as a service, known as Amazon Lex, enabling any company to integrate Alexa's brain into its products. Amazon Lex is described as a service for building conversational interfaces into any application using voice and text. Lex enables you to define entirely new categories of products. 39 As Alexa's senior vice president explained, our goal is to try to create a kind of open, neutral ecosystem for Alexa, and make it as pervasive as we possibly can. 40. By 2018, Amazon had inked deals with home builders, installing its dot speakers directly into ceilings throughout the house, as well as Echo devices and Alexa-powered door locks, light switches, security systems, doorbells, and thermostats. As one report put it, Amazon can acquire more comprehensive data on people's living habits. The company wants to sell real-world services such as house cleaning, plumbing, and restaurant delivery, but according to some insiders, the vision is more far-reaching, an omniscient voice that knows all experience and anticipates all action. 41 Already, forward-looking Amazon patents include the development of a voice sniffer algorithm integrated into any device and able to respond to hot words such as bought, dislike, or love with product and service offers. 42. Amazon is on the hunt for behavioral surplus. 43 This explains why the company joined Apple and Google in the contest for your car's dashboard, forging alliances with Ford and BMW. Shopping from the steering wheel means hosting behavioral futures markets in your front seat. Alexa is ready with restaurant recommendations or advice on where to get your tires checked. As pervasive as possible explains why Amazon wants its Echo/Alexa device to also function as a home phone, able to make and receive calls, why it inked an agreement to install Echo in the nearly 5,000 rooms of the Wynn Resort in Las Vegas, and why it is selling Alexa to call centers to automate the process of responding to live questions from customers by phone and text. 44 Each expansion of Alexa's territory increases the volume of voice surplus accrued to Amazon's servers and fed to Alexa. The path to the coronation of the one voice is not an easy one, and there are other travelers determined to elbow their way to the finish line. Google also wants its personal assistant, Google Home, to double as your home phone. Samsung reappears as another contender with its acquisition of Viv, a powerful new voice system designed by the original developers of Apple's personal assistant Siri, who were frustrated with the constraints of Apple's approach. Viv's lead developer explained that you can get things done by talking to things, a marketplace that will become the next big area. 45. If life is a wild horse, then the digital assistant is one more means by which that horse is to be broken by rendition. Unruly life is brought to heel, rendered as behavioral data and reimagined as a territory for browsing, searching, knowing, and modifying. Just as surveillance capitalism transformed the web into a market onslaught fueled by the capture and analysis of behavioral surplus, so everyday life is set to become a mere canvas for the explosion of a new always-on market cosmos dedicated to our behavior and from which there is no escape. 2. Rendition of the self. We are used to face-to-face interaction where words disappear. I assumed that keyboard communication was like a letter or a phone call, but now I understand that it doesn't disappear. The myth is that electronic communication is invisible. 46 He was a brilliant research scientist at a large pharmaceuticals company that I called Drug Corp in my 1988 book, In the Age of the Smart Machine. 47 I had spent several years visiting the research group there as they shifted much of their daily communications from face-to-face meetings to Dialogue, one of the world's first computer conferencing systems. Dialogue was a precursor to a technology that we now call social media. The Dialogue platform created a new social space in which the scientific community at Drug Corp elaborated and extended their networks of relationships, access to information, thoughtful dialogue, and social banter, as I described it then. They embraced dialogue with great enthusiasm, but it did not end well. In time, I wrote, it became clear that they had also unwittingly exposed once evanescent and intangible aspects of their social exchange to an unprecedented degree of hierarchical scrutiny. The interviews that stretched across those years documented the scientists' gradual awakening to new dangers as dimensions of personal experience that were implicit and private suddenly became explicit and public in ways that they did not anticipate and with consequences that they lamented deeply. Thanks to the new computer-mediated milieu, the scientists' social and professional conversations now appeared as an electronic text, visible, knowable, shareable. It enriched their work in many ways, but it also created unexpected vulnerabilities as dispositions, values, attitudes, and social interactions were recast as objects of scrutiny. In a series of conflicts that unfolded over the years, I watched as the managers and executives at Drug Corp were simply unable to quell their inclination to use the new social text as a means to evaluate, critique, and punish. On more than one occasion I learned of managers who had printed out pages of dialogue conversations in order to spread them out on the floor and analyze opinions on a particular subject, sometimes actually taking scissors to the pages and organizing the entries by theme or person. In many cases these investigations were pure fact-gathering, but in other instances managers wanted to identify the individuals who agreed with or opposed their directives. The enduring witness of the text was adapted as a medium through which managers attempted to control and channel what had always been the most ephemeral aspects of subordinates' behavior. 48 All the original excitement and promise melted into cynicism and anxiety as the scientists gradually withdrew from dialogue, opting instead for a routine email application and a preference for more perfunctory, impersonal messages. Decades later, the children and grandchildren of those scientists, along with most of us, communicate freely through our smartphones and social media, unaware that we are reliving the bitter lessons of Drug Corp but now at an entirely new level of rendition. The scientists were rattled to see their casual talk reified and converted into an object of hierarchical inspection. Now, the interiors of our lives simplistically summarized as personality or emotions are recast as raw material available to anyone who can make or buy a new generation of supply chain accessories and the means of production to analyze this new genus of behavioral surplus and fabricate extremely lucrative prediction products. Personalization is once again the euphemism that spearheads this generation of prediction products manufactured from the raw materials of the self. These innovations extend the logic of earlier iterations of dispossession, from web crawling to reality crawling to life crawling to self-crawling. As has been the case in each iteration, insights and techniques once intended to illuminate and enrich quickly disappear into the magnetic field of the commercial surveillance project, only to reappear later as ever more cunning methods of supply, manufacture, and sales. The 2 billion and counting Facebook users are the most poignant descendants of Drug Corp scientists. Many of them joined Facebook to escape the pervasive hierarchical oversight of workplace communications that had become routine in the years since Drug Corp's first experiments. Facebook, they once thought, was our place, as benign and taken for granted and as the old Ma Bell, a necessary utility for association, communication, and participation. Instead, Facebook became one of the most authoritative and threatening sources of predictive behavioral surplus from the depths. With a new generation of research tools it learned to plunder yourself right through to your most intimate core. New supply operations can render as measurable behavior everything from the nuances of your personality to your sense of time, sexual orientation, intelligence, and scores of other personal characteristics. The corporation's immense machine intelligence capabilities transform these data into vivid prediction products. The stage was set for the discovery of your Facebook profile's easy pillage in 2010, when a collaboration of German and US scholars came to the unexpected conclusion that Facebook profiles are not idealized self-portraits, as many had assumed. Instead, they found that the information on Facebook reflects the user's actual personality, as independently assessed by the well-validated protocols of the 5-factor personality model and as compared to study participants' own descriptions of their ideal self. 49. There is compelling evidence to suggest that the unique dynamics of the Facebook milieu eventually complicated this picture of real personality, as we shall explore in Chapter 16, but in 2011 these early findings encouraged 3 University of Maryland researchers to take the next logical step. They developed a method that relies on sophisticated analytics and machine intelligence to accurately predict a user's personality from publicly available information in his or her Facebook profile. Point 50. In the course of this research, the team came to appreciate the magic of behavioral surplus, discovering, for example, that a person's disclosure of specific personal information such as religion or political affiliation contributes less to a robust personality analysis than the fact that the individual is willing to share such information in the first place. This insight alerted the team to a new genre of powerful behavioral metrics. Instead of analyzing the content of user lists, such as favorite TV shows, activities, and music, they learned that simple metadata such as the amount of information shared turned out to be much more useful and predictive than the original raw data. The computations produced on the strength of these behavioral metrics, when combined with automated linguistic analysis and internal Facebook statistics, led the research team to conclude that we can predict a user's score for a personality trait to within just more than 1/10 of its actual value. 51 The University of Maryland team began what would become a multi-year journey toward the instrumentalization of data from the depths for the purposes of a highly intentional program of manipulation and behavioral modification. Although they could not see very far down that road, they nevertheless anticipated the utility of their findings for an eager audience of surveillance capitalists. With the ability to infer a user's personality, social media websites, e-commerce retailers, and even ad servers can be tailored to reflect the user's personality traits and present information such that users will be most receptive to it. The presentation of Facebook ads could be adjusted based on the personality of the user. Product reviews from authors with personality traits similar to the user could be highlighted to increase trust and perceived usefulness. 52. The new capabilities also proved robust when applied to other sources of social media metadata. Later that year, the Maryland team published findings that used publicly available Twitter data to predict scores on each of the 5 personality dimensions to within 11 to 18% of their actual value. Similar research findings would become central to the progress of rendering Facebook profiles as behavior for new caches of surplus from the depths. 53. In the UK, a team of researchers, including Cambridge University's Michael Kaczynski and the Deputy Director of Cambridge's Psychometrics Centre, David Stilwell, built on this line of research. 54. Stilwell had already developed the My Personality database, a third-party Facebook application that allows users to take psychometric tests, like those based on the 5-factor model, and receive feedback on their results. Launched in 2007 and hosted at the Psychometrics Center, by 2016 the database contained more than 6 million personality profiles complemented by 4 million individual Facebook profiles. Once regarded as a unique, if offbeat, source of psychological data, My Personality had become the database of choice for the scoping, standardization, and validation of the new models capable of predicting personality values from ever smaller samples of Facebook data and metadata. Later, it would become the model for the work of a small consultancy called Cambridge Analytica, which used the new caches of behavioral surplus for an onslaught of politically inspired behavioral micro-targeting. In a 2012 paper, Kaczynski and Stilwell concluded that user personality can be easily and effectively predicted from public data and warned that social media users are dangerously unaware of the vulnerabilities that follow their innocent but voluminous personal disclosures. Their discussion specifically cited Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg's unilateral upending of established privacy norms in 2010, when he famously announced that Facebook users no longer have an expectation of privacy. Zuckerberg had described the corporation's decision to unilaterally release users' personal information, declaring, "We decided that these would be the social norms now, and we just went for it." 55. Despite their misgivings, the authors went on to suggest the relevance of their findings for marketing, user interface design, and recommender systems. 56 In 2013, another provocative study by Kaczynski, Stilwell, and Microsoft's THIRD-WORLDISM revealed that Facebook likes could automatically and accurately estimate a wide range of personal attributes that people would typically assume to be private, including sexual orientation, ethnicity, religious and political views, personality traits, intelligence, happiness, use of addictive substances, parental separation, age, and gender. 57. The authors appeared increasingly ambivalent about the social implications of their work. On the one hand, they announced that these new predictive capabilities could be used to improve numerous products and services. They concluded that online businesses can adjust their behavior to match each user's personality, with marketing and product recommendations psychologically tailored to each individual. But the authors also warned that automated prediction engines run by companies, governments, or Facebook itself can compute millions of profiles without individual consent or awareness, discovering facts that an individual may not have intended to share. The researchers cautioned that one can imagine situations in which such predictions, even if incorrect, could pose a threat to an individual's well-being, freedom, or even life. 58. Despite these ethical quandaries, by 2015 Kaczynski had moved to Stanford University, first to the computer science department and then to the Graduate School of Business, where his research quickly attracted funding from the likes of Microsoft, Boeing, Google, the National Science Foundation, and the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. 59 Kaczynski and a variety of collaborators, often including Stilwell, went on to publish a succession of articles that elaborated and extended the capabilities demonstrated in the early papers, refining procedures that quickly and cheaply assess large groups of participants with minimal burden. 60. A paper published in 2015 broke fresh ground again by announcing that the accuracy of the team's computer predictions had equaled or outpaced that of human judges, both in the use of Facebook likes to assess personality traits based on the 5-factor model and to predict life outcomes such as life satisfaction, substance use, or depression. 61 The study made clear that the real breakthrough of the Facebook prediction research was the achievement of economies in the exploitation of these most intimate behavioral depths with automated, accurate, and cheap personality assessment tools that effectively target a new class of objects once known as your personality. 62 That these economies can be achieved outside the awareness of unrestrained animals makes them even more appealing, as one research team emphasizes. The traditional method for personality evaluation is extremely costly in terms of time and labor, and it cannot acquire customer personality information without their awareness. 63. Personality analysis for commercial advantage is built on behavioral surplus, the so-called metadata or mid-level metrics honed and tested by researchers and destined to foil anyone who thinks that she is in control of the amount of personal information that she reveals in social media. In the name of, for example, affordable car insurance, we must be coded as conscientious, agreeable, and open. This is not easily faked because the surplus retrieved for analysis is necessarily opaque to us. We are not scrutinized for substance but for form. The price you are offered does not derive from what you write about but how you write it. It is not what is in your sentences but in their length and complexity, not what you list but that you list, not the picture but the choice of filter and degree of saturation, not what you disclose but how you share or fail to, not where you make plans to see your friends but how you do so, a casual later or a precise time and place. Exclamation marks and adverb choices operate as revelatory and potentially damaging signals of yourself. That the personality insights themselves are banal should not distract us from the fact that the volume and depth of the new surplus supplies enabled by these extraction operations are unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever been conceivable. 64 As Kaczynski told an interviewer in 2015, few people understand that companies such as Facebook, Snapchat, Microsoft, Google, and others have access to data that scientists would not ever be able to collect. 65 Data scientists have successfully predicted traits on the 5-factor personality model with surplus culled from Twitter profile pictures, color, composition, image type, demographic information, facial presentation and expression, selfies, color, photographic styles, visual texture, and Instagram photos, hue, brightness, saturation. Others have tested alternative algorithmic models and personality constructs. Another research team demonstrated the ability to predict satisfaction with life from Facebook messages. 66 This new world has no manager on his or her hands and knees scissoring pages of computer conferencing messages into thematically organized piles of paper scraps. It's not the office floor that is crawled. It is you. In his 2015 interview, Kaczynski observed that all of our interactions are being mediated through digital products and services, which basically means that everything is being recorded. He even characterized his own work as pretty creepy. I actually want to stress that I think that many of the things that one can do should certainly not be done by corporations or governments without users' consent. Recognizing the woefully asymmetric division of learning, he lamented the refusals of Facebook and the other internet firms to share their data with the general public, concluding that it's not because they're evil, but because the general public is bloody stupid. As a society, we lost the ability to convince large companies that have enormous budgets and enormous access to data to share this goodness with us. We should basically grow up finally and stop it. 67. In capitalism, though, latent demand summons suppliers and supplies. Surveillance capitalism is no different. The prediction imperative unleashes the surveillance hounds to stalk behavior from the depths, and well-intentioned researchers unwittingly oblige, leaving a trail of cheap, push-button raw meat for surveillance capitalists to hunt and devour. It did not take long. By early 2015, IBM announced that its Watson personality service was open for business. 68 The corporation's machine intelligence tools are even more complex and invasive than those used in most academic studies. In addition to the 5-factor personality model, IBM assesses each individual across 12 categories of needs, including excitement, harmony, curiosity, ideal, closeness, self-expression, liberty, love, practicality, stability, challenge, and structure. It then identifies values, defined as motivating factors which influence a person's decision-making across 5 dimensions: self-transcendence/helping others, conservation/tradition, hedonism/taking pleasure in life, self-enhancement/achieving success, and open to change/excitement. 69. IBM promises limitless applications of its new surplus supplies and deeper portraits of individual customers. As we would expect, these operations are tested among captive employees who, once habituated, can become docile members of a behaviorally purified society. Personality correlates can now be identified that predict the precise ways in which each customer will react to marketing efforts. Who will redeem a coupon? Who will purchase which product? The corporation says that social media content and behavior can be used to capitalize on targeted revenue-generating opportunities with mapping rules from personality to behavior. The messaging and approach of customer service agents, insurance agents, travel agents, real estate agents, investment brokers, and so on can be matched to the personality of the customer, with those psychological data displayed to the agent at the precise moment of contact. 70 IBM's research demonstrates that agents who express personality traits associated with agreeableness and conscientiousness produce significantly higher levels of customer satisfaction. It is common sense, except that now these interactions are measured and monitored in real time and at scale, with a view to rewarding or extinguishing behavior according to its market effect. 71. Thanks to rendition, a handful of now measurable personal characteristics, including the need for love, predict the likelihood of liking a brand. 72 In a Twitter-targeted ad experiment, IBM found that it could significantly increase click-through rates and follow rates by targeting individuals with high openness and low neuroticism scores on the 5-factor personality analysis. In another study, IBM rendered behavioral data from 2,000 Twitter users to establish metrics such as response rates, activity levels, and elapsed time between tweets, in addition to psycholinguistic analyses of tweets and 5-factor personality analysis. IBM trained its predictive model by asking the 2,000 users either location-related or product-related questions. The findings showed that personality information predicted the likelihood of responses. People whom the machines rated as moral, trusting, friendly, extroverted, and agreeable tended to respond, compared to low response rates from people rated as cautious and anxious. Many of the characteristics that we try to teach our children and model in our own behavior are simply repurposed as dispossession opportunities for hidden machine processes of rendition. In this new world, paranoia and anxiety function as sources of protection from machine invasion for profit. Must we teach our children to be anxious and suspicious? IBM is not alone, of course. An innovative breed of personality mercenaries quickly set to work institutionalizing the new supply operations. Their efforts suggest how quickly we lose our bearings as institutionalization first establishes a sense of normalcy and social acceptance and then gradually produces the numbness that accompanies habituation. This process begins with business plans and marketing messages, new products and services, and journalistic representations that appear to accept the new facts as given. 73. Among this new cohort of mercenaries was Cambridge Analytica, the UK consulting firm owned by the reclusive billionaire and Donald Trump backer Robert Mercer. The firm's CEO, Alexander Nix, boasted of its application of personality-based micro-behavioral targeting in support of the Leave and the Trump campaigns during the ramp-up to the 2016 Brexit vote and the US presidential election. 74 Nix claimed to have data resolved to an individual level where we have somewhere close to 4,000 or 5,000 data points on every adult in the United States. 75 While scholars and journalists tried to determine the truth of these assertions and the role that these techniques might have played in both 2016 election upsets, the firm's new chief revenue officer quietly announced the firm's less glamorous but more lucrative post-election strategy: after this election, it'll be full tilt into the commercial business. Writing in a magazine for car dealers just after the US election, he tells them that his new analytic methods reveal how a customer wants to be sold to, what their personality type is, and which methods of persuasion are most effective. What it does is change people's behavior through carefully crafted messaging that resonates with them. It only takes small improvements in conversion rates for a dealership to see a dramatic shift in revenue. 76. A leaked Facebook document acquired in 2018 by The Intercept illustrates the significance of data drawn from the depths in the fabrication of Facebook's prediction products, confirms the company's primary orientation to its behavioral futures markets, and reveals the degree to which Cambridge Analytica's controversial practices reflected standard operating procedures at Facebook. 77 The confidential document cites Facebook's unparalleled machine learning expertise aimed at meeting its customers' core business challenges. To this end, it describes Facebook's ability to use its unrivaled and highly intimate data stores to predict future behavior, targeting individuals on the basis of how they will behave, purchase, and think, now, soon, and later. The document links prediction, intervention, and modification. For example, a Facebook service called Loyalty Prediction is touted for its ability to analyze behavioral surplus in order to predict individuals who are at risk of shifting their brand allegiance. The idea is that these predictions can trigger advertisers to intervene promptly, targeting aggressive messages to stabilize loyalty and thus achieve guaranteed outcomes by altering the course of the future. Facebook's prediction engine is built on a new machine intelligence platform called FB Learner Flow, which the company describes as its new AI backbone and the key to personalized experiences that deliver the most relevant content. The machine learning system ingests trillions of data points every day, trains thousands of models either offline or in real time, and then deploys them to the server fleet for live predictions. The company explains that since its inception, more than 1 million models have been trained, and our prediction service has grown to make more than 6 million predictions per second. 78. As we have already seen, personalization derives from prediction, and prediction derives from ever richer sources of behavioral surplus and therefore ever more ruthless rendition operations. Indeed, the confidential document cites some of the key raw materials fed into this high-velocity, high-volume, and deeply scoped manufacturing operation, including not only location, Wi-Fi network details, and device information, but also data from videos, analyses of affinities, details of friendships, and similarities with friends. It was probably no coincidence that the leaked Facebook presentation appeared around the same time that a young Cambridge Analytica mastermind turned whistleblower, Chris Wylie, unleashed a torrent of information on that company's secret efforts to predict and influence individual voting behavior, quickly riveting the world on the small political analytics firm and the giant source of its data, Facebook. There are many unanswered questions about the legality of Cambridge Analytica's complex subterfuge, its actual political impact, and its relationship with Facebook. Our interest here is restricted to how its machinations shine a bright light on the power of surveillance capitalism's mechanisms, especially the determination to render data from the depth dimension. Kaczynski and Stilwell had called attention to the commercial value of their methods, understanding that surplus from the depths afforded new possibilities for behavioral manipulation and modification. Wylie recounts his fascination with this prospect, and, through a complicated chain of events, it was he who persuaded Cambridge Analytica to use Kaczynski and Stilwell's data to advance its owner's political aims. The objective was behavioral micro-targeting, influencing voters based not on their demographics but on their personalities. 79 When negotiations with Kaczynski and Stilwell broke down, a third Cambridge academic, Alexander Kogan, was hired to render a similar cache of Facebook personality data. Kogan was well known to Facebook. He had collaborated with its data scientists on a 2013 project in which the company provided data on 57 billion friendships. This time, he paid approximately 270,000 people to take a personality quiz. Unknown to these participants, Kogan's app enabled him to access their Facebook profiles and, on average, the profiles of about 160 of each of the test takers' friends, none of whom would have known or had reason to suspect this invasion. It was a massive rendition operation from which Kogan successfully produced psychological profiles of somewhere between 50 and 87 million Facebook users, data that he then sold to Cambridge Analytica. 81 When Facebook questioned him about his application, Kogan vowed that his research was solely for academic purposes. Indeed, mutual respect between the two parties was sufficiently robust that Facebook hired one of Kogan's assistants to join its in-house team of research psychologists. 82. We exploited Facebook to harvest millions of people's profiles, Wylie admitted, and built models to exploit what we knew about them and target their inner demons. His summary of Cambridge Analytica's accomplishments is a précis of the surveillance capitalist project and a rationale for its determination to render from the depths. These are the very capabilities that have gathered force over the nearly 2 decades of surveillance capitalism's incubation in lawless space. These practices produced outrage around the world, when in fact they are routine elements in the daily elaboration of surveillance capitalism's methods and goals, both at Facebook and within other surveillance capitalist companies. Cambridge Analytica merely reoriented the surveillance capitalist machinery from commercial markets in behavioral futures toward guaranteed outcomes in the political sphere. It was Eric Schmidt, not Wylie, who first pried open this Pandora's box, paving the way for the transfer of surveillance capitalism's core mechanisms to the electoral process as he cemented the mutual affinities that produced surveillance exceptionalism. In fact, Wylie enjoyed his early training under Obama's director of targeting. 83 Schmidt's now weaponized innovations have become the envy of every political campaign and, more dangerously, of every enemy of democracy. 84. In addition to employing surveillance capitalism's foundational mechanisms rendition, behavioral surplus, machine intelligence, prediction products, economies of scale, scope, and action, Cambridge Analytica's dark adventure also exemplifies surveillance capitalism's tactical requirements. Its operations were designed to produce ignorance through secrecy and the careful evasion of individual awareness. Wylie calls this information warfare, correctly acknowledging the asymmetries of knowledge and power that are essential to the means of behavioral modification. I think it's worse than bullying, because people don't necessarily know it's being done to them. At least bullying respects the agency of people because they know, if you do not respect the agency of people, anything that you're doing after that point is not conducive to a democracy. And fundamentally, information warfare is not conducive to democracy. Point 85. This warfare and its structure of invasion and conquest represent surveillance capitalism's standard operating procedures to which billions of innocents are subjected each day, as rendition operations violate all boundaries and modification operations claim dominion over all people. Surveillance capitalism imposes this quid pro quo of agency as the price of information and connection, continuously pushing the envelope of rendition to new frontiers. Along the way, companies such as Facebook and Google employ every useful foot soldier, including social scientists such as Kogan, who are willing to put their shoulders to the wheel as they help the company learn, perfect, and integrate the cutting-edge methods that can conquer the next frontier, a phenomenon that we will visit in more depth in Chapter 10. Irrespective of Cambridge Analytica's actual competence and its ultimate political impact, the plotting and planning behind its ambitions are testament to the pivotal role of rendition from the depths in the prediction and modification of behavior, always in pursuit of certainty. Billionaires such as Zuckerberg and Mercer have discovered that they can muscle their way to dominance of the division of learning in society by setting their sights on these rendition operations and the fortunes they tell. They aim to be unchallenged in their power to know, to decide who knows, and to decide who decides. The rendition of personality was an important milestone in this quest, a frontier, yes, but not the final frontier. 3. Machine emotion. In 2015, an 8-year-old startup named Realize won a €3.6 million grant from the European Commission for a project code-named SUA, Automatic Sentiment Analysis in the Wild. The aim was to develop automated technology that will be able to read a person's emotion when they view content and then establish how this relates to how much they like the content. The director of video at AOL International called the project a huge leap forward in video ad tech and the holy grail of video marketing. 86. Just a year later, Realize won the Commission's Horizon 2020 Innovation Prize thanks to its machine learning-based tools that help market researchers analyze the impact of their advertising and make it more relevant. 87. The SUA project is a window on a burgeoning new domain of rendition and behavioral surplus supply operations known as affective computing, emotion analytics, and sentiment analysis. The personalization project descends deeper toward the ocean floor with these new tools, where they lay claim to yet a new frontier of rendition trained not only on your personality but also on your emotional life. If this project of surplus from the depths is to succeed, then your unconscious, where feelings form before there are words to express them, must be recast as simply one more source of raw material supply for machine rendition and analysis, all of it for the sake of more perfect prediction. As a market research report on affective computing explains, knowing the real-time emotional state can help businesses to sell their product and thereby increase revenue. 88. Emotion analytics products such as SUA use specialized software to scour faces, voices, gestures, bodies, and brains, all of it captured by biometric and depth sensors, often in combination with imperceptibly small, unobtrusive cameras. This complex of machine intelligence is trained to isolate, capture, and render the most subtle and intimate behaviors, from an inadvertent blink to a jaw that slackens in surprise for a fraction of a second. Combinations of sensors and software can recognize and identify faces, estimate age, ethnicity, and gender, analyze gaze direction and blinks, and track distinct facial points to interpret micro-expressions, eye movements, emotions, moods, stress, deceit, boredom, confusion, intentions, and more, all at the speed of light. 89. As the SUA project description says, technologies that can robustly and accurately analyze human facial, vocal, and verbal behavior and interactions in the wild, as observed by omnipresent webcams in digital devices, would have profound impact on both basic sciences and the industrial sector. They measure behavior indicators that heretofore resisted measurement because they were too subtle or fleeting to be measured by the human eye and ear. 90. These behaviors also elude the conscious mind. The machines capture the nanosecond of disgust that precedes a rapid-fire sequence of anger, comprehension, and finally joy on the face of a young woman watching a few frames of film, when all she can think to say is "I liked it." A Realize white paper explains that its webcams record people watching videos in their homes so we can capture genuine reactions. Algorithms process facial expressions, and emotions are detected, aggregated, and reported online in real time, second by second, enabling our clients to make better business decisions. Realize emphasizes its own proprietary metrics to help marketers target audiences and predict performance. 91. Once again, a key theme of machine intelligence is that quality is a function of quantity. Realize says that its data sets contain over 5.5 million individually annotated frames of more than 7,000 subjects from all over the world. We are continuously working to build the world's largest expression and behavior datasets by increasing the quality and volume of our already existing categories, and by creating new sets for other expressions, emotions, different behavioral clues or different intensities. Having automated this process, it can then be scaled up to simultaneously track the emotions of entire audiences. 92 Clients are advised to play your audience emotions to stay on top of the game. 93 The company's website offers a brief review of the history of research on human emotions, concluding that the more people feel, the more they spend. Intangible emotions translate into concrete social activity, brand awareness, and profit. 94. The chair of SUA's Industry Advisory Board is frank about this undertaking, observing that unlocking the meaning of the non-spoken language of the whole body and interpreting complex emotional response, will be wonderful for interpreting reactions to marketing materials, adding that it is simply foolish not to take emotional response into account when evaluating all marketing materials. Indeed, these non-conscious tools extract rarefied new qualities of behavioral surplus from your inner life in order to predict what you will buy and the precise moment at which you are most vulnerable to a push. SUA's advisory chair says that emotional analytics are like identifying individual musical notes. Each potential customer, then, is a brief and knowable composition. We will be able to identify chords of human response such as liking, boredom, etc. We will ultimately become masters of reading each other's feelings and intent. 95. This is not the first time that the unconscious mind has been targeted as an instrument of others' aims. Propaganda and advertising have always been designed to appeal to unacknowledged fears and yearnings. These have relied more on art than science, using gross data or professional intuition for the purpose of mass communication. 96 Those operations cannot be compared to the scientific application of today's historic computational power to the micro-measured, continuous rendition of your more or less actual feelings. The new tool makers do not intend to rob you of your inner life, only to surveil and exploit it. All they ask is to know more about you than you know about yourself. Although the treasures of the unconscious mind have been construed differently across the millennia from spirit to soul to self, the ancient priest and the modern psychotherapist are united in an age-old reverence for its primal healing power through self-discovery, self-mastery, integration, restoration, and transcendence. In contrast, the conception of emotions as observable behavioral data first took root in the mid-1960s with the work of Paul Ekman, then a young professor at the University of California, San Francisco. From his earliest papers, Ekman argued that actions speak louder than words. 97 Even when a person is determined to censor or control his or her emotional communications, Ekman postulated that some types of nonverbal behaviors escape control and provide leakage. 98 Early on, he recognized the potential utility of a categorical scheme that reliably traced the effects of expression back to their causes in emotion. 99 And in 1978 Ekman, along with frequent collaborator Wallace Friesen, published the seminal Facial Action Coding System, FACS, which provided that scheme. FACS distinguishes the elemental movements of facial muscles, breaking them down into 27 facial action units, along with more for the head, eyes, tongue, and so on. Later, Ekman concluded that 6 basic emotions, anger, fear, sadness, enjoyment, disgust, and surprise, anchored the wider array of human emotional expression. 100 FACS and the 6 emotion model became the dominant paradigm for the study of facial expression and emotion, in much the same way that the 5-factor model came to dominate studies of personality. The program of emotional rendition began innocently enough with MIT Media Lab professor Rosalind Picard and the new field of computer science that she called affective computing. She was among the first to recognize the opportunity for a computational system to automate the analysis of Ekman's facial configurations and correlate micro-expressions with their emotional causality. 101 She aimed to combine facial expression with the computation of vocal intonation and other physiological signals of emotion that could be measured as behavior. In 1997 she published Affective Computing, which posited a practical solution to the idea that some emotions are available to the conscious mind and can be expressed cognitively. I feel scared, whereas others may elude consciousness but nevertheless be expressed physically in beads of sweat, a widening of the eyes, or a nearly imperceptible tightening of the jaw. The key to affective computing, Picard argued, was to render both conscious and unconscious emotion as observable behavior for coding and calculation. A computer, she reasoned, would be able to render your emotions as behavioral information. Affect recognition, as she put it, is a pattern recognition problem, and affect expression is pattern synthesis. The proposition was that computers can be given the ability to recognize emotions as well as a third-person human observer. Picard imagined her affective insights being put to use in ways that were often good-hearted or, at the very least, benign. Most of the applications she describes conform to the logic of the aware home. Any knowledge produced would belong to the subject to enhance his or her reflexive learning. For example, she envisioned a computer interviewing agent that could function as an effective mirror coaching a student in preparation for a job interview or a date, and an automatic agent that could alert you to hostile tones in your own prose before you press send. Picard anticipated other tools combining software and sensors that she believed could enhance daily life in a range of situations, such as helping autistic children develop emotional skills, providing software designers with feedback on users' frustration levels, assigning points to video game players to reward courage or stress reduction, producing learning modules that stimulate curiosity and minimize anxiety, and analyzing emotional dynamics in a classroom. She imagined software agents that learn your preferences and find you the kinds of news stories, clothing, art, or music that make you smile. 102 Whatever one's reaction to these ideas might be, they share one key pattern. Unlike Sue's model, Picard's data were intended to be for you, not merely about you. Back in 1997, Picard acknowledged the need for privacy so that you remain in control over who gets access to this information. Importantly for our analysis, in the final pages of her book she expressed some concerns, writing that there are good reasons not to broadcast your affective patterns to the world. You might flaunt your good mood in front of friends, you probably do not want it picked up by an army of salespeople who are eager to exploit mood-based buying habits, or by advertisers eager to convince you that you'd feel better if you tried their new soft drink right now. She noted the possibility of intrusive workplace monitoring, and she voiced reservations about the possibility of a dystopian future in which malevolent governmental forces use affective computing to manipulate and control the emotions of populations. 103. Despite these few paragraphs of apprehension, her conclusions were bland. Every technology arrives with its pros and cons, she wrote. The concerns are not insurmountable because safeguards can be developed. Picard was confident that technologies and techniques could solve any problem, and she imagined wearable computers that gather information strictly for your own use. She stressed the importance of ensuring that the wearer retains ultimate control over the devices he chooses to wear, so that they are tools of helpful empowerment and not of harmful subjugation. 104. In a pattern that is by now all too familiar, safeguards lagged as surveillance capitalism flourished. By early 2014, Facebook had already applied for an emotion detection patent designed to implement each of Picard's fears. 105 The idea was one or more software modules capable of detecting emotions, expressions, or other characteristic of a user from image information. As always, the company was ambitious. Its list of detectable emotions by way of example and not limitation included expressions such as a smile, joy, humor, amazement, excitement, surprise, a frown, sadness, disappointment, confusion, jealousy, indifference, boredom, anger, depression, or pain. The hope was that over time their module would be able to assess a user's interest in displayed content for the purposes of customization based on emotion type 106. By 2017, exactly 20 years after the publication of Picard's book, a leading market research firm forecast that the affective computing market, including software that recognizes speech, gesture, and facial expressions along with sensors, cameras, storage devices, and processors, would grow from $9.35 billion in 2015 to $53.98 billion in 2021. Predicting a compounded annual growth rate of nearly 35%. What happened to cause this explosion? The report concludes that heading up the list of triggers for this dramatic growth is rising demand for mapping human emotions, especially by the marketing and advertising sector. 107 Picard's good intentions were like so many innocent iron filings in the presence of a magnet, as the market demand exerted by the prediction imperative drew effective computing into surveillance capitalism's powerful force field. Picard would eventually become part of this new dispossession industry with a company called Effectiva that was co-founded with Rana El Kalioubi, an MIT Media Lab postdoctoral research scientist and Picard protege. The company's transformation from doing good to doing surveillance capitalism is a metaphor for the fate of the larger undertaking of emotion analysis as it is rapidly drawn into the competitive maelstrom for surveillance revenues. Both Picard and Kalioubi had shared a vision of applying their research in medical and therapeutic settings. The challenges of autistic children seemed a perfect fit for their discoveries, so they trained a machine system called Mind Reader to recognize emotions using paid actors to mimic specific emotional responses and facial gestures. Early on, MIT Media Lab corporate sponsors Pepsi, Microsoft, Bank of America, Nokia, Toyota, Procter & Gamble, Gillette, Unilever, and others had overwhelmed the pair with queries about using their system to measure customers' emotional responses. Kalioubi describes the women's hesitation and their determination to focus on do-good applications. According to her account, the Media Lab encouraged the two women to spin off their work into the startup they called Effectiva, imagined as a baby IBM for emotionally intelligent machines. 108. It wasn't long before the new company found itself fielding significant interest from ad agencies and marketing firms itching for automated rendition and analysis from the depths. Describing that time, as Picard told one journalist, "Our CEO was absolutely not comfortable with the medical space." As a result, Picard was pushed out of the firm 3 years after its founding. As an effective researcher recounted, "We began with a powerful set of products that could assist people who have a very difficult time with perceiving affect. Then they started to emphasize only the face, to focus on advertisements, and on predicting whether someone likes a product, and just went totally off the original mission." 109. Companies such as market research firm Millward Brown and advertising powerhouse McCann Erickson, competing in a new world of targeted personalized ads, already craved access to the inarticulate depths of the consumer response. Millward Brown had even formed a neuroscience unit but found it impossible to scale. It was Effectiva's analysis of one particularly nuanced ad for Millward Brown that dazzled its executives and decisively turned the tide for the startup. "The software was telling us something we were potentially not seeing," one Millward Brown executive said. "People often can't articulate such detail in 60 seconds." 110. By 2016, Kalioubi was the company's CEO, redefining its business as Emotion AI and calling it the next frontier of artificial intelligence. 111. The company had raised $34 million in venture capital, included 32 Fortune 100 companies and 1,400 brands from all over the world among its clients, and claimed to have the largest repository of emotion data in the world, with 4.8 million face videos from 75 countries, even as it continued to expand its supply routes with data sourced from online viewing, video game participation, driving, and conversation. 112. This is the commercial context in which Kali came to feel that it is perfectly reasonable to assert that an emotion chip will become the base operational unit of a new emotion economy. She speaks to her audiences of a chip embedded in all things everywhere, running constantly in the background, producing an emotion pulse each time you check your phone. I think in the future we'll assume that every device just knows how to read your emotions. 113 At least one company, Emoshap, has taken her proposition seriously. The firm, whose tagline is "Life is the value," produces a microchip that it calls the industry's first emotion synthesis engine, delivering high-performance machine emotion awareness. The company writes that its chip can classify 12 emotions with up to 98% accuracy, enabling its artificial intelligence or robot to experience 64 trillion possible distinct emotional states. 114. Kali imagines that pervasive emotion scanning will come to be as taken for granted as a cookie planted in your computer to track your online browsing. After all, those cookies once stirred outrage, and now they inundate every online move. For example, she anticipates YouTube scanning its viewers' emotions as they watch videos. Her confidence is buoyed by demand that originates in the prediction imperative. The way I see it, it doesn't matter that your Fitbit doesn't have a camera, because your phone does, and your laptop does, and your TV will. All that data gets fused with biometrics from your wearable devices and builds an emotional profile for you. As a start, Affectiva pioneered the notion of emotion as a service, offering its analytics on demand. Just record people expressing emotion and then send those videos or images to us to get powerful emotion metrics back. 115. The possibilities in the depth dimension seem endless, and perhaps they will be if Affectiva, its clients, and fellow travelers are free to plunder ourselves at will. There are indications of more far-reaching ambitions in which emotion as a service expands from observation to modification. Happiness as a service seems to be within reach. I do believe that if we have information about your emotional experiences, we can help you be in a positive mood, Kali says. She imagines emotion recognition systems issuing reward points for happiness because, after all, happy customers are more engaged. 116. For when they come for my truth. Rendition is by now a global project of surveillance capital, and in the depth dimension we see it at its most pernicious. Intimate territories of the self, like personality and emotion, are claimed as observable behavior and coveted for their rich deposits of predictive surplus. Now the personal boundaries that shelter inner life are officially designated as bad for business by a new breed of mercenaries of the self determined to parse and package inner life for the sake of surveillance revenues. Their expertise disrupts the very notion of the autonomous individual by rewarding boundarylessness with whatever means are available: offers of elite status, bonuses, happiness points, discounts, buy buttons pushed to your device at the precise moment predicted for maximum success, so that we might strip and surrender to the pawing and prying of the machines that serve the new market cosmos. I want to deliberately sidestep a more detailed discussion of what is personality or emotion, conscious or unconscious, in favor of what I hope is a less fractious truth thrown into relief by this latest phase of incursion. Experience is not what is given to me but rather what I make of it. The same experience that I deride may invite your enthusiasm. The self is the inward space of lived experience from which such meanings are created. In that creation I stand on the foundation of personal freedom, the foundation because I cannot live without making sense of my experience. No matter how much is taken from me, this inward freedom to create meaning remains my ultimate sanctuary. Jean-Paul Sartre writes that freedom is nothing but the existence of our will, and he elaborates, actually it is not enough to will, it is necessary to will to will. 117. This rising up of the will to will is the inner act that secures us as autonomous beings who project choice into the world and exercise the qualities of self-determining moral judgment that are civilization's necessary and final bulwark. This is the sense behind another of Sartre's insights, without bearings, stirred by a nameless anguish, the words labor. The voice is born of a risk, either to lose oneself or win the right to speak in the first person. 118. As the prediction imperative drives deeper into the self, the value of its surplus becomes irresistible, and cornering operations escalate. What happens to the right to speak in the first person from and as myself when the swelling frenzy of institutionalization set into motion by the prediction imperative is trained on cornering my sighs, blinks, and utterances on the way to my very thoughts as a means to others' ends? It is no longer a matter of surveillance capital wringing surplus from what I search, buy, and browse. Surveillance capital wants more than my body's coordinates in time and space. Now it violates the inner sanctum as machines and their algorithms decide the meaning of my breath and my eyes, my jaw muscles, the hitch in my voice, and the exclamation points that I offered in innocence and hope. What happens to my will to will myself into the first person when the surrounding market cosmos disguises itself as my mirror, shape-shifting according to what it has decided I feel or felt or will feel, ignoring, goading, chiding, cheering, or punishing me? Surveillance capital cannot keep from wanting all of me as deep and far as it can go. One firm that specializes in human analytics and effective computing has this headline for its marketing customers: "Get closer to the truth. Understand the why." What happens when they come for my truth uninvited and determined to march through myself, taking the bits and pieces that can nourish their machines to reach their objectives? Cornered in myself, there is no escape. 119. It appears that questions like these may have come to trouble Picard. In a 2016 lecture she gave in Germany titled "Towards Machines That Deny Their Maker," the bland assertions of her 1997 book that safeguards can be developed, that additional technologies and techniques could solve any problem, and that wearable computers would gather information strictly for your own use as tools of helpful empowerment and not of harmful subjugation. 120 had given way to new reflections. Some organizations want to sense human emotions without people knowing or consenting, she said. A few scientists want to build computers that are vastly superior to humans, capable of powers beyond reproducing their own kind. How might we make sure that new effective technologies make human lives better? 121. Picard did not foresee the market forces that would transform the rendition of emotion into for-profit surplus, means to others' ends. That her vision is made manifest in thousands of activities should be a triumph, but it is diminished by the fact that so many of those activities are now bound to the commercial surveillance project. Each failure to establish bearings contributes to habituation, normalization, and ultimately legitimation. Subordinated to the larger aims of surveillance capitalism, the thrust of the effective project changed as if distorted in a funhouse mirror. This cycle calls to mind the words of another MIT professor, the computer scientist and humanist Joseph Weizenbaum, who spoke eloquently and often on the inadvertent collusion of computer scientists in the construction of terrifying weapons systems. I believe he would have shaken his spear in the direction of today's sometimes unwitting and sometimes intentional mercenaries of the self, and it is fitting to conclude here with his voice. I don't quite know whether it is especially computer science or its subdiscipline artificial intelligence that has such an enormous affection for euphemism. We speak so spectacularly and so readily of computer systems that understand, that see, decide, make judgments, without ourselves recognizing our own superficiality and immeasurable naivete with respect to these concepts. And, in the process of so speaking, we anesthetize our ability to become conscious of its end use. One can't escape this state without asking, again and again, what do I actually do? What is the final application and use of the products of my work, and ultimately, am I content or ashamed to have contributed to this use? 122. Chapter 10. Make them dance. But hear the morning's injured weeping and know why. Ramparts and souls have fallen, the will of the unjust has never lacked an engine, still all princes must employ the fairly noble unifying lie. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, 11. Economies of action. The new power is action, a senior software engineer told me. The intelligence of the Internet of Things means that sensors can also be actuators. The director of software engineering for a company that is an important player in the Internet of Things added, it's no longer simply about ubiquitous computing. Now the real aim is ubiquitous intervention, action, and control. The real power is that now you can modify real-time actions in the real world. Connected smart sensors can register and analyze any kind of behavior and then actually figure out how to change it. Real-time analytics translate into real-time action. The scientists and engineers I interviewed call this new capability actuation, and they describe it as the critical though largely undiscussed turning point in the evolution of the apparatus of ubiquity. This actuation capability defines a new phase of the prediction imperative that emphasizes economies of action. This phase represents the completion of the new means of behavior modification, a decisive and necessary evolution of the surveillance capitalist means of production toward a more complex, iterative, and muscular operational system. It is a critical achievement in the race to guaranteed outcomes. Under surveillance capitalism, the objectives and operations of automated behavioral modification are designed and controlled by companies to meet their own revenue and growth objectives. As one senior engineer told me, sensors are used to modify people's behavior just as easily as they modify device behavior. There are many great things we can do with the Internet of Things, like lowering the heat in all the houses on your street so that the transformer is not overloaded, or optimizing an entire industrial operation. But at the individual level, it also means the power to take actions that can override what you are doing or even put you on a path you did not choose. The scientists and engineers whom I interviewed identified three key approaches to economies of action, each one aimed at achieving behavior modification. The first two I call tuning and herding. The third is already familiar as what behavioral psychologists refer to as conditioning. Strategies that produce economies of action vary according to the methods with which these approaches are combined and the salience of each. Tuning occurs in a variety of ways. It may involve subliminal cues designed to subtly shape the flow of behavior at the precise time and place for maximally efficient influence. Another kind of tuning involves what behavioral economists Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein call the nudge, which they define as any aspect of a choice architecture that alters people's behavior in a predictable way. The term choice architecture refers to the ways in which situations are already structured to channel attention and shape action. In some cases, these architectures are intentionally designed to elicit specific behavior, such as a classroom in which all the seats face the teacher or an online business that requires you to click through many obscure pages in order to opt out of its tracking cookies. The use of this term is another way of saying in behaviorist language that social situations are always already thick with tuning interventions, most of which operate outside our awareness. Behavioral economists argue a worldview based on the notion that human mentation is frail and flawed, leading to irrational choices that fail to adequately consider the wider structure of alternatives. Thaler and Sunstein have encouraged governments to actively design nudges that adequately shepherd individual choice-making toward outcomes that align with their interests, as perceived by experts. One classic example favored by Thaler and Sunstein is the cafeteria manager who nudges students to healthier food choices by prominently displaying the fruit salad in front of the pudding. Another is the automatic renewal of health insurance policies as a way of protecting individuals who overlook the need for new approvals at the end of each year. Surveillance capitalists adapted many of the highly contestable assumptions of behavioral economists as one cover story with which to legitimate their practical commitment to a unilateral commercial program of behavior modification. The twist here is that nudges are intended to encourage choices that accrue to the architect, not to the individual. The result is data scientists trained on economies of action who regard it as perfectly normal to master the art and science of the digital nudge for the sake of their company's commercial interests. For example, the chief data scientist for a national drugstore chain described how his company designs automatic digital nudges that subtly push people toward the specific behaviors favored by the company. You can make people do things with this technology. Even if it's just 5% of people, you've made 5% of people do an action they otherwise wouldn't have done, so to some extent there is an element of the user's loss of self-control. Herding is a second approach that relies on controlling key elements in a person's immediate context. The uncontract is an example of a herding technique. Shutting down a car's engine irreversibly changes the driver's immediate context, herding her out the car door. Herding enables remote orchestration of the human situation, foreclosing action alternatives and thus moving behavior along a path of heightened probability that approximates certainty. We are learning how to write the music, and then we let the music make them dance, an Internet of Things software developer explains, adding, we can engineer the context around a particular behavior and force change that way. Context-aware data allow us to tie together your emotions, your cognitive functions, your vital signs, etc. We can know if you shouldn't be driving, and we can just shut your car down. We can tell the fridge, hey, lock up because he shouldn't be eating, or we tell the TV to shut off and make you get some sleep, or the chair to start shaking because you shouldn't be sitting so long, or the faucet to turn on because you need to drink more water. Conditioning is a well-known approach to inducing behavior change, primarily associated with the famous Harvard behaviorist B.F. Skinner. He argued that behavior modification should mimic the evolutionary process, in which naturally occurring behaviors are selected for success by environmental conditions. Instead of the earlier, more simplistic model of stimulus/response, associated with behaviorists such as Watson and Pavlov, Skinner interpolated a third variable, reinforcement. In his laboratory work with mice and pigeons, Skinner learned how to observe a range of naturally occurring behaviors in the experimental animal and then reinforce the specific action, or operant, that he wanted the animal to reproduce. Ultimately, he mastered intricate designs or schedules of reinforcement that could reliably shape precise behavioral routines. Skinner called the application of reinforcements to shape specific behaviors operant conditioning. His larger project was known as behavior modification or behavioral engineering, in which behavior is continuously shaped to amplify some actions at the expense of others. In the end, the pigeon learns, for example, to peck a button twice in order to receive a pellet of grain. The mouse learns his way through a complicated maze and back again. Skinner imagined a pervasive technology of behavior that would enable the application of such methods across entire human populations. As the chief data scientist for a much-admired Silicon Valley education company told me, conditioning at scale is essential to the new science of massively engineered human behavior. He believes that smartphones, wearable devices, and the larger assembly of always-on network nodes allow his company to modify and manage a substantial swath of its users' behavior. As digital signals monitor and track a person's daily activities, the company gradually masters the schedule of reinforcements, rewards, recognition, or praise that can reliably produce the specific user behaviors that the company selects for dominance. The goal of everything we do is to change people's actual behavior at scale. We want to figure out the construction of changing a person's behavior, and then we want to change how lots of people are making their day-to-day decisions. When people use our app, we can capture their behaviors and identify good and bad ones. Then we develop treatments or data pellets that select good behaviors. We can test how actionable our cues are for them and how profitable certain behaviors are for us. Although it is still possible to imagine automated behavioral modification without surveillance capitalism, it is not possible to imagine surveillance capitalism without the marriage of behavior modification and the technological means to automate its application. This marriage is essential to economies of action. For example, one can imagine a fitness tracker, a car, or a refrigerator whose data and operational controls are accessible exclusively to their owners for the purposes of helping them to exercise more often, drive safely, and eat healthily. But as we have already seen in so many domains, the rise of surveillance capitalism has obliterated the idea of the simple feedback loop characteristic of the behavioral value reinvestment cycle. In the end, it's not the devices, it's Max Weber's economic orientation, now determined by surveillance capitalism. The allure of surveillance revenues drives the continuous accumulation of more and more predictive forms of behavioral surplus. The most predictive source of all is behavior that has already been modified to orient toward guaranteed outcomes. The fusion of new digital means of modification and new economic aims produces whole new ranges of techniques for creating and cornering these new forms of surplus. A study called Behavior Change Implemented in Electronic Lifestyle Activity Monitors is illustrative. Researchers from the University of Texas and the University of Central Florida studied 13 such applications, concluding that the monitoring devices contain a wide range of behavior change techniques typically used in clinical behavior interventions. The researchers conclude that behavior change operations are proliferating as a result of their migration to digital devices and internet connectivity. They note that the very possibility of a simple loop designed by and for the consumer seems hopelessly elusive, observing that behavior change apps lend themselves to various types of surveillance and that official methods of securely and simply transmitting data do not appear to currently exist in these apps too. Remember that Google economist Hal Varian extolled the new uses of big data that proceed from ubiquitous computer-mediated transactions. Among these he included the opportunity for continuous experimentation. Varian noted that Google has its engineering and data science teams consistently running thousands of A/B experiments that rely on randomization and controls to test user reactions to hundreds of variations in page characteristics from layout to buttons to fonts. Varian endorsed and celebrated this self-authorizing experimental role, warning that all the data in the world can only measure correlation, not causality. Data tell what happened but not why it happened. In the absence of causal knowledge, even the best predictions are only extrapolations from the past. The result of this conundrum is that the last crucial element in the construction of high-quality prediction products, i.e., those that approximate guaranteed outcomes, depends upon causal knowledge. As Varian says, if you really want to understand causality, you have to run experiments. And if you run experiments continuously, you can continuously improve your system. 4. Because the system is intended to produce predictions, continuously improving the system means closing the gap between prediction and observation in order to approximate certainty. In an analog world, such ambitions would be far too expensive to be practical, but Varian observes that in the realm of the Internet, experimentation can be entirely automated. Varian awards surveillance capitalists the privilege of the experimenter's role, and this is presented as another casual fait accompli. In fact, it reflects the final critical step in surveillance capitalists' radical self-dealing of new rights. In this phase of the prediction imperative, surveillance capitalists declare their right to modify others' behavior for profit according to methods that bypass human awareness, individual decision rights, and the entire complex of self-regulatory processes that we summarize with terms such as autonomy and self-determination. What follows now are two distinct narratives of surveillance capitalists as experimenters who leverage their asymmetries of knowledge to impose their will on the unsuspecting human subjects who are their users. The experimental insights accumulated through their one-way mirrors are critical to constructing, fine-tuning, and exploring the capabilities of each firm's for-profit means of behavioral modification. In Facebook's user experiments and in the augmented reality game Pokémon Go, imagined and incubated at Google, we see the commercial means of behavioral modification evolving before our eyes. Both combine the components of economies of action and the techniques of tuning, herding, and conditioning in startling new ways that expose the Greeks secreted deep in the belly of the Trojan horse, the economic orientation obscured behind the veil of the digital. 2. Facebook writes the music. In 2012, Facebook researchers startled the public with an article provocatively titled A 61 million person experiment in social influence and political mobilization, published in the scientific journal Nature. 5. In this controlled, randomized study conducted during the run-up to the 2010 U.S. congressional midterm elections, the researchers experimentally manipulated the social and informational content of voting-related messages in the news feeds of nearly 61 million Facebook users while also establishing a control group. One group was shown a statement at the top of their news feed encouraging the user to vote. It included a link to polling place information, an actionable button reading "I voted," a counter indicating how many other Facebook users reported voting, and up to 6 profile pictures of the user's Facebook friends who had already clicked the "I voted" button. A second group received the same information but without the pictures of friends. A third control group did not receive any special message. The results showed that users who received the social message were about 2% more likely to click on the I voted button than did those who received the information alone, and 0.26% more likely to click on polling place information. The Facebook experimenters determined that social messaging was an effective means of tuning behavior at scale because it directly influenced political self-expression, information seeking and real-world voting behavior of millions of people, and they concluded that showing familiar faces to users can dramatically improve the effectiveness of a mobilization message. The team calculated that the manipulated social messages sent 60,000 additional voters to the polls in the 2010 midterm elections, as well as another 280,000 who cast votes as a result of a social contagion effect, for a total of 340,000 additional votes. In their concluding remarks, the researchers asserted that we show the importance of social influence for affecting behavior change. The results suggest that online messages might influence a variety of offline behaviors, and this has implications for our understanding of the role of online social media in society. 6. The experiment succeeded by producing social cues that suggested or primed users in ways that tuned their real-world behavior toward a specific set of actions determined by the experimenters. In this process of experimentation, economies of action are discovered, honed, and ultimately institutionalized in software programs and their algorithms that function automatically, continuously, ubiquitously, and pervasively to achieve economies of action. Facebook's surplus is aimed at solving one problem: how and when to intervene in the state of play that is your daily life in order to modify your behavior and thus sharply increase the predictability of your actions now, soon, and later. The challenge for surveillance capitalists is to learn how to do this effectively, automatically, and, therefore, economically, as a former Facebook product manager writes. Experiments are run on every user at some point in their tenure on the site. Whether that is seeing different size ad copy, or different marketing messages, or different call to action buttons, or having their feeds generated by different ranking algorithms. The fundamental purpose of most people at Facebook working on data is to influence and alter people's moods and behavior. They are doing it all the time to make you like stories more, to click on more ads, to spend more time on the site. This is just how a website works. Everyone does this and everyone knows that everyone does this. 7. The Facebook study's publication evoked fierce debate as experts and the wider public finally began to reckon with Facebook's and the other internet companies' unprecedented power to persuade, influence, and ultimately manufacture behavior. Harvard's Jonathan Zittrain, a specialist in internet law, acknowledged that it was now possible to imagine Facebook quietly engineering an election, using means that its users could neither detect nor control. He described the Facebook experiment as a challenge to collective rights that could undermine the right of people as a whole, to enjoy the benefits of a democratic process. 8. Public concern failed to destabilize Facebook's self-authorizing practice of behavior modification at scale. Even as the social influence experiment was being debated in 2012, a Facebook data scientist was already collaborating with academic researchers on a new study, Experimental Evidence of Massive-Scale Emotional Contagion Through Social Networks, submitted to the prestigious Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2013, where it was edited by a well-known Princeton social psychologist, Susan Fiske, and published in June 2014. This time the experimenters manipulated the extent to which people, n equals 689,003, were exposed to emotional expressions in their newsfeed. 9. The experiment was structured like one of those allegedly benign A/B tests. In this case, one group was exposed to mostly positive messages in their newsfeed and the other to predominantly negative messages. The idea was to test whether even subliminal exposure to specific emotional content would cause people to change their own posting behavior to reflect that content. It did. Whether or not users felt happier or sadder, the tone of their expression changed to reflect their newsfeed. The experimental results left no doubt that once again Facebook's carefully designed, undetectable, and uncontestable subliminal cues reached beyond the screen into the daily lives of hundreds of thousands of naive users, predictably actuating specific qualities of emotional expression through processes that operate outside the awareness of their human targets, just as Stuart Mackay had originally prescribed for Galapagos turtles and Canadian elk, see Chapter 7. Emotional states can be transferred to others via emotional contagion, leading people to experience the same emotions without their awareness, the researchers proclaimed. Online messages influence our experience of emotions, which may affect a variety of offline behaviors. The team celebrated its work as some of the first experimental evidence to support the controversial claims that emotions can spread throughout a network, and they reflected on the fact that even their relatively minimal manipulation had a measurable effect, albeit a small 1.10. What Facebook researchers failed to acknowledge in either experiment is that a person's susceptibility to subliminal cues and his or her vulnerability to a contagion effect is largely dependent upon empathy, the ability to understand and share in the mental and emotional state of another person, including feeling another's feelings and being able to take another's point of view, sometimes characterized as affective or cognitive empathy. Psychologists have found that the more a person can project himself or herself into the feelings of another and take the other's perspective, the more likely he or she is to be influenced by subliminal cues, including hypnosis. Empathy orients people toward other people. It allows one to get absorbed in emotional experience and to resonate with others' experiences, including unconsciously mimicking another's facial expressions or body language. Contagious laughing and even contagious yawning are examples of such resonance. Point 11. Empathy is considered essential to social bonding and emotional attachment, but it can also trigger vicarious anxiety for victims or others who are genuinely distressed. Some psychologists have called empathy a risky strength because it predisposes us to experience others' happiness but also their pain. Point 12. The successful tuning evident in both Facebook experiments is the result of the effective exploitation of the natural empathy present in its population of users. The Facebook researchers claimed that the results suggested two inferences. First, in a massive and engaged population such as Facebook users, even small effects can have large aggregated consequences. Second, the authors invited readers to imagine what might be accomplished with more significant manipulations and larger experimental populations, noting the importance of their findings for public health. Once again, public outcry was substantial. If Facebook can tweak emotions and make us vote, what else can it do? The Guardian asked. The Atlantic quoted the study's editor, who had processed the article for publication despite her apparent misgivings. Point 13. She told the magazine that as a private company, Facebook did not have to adhere to the legal standards for experimentation required of academic and government researchers. These legal standards are known as the Common Rule. Designed to protect against the abuse of the experimenter's power, these standards must be adhered to by all federally funded research. The Common Rule enforces procedures for informed consent, avoidance of harm, debriefing, and transparency, and it is administered by panels of scientists, known as internal review boards, appointed within every research institution. Fisk acknowledged that she had been persuaded by Facebook's argument that the experimental manipulation was an unremarkable extension of the corporation's standard practice of manipulating people's news feeds. As Fisk recounted, they said that Facebook apparently manipulates people's news feeds all the time. Who knows what other research they're doing? 14. In other words, Fisk recognized that the experiment was merely an extension of Facebook's standard practices of behavioral modification, which already flourish without sanction. Facebook data scientist and principal researcher Adam Kramer was deluged with hundreds of media queries, leading him to write on his Facebook page that the corporation really does care about its emotional impact. One of his co-authors, Cornell's Jeffrey Hancock, told the New York Times that he didn't realize that manipulating the news feeds, even modestly, would make some people feel violated. 15. The Wall Street Journal reported that the Facebook Data Science Group had run more than 1,000 experiments since its inception in 2007 and operated with few limits and no internal review board. Writing in The Guardian, Psychology professor Chris Chambers summarized that the Facebook study paints a dystopian future in which academic researchers escape ethical restriction by teaming up with private companies to test increasingly dangerous or harmful interventions. 16. A month after the Emotional Contagion Study's publication, the editor-in-chief of the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, Inder M. Verma, published an editorial expression of concern regarding the Facebook research. After acknowledging the standard defense that Facebook is technically exempt from the common rule, Verma added, "It is nevertheless a matter of concern that the collection of the data by Facebook may have involved practices that were not fully consistent with the principles of obtaining informed consent and allowing participants to opt out." 17. Among U.S. scholars, University of Maryland law professor James Grimmelman published the most comprehensive argument in favor of holding Facebook and other social media companies accountable to the standards represented by the Common Rule. Corporate research is more likely than academic research to be compromised by serious conflicts of interests, he reasoned, making common experimental standards critical and not something to be left to individual ethical judgment. Grimmelman imagined internal review board laundering, in which academics could circumvent research ethics regulations whenever they work just closely enough with industry partners. The exception would swallow the common rule. 18. Despite his conviction on this point, Grimmelman acknowledged in the final pages of his analysis that even the most rigorous imposition of the common rule would do little to curb the immense power of a company such as Facebook that routinely manipulates user behavior at scale, using means that are indecipherable and therefore uncontestable. Like Fisk, Grimmelman sensed the larger project of economies of action just beyond the reach of established law and social norms. The journal Nature drew attention with a strongly worded letter defending the Facebook experiment, authored by bioethicist Michelle Meyer together with 5 co-authors and on behalf of 27 other ethicists. The letter argued that the need to codify new knowledge about the online environment justifies experimentation even when it does not or cannot abide by accepted ethical guidelines for human subjects research. But Meyer's defense turned on a prescient note of warning that the extreme response to the study could result in such research being done in secret. If critics think that the manipulation of emotional content in this research is sufficiently concerning to merit regulation, then the same concern must apply to Facebook's standard practice. 19. The experiment's critics and supporters agreed on little but this: Facebook could easily turn rogue, threatening to retreat to secrecy if regulators attempted to intervene in its practices. The academic community shared a sense of threat in the face of known facts. Facebook owns an unprecedented means of behavior modification that operates covertly, at scale, and in the absence of social or legal mechanisms of agreement, contest, and control. Even the most stringent application of the common rule would be unlikely to change these facts. As scholars promised to convene panels to consider the ethical issues raised by Facebook research, the corporation announced its own plans for better self-regulation. The corporation's chief technology officer, Mike Schroepfer, confessed to being unprepared for the public reaction to the Emotional Contagion study, and he admitted that there are things we should have done differently. The company's new framework for research included clear guidelines, an internal review panel, a capsule on research practices incorporated into the company's famous bootcamp orientation and training program for new hires, and a website to feature published academic research. These self-imposed regulations did not challenge the fundamental facts of Facebook's online community as the necessary developmental environment and target for the firm's economies of action. A document acquired by the Australian press in May 2017 would eventually reveal this fact. 3 years after the publication of the Contagion study, The Australian broke the story on a confidential 23-page Facebook document written by 2 Facebook executives in 2017 and aimed at the company's Australian and New Zealand advertisers. The report depicted the corporation's systems for gathering psychological insights on 6.4 million high school and tertiary students as well as young Australians and New Zealanders already in the workforce. The Facebook document detailed the many ways in which the corporation uses its stores of behavioral surplus to pinpoint the exact moment at which a young person needs a confidence boost and is therefore most vulnerable to a specific configuration of advertising cues and nudges. By monitoring posts, pictures, interactions, and internet activity, Facebook can work out when young people feel stressed, defeated, overwhelmed, anxious, nervous, stupid, silly, useless, and a failure. 20. The report reveals Facebook's interest in leveraging this effective surplus for the purpose of economies of action. It boasts detailed information on mood shifts among young people based on internal Facebook data, and it claims that Facebook's prediction products can not only detect sentiment but also predict how emotions are communicated at different points during the week, matching each emotional phase with appropriate ad messaging for the maximum probability of guaranteed outcomes. Anticipatory emotions are more likely to be expressed early in the week, the analysis counsels, while reflective emotions increase on the weekend. Monday-Thursday is about building confidence, the weekend is for broadcasting achievements. Facebook publicly denied these practices, but Antonio Garcia Martinez, a former Facebook product manager and author of a useful account of Silicon Valley titled Chaos Monkeys, described in The Guardian the routine application of such practices and accused the corporation of lying through their teeth. He concluded, "The hard reality is that Facebook will never try to limit such use of their data unless the public uproar reaches such a crescendo as to be unmutable." 21. Certainly the public challenge to Facebook's insertion of itself into the emotional lives of its users, as expressed in the Contagion study, and its pledge to self-regulate did not quell its commercial interest in users' emotions or the corporation's compulsion to systematically exploit that knowledge on behalf of and in collaboration with its customers. It did not, because it cannot, not as long as the company's revenues are bound to economies of action under the authority of the prediction imperative. Facebook's persistence warns us again of the dispossession cycle's stubborn march. Facebook had publicly acknowledged and apologized for its overt experimental incursions into behavior modification and emotional manipulation, and it promised adaptations to curb or mitigate these practices. Meanwhile, a new threshold of intimate life had been breached. Facebook's potential mastery of emotional manipulation became discussable and even taken for granted as habituation set in. From Princeton's Fisk to critic Grimmelman and supporter Meyer, the experts believed that if Facebook's activities were to be forced into a new regulatory regime, the corporation would merely continue in secret. The Australian documents opened one door on these covert practices, suggesting the completion of the cycle with the redirection of action into clandestine zones protected by opacity and indecipherability, just as these scholars had anticipated. Facebook's political mobilization experimenters discovered that they could manipulate users' vulnerabilities to social influence in order to create a motivational condition, "I want to be like my friends," that increases the probability that a relevant priming message, the "I voted" button, will produce action. The emotional contagion study exploited the same underlying social influence orientation. In this case, Facebook planted subliminal cues in the form of positive or negative affective language, which combined with the motivational state triggered by social comparison, "I want to be like my friends," to produce a measurable, if weak, contagion effect. Finally, the Australian ad targeting document points to the seriousness and complexity of the backstage effort to strengthen this effect by specifying motivational conditions at a granular level. It reveals not only the scale and scope of Facebook's behavioral surplus but also the corporation's interest in leveraging its surplus to precisely determine the ebb and flow of a user's predisposition for real-time targeting by the branded cues that are most likely to achieve guaranteed outcomes. Facebook's experimental success demonstrates that tuning through suggestion can be an effective form of telestimulation at scale. The evasion of individual and group awareness was critical to Facebook's behavior modification success, just as McKay had stipulated. The first paragraph of the research article on emotional contagion celebrates this evasion. Emotional states can be transferred to others via emotional contagion, leading people to experience the same emotions without their awareness. Nor do the young adults of Australia's great cities suspect that the precise measure of their fears and fantasies is exploited for commercial result at the hour and moment of their greatest vulnerability. This evasion is neither accidental nor incidental, but actually essential to the structure of the whole surveillance capitalist project. Individual awareness is the enemy of telestimulation because it is the necessary condition for the mobilization of cognitive and existential resources. There is no autonomous judgment without awareness. Agreement and disagreement, participation and withdrawal, resistance or collaboration, none of these self-regulating choices can exist without awareness. A rich and flourishing research literature illuminates the antecedents, conditions, consequences, and challenges of human self-regulation as a universal need. The capacity for self-determination is understood as an essential foundation for many of the behaviors that we associate with critical capabilities such as empathy, volition, reflection, personal development, authenticity, integrity, learning, goal accomplishment, impulse control, creativity, and the sustenance of intimate enduring relationships. Implicit in this process is a self that sets goals and standards, is aware of its own thoughts and behaviors, and has the capacity to change them, write Ohio State University Professor Dylan Wagner and Dartmouth Professor Todd Heatherton in an essay about the centrality of self-awareness to self-determination. Indeed, some theorists have suggested that the primary purpose of self-awareness is to enable self-regulation. Every threat to human autonomy begins with an assault on awareness, tearing down our capacity to regulate our thoughts, emotions, and desires. 22. The salience of self-awareness as a bulwark against self-regulatory failure is also underscored in the work of two Cambridge University researchers who developed a scale to measure a person's susceptibility to persuasion. They found that the single most important determinant of one's ability to resist persuasion is what they call the ability to premeditate. 23. This means that people who harness self-awareness to think through the consequences of their actions are more disposed to chart their own course and are significantly less vulnerable to persuasion techniques. Self-awareness also figures in the second highest ranking factor on their scale, commitment. People who are consciously committed to a course of action or set of principles are less likely to be persuaded to do something that violates that commitment. We have seen already that democracy threatens surveillance revenues. Facebook's practices suggest an equally disturbing conclusion: human consciousness itself is a threat to surveillance revenues, as awareness endangers the larger project of behavior modification. Philosophers recognize self-regulation, self-determination, and autonomy as freedom of will. The word autonomy derives from the Greek and literally means regulation by the self. It stands in contrast to heteronomy, which means regulation by others. The competitive necessity of economies of action means that surveillance capitalists must use all means available to supplant autonomous action with heteronomous action. In one sense, there is nothing remarkable in observing that capitalists would prefer individuals who agree to work and consume in ways that most advantage capital. We need only to consider the ravages of the subprime mortgage industry that helped trigger the great financial crisis of 2008, or the daily insults to human autonomy at the hands of countless industries from airlines to insurance for plentiful examples of this plain fact. However, it would be dangerous to nurse the notion that today's surveillance capitalists simply represent more of the same. This structural requirement of economies of action turns the means of behavioral modification into an engine of growth. At no other time in history have private corporations of unprecedented wealth and power enjoyed the free exercise of economies of action supported by a pervasive global architecture of ubiquitous computational knowledge and control constructed and maintained by all the advanced scientific know-how that money can buy. Most pointedly, Facebook's declaration of experimental authority claims surveillance capitalists' prerogatives over the future course of others' behavior. In declaring the right to modify human action secretly and for profit, surveillance capitalism effectively exiles us from our own behavior, shifting the locus of control over the future tense from I will to you will. Each one of us may follow a distinct path, but economies of action ensure that the path is already shaped by surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives. The struggle for power and control in society is no longer associated with the hidden facts of class and its relationship to production, but rather by the hidden facts of automated engineered behavior modification. 3. Pokémon Go. Do. It had been a particularly grueling July afternoon in 2016. David had directed hours of contentious insurance testimony in a dusty New Jersey courtroom, where a power surge the night before had knocked out the building's fragile air conditioning system. Then the fitful Friday commute home was cursed by a single car disabled by the heat that turned the once hopeful flow of traffic into sludge. Finally home, he slid the car into his garage and made a beeline for the side door that opened to the laundry room and kitchen beyond. The cool air hit him like a dive into the ocean, and for the first time all day he took a deep breath. A note on the table said his wife would be back in a few minutes. He gulped down some water, made himself a drink, and climbed the stairs, heading for a long shower. The doorbell rang just as the warm water hit his aching back muscles. Had she forgotten her key? Shower interrupted, he threw on a tee and shorts and ran downstairs, opening the front door to a couple of teenagers waving their cell phones in his face. "Hey, you've got a Pokemon in your backyard. It's ours. Okay if we go back there and catch it?" What? He had no idea what they were talking about, but he was about to get educated. David's doorbell rang 4 more times that evening, perfect strangers eager for access to his yard and disgruntled when he asked them to leave. Throughout the days and evenings that followed, knots of Pokemon seekers formed on his front lawn, some of them young and others long past that excuse. They held up their phones, pointing and shouting as they scanned his house and garden for the augmented reality creatures. Looking at this small slice of world through their phones, they could see their Pokemon prey, but only at the expense of everything else. They could not see a family's home or the boundaries of civility that made it a sanctuary for the man and woman who lived there. Instead, the game seized the house and the world around it, reinterpreting all of it in a vast equivalency of GPS coordinates. Here was a new kind of commercial assertion, a for-profit declaration of eminent domain in which reality is recast as an unbounded expanse of blank spaces to be sweated for others' enrichment. David wondered, when will this end? What gives them the right? Whom do I call to make this stop? Without knowing it, he had been yanked from his shower to join the villagers in Broughton, England, who had taken to their streets in 2009 protesting the invasion of Google's Street View camera cars. Like them, he had been abruptly thrust into contest with surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives, and like them he would soon understand that there was no number to call, number 911, to urgently inform the appropriate authorities that a dreadful mistake had blossomed on his lawn. Back in 2009, as we saw in Chapter 5, Google Maps product vice president and Street View boss John Hanke ignored the Broughton protesters, insisting that only he and Google knew what was best, not just for Broughton but for all people. Now here was Hanke again at surveillance capitalism's next frontier, this time as the founder of the company behind Pokemon Go, Niantic Labs. Hanke, you may recall, nursed an abiding determination to own the world by mapping it. He had founded Keyhole, the satellite mapping startup funded by the CIA and later acquired by Google and rechristened as Google Earth. At Google, he was a vice president for Google Maps and a principal in its controversial push to commandeer public and private space through its Street View project. Hanke recounts that Pokemon Go was born out of Google Maps, which also supplied most of the game's original development team. 24 Indeed, Street View's mystery engineer, Marius Milner, had joined Hanke in this new phase of incursion. By 2010, Hanke had set up his own launchpad, Niantic Labs, inside the Google mothership. His aim was the development of parallel reality games that would track and herd people through the very territories that Street View had so audaciously claimed for its maps. In 2015, following the establishment of the Alphabet corporate structure and well after the development of Pokemon Go, Niantic Labs was formally established as an independent company with $30 million in funding from Google, Nintendo, the Japanese company that originally hosted Pokemon on its Game Boy devices in the late 1990s, and the Pokemon Company. 25. Hanke had long recognized the power of the game format as a means to achieve economies of action. While still at Google, he told an interviewer, more than 80% of people who own a mobile device claim that they play games on their device. Games are often the number one or number two activity, so for Android as an operative system, but also for Google, we think it's important for us to innovate and to be a leader in the future of mobile gaming. 26. It is worth noting that Hanke chose to name his group after a 19th-century merchant sailing vessel undone by greed. The Niantic had been sold and repurposed for the more lucrative whaling trade when it set sail for San Francisco and the Northern Pacific whaling grounds in 1849. The ship's captain made an unplanned stop in Panama to board hundreds of pilgrims bound for the California gold rush, all of them eager to pay top dollar for cramped, smelly quarters on the whaler. The captain's avarice proved fatal to the ship's prospects when those passengers infected the ship's crew with gold fever. The sailors abandoned captain and vessel upon docking in San Francisco, heading instead for gold country. Unable to continue the journey, the captain was forced to sell the ship for a pittance, leaving it wedged deep in the sandy shallows at the foot of Clay and Montgomery streets. In 2016, Hanke took up the quest of that rebellious crew. His Niantic was bound for a new century's gold rush at the frontier of the prediction imperative's next wave of conquest, economies of action. Hanke's Pokemon Go launched in July 2016 as a different answer to the question confronting the engineers and scientists shaping the surveillance capitalist project: how can human behavior be actuated quickly and at scale, while driving it toward guaranteed outcomes? At its zenith in the summer of 2016, Pokemon Go was a surveillance capitalist's dream come true, fusing scale, scope, and actuation, yielding continuous sources of behavioral surplus, and providing fresh data to elaborate the mapping of interior, exterior, public, and private spaces. Most important, it provided a living laboratory for telestimulation at scale as the game's owners learned how to automatically condition and herd collective behavior, directing it toward real-time constellations of behavioral futures markets, with all of this accomplished just beyond the rim of individual awareness. In Hanke's approach, economies of action would be achieved through the dynamics of a game. Niantic designed the new game to be played in the real world, not on a screen. The idea is that players should be going outside for adventures on foot in the open spaces of cities, towns, and suburbs. 27 The game relies on augmented reality and is structured like a treasure hunt. Once you download the app from Niantic, you use GPS and your smartphone camera to hunt virtual creatures called Pokemon. The figures appear on your smartphone screen as if they are located beside you in your real-life surroundings: an unsuspecting man's backyard, a city street, a pizzeria, a park, a drugstore. Captured Pokemon are rewarded with game currencies, candies, and stardust, and are employed to battle other users. The ultimate goal is to capture a comprehensive array of the 151 Pokemon, but along the way players earn experience points, rising to successive levels of expertise. At level 5, players can join one of 3 teams to battle Pokemon at designated sites referred to as gyms. The ramp-up had begun years earlier with Ingress, Niantic's first mobile game designed for real-world play. Released in 2012, Ingress was a precursor and test bed for the capabilities and methods that would define Pokemon Go. The game drove its users through their cities and towns to find and control designated portals and capture territory, as the game masters relied on GPS to track users' movements and map the territories through which they roamed. Hanke reflected on what he and his team had learned from Ingress. Most important was the Niantic team's surprise as they observed how much the behavior of the players changes. 28 Hanke grasped that the seeds of behavior modification were planted in the game's rules and social dynamic. If you want to turn the world into your game board, the places you want people to interact with have to have certain characteristics. There should be a reason for the player to go there. The game is enabling them and nudging you to have those interactions. 29 One user whose ingress name was Spottiswoody provides an example: as I cycle home, I stop near a location I'd scouted out previously, one with a weak enemy portal. I attack, using built-up XM, exotic matter, to destroy the enemy infrastructure. On Ingress's built-in chat client, a player called Agasha praises my handiwork. "Good job, Spottiswoody," he says. I feel proud and move on, plotting my next assault upon the enemy's portals. 30 According to Hanka, Pokemon Go would be designed to leverage what the team now understood as the key sources of motivation that induce players to change their behavior, a social gaming community based on real-world action. 31 All games circumscribe behavior with rules, rewarding some forms of action and punishing others, and Niantic is not the first to employ the structure of a game as a means of affecting behavior change in its players. Indeed, gamification as an approach to behavioral engineering is a subject of intense interest that has produced a robust academic and popular literature. 32 According to Wharton professor Kevin Werbuck, games include 3 tiers of action. At the highest level are the dynamics that drive the motivational energy of the game. These can be emotions aroused by competition or frustration, a compelling narrative, a structure of progression that creates the experience of development toward a higher goal, or relationships that produce feelings such as team spirit or aggression. Next are the mechanics. These are the procedural building blocks that drive the action and also build engagement. For example, a game may be structured as a competition or a solo challenge, as turn-taking and cooperation, as transactions and winner-take-all, as team sport or individual conquest. Finally, there are the game components that operationalize the mechanics. These are the most visible aspects of a game: points to represent progress, quests laid out as predefined challenges, badges to represent achievements, leaderboards to visually display all players' progress, boss fights to mark the culmination of a level, and so forth. 33 Most research on games concludes that these structures can be effective at motivating action, and researchers generally predict that games will increasingly be used as the methodology of choice to change individual behavior. 34 In practice, this has meant that the power of games to change behavior is shamelessly instrumentalized as gamification spreads to thousands of situations in which a company merely wants to tune, herd, and condition the behavior of its customers or employees toward its own objectives. Typically, this involves importing a few components, such as reward points and levels of advancement, in order to engineer behaviors that serve the company's immediate interests, with programs such as customer loyalty schemes or internal sales competitions. One analyst compiled a survey of more than 90 such gamification cases, complete with return on investment statistics. 35 Ian Bogost, a professor of interactive computing at Georgia Tech and a digital culture observer, insists that these systems should be called exploitationware rather than games because their sole aim is behavior manipulation and modification. 36 Pokemon Go takes these capabilities in a wholly new direction, running game players through the real world, but not for the sake of the game they think they are playing. Hanka's unique genius is to point the game's behavior modification efforts toward a target that occupies an unexplored zone beyond the boundaries of players' awareness. It aims to shape behavior in an even larger game of surveillance capitalism. Pokemon Go was first unveiled to the Wall Street Journal in September 2015, shortly after Niantic's spin-off from Google. The game masters told the reporter that the game would not include ads. Instead, revenues would accrue from microtransactions, presumably in-game purchases of virtual paraphernalia, although Niantic declined to say exactly what would be for sale. Niantic also promised a location tracking bracelet that vibrates and lights up when a person approaches a Pokemon. It was clear that Pokemon Go would at least be a fresh source of surplus for refining and expanding the maps upon which the game depended. 37 Released in the US, Australia, and New Zealand on July 6, 2016, Pokemon Go became the most downloaded and highest-grossing app in the US within only a week, quickly achieving as many active Android users as Twitter. More than 60% of the app's downloads were in daily use, and by July 8 that translated into a daily average of about 43.5 minutes per user. 38 With Niantic's servers groaning under the strain, the game's European rollout was delayed until July 13. By that time, however, Niantic had proved the value of its approach to economies of action, demonstrating unprecedented effectiveness in traversing that last tortured mile to guaranteed outcomes. The unprecedented pattern was faintly discernible within days of the game's launch. A Virginia bar offered a discount to a Pokémon Go team, a tea shop in San Francisco offered a buy one get one free to the game's players. 39 The owner of a pizza bar in Queens, New York, paid about $10 for lure modules, a bit of virtual game paraphernalia intended to attract Pokémon to a specific location, successfully producing virtual creatures on bar stools and in bathroom stalls. During the first weekend of gameplay, the bar's food and drink sales shot up by 30% and later were reported to be 70% above average. Bloomberg reporters gushed that the game had achieved the retailer's elusive dream of using location tracking to drive foot traffic. It's easy to imagine a developer selling ads within the game world to local merchants, or even auctioning off the promise to turn specific shops and restaurants into destinations for players. 40 Hanka hinted to the New York Times that these real-world, real-time markets had been the plan all along. Niantic has cut deals like that for Ingress, the paper reported, and Mr. Hanka said the company would announce sponsored locations for Pokémon Go in the future. 41. The future came quickly. Within a week the basic elements of surveillance capitalism's logic of accumulation were in place and were heralded as brilliant. As Hanka explained, the game relies on a lot of modern cell phone and data technology to power the augmented reality, but that traffic generated by the game also changes what happens in the real world. 42 By July 12, the Financial Times exulted that speculation has surged over the game's future power as a cash cow to retailers and other cravers of footfall. Nintendo shares were up 52%, adding $10.2 billion to its market capitalization. 43. Earlier promises that the game would not serve ads turned out to be a technical claim that required careful parsing. In fact, the surveillance-based logic of online advertising had not disappeared. Rather, it had morphed into its physical world mirror image, just as Sidewalk Labs' Dan Doctoroff had imagined for the Google City, a precise extension of the methods and purposes honed in the online world but now amplified in reality under pressure from the prediction imperative. See Chapter 7. By July 13, Hanka admitted to the Financial Times that in addition to in-app payments for GameKit, there is a second component to our business model at Niantic, which is the concept of sponsored locations. He explained that this new revenue stream had always been in the plan, noting that companies will pay us to be locations within the virtual game board, the premise being that it is an inducement that drives foot traffic. These sponsors, Hanka explained, would be charged on a cost per visit basis, similar to the cost per click used in Google search advertising. 44. The notion of sponsored locations is a euphemism for Niantic's behavioral futures markets, ground zero in Hanka's new gold rush. The elements and dynamics of the game, combined with its novel augmented reality technology, operate to herd populations of game players through the real-world monetization checkpoints constituted by the game's actual customers, the entities who pay to play on the real-world game board, lured by the promise of guaranteed outcomes. For a while it seemed that everyone was making money. Niantic inked a deal with McDonald's to drive game users to its 30,000 Japanese outlets. A British mall owner commissioned recharging teams to roam his malls with portable rechargers for game users. Starbucks announced that it would join in with the fun, with 12,000 of its US stores becoming official Pokestops or gyms, along with a new Pokémon Go Frappuccino, the perfect treat for any Pokémon trainer on the go. Another deal with Sprint would convert 10,500 Sprint retail and service outlets into Pokémon hubs. The music streaming company Spotify reported a tripling of Pokémon-related music sales. A UK insurance company offered special coverage for mobile phones, warning, "Don't let accidental damage get in the way of catching them all." Disney admitted that it was disappointed with its own strategies for the blending of physical and digital to create new kinds of connected play experiences and planned to transform its mammoth toy business in a direction similar to Pokémon Go 45. The zeal for Pokémon Go gradually diminished, but the impact of Hanka's accomplishments is indelible. "We've only just scratched the surface," Hanka told a crowd of fans. 46 The game had demonstrated that it was possible to achieve economies of action on a global scale while simultaneously directing specific individual actions toward precise local market opportunities where high bidders enjoy an ever closer approximation of guaranteed outcomes. Niantic's distinctive accomplishment was to manage gamification as a way to guarantee outcomes for its actual customers, companies participating in the behavioral futures markets that it establishes and hosts. Hanka's game proved that surveillance capitalism could operate in the real world much as it does in the virtual one, using its unilateral knowledge, scale and scope, to shape your behavior now, action, in order to more accurately predict your behavior later. The logical inference is that real-world revenues will increase in proportion to the company's ability to match persons with locations, just as Google learned to wield surplus as a means of targeting online ads to specific individuals. These requirements suggest that Niantic would conduct its operations in ways that establish substantial surplus supply chains aimed at scale and scope. Indeed, the company's surveillance policy signals its demand for behavioral data in excess of what is reasonable for effective game operations. Just 6 days after the game's release in July 2016, BuzzFeed reporter Joseph Bernstein advised Pokémon users to check how much data the app was collecting from their phones. According to his analysis, like most apps that work with the GPS in your smartphone, Pokémon Go can tell a lot of things about you based on your movement as you play, where you go, when you went there, how you got there, how long you stayed, and who else was there. And, like many developers who build those apps, Niantic keeps that information. Whereas other location-based apps might collect similar data, Bernstein concluded that Pokémon Go's incredibly granular, block-by-block map data, combined with its surging popularity, may soon make it one of, if not the most, detailed location-based social graphs ever compiled. 47. The industry news site TechCrunch raised similar concerns regarding the game's data collection practices, questioning the long list of permissions the app requires. Those permissions included the camera, yes, but also permission to read your contacts and find accounts on device. Niantic's surveillance policy notes that it may share aggregated information and non-identifying information with third parties for research and analysis, demographic profiling, and other similar purposes. TechCrunch noted the game's precise location tracking and ability to perform audio fingerprinting through its access to your camera and microphone, concluding, "So it's prudent to expect some of your location data to end up in Google's hands." 48 The Electronic Privacy Information Center noted in a letter of complaint to the Federal Trade Commission that Niantic had failed to provide compelling reasons for the scope of the information that it routinely gathers from users' phones and Google profiles. Nor had it set limits on how long it would retain, use, or share location data. As the letter concluded, there is no evidence that Niantic's collection and retention of location data is necessary to the function of the game or otherwise provides a benefit to consumers that outweighs the privacy and safety harms it creates. 49. By mid-July 2016, Niantic received a letter from U.S. Senator Al Franken querying the company's privacy practices. 50 Niantic's late August response is instructive, a marvel of misdirection and secrecy that focuses on the game's mechanics and discloses nothing about its business model or the more comprehensive logic of accumulation behind the model. Pokémon Go has already been praised by public health officials, teachers, mental health workers, parents, park officials, and ordinary citizens around the world as an app that promotes healthy play and discovery. Though acknowledging the range of data it collects as a condition of play, location services, photos, media, files, camera, contacts, and network provider data, Niantic insists that data are used to provide and improve its services. However, it does not acknowledge that its services operate on two levels: game services for players and prediction services for Niantic's customers. The company concedes that it uses third-party services, including Google's, to collect and interpret data, but it is careful to sidestep the aims of those analyses. Point 51. The 7-page letter mentions sponsored locations only once, noting that sponsors receive reports about visits and game actions. There is no reference to cost per visit or the surplus that will be required to drive that metric, in the same way that Google's cost per click depended upon behavioral surplus drawn from online activity. Niantic's self-presentation carefully conceals its objectives in the design and development of economies of action that drive real-world, real-time behavior toward Niantic's behavioral futures markets. The genius of Pokémon Go was to transform the game you see into a higher-order game of surveillance capitalism, a game about a game. The players who took the city as their board, roaming its parks and pizzerias, unwittingly constituted a wholly different kind of human game board for this second and more consequential game. The players in this other real game could not be found in the clod of enthusiasts waving their phones at the edge of David's lawn. In the real game, prediction products take the form of protocols that impose forms of telestimulation intended to prod and herd people across real-world terrains to spend their real-world money in the real-world commercial establishments of Niantic's flesh and blood behavioral futures markets. Niantic itself is like a tiny probe rising from the immensity of Google's mapping capabilities, surplus flows, means of production, and vast server farms as it constructs and tests the prototype of a global means of behavior modification owned and operated by surveillance capitalism. Niantic discovered that in the rapture of engaging competitive social play, the dreaded friction of individual will voluntarily gives way to game protocols that set the conditions for natural selection. In this way the game automatically elicits and breeds the specific behaviors sought by the high rollers in Niantic's behavioral futures markets. With this second game board in motion, the players in the real game vie for proximity to the wake of cash that follows each smiling member of the herd. In the end we recognize that the probe was designed to explore the next frontier, the means of behavioral modification. The game about the game is, in fact, an experimental facsimile of surveillance capitalism's design for our future. It follows the prediction imperative to its logical conclusion, in which data about us in scale and scope combine with actuation mechanisms that align our behavior with a new market cosmos. All the flows of surplus from all the spaces, all the things, all the bodies, all the laughter, and all the tears are finally aimed at this triumph of certain outcomes and the revenue that it can unleash. For what were the means of behavioral modification? The new global means of behavioral modification that we see under construction at Facebook and Niantic represent a new regressive age of autonomous capital and heteronymous individuals, when the very possibilities of democratic flourishing and human fulfillment depend upon the reverse. This unprecedented state of affairs rises above debates about the common rule. It goes to the heart of our allegiance to the ideals of a democratic society, with full knowledge of the challenges that burden those ideals. What has been forgotten here is that the common rule was the product of a similar challenge to principles of individual autonomy and democratic fidelity. It was one result of a deeply contested struggle in which democratically minded public officials joined with social activists, scholars, and litigators to resist the design, development, and deployment of behavioral modification as a mode of governmental power. It was not long ago that U.S. society mobilized to resist, regulate, and control the means of behavioral modification, and it is this history that we can now draw upon to rediscover our bearings and rouse our awareness. In 1971 the Senate Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights, led by North Carolina Senator Sam Ervin and including luminaries from across the political spectrum such as Edward Kennedy, Birch Bayh, Robert Byrd, and Strom Thurmond, undertook what would become a multi-year investigation into a variety of programs designed to predict, control, and modify human behavior. Ervin was a conservative Democrat and constitutional expert who became an unlikely civil liberties hero for his defense of democracy during the Watergate crisis as chair of the Senate Watergate Committee. In this case the Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights would subject the principles and applications of behavior modification to intense constitutional scrutiny for the first time, questioning and ultimately rejecting the use of behavioral modification as an extension of state power. The Senate investigation was triggered by a growing sense of public alarm at the spread of psychological techniques for behavior control. There were many points of origin, but most salient was the influence of the Cold War and the range of psychological techniques and programs for behavior modification that it had bred. The Korean War had publicized communist brainwashing techniques that, according to then newly appointed CIA Director Allen Dulles, had reduced U.S. prisoners of war to a state of robotic passivity, in which the victim's brain becomes a phonograph playing a disc put on its spindle by an outside genius over which it has no control. 52 America's enemies appeared to be on the verge of mastering the art and science of mind control with psychological and pharmacological methods unknown to the U.S. military. There were reports of Chinese and Soviet achievements in the remote alteration of a subject's mental capacities and the elimination of his free will. 53 Dulles committed the agency to rapid research in and development of mind control capabilities, from depatterning and rewiring an individual to shaping an entire country's attitudes and actions. 54. Thus began a morbidly fascinating and often bizarre chapter in the history of American spycraft. 55 Much of the new work was conducted in the context of the CIA's highly classified MK-Ultra project, which was tasked with research and development of chemical, biological, and radiological materials capable for employment in clandestine operations to control human behavior. According to testimony in the 1975 Senate investigation of covert CIA foreign and military intelligence operations, a 1963 Inspector General's report on MK-Ultra noted several reasons for the program's secrecy, but chief among them was the fact that behavior modification was seen as illegitimate. Research in the manipulation of human behavior is considered by many authorities in medicine and related fields to be professionally unethical. Therefore, the reputation of professional participants in the MK-Ultra program are on occasion in jeopardy, the report began. It also noted that many of the program's activities were illegal, violated the rights and interests of U.S. citizens, and would alienate public opinion. 56. Key to our interests is the growth and elaboration of behavioral modification as an extension of political power. To this end, CIA demands summoned an ever more audacious supply of behavioral modification research and practical applications from academic psychologists. Scientists from the fields of medicine and psychology set out to demystify Chinese brainwashing techniques, reinterpreting them through the established frameworks of behavior modification. Their research concluded that mind control was better understood as a complex system of conditioning based on unpredictable schedules of reinforcement, consistent with B.F. Skinner's important discoveries on operant conditioning. According to Harvard historian Rebecca Lemuev, the mind control researchers had a powerful effect on the CIA and other branches of the military. The notion that human material was changeable, that one's personality, identity, awareness, and capacity for self-determining behavior could be crushed, eliminated, and replaced by external control incited a new sense of panic and vulnerability. If indeed the world was rife with threats to the inner as much as the outer man, then experts in these realms were needed more than ever. Many good and well-meaning professors, self-described or de facto human engineers, participated in the CIA's programs to bring about slow or rapid change in the minds and behavior of people. 57. By the time the senators on the Constitutional Rights Subcommittee convened in 1971, the migration of behavior modification practices from military to civilian applications was well underway. Behavior modification techniques had dispersed from government-funded, typically CIA, psychology labs and military SIOPs to a range of institutional applications, each driven by a mission to re-engineer the defective personalities of captive individuals in settings that offered total control or close to it, including prisons, psychiatric wards, classrooms, institutions for the mentally challenged, schools for the autistic, and factories. The subcommittee was emboldened to act when public concern bubbled over into outrage at the mainstreaming of these behavior modification programs. Historian of psychology Alexandra Rutherford observes that Skinnerian behavior modification practices expanded rapidly during the 1960s and 1970s, achieving some remarkable successes but also exposing practitioners to the scrutiny of an often hostile public. A number of journalistic accounts raised alarms about the zealousness with which behavior modification techniques were applied and the sense that they debased their subjects, violated ethical considerations, and infringed on fundamental civil liberties. 58. Another factor was the 1971 publication of B.F. Skinner's incendiary social meditation Beyond Freedom and Dignity. Skinner prescribed a future based on behavioral control, rejecting the very idea of freedom, as well as every tenet of a liberal society, and cast the notion of human dignity as an accident of self-serving narcissism. Skinner imagined a pervasive technology of behavior that would one day enable the application of behavior modification methods across entire human populations. The ensuing storm of controversy made Beyond Freedom and Dignity an international bestseller. Skinner's science of human behavior, being quite vacuous, is as congenial to the libertarian as to the fascist, wrote Noam Chomsky in a widely read review of the book. It would be not absurd but grotesque to argue that since circumstances can be arranged under which behavior is quite predictable as in a prison, for example, or concentration camp, therefore there need be no concern for the freedom and dignity of autonomous man. 59. In the mid-1970s graduate department at Harvard where I studied and Skinner professed, many students referred to the book as Toward Slavery and Humiliation. From the first lines of the preface of the subcommittee's 1974 report, authored by Senator Ervin, it should be evident to any 21st century captive of surveillance capitalism that U.S. society has undergone a social discontinuity more profound than the mere passage of decades suggests. It is worth reading Ervin's own words, to grasp the passion with which he located the subcommittee's work at the heart of the Enlightenment Project, pledging to defend the liberal ideals of freedom and dignity. When the Founding Fathers established our constitutional system of government, they based it on their fundamental belief in the sanctity of the individual. They understood that self-determination is the source of individuality, and individuality is the mainstay of freedom. Recently, however, technology has begun to develop new methods of behavior control capable of altering not just an individual's actions but his very personality and manner of thinking. The behavioral technology being developed in the United States today touches upon the most basic sources of individuality and the very core of personal freedom. The most serious threat is the power this technology gives one man to impose his views and values on another. Concepts of freedom, privacy, and self-determination inherently conflict with programs designed to control not just physical freedom, but the source of free thought as well. The question becomes even more acute when these programs are conducted, as they are today, in the absence of strict controls. As disturbing as behavior modification may be on a theoretical level, the unchecked growth of the practical technology of behavior control is cause for even greater concern. 60. The report's critique of behavior modification has unique relevance for our time. It begins by asking a question that we must also ask: how did they get away with it? Their answer invokes the exceptionalism of that era. Just as surveillance capitalism was initially able to root and flourish under the protection of a so-called war against terror and the compulsion for certainty that it stirred, in the middle of the 20th century the means of behavioral modification migrated from the lab to the world at large primarily under the cover of Cold War anxieties. Later, the behavior change professionals of the 1960s and 1970s were summoned into civilian practice by a society turned fearful after years of urban riots, political protests, and rising levels of crime and delinquency. The senators reasoned that calls for law and order had motivated the search for immediate and efficient means to control violence and other forms of antisocial behavior. The interest in controlling violence replaced more time-consuming attempts to understand its sources. With so many behavior modification programs aimed at involuntary populations in state prisons and mental institutions, the senators recognized that the means of behavioral modification had to be reckoned with as a form of state power and questioned the government's constitutional right to control citizens' behavior and mentation. In its survey of government agencies, the subcommittee found a wide variety of behavior modification techniques, presently employed in the United States under the auspices of the federal government, and observed that with the rapid proliferation of behavior modification techniques, it is all the more disturbing that few real efforts have been made to consider the basic issues of individual freedom involved and fundamental conflicts between individual rights and behavior. Technology. 61. The senators reserved their most vivid rebukes for what they considered as the two most extreme and pernicious behavior modification techniques. The first was psychosurgery. The second was electrophysiology, defined as the use of mechanical devices to control various aspects of human behavior. The report notes with special horror the example of devices designed to be worn by a subject constantly to monitor and control his behavior through a computer and to prevent a suspected behavior from occurring. The First Amendment, the subcommittee argued, must equally protect the individual's right to generate ideas, and the right to privacy should protect citizens from intrusions into their thoughts, behavior, personality, and identity lest these concepts become meaningless. It was in this context that Skinnerian behavioral engineering was singled out for critical examination. A major segment of the emerging behavior control technology is concerned with conditioning, through which various forms of persuasion are used to stimulate certain types of behaviors while suppressing others. 62. In anticipation of future gamification techniques as means of behavioral modification, the subcommittee report also noted with apprehension more benign approaches that relied on positive reinforcement, from gold star incentives to elaborate reward systems, in order to restructure personality through artificially applied techniques. The generalized obsession with controlling violence had also produced methods of behavior prediction that raise profound questions with respect to due process, privacy, and individual liberties. A psychologist writing in the American Psychological Association's journal Monitor in 1974 sounded the alert, warning colleagues who touted their ability to control behavior that they were now viewed with increasing suspicion, if not revulsion, and threatened with restriction. The social control of behavior control is underway. 63. The subcommittee's work had enduring consequences. Not only did prisoners and patients' rights groups gain momentum in their efforts to end the behavioral oppression suffered in public institutions, but psychologists also began to discuss the need to professionalize their discipline with clear ethical standards, accreditation procedures, training programs, and career ladders. 64 The National Research Act, passed in 1974, stipulated the creation of institutional review boards and laid the foundation for the evolution and institutionalization of the Common Rule for the Ethical Treatment of Human Subjects, from which Facebook famously held itself exempt. That same year, Congress established the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research. When the Commission published its findings 5 years later in the Belmont Report, it became the professional standard for imposing ethical guidelines on all federally funded research with human subjects in the U.S. 65. The clamorous rights consciousness of the 1970s drove behavior modification from civilian life, or at least dimmed its star. A Federal Bureau of Prisons official recommended that program leaders avoid using the term behavioral modification but to talk about positive reward and reinforcements for the type of behavior we are attempting to instill. Another said, "We're doing what we always did, but to call it behavior modification just makes things more difficult." 66 Skinner's 1976 primer, titled About Behaviorism, motivated by what he believed were public misconceptions stirred by the wave of harsh reaction to Beyond Freedom and Dignity, failed to capture much public attention. According to Skinner's biographer, the battle had climaxed. The public had made Beyond Freedom and Dignity a bestseller but had just as surely rejected Skinner's argument that there were cultural matters more important than preserving and extending individual freedom. 67. Most fascinating is that throughout these years of anxiety and debate, it was impossible to imagine the means of behavioral modification as anything other than owned and operated by the government, a privileged modality of state power. A 1966 Harvard Law Review article addressed issues of electronic tracking, surveillance, and behavioral control, reasoning that it would consider governmental attempts to change conduct, since these seem more likely than private attempts. 68 The democratic impulse of U.S. society, repelled by the excesses of its intelligence agencies, their support of criminal activities undertaken by the Nixon administration, and the migration of behavior modification as a means of disciplinary control in state institutions, led to the rejection of behavioral modification as an extension of governmental power. Unknown to the senators, scholars, rights activists, litigators, and many other citizens who stood against the anti-democratic incursions of the behavioral engineering vision, these methods had not died. The project would resurface in a wholly unexpected incarnation as a creature of the market, its unprecedented digital capabilities, scale, and scope now flourishing under the flag of surveillance capitalism. During the same years that U.S. democratic forces combined to resist behavior modification as a form of state power, the energies of capitalist counterinsurgency were already at work within society. The corporation was to enjoy the rights of personhood but be free of democratic obligations, legal constraints, moral calculations, and social considerations. Certainly in the U.S. case, a weakened state in which elected officials depend upon corporate wealth in every election cycle has shown little appetite to contest behavior modification as a market project, let alone to stand for the moral imperatives of the autonomous individual. In its latest incarnation, behavioral modification comes to life as a global digital market architecture unfettered by geography, independent of constitutional constraints, and formally indifferent to the risks it poses to freedom, dignity, or the sustenance of the liberal order that Irvin's subcommittee was determined to defend. This contrast is even more distressing in light of the fact that in the mid-20th century, the means of behavior modification were aimed at individuals and groups who were construed as them, military enemies, prisoners, and other captives of walled disciplinary regimes. Today's means of behavioral modification are aimed unabashedly at us. Everyone is swept up in this new market dragnet, including the psychodramas of ordinary, unsuspecting 14-year-olds approaching the weekend with anxiety. Every avenue of connectivity serves to bolster private power's need to seize behavior for profit. Where is the hammer of democracy now, when the threat comes from your phone, your digital assistant, your Facebook login? Who will stand for freedom now, when Facebook threatens to retreat into the shadows if we dare to be the friction that disrupts economies of action that have been carefully, elaborately, and expensively constructed to exploit our natural empathy, elude our awareness, and circumvent our prospects for self-determination? If we fail to take notice now, how long before we are numb to this incursion and to all the incursions? How long until we notice nothing at all? How long before we forget who we were before they owned us, bent over the old texts of self-determination in the dim light, the shawl around our shoulders, magnifying glass in hand, as if deciphering ancient hieroglyphs? Throughout these chapters we have returned to the essential questions that define the division of learning: who knows? Who decides? Who decides who decides? As to who knows, we have seen the titanic agglomerations of knowledge about our behavior in the shadow text, from vast patterns across populations to the intimate detail of individual lives. These new information territories are private and privileged, known only to the machines, their priests, and the market participants who pay to play in these new spaces. Although it is obviously the case that we are excluded because the knowledge is not for us, these chapters have revealed a deeper structural basis for our exclusion. Now we know that surveillance capitalists' ability to evade our awareness is an essential condition for knowledge production. We are excluded because we are friction that impedes the elaboration of the shadow text and with it surveillance capitalism's knowledge dominance. As to who decides, this division of learning has been decided by the declarations and incursions of the owners of private surveillance capital as another essential condition of accumulation, enabled by the reluctance of the state to assert democratic oversight in this secret realm. Finally, there is the question of who decides who decides. So far, it is the asymmetrical power of surveillance capital unencumbered by law that decides who decides. The commodification of behavior under the conditions of surveillance capitalism pivots us toward a societal future in which an exclusive division of learning is protected by secrecy, indecipherability, and expertise. Even when knowledge derived from your behavior is fed back to you in the first text as a quid pro quo for participation, the parallel secret operations of the shadow text capture surplus for crafting into prediction products destined for other marketplaces that are about you rather than for you. These markets do not depend upon you except first as a source of raw material from which surplus is derived, and then as a target for guaranteed outcomes. We have no formal control because we are not essential to the market action. In this future we are exiles from our own behavior, denied access to or control over knowledge derived from our experience. Knowledge, authority, and power rest with surveillance capital, for which we are merely human natural resources. Chapter 11. The right to the future tense. But he had planned such future for this youth. Surely, his duty now was to compel. To count on time to bring true love of truth. And, with it, gratitude. His eagle fell. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, 9. I will to will. I wake early. The day begins before I open my eyes. My mind is in motion. Words and sentences have streamed through my dreams, solving problems on yesterday's pages. The first work of the day is to retrieve those words that lay open a puzzle. Only then am I ready to awaken my senses. I try to discern each bird call in the symphony outside our windows, the phoebe, redwing, blue jay, mockingbird, woodpecker, finch, starling, and chickadee. Soaring above all their songs are the cries of geese over the lake. I splash warm water on my face, drink cool water to coax my body into alertness, and commune with our dog in the still silent house. I make coffee and bring it into my study, where I settle into my desk chair, call up my screen, and begin. I think. I write these words, and I imagine you reading them. I do this every day of every week as I have for several years, and it is likely that I will continue to do so for 1 or 2 years to come. I watch the seasons from the windows above my desk, first green, then red and gold, then white, and then back to green again. When friends come to visit, they peek into my study. There are books and papers stacked on every surface and most of the floor. I know they feel overwhelmed at this sight, and sometimes I sense that they silently pity me for my obligation to this work and how it circumscribes my days. I do not think that they realize how free I am. In fact, I have never felt more free. How is this possible? I made a promise to complete this work. This promise is my flag planted in the future tense. It represents my commitment to construct a future that cannot come into being should I abandon my promise. This future will not exist without my capacity first to imagine its facts and then to will them into being. I am an inchworm moving with determination and purpose across the distance between now and later. Each tiny increment of territory that I traverse is annexed to the known world, as my effort transforms uncertainty into fact. Should I renege on my promise, the world would not collapse. My publisher would survive the abrogation of our contract. You would find many other books to read. I would move on to other projects. My promise, though, is an anchor that girds me against the vagaries of my moods and temptations. It is the product of my will to will and a compass that steers my course toward a desired future that is not yet real. Events may originate in energy sources outside my will and abruptly alter my course in ways that I can neither predict nor control. Indeed, they have already done so. Despite this certain knowledge of uncertainty, I have no doubt that I am free. I can promise to create a future, and I can keep my promise. If the book that I have imagined is to exist in the future, it must be because I will to will it so. I live in an expansive landscape that already includes a future that only I can imagine and intend. In my world, this book I write already exists. In fulfilling my promise, I make it manifest. This act of will is my claim to the future tense. To make a promise is to predict the future. To fulfill a promise through the exercise of will turns that prediction into fact. Our hearts pump our blood, our kidneys filter that blood, and our wills create the future in the patient discovery of each new sentence or step. This is how we claim our right to speak in the first person as the author of our futures. The philosopher Hannah Arendt devoted an entire volume to an examination of will as the organ for the future in the same way that memory is our mental organ for the past. The power of will lies in its unique ability to deal with things, visibles and invisibles, that have never existed at all. Just as the past always presents itself to the mind in the guise of certainty, the future's main characteristic is its basic uncertainty, no matter how high a degree of probability prediction may attain. When we refer to the past, we see only objects, but the view to the future brings projects, things that are yet to be. With freedom of will we undertake action that is entirely contingent on our determination to see our project through. These are acts that we could have left undone but for our commitment. A will that is not free, Arendt concludes, is a contradiction in terms. 1. Will is the organ with which we summon our futures into existence. Arendt's metaphor of will as the mental organ of our futures suggests that it is something built into us, organic, intrinsic, inalienable. Moral philosophers have called this free will because it is the human counterpoint to the fear of uncertainty that suffocates original action. Arendt describes promises as islands of predictability and guideposts of reliability in an ocean of uncertainty. They are, she argues, the only alternative to a different kind of mastery that relies on domination of oneself and rule over others too. Centuries of debate have been levied on the notion of free will, but too often their effect has been to silence our own declarations of will, as if we are embarrassed to assert this most fundamental human fact. I recognize my direct experience of freedom as an inviolate truth that cannot be reduced to the behaviorist's formulations of life as necessarily accidental and random, shaped by external stimuli beyond my knowledge or influence and haunted by irrational and untrustworthy mental processes that I can neither discern nor avoid. 3. The American philosopher John Searle, whose work on the Declaration we discussed in Chapter 6, comes to a similar conclusion in his examination of free will. He points to the causal gap between the reasons for our actions and their enactment. We may have good reasons to do something, he observes, but that does not necessarily mean it will be done. The traditional name of this gap in philosophy is the freedom of the will. In response to the sordid history of this concept, he reasons, even if the gap is an illusion, it is one we cannot shake off. The notion of making and keeping promises presupposes the gap. It requires consciousness and a sense of freedom on the part of the promise-making and promise-keeping agent. 4. The freedom of will is the existential bone structure that carries the moral flesh of every promise, and my insistence on its integrity is not an indulgence in nostalgia or a random privileging of the pre-digital human story as somehow more truly human. This is the only kind of freedom that we can guarantee ourselves, no matter the weight of entropy or inertia, and irrespective of the forces and fears that attempt to collapse time into an eternity of shadowboxing now and now and now. These bones are the necessary condition for the possibility of civilization as a moral milieu that favors the dignity of the individual and respects the distinctly human capacities for dialogue and problem solving. Any person, idea, or practice that breaks these bones and tears this flesh robs us of a self-authored and we-authored future. These principles are not quaint accessories, as Hal Varian and others suggest. Rather, they are hard-won achievements that have crystallized over millennia of human contest and sacrifice. Our freedom flourishes only as we steadily will ourselves to close the gap between making promises and keeping them. Implicit in this action is an assertion that through my will I can influence the future. It does not imply total authority over the future, of course, only over my piece of it. In this way, the assertion of freedom of will also asserts the right to the future tense as a condition of a fully human life. Why should an experience as elemental as this claim on the future tense be cast as a human right? The short answer is that it is only necessary now because it is imperiled. Searle argues that such elemental features of human life rights are crystallized as formal human rights only at that moment in history when they come under systematic threat. So, for example, the ability to speak is elemental. The concept of freedom of speech as a formal right emerged only when society evolved to a degree of political complexity that the freedom to speak came under threat. The philosopher observes that speech is not more elemental to human life than breathing or being able to move one's body. No one has declared a right to breathe or a right to bodily movement because these elemental rights have not come under attack and therefore do not require formal protection. What counts as a basic right, Searle argues, is both historically contingent and pragmatic. 5. I suggest that we now face the moment in history when the elemental right to the future tense is endangered by a pervasive digital architecture of behavior modification owned and operated by surveillance capital, necessitated by its economic imperatives, and driven by its laws of motion, all for the sake of its guaranteed outcomes. 2. We will to will. Most simply put, there is no freedom without uncertainty. It is the medium in which human will is expressed in promises. Of course, we do not only make promises to ourselves, we also make promises to one another. When we join our wills and our promises, we create the possibility of collective action toward a shared future, linked in determination to make our vision real in the world. This is the origin of the institution we call contract, beginning with the ancient Romans. 6. Contracts originated as shared islands of predictability intended to mitigate uncertainty for the human community, and they still retain this meaning. The simplest way to state the point of contract law is that it supports and shapes the social practice of making and keeping promises and agreements, concludes one eminent scholar. Contract law focuses on problems of cooperation, summarizes another. Contract law reflects a moral ideal of equal respect for persons. This fact explains why contract law can produce genuine legal obligations and is not just a system of coercion, observes a third. 7. It is in this context that the destructiveness of the uncontract is most clearly revealed. Recall Varian's assertion that if someone stops making monthly car payments, nowadays it's a lot easier just to instruct the vehicular monitoring system not to allow the car to be started and to signal the location where it can be picked up. Varian calls this new capability a new contract form, when in reality the uncontract abandons the human world of legally binding promises and substitutes instead the positivist calculations of automated machine processes. 8. Without so much as a tip of the cap and a fare thee well, Varian's uncontract disposes of several millennia of societal evolution during which Western civilization institutionalized the contract as a grand achievement of shared will. It is no secret that the institution of the contract has been twisted and abused in every age, from the requirimiento to the slave contract, as incumbent power imposes painful inequalities that drain the meaning, and indeed the very possibility, of mutual promising. 9. For example, Max Weber warned that the great achievements of contractual freedom create opportunities to exploit property ownership as a means to the achievement of power over others. 10. However, today's uncontracts are unprecedented in their ability to impose unilateral power. They leverage the apparatus to combine pervasive monitoring and remote actuation for an internet-enabled new economics that bypasses human promises and social engagement. 11. The uncontract aims instead for a condition that the economist Oliver Williamson describes as contract utopia, a state of perfect information known to perfectly rational people who always perform exactly as promised. 12. The problem is, as Williamson writes, all complex contracts are unavoidably incomplete. Parties will be confronted with the need to adapt to unanticipated disturbances that arise by reason of gaps, errors, and omissions in the original contract. 13. If you have ever seen a house built according to architectural plans, then you have a good idea of what Williamson means. There is no blueprint that sufficiently details everything needed to convert drawings and specifications into an actual house. No plan anticipates every problem that might arise, and most do not come close. The builder's skills are a function of how they collaborate to invent the actions that fulfill the intention of the drawings as they solve the unexpected but inevitable complications that arise along the way. They work together to construct a reality from the uncertainty of the plan. Like builders, people in contractual agreements undertake this kind of collaboration. It's not simply finding the way through a maze to an already agreed upon endpoint, but rather the continuous refinement and clarification of ends and means in the face of unanticipated obstacles. This sociality of contract may entail conflict, frustration, oppression, or anger, but it can also produce trust, cooperation, cohesion, and adaptation as the means through which human beings confront an unknowable future. Were contract utopia to exist, Williamson says, it would best be described as a plan that, like other utopian modes, requires deep commitment to collective purposes and personal subordination. Subordination to what? To the plan. Contract in this context of perfect rationality is what Williamson describes as a world of planning. Such planning was the basic institution of socialist economics, where the new man was idealized as possessing a high level of cognitive competence and therefore, it was espoused, could design highly effective plans. Point 14 Varian deftly swaps out socialism's new man and installs instead a market defined by surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives, expressed through a ubiquitous computational architecture, the machine intelligence capabilities to which data are continuously supplied, the analytics that discern patterns, and the algorithms that convert them into rules. This is the essence of the uncontract, which transforms the human, legal, and economic risks of contracts into plans constructed, monitored, and maintained by private firms for the sake of guaranteed outcomes, less contract utopia than uncontract dystopia. In November 2016, the experience of 3 people in the small Illinois town of Belleville was testimony to what we lose when we subordinate ourselves to the dystopian rule of the uncontract. Pat and Stanford Kipping owed their credit union $350 on their 1998 Buick. Once again, they could not make their monthly $95 payment. The Kippings credit union enlisted a local repo man, Jim Ford, to take away their car. When Ford visited the Kippings Belleville home, he was disturbed to find an elderly couple who were forced to choose between buying medicine and making their car payments. Ford's initial response was to waive his repossession fees. The Kippings generously thanked him, invited him in for tea, and shared their story. That's when Ford decided to bridge the gap between uncertain reality and the stipulations of their contract. He did the human thing, calling the credit union and offering to pay the couple's debt. The credit union manager insisted that Ford had to follow the process. Ford continued to invoke the ancient social principles of the contract, seeking a way through the maze to something that felt like justice. Ultimately, the manager agreed to work with the couple to see what could be done. It didn't end there. Within 24 hours, an online fundraising appeal produced enough to pay off the Kippings car, detail it, purchase a Thanksgiving turkey, and give the couple an additional gift of $1,000. Most interesting is that when a local paper picked up the story, it quickly went viral across the web and traditional media. Millions of people read and responded to this drama, presumably because it stirred memories of something precious and necessary but now threatened with extinction. Jim Ford reminded us of the most cherished requirements of a civilized life, our shared assertion of rights to the future tense and its expression in the joining of wills in mutual commitment to dialogue, problem solving, and empathy. He was eloquent on this point: just be nice to people. It's not that hard. The fact that this has gone so crazy is kind of sad. This should be a daily thing, a normal thing. 15. In the dystopia of the uncontract, this daily human thing is not normal. What if the Kippings Credit Union employed Spirion's telematics and merely had to instruct the vehicular monitoring system to disable the car? There would be no loan manager engaging in a give and take with customers. The algorithm tasked to eliminate the messy, unpredictable, untrustworthy eruptions of human will would have seized the old Buick. There would have been no shared tea time with the Kippings and no one to listen to their story. There would have been no opportunity to find an alternate route through the maze, no opportunity to build trust, no occasion for collective action, no heartwarming holiday story of kindness, no glimmer of hope for a human future in which the best of our institutions is preserved and fortified, no shared challenge of uncertainty, and no shared freedom. In the dystopia of the uncontract, surveillance capitalism's drive toward certainty fills the space once occupied by all the human work of building and replenishing social trust, which is now reinterpreted as unnecessary friction in the march toward guaranteed outcomes. The deletion of uncertainty is celebrated as a victory over human nature, our cunning and our opportunism. All that's left to matter are the rules that translate reasons into action, the objective measures of behavior, and the degree of conformance between the two. Social trust eventually withers, a kind of vestigial oddity like a third nipple or wisdom teeth, traces of an evolutionary past that no longer appear in operational form because their context and therefore their purpose have vanished. 16. The uncontract and the for-profit circuits of behavior modification in which it executes its objectives construe society as an acrid wasteland in which mistrust is taken for granted. By positing our lives together as already failed, it justifies coercive intervention for the sake of certainty. Against this background of the gradual normalization of the automated plan and its planners, the human response of one repo man bears simple witness to precisely what surveillance capitalism must extinguish. Human replenishment from the failures and triumphs of choosing the future in the face of uncertainty gives way to the blankness of perpetual compliance. The word trust lingers, but its referent in human experience dissolves into reminiscence, an archaic footnote to a barely remembered dream of a dream that has long since faded for the sake of a new dictatorship of market reasons. As the dream dies, so too does our sense of astonishment and protest. We grow numb, and our numbness paves the way for more compliance. A pathological division of learning forged by unprecedented asymmetries of knowledge and power fixes us in a new inequality marked by the tuners and the tuned, the herders and herded, the raw material and its miners, the experimenters and their unwitting subjects, those who will the future and those who are shunted toward others' guaranteed outcomes. So let us establish our bearings. Uncertainty is not chaos but rather the necessary habitat of the present tense. We choose the fallibility of shared promises and problem solving over the certain tyranny imposed by a dominant power or plan because this is the price we pay for the freedom to will, which founds our right to the future tense. In the absence of this freedom, the future collapses into an infinite present of mere behavior, in which there can be no subjects and no projects, only objects. In the future that the surveillance capitalism prepares for us, my will and yours threaten the flow of surveillance revenues. Its aim is not to destroy us but simply to author us and to profit from that authorship. Such means have been imagined in the past, but only now are they feasible. Such means have been rejected in the past, but only now have they been allowed to root. We are ensnared without awareness, shorn of meaningful alternatives for withdrawal, resistance, or protection. The promise of the promise and the will to will run deeper than these deformities. They remind us of that place again where we humans heal the breach between the known and the unknowable, navigating the seas of uncertainty in our vessels of shared promises. In the real world of human endeavor, there is no perfect information and no perfect rationality. Life inclines us to take action and to make commitments even when the future is unknown. Anyone who has brought a child into the world or has otherwise given his or her heart in love knows this to be true. Gods know the future, but we move forward, take risks, and bind ourselves to others despite the fact that we can't know everything about the present, let alone the future. This is the essence of our freedom, expressed as the elemental right to the future tense. With the construction and ownership of the new means of behavioral modification, the fate of this right conforms to a pattern that we already have identified. It is not extinguished, but rather it is usurped, commandeered and accumulated by surveillance capital's exclusive claims on our futures. 3. How did they get away with it? In the course of the last 10 chapters I have argued that surveillance capitalism represents an unprecedented logic of accumulation defined by new economic imperatives whose mechanisms and effects cannot be grasped with existing models and assumptions. This is not to say that the old imperatives, a compulsion toward profit maximization along with the intensification of the means of production, growth, and competition have vanished. However, these must now operate through the novel aims and mechanisms of surveillance capitalism. I briefly review the new imperatives here, both as a summary of the ground that we have covered and as prelude to the question, how did they get away with it? Surveillance capitalism's new story begins with behavioral surplus discovered more or less ready-made in the online environment, when it was realized that the data exhaust clogging Google's servers could be combined with its powerful analytic capabilities to produce predictions of user behavior. Those prediction products became the basis for a preternaturally lucrative sales process that ignited new markets in future behavior. Google's machine intelligence improved as the volume of data increased, producing better prediction products. This dynamic established the extraction imperative, which expresses the necessity of economies of scale in surplus accumulation and depends upon automated systems that relentlessly track, hunt, and induce more behavioral surplus. Google imposed the logic of conquest, defining human experience as free for the taking, available to be rendered as data and claimed as surveillance assets. The company learned to employ a range of rhetorical, political, and technological strategies to obfuscate these processes and their implications. The need for scale drove a relentless search for new high-volume supplies of behavioral surplus, producing competitive dynamics aimed at cornering these supplies of raw material and seeking lawless undefended spaces in which to prosecute these unexpected and poorly understood acts of dispossession. All the while, surveillance capitalists stealthily but steadfastly habituated us to their claims. In the process, our access to necessary information and services became hostage to their operations, our means of social participation fused with their interests. Lucrative prediction products depend upon behavioral surplus, and competition drove the supply challenges to a new level, expressed in the prediction imperative. More powerful prediction products required economies of scope as well as scale, variation as well as volume. This variation occurs along two dimensions. The first is extension across a wide range of activities, the second is the depth of predictive detail within each activity. In this new phase of competitive intensity, surveillance capitalists are forced from the virtual world into the real one. This migration necessitates new machine processes for the rendition of all aspects of human experience into behavioral data. Competition now occurs in the context of a rapidly evolving global architecture of ubiquitous computation and therefore ubiquitous supply opportunities, as prediction products are increasingly expected to approximate certainty and therefore to guarantee behavioral outcomes. In a third phase of competitive intensity, surveillance capitalists discovered the necessity of economies of action based on new methods that go beyond tracking, capturing, analyzing, and predicting behavior in order to intervene in the state of play and actively shape behavior at the source. The result is that the means of production are subordinated to an elaborate new means of behavioral modification, which relies upon a variety of machine processes, techniques, and tactics, tuning, herding, conditioning, to shape individual, group, and population behavior in ways that continuously improve their approximation to guaranteed outcomes. Just as industrial capitalism was driven to the continuous intensification of the means of production, so surveillance capitalists are now locked in a cycle of continuous intensification of the means of behavioral modification. Surveillance capitalists' interests have shifted from using automated machine processes to know about your behavior to using machine processes to shape your behavior according to their interests. In other words, this decade-and-a-half trajectory has taken us from automating information flows about you to automating you. Given the conditions of increasing ubiquity, it has become difficult if not impossible to escape this audacious, implacable web. In order to re-establish our bearings, I have asked for a rebirth of astonishment and outrage. Most of all, I have asked that we reject the Faustian pact of participation for dispossession that requires our submission to the means of behavioral modification built on the foundation of the Google declarations. I am also mindful, though, that when we ask how did they get away with it, there are many compelling reasons to consider, no one of which stands alone. Instead of simple cause and effect, the answers to our question constitute a broad landscape of history, contingency, quicksand, and coercion. Our question is even more vexing in light of the fact that in the great majority of surveys designed to probe public attitudes toward the loss of privacy and other elements of surveillance capitalist practices, few of us favor the status quo. In 46 of the most prominent 48 surveys administered between 2008 and 2017, substantial majorities support measures for enhanced privacy and user control over personal data. Only 2 early surveys were somewhat less conclusive, because so many participants indicated that they did not understand how or what personal information was being gathered. Indeed, by 2008 it was well established that the more knowledge one has about Internet privacy practices, the more one is likely to be very concerned about privacy. Point 17. Although the surveys vary in terms of their specific focus and questions, the general consistency of responses over the decade is noteworthy. For example, an important 2009 survey found that when Americans are informed of the ways that companies gather data for targeted online ads, 73 to 86% reject such advertising. Another substantial survey in 2015 found 91% of respondents disagreeing that the collection of personal information without my knowing is a fair trade-off for a price discount. 55% disagreed that it was a fair exchange for improved services. In 2016, Pew Research reported only 9% of respondents as very confident in trusting social media sites with their data and 14% as very confident about trusting companies with personal data. More than 60% wanted to do more to protect their privacy and believed there should be more regulations to protect privacy. Point 18. Surveillance capitalist firms have tended to dismiss these survey results, pointing instead to the spectacular growth of users and revenue. This discrepancy has confounded research and public policy. With so many people rejecting the practices of surveillance capitalism, even considering how little most of us actually know about these practices, how is it that this market form has been able to succeed? The reasons are plentiful. 1. Unprecedented. Most of us did not resist the early incursions of Google, Facebook, and other surveillance capitalist operations because it was impossible to recognize the ways in which they differed from anything that had gone before. The basic operational mechanisms and business practices were so new and strange, so utterly sui generis, that all we could see was a gaggle of innovative horseless carriages. Most significantly, anxiety and vigilance have been fixed on the known threats of surveillance and control associated with state power. Earlier incursions of behavior modification at scale were understood as an extension of the state, and we were not prepared for the onslaught from private firms. 2. Declaration as invasion. The lack of precedents left us disarmed and charmed. Meanwhile, Google learned the art of invasion by declaration, taking what it wanted and calling it theirs. The corporation asserted its rights to bypass our awareness, to take our experience and transform it into data, to claim ownership of and decisions over the uses of those data, to produce strategies and tactics that keep us ignorant of its practices, and to insist on the conditions of lawlessness required for these operations. These declarations institutionalized surveillance capitalism as a market form. 3. Historical context. Surveillance capitalism found shelter in the neoliberal zeitgeist that equated government regulation of business with tyranny. This paranoid style favored self-management regimes that imposed few limits on corporate practices. In a parallel development, the war on terror shifted the government's attention from privacy legislation to an urgent interest in the rapidly developing skills and technologies of Google and other rising surveillance capitalists. These elective affinities produced a trend toward surveillance exceptionalism, which further sheltered the new market form from scrutiny and nurtured its development. 4. Fortifications. Google aggressively protected its operations by establishing its utilities in the electoral process, strong relationships with elected and appointed officials, a revolving door of staffers between Washington and Silicon Valley, lavish lobbying expenditures, and a steady soft power campaign of cultural influence and capture. 5. The dispossession cycle. First at Google and later at Facebook and other firms, surveillance capitalist leaders mastered the rhythms and stages of dispossession. Audacious incursions are pursued until resistance is met, followed by a range of tactics from elaborate public relations gambits to legal combat, all designed to buy time for gradual habituation to once outrageous facts. A third stage features public demonstrations of adaptability and even retreat, while in the final stage resources are redirected to achieve the same objectives camouflaged by new rhetoric and tactics. 6. Dependency. The free services of Google, Facebook, and others appealed to the latent needs of second modernity individuals seeking resources for effective life in an increasingly hostile institutional environment. Once bitten, the apple was irresistible. As surveillance capitalism spread across the Internet, the means of social participation become coextensive with the means of behavioral modification. The exploitation of second modernity needs that enabled surveillance capitalism from the start eventually imbued nearly every channel of social participation. Most people find it difficult to withdraw from these utilities, and many ponder if it is even possible. 7. Self-interest. New markets in future behavior give rise to networks of fellow travelers, partners, collaborators, and customers whose revenues depend on the prediction imperative. Institutional facts proliferate. The pizzeria owner on the Pokémon Go map, the merchant who saturates his shop with beacons, and the insurance companies vying for behavioral data unite in the race toward guaranteed outcomes and surveillance revenues. 8. Inclusion. Many people feel that if you are not on Facebook, you do not exist. People all over the world race to participate in Pokémon Go. With so much energy, success, and capital flowing into the surveillance capitalist domain, standing outside of it, let alone against it, can feel like a lonely and risky prospect. 9. Identification. Surveillance capitalists aggressively present themselves as heroic entrepreneurs. Many people identify with and admire the financial success and popularity of the surveillance capitalists and regard them as role models. 10. Authority. Many also regard these corporations and their leaders as authorities on the future, geniuses who can see farther than the rest of us. It is easy to fall prey to the naturalistic fallacy, which suggests that because the companies are successful, they must also be right. As a result, many of us are respectful of these leaders' expert status and are eager to participate in innovations that anticipate the future. 11. Social persuasion. As we have seen repeatedly, there is an endless cascade of beguiling rhetoric aimed at persuading people of the wonders associated with surveillance capitalist innovations, targeted advertising, personalization, and digital assistance. Beyond that, economies of action are intentionally designed to persuade us to follow one another along prescribed courses of action. 12. Foreclosed alternatives. The dictatorship of no alternatives is in full force here. We have seen that the behavioral value reinvestment cycle is increasingly rare. The Aware Home gave way to the Google Home. Surveillance capitalism spread across the internet, and the drive toward economies of scope and action has forced it out into the real world. From apps to devices to the one voice, it is ever more difficult to identify avenues of escape, let alone genuine alternatives. 13. Inevitabilism. The Trojan horse of computer mediation devices, apps, connection enters the scene in a relentless deluge of inevitabilist rhetoric, successfully distracting us from the highly intentional and historically contingent surveillance capitalism within. New institutional facts proliferate and stabilize the new practices. We fall into resignation and a sense of helplessness. 14. The ideology of human frailty. In addition to inevitabilism, surveillance capitalism has eagerly weaponized behavioral economics' ideology of human frailty, a worldview that frames human mentation as woefully irrational and incapable of noticing the regularity of its own failures. Surveillance capitalists employ this ideology to legitimate their means of behavior modification, tuning, herding, and conditioning individuals and populations in ways that are designed to elude awareness. 15. Ignorance. This remains a salient explanation. Surveillance capitalists dominate an abnormal division of learning in which they know things that we cannot know while compelled to conceal their intentions and practices in secret backstage action. It is impossible to understand something that has been crafted in secrecy and designed as fundamentally illegible. These systems are intended to ensnare us, preying on our vulnerabilities bred by an asymmetrical division of learning and amplified by our scarcity of time, resources, and support. 16. Velocity. Surveillance capitalism rose from invention to domination in record time. This reflects its ability to attract capital and its laws of motion, but it also reflects a specific strategy in which velocity is consciously deployed to paralyze awareness and freeze resistance while distracting us with immediate gratifications. Surveillance capitalism's velocities outrun democracy even as they outrun our ability to understand what is happening and consider the consequences. This strategy is borrowed from a long legacy of political and military approaches to the production of speed as a form of violence, most recently known as shock and awe. 19. These 16 answers suggest that in the nearly 2 decades since the invention of surveillance capitalism, existing laws, largely centered on privacy and antitrust, have not been sufficient to disrupt its growth. We need laws that reject the fundamental legitimacy of surveillance capitalism's declarations and interrupt its most basic operations, including the illegitimate rendition of human experience as behavioral data, the use of behavioral surplus as free raw material, extreme concentrations of the new means of production, the manufacture of prediction products, trading in behavioral futures, the use of prediction products for third-order operations of modification, influence, and control, the operations of the means of behavioral modification, the accumulation of private exclusive concentrations of knowledge, the shadow text, and the power that such concentrations confer. The rejection of these new institutions of surveillance capital and the declarations upon which they are built would signify a withdrawal of social agreement to surveillance capitalism's aims and methods in the same way that we once withdrew agreement to the antisocial and anti-democratic practices of raw industrial capitalism, righting the balance of power between employers and workers by recognizing workers' rights to collective bargaining and outlawing child labor, hazardous working conditions, excessive work hours, and so on. The withdrawal of agreement takes two broad forms, a distinction that will be useful as we move into Part 3. The first is what I call the counter-declaration. These are defensive measures such as encryption and other privacy tools, or arguments for data ownership. Such measures may be effective in discrete situations, but they leave the opposing facts intact, acknowledging their persistence and thus paradoxically contributing to their legitimacy. For example, if I opt out of tracking, I opt out for me, but my action does not challenge or alter the offending practice. The second form of disagreement is what I call the synthetic declaration. If the declaration is check, the counter-declaration is checkmate, and the synthetic declaration changes the game. It asserts an alternative framework that transforms the opposing facts. We bide our time with counter-declarations and make life more tolerable, but only a synthetic alternative vision will transform raw surveillance capitalism in favor of a digital future that we can call home. I turn to the history of the Berlin Wall as an illustration of these two forms of disagreement. From 1961 through the early 1980s, courageous East Berliners carved 71 tunnels through the sandy soil beneath the city, affording several hundred people a means of escape to West Berlin. 20 The tunnels are testament to the necessity of counter-declarations, but they did not bring down the wall or the power that sustained it. The synthetic declaration gathered force over decades, but its full expression would have to wait until near midnight on November 9, 1989, when Harold Jaeger, the senior officer on duty that night at the Bornholmer Street passage, gave the order to open the gates, and 20,000 people surged across the wall into West Berlin. As one historian describes that event, by the night of November 9, when the people appeared at the Berlin Wall and demanded to know of the border officials, "Will you let us pass?" those people had become so certain of themselves, and the officials so unsure of themselves, that the answer was "We will." 21. For prophecy. Nearly 70 years ago, the economic historian Karl Polanyi reflected on the ways in which industrial capitalism's market dynamics would, if left unchecked, destroy the very things that it aimed to buy and sell. The commodity fiction disregarded the fact that leaving the fate of soil and people to the market would be tantamount to annihilating them. 22 In the absence of synthetic declaration, Polanyi's prophecy appears headed for fulfillment, and this fact alone must put us on alert. What does Polanyi's prophecy augur for our time? Industrial capitalism followed its own logic of shock and awe, taking aim at nature to conquer it in the interests of capital. Now surveillance capitalism has human nature in its sights. We have only gradually come to understand that the specific methods of domination employed by industrial capitalism for more than 2 centuries have fundamentally disoriented the conditions that support life on Earth, violating the most basic precepts of civilization. Despite the many benefits and immense accomplishments of industrial capitalism, it has left us perilously close to repeating the fate of the Easter Islanders, who wrecked the ground that gave them life, then fashioned statues to scan the horizon for the aid and succor that would never come. If industrial capitalism dangerously disrupted nature, what havoc might surveillance capitalism wreak on human nature? The answer to this question requires a return to imperatives. Industrial capitalism brought us to the brink of epic peril, but not as a consequence of an evil lust for destruction or runaway technology. Rather, this result was ineluctably driven by its own inner logic of accumulation, with its imperatives of profit maximization, competition, the relentless drive for labor productivity through the technological elaboration of production, and growth funded by the continuous reinvestment of surplus. 23 It is Weber's economic orientation that matters, and how that orientation merges with the specific form of capitalism that rises to dominance in each age. The logic of industrial capitalism exempted the enterprise from responsibility for its destructive consequences, unleashing the destabilization of the climate system and the chaos it spells for all creatures. Polanyi understood that raw capitalism could not be cooked from within. He argued that it was up to society to impose those obligations on capitalism by insisting on measures that tether the capitalist project to the social, preserving and sustaining life and nature. Similarly, the meaning of Polanyi's prophecy for us now can be grasped only through the lens of surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives as they frame its claim to human experience. If we are to rediscover our sense of astonishment, then let it be here. If industrial civilization flourished at the expense of nature and now threatens to cost us the earth, an information civilization shaped by surveillance capitalism will thrive at the expense of human nature and threatens to cost us our humanity. Polanyi's prophecy requires us to ask if we may yet avert this fate with our own synthetic declarations. Parts I and II have been devoted to understanding the origins of surveillance capitalism and identifying, naming, and scrutinizing its foundational mechanisms and economic imperatives. The idea from the start was that naming and taming are inextricable, that fresh and careful naming can better equip us to intercept these mechanisms of dispossession, reverse their action, produce urgently needed friction, challenge the pathological division of learning, and ultimately synthesize new forms of information capitalism that genuinely meet our needs for effective life. Social participation and individual effectiveness should not require the sacrifice of our right to the future tense, which comprises our will to will, our autonomy, our decision rights, our privacy, and, indeed, our human natures. However, it would be wrong to suppose that surveillance capitalism can be grasped solely through the prism of its economic action or that the challenges we face are restricted to discerning, containing, and transforming its foundational mechanisms. The consequences of this new logic of accumulation have already leaked and continue to leak beyond commercial practices into the fabric of our social relations, transforming our relationships to ourselves and to one another. These transformations provide the soil in which surveillance capitalism has flourished, an invasive species that creates its own food supply. In transforming us, it produces nourishment for its own march forward. It is easier, perhaps, to see these dynamisms by looking to the past. The difference between industrial capitalism and industrial civilization is the difference between the economic operation and the societies it produced. The variant of industrial capitalism that rose to dominance in the late 19th and early 20th centuries produced a specific kind of moral milieu that we sense intuitively even when we do not name it. Industrial capitalism was marked by the specialized division of labor, with its historically specific characteristics, the conversion of craft work to mass production based on standardization, rationalization, and the interchangeability of parts, the moving assembly line, volume production, large populations of wage earners concentrated in factory settings, professionalized administrative hierarchies, managerial authority, functional specialization, and the distinction between white-collar work and blue-collar work. The list is illustrative, not exhaustive, but enough to remind us that industrial civilization was drawn from these expressions of the economic imperatives that ruled industrial expansion. The division of labor shaped culture, psychology, and social experience. The shift from craft to hourly wages created new populations of employees and consumers, men and women wholly dependent on the means of production owned and operated by private firms. This was the crucible of mass society, its hierarchical authority, and its centralized bureaucratic forms of public and private power, all of it haunted by the specters of conformity, obedience, and human standardization. Lives were defined by institutions that mirrored industrial organization, schools, hospitals, and even aspects of family and domestic life, in which ages and stages were understood as functions of the industrial system, from training to retirement. At a time when surveillance capitalism has emerged as the dominant form of information capitalism, we must ask the question, what kind of civilization does it foretell? The chapters that follow in Part 3 are intended as an initial contribution to this urgent conversation. I have said that there can be no commitment to guaranteed outcomes without the power to make it so. What is the nature of this new power? How will it transform our societies? What solution for a third modernity does it proffer? What novel struggles will haunt these new days, and what do they portend for a digital future that we can call home? These are the questions that guide us into Part 3. Part 3. Instrumentarian Power for a Third Modernity. Chapter 12. Two Species of Power. So an age ended, and its last deliverer died. In bed, grown idle and unhappy, they were safe. The sudden shadow of a giant's enormous calf would fall no more at dusk across their lawns outside. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, X. I return to the unprecedented. Under surveillance capitalism, the means of production serves the means of behavioral modification. Machine processes replace human relationships so that certainty can replace trust. This new assembly relies upon a vast digital apparatus, world historic concentrations of advanced computational knowledge and skill, and immense wealth. The arc of behavioral modification at scale integrates the many operations that we have examined: ubiquitous extraction and rendition, actuation, tuning, herding, conditioning, behavioral surplus supply chains, machine intelligence, based manufacturing processes, fabrication of prediction products, dynamic behavioral futures markets, and targeting, which leads to fresh rounds of tuning, herding, conditioning, and the coercions of the uncontract, thus renewing the cycle. This assembly is a market project. Its purpose is to fabricate predictions, which become more valuable as they approach certainty. The best predictions feed on totalities of data, and on the strength of this movement toward totality, surveillance capitalists have hijacked the division of learning in society. They command knowledge from the decisive pinnacle of the social order, where they nourish and protect the shadow text, the urtext of certainty. This is the market net in which we are snared. In parts I and II we examine the conditions, mechanisms, and operations that construct this private knowledge kingdom and its lucrative predictions that evolve towards certainty in order to guarantee market players the outcomes that they seek. As I wrote in Chapter 7, there can be no guarantee of outcomes without the power to make it so. This is the dark heart of surveillance capitalism, a new type of commerce that reimagines us through the lens of its own distinctive power, mediated by its means of behavioral modification. What is this power, and how does it remake human nature for the sake of its lucrative certainties? As to this species of power, I name it instrumentarianism, defined as the instrumentation and instrumentalization of behavior for the purposes of modification, prediction, monetization, and control. In this formulation, instrumentation refers to the puppet, the ubiquitous connected material architecture of sensate computation that renders, interprets, and actuates human experience. Instrumentalization denotes the social relations that orient the puppet masters to human experience as surveillance capital wields the machines to transform us into means to others' market ends. Surveillance capitalism forced us to reckon with an unprecedented form of capitalism. Now the instrumentarian power that sustains and enlarges the surveillance capitalist project compels a second confrontation with the unprecedented. When scholars, civil society leaders, journalists, public figures, and, indeed, most of us speak out courageously against this new power. Invariably we look to Orwell's Big Brother and more generally the specter of totalitarianism as the lens through which to interpret today's threats. Google, Facebook, and the larger field of commercial surveillance are frequently depicted as digital totalitarianism. I admire those who have stood against the incursions of commercial surveillance, but I also suggest that the equation of instrumentarian power with totalitarianism impedes our understanding as well as our ability to resist, neutralize, and ultimately vanquish its potency. There is no historical precedent for instrumentarianism, but there is vivid precedent for this kind of encounter with an unprecedented new species of power. In the years before totalitarianism was named and formally analyzed, its critics appropriated the language of imperialism as the only framework at hand with which to articulate and resist the new power's murderous threats. Now surveillance capitalism has cast us adrift in another odd, dark sea of novel and thus indiscernible dangers. As scholars and citizens did before us, it is we who now reach for familiar vernaculars of 20th century power like life-saving driftwood. We are back to the syndrome of the horseless carriage, where we attach our new sense of peril to old, familiar facts, unaware that the conclusions to which they lead us are necessarily incorrect. Instead, we need to grasp the specific inner logic of a conspicuously 21st century conjuring of power for which the past offers no adequate compass. Totalitarianism was bent on the reconstruction of the human species through the dual mechanisms of genocide and the engineering of the soul. Instrumentarian power, as we shall see, takes us in a sharply different direction. Surveillance capitalists have no interest in murder or the reformation of our souls. Although their aims are in many ways just as ambitious as those of totalitarian leaders, they are also utterly distinct. The work of naming a strange form of power unprecedented in the human experience must begin anew for the sake of effective resistance and the creative power to insist on a future of our own making. The remainder of this chapter prepares the way. The first task is to develop our understanding of what instrumentarian power is not, so in the section that follows we briefly consider key elements of 20th century totalitarianism. Most important is the fact that, like instrumentarianism, totalitarian power was also unprecedented. It literally defied human comprehension. There is much that we can learn from the struggles and missteps of scholars, journalists, and citizens as they found themselves overwhelmed by a force that they could neither fathom nor resist. Once we have tackled these questions, we will be equipped to bear down on an exploration of instrumentarian's origins in a field of intellectual endeavor that came to be known as radical behaviorism, most notably championed by B.F. Skinner and his dream of a technology of behavior. In Chapter 13 we integrate our insights to consider the unique aims and strategies of instrumentarian power. 2. Totalitarianism as a new species of power. The word totalitarianism first appeared in the early 20th century work of Italian philosopher Giovanni Gentile and came into wider use later with Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism, co-written in 1932 with Gentile, who was by then Italy's premier philosopher of fascism. 2. Italy had entered the 20th century as a second-rate country, ignored on the world stage, nursing a sense of failure and humiliation, and unable to support its own population as millions emigrated in search of a better life. In the first decade of the 20th century a new generation of intellectuals and avant-garde futurists began to weave the dream of a new Italy. Gentile dedicated his philosophical talents to this revival of nationalist zeal. At the heart of Gentile's political philosophy is the concept of the total three. The state was to be understood as an inclusive organic unity that transcends individual lives. All separateness and difference are surrendered to the state for the sake of this superordinate totality. In 1932 Mussolini charged Gentile with writing the philosophical introduction to his book, while Mussolini authored the social and political principles that would define the fascist worldview. 4. The doctrine begins by declaring the fascist attitude as, above all, a spiritual attitude that penetrates the most intimate redoubt of each human participant. To know men one must know man. Fascism is totalitarian and the fascist state a synthesis and a unit inclusive of all values interprets, develops, and potentates the whole life of a people. It is an inwardly accepted standard and rule of conduct, a discipline of the whole person. It permeates the will no less than the intellect, sinking deep down into his personality. It dwells in the heart of the man of action and of the thinker, of the artist, and of the man of science, soul of the soul. It aims at refashioning not only the forms of life but their content, man, his character and his faith, entering into the soul and ruling with undisputed sway. 5. That year, the refashioning of the soul as the hallmark of the totalitarian impulse was immortalized by Stalin on a glittering, champagne-soaked Moscow evening. The setting was an auspicious literary gathering hosted by a compliant Maxim Gorky in the sprawling mansion that Stalin had presented to the revered author upon his return to Russia from a self-imposed Italian exile. Stalin took the floor for a toast as the room fell silent. Our tanks are worthless if the souls who must steer them are made of clay. This is why I say, the production of souls is more important than that of tanks. Man is reshaped by life itself, and those of you here must assist in reshaping his soul. That is what is important, the production of human souls. And that is why I raise my glass to you, writers, to the engineers of the soul. 6. The authors assembled around Stalin that evening raised their glasses to his toast, persuaded perhaps by memories of less adaptive colleagues already exiled or executed, including the 1929 torture and murder of artists and writers in the Solovetsky Islands aptly named Church of the Beheading. 7. By 1933, the term totalitarianism had begun to circulate widely in Germany. Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels adopted it, and German intellectuals declared the turn to totalitarianism. Nazism also shifted the doctrine in an important way, asserting the movement, not the state, as the spiritual center of German totalitarianism, a relationship summarized during Hitler's first years as Chancellor in National Socialism's popular slogan "The movement gives orders to the state." 8. That totalitarianism was a new species of power had confounded its analysis from the start, as both its Russian and German variants swept through those societies, challenging the foundations of Western civilization. Although these totalitarian regimes began to take root years before World War II, first in Russia in 1929 with Stalin's ascension to power and then in Germany in 1933 with Hitler's installation as Chancellor, they eluded systematic study until the end of the war. Analysis was impeded in part by the sheer mystery and perpetual movement of the whole enterprise, the secret plans executed by secret police, the silent complicities and hidden atrocities, the ceaseless transformation of who or what was up or down, the intentional torsion of facts into anti-facts accompanied by a perpetual deluge of propaganda, misinformation, euphemism, and mendacity. The authoritative leader, or egocrat, to use the French philosopher Claude Lefferts's term, displaces the rule of law and common sense to become the quixotic judge of what is just or unjust, truth or lie, at each moment. 9. Western publics, especially in the US, were genuinely unable to grasp the enormity of what was underway. It literally boggled minds. This intellectual paralysis is immortalized in the pages of a cultural icon of that era, Look magazine. Its August 15, 1939, issue featured an article titled "What's Going On in Russia?", written by New York Times former Moscow bureau chief and Pulitzer Prize winner Walter Duranty. 10. The piece appeared just months after the conclusion of the Great Terror, when, between 1937 and 1938, Stalin ordered the murders of whole sectors of the Soviet population, from poets to diplomats, generals to political loyalists. According to Soviet historian Robert Conquest, that 2-year period saw 7 million arrests, 1 million executions, 2 million deaths in labor camps, 1 million people imprisoned, and another 7 million people still in camps by the end of 1938.11. Despite the immediacy of catastrophic evil, Duranty's article describes the constitution of the USSR as one of the most democratic in the world, a foundation on which a future democracy may be built. In addition to praiseworthy descriptions of the Red Army, free education and medical care, communal housing, and equality of the sexes, there is an upbeat commentary in which the Great Purge is breezily described as one of the periodic cleansings of the Communist Party. Duranty reports that this cleansing is now over, and people are repairing the damage, as if the country were tidying up after a particularly nasty winter storm. In fact, the Stalinist pattern of violence, imprisonment, exile, and execution merely shifted its focus with a swift and terrifying ferocity to the Baltic and eastern Poland. Among the many atrocities between 1939 and 1941, hundreds of thousands of Poles were marched to northern labor camps. 12 and tens of thousands of members of the Polish Communist Party were murdered. 13 Just 1 week after Duranty's article, Stalin signed a non-aggression pact with Hitler, attacked Poland in September, and in November the Red Army invaded Finland. 14 In 1940 Stalin ordered the massacre of 15,000 Polish nationalists taken as prisoners of war in the 1939 attack. 15 The most startling feature of Duranty's essay is its characterization of Stalin himself. There, sandwiched between a celebratory feature on a newly released film called The Wizard of Oz and a lengthy spread on embarrassing celebrity pictures, such as the famed ventriloquist's dummy Charlie McCarthy with a cigarette in his wooden mouth, is a photo of a handsome smiling Joseph Stalin captioned Stalin, chairman of the inner circle of the Communist Party, does not lay down the law as Lenin did. Stalin prefers to hear the views of his associates before he makes his own decision. 16 Stalin's 1939 lionization in look as an exemplar of participatory management was followed a few months later with his ascension to Time magazine's cover as Man of the Year. Indeed, between 1930 and his death in 1953, Stalin made a total of 10 appearances on the cover of Time. All of this provides some sense of totalitarianism's elaboration and institutionalization long before it was identified and analyzed as a coherent new form of power that, as many scholars would conclude, posed history's greatest threat to civilization. 17 With a few important exceptions, it was only after the Nazi defeat that the program of naming began in earnest. Plenty of information was available contradicting the official picture, writes Conquest. He asks why journalists, sociologists, and other visitors were taken in by the Soviet regime's lies. One reason is that the Soviet government went to a great deal of trouble to present a false picture, including model prisons that betrayed no trace of the immense state machinery of torture and death. Another reason was the credulity of the observers themselves. In some cases, like Duranty's, they were blinded by an ideological allegiance to the idea of a socialist state. 18 The most compelling reason of all is that in most of these cases, journalists, scholars, and Western governments had a difficult time reckoning the full weight of totalitarianism's monstrous achievements because the actual facts were so improbable that it was difficult even for specialists to grasp their truth. The Stalin epoch, writes Conquest, is replete with what appear as improbabilities to minds unfit to deal with the phenomena. 19 This failure of comprehension has immediate significance for us as we learn to reckon with surveillance capitalism and its new instrumentarian power. The confrontation with totalitarianism's impossibility is reflected in the moving accounts of the first scholars determined to lift the veil on that era's gruesome truths. Nearly every intellectual who turned to this project in the period immediately following the war cites the feeling of astonishment at the suddenness with which, as Harvard political scientist Carl Friedrich put it, totalitarianism had burst upon mankind, unexpected and unannounced. 20 Its manifestations were so novel and unanticipated, so shocking, rapid, and unparalleled, that all of it eluded language, challenging every tradition, norm, value, and legitimate form of action. The systematic accretion of violence and complicity that engulfed whole populations at extreme velocity invoked a kind of bewilderment that ended in paralysis, even for many of the greatest minds of the 20th century. Friedrich was among the first scholars of totalitarianism to address this experience of improbability, writing in 1954 that virtually no one before 1914 anticipated the course of development which has overtaken Western civilization since then. None of the outstanding scholars in history, law, and the social sciences discerned what was ahead, which culminated in totalitarianism. To this failure to foresee corresponds a difficulty in comprehending. 21 Not even the most far-sighted of the early century interpreters of industrial society, thinkers such as Durkheim and Weber, had anticipated this murderous turn. Hannah Arendt described the defeat of Nazi Germany as the first chance to try to tell and to understand what had happened, still in grief and sorrow and, a tendency to lament, but no longer in speechless outrage and impotent horror. 22. Ultimately, a courageous and brilliant body of scholarship would evolve to meet the challenge of comprehension. It yielded different models and schools of thought, each with distinct emphasis and insights, but these shared common purpose in finally naming the great evil. Totalitarianism has discovered a means of dominating and terrorizing human beings from within, wrote Arendt, the German-born philosopher who would spend the 6 years after World War II writing her extraordinary study of totalitarian power, published in 1951 as The Origins of Totalitarianism. 23. Arendt's was a detailed disclosure and a pioneering attempt to theorize what had just occurred. Comprehension, she said, is the necessary response to the truly radical nature of evil disclosed by totalitarianism. It means, examining and bearing consciously the burden which our century has placed on us, neither denying its existence nor submitting meekly to its weight. Totalitarianism was bent on the destruction of humanity and the essence of man, and, she insisted, to turn our backs on the destructive forces of the century is of little avail. 24. Essential to totalitarianism was the deletion of all ties and sources of meaning other than the movement. Total loyalty. The psychological basis for domination can be expected only from the completely isolated human being who, without any other social ties to family, friends, comrades, or even mere acquaintances, derives his sense of having a place in the world only from his belonging to a movement, his membership in the party. 25. Mid-century scholars such as Friedrich, Adorno, Gurian, Brzezinski, and Aron added to these themes, recognizing totalitarianism's insistence on domination of the human soul. 26. To command populations right down to their souls requires unimaginable effort, which was one reason why totalitarianism was unimaginable. It requires henchmen, and their henchmen, and their henchmen, all willing to roll up both sleeves and thrust both hands into the blood and shit of actual living persons whose bodies stink and sweat and cry out in terror, grief, and pain. 27. It measures success at the cellular level, penetrating to the quick, where it subverts and commands each unspoken yearning in pursuit of the genocidal vision that historian Richard Shorten calls the experiment in reshaping humanity. 28. The destruction and reconstruction of society and the purification of the human species were prosecuted in the name of class in Stalin's Soviet Union and race in Hitler's Germany. Each regime invented outgroups slated for murder: the Jewish people, Romanis, homosexuals, and revolutionaries in Germany and Eastern Europe, whole segments of the population in Stalin's Russia, and in groups required to submit body and soul to the regime. 29. In this way totalitarian regimes could achieve their fantastical aim of the people as one, as Claude Lefort describes it. Social unanimity corresponds to inner unanimity, held in place by hatred activated toward the enemies of the people. 30. Totalitarian power cannot succeed by remote control. Mere conformity is insufficient. Each individual inner life must be claimed and transformed by the perpetual threat of punishment without crime. Mass murder warrants economies of scale, the camps, massacres, and gulags, but for the rest it would be a handmade terror that aims to remake every aspect of the individual from the inside out: heart, mind, sexuality, personality, and spirit. This craftwork requires the detailed orchestration of isolation, anxiety, fear, persuasion, fantasy, longing, inspiration, torture, dread, and surveillance. Arendt describes the relentless process of atomization and fusion in which terror destroys the ordinary human bonds of law, norms, trust, and affection, which provide the living space for the freedom of the individual. The iron band of terror mercilessly presses men against each other so that the very space of free action disappears. Terror fabricates the oneness of all men. 31. 3. An opposite horizon. Instrumentarian power moves differently and toward an opposite horizon. Totalitarianism operated through the means of violence, but instrumentarian power operates through the means of behavioral modification, and this is where our focus must shift. Instrumentarian power has no interest in our souls or any principle to instruct. There is no training or transformation for spiritual salvation, no ideology against which to judge our actions. It does not demand possession of each person from the inside out. It has no interest in exterminating or disfiguring our bodies and minds in the name of pure devotion. It welcomes data on the behavior of our blood and shit, but it has no interest in soiling itself with our excretions. It has no appetite for our grief, pain, or terror, although it eagerly welcomes the behavioral surplus that leaches from our anguish. It is profoundly and infinitely indifferent to our meanings and motives. Trained on measurable action, it only cares that whatever we do is accessible to its ever-evolving operations of rendition, calculation, modification, monetization, and control. Although it is not murderous, instrumentarianism is as startling, incomprehensible, and new to the human story as totalitarianism was to its witnesses and victims. Our encounter with unprecedented power helps to explain why it has been difficult to name and know this new species of coercion, shaped in secret, camouflaged by technology and technical complexity, and obfuscated by endearing rhetoric. Totalitarianism was a political project that converged with economics to overwhelm society. Instrumentarianism is a market project that converges with the digital to achieve its own unique brand of social domination. It is not surprising, therefore, that instrumentarian's specific viewpoint of observation was forged in the controversial intellectual domain known as radical behaviorism and its antecedents in turn-of-the-century theoretical physics. In the remainder of this chapter, our examination of power in the time of surveillance capitalism pivots to this point of origin far from totalitarianism's murder and mayhem. It takes us to laboratories and classrooms and the realms of thought spun by men who regarded freedom as a synonym for ignorance and human beings as distant organisms imprisoned in patterns of behavior beyond their own comprehension or control, such as ants, bees, or Stuart Mackay's herds of elk. For the other one. In a 1971 cover story, Time magazine described Burrus Frederick B.F. Skinner as an institution at Harvard, the most influential of living American psychologists, and the most controversial contemporary figure in the science of human behavior, adored as a messiah and abhorred as a menace. 32 Skinner spent most of his career in the psychology department at Harvard University, and some of my most vivid memories of graduate school are the times I spent with him in close debate. I admit that those conversations did little to alter our respective views, but they left me with an indelible sense of fascination with a way of construing human life that was and is fundamentally different from my own. As an academic psychologist, Skinner was famous for the ingenious tools and techniques he invented to study animal behavior, first in the ancient murky basement of Memorial Hall and later on the 7th floor of the newly constructed William James Hall, as well as the insights that he and his students developed into the shaping of that behavior: pigeons and levers, pigeons and pellets, pigeons on hot plates, rats in mazes. His early research broke new ground as he engineered variable schedules of reinforcement to produce detailed patterns of activity that were foreign to an animal's original behavioral repertoire, work that he called operant conditioning. Inspired by his effort during World War II to transform a flock of pigeons into the conditioned intelligence for guided missiles, one that did not ultimately come to fruition, Skinner set out on a new path defined by the promise of behavioral engineering. In 1947 he told a symposium, "It is not a matter of bringing the world into the laboratory, but of extending the practices of an experimental science to the world at large. We can do this as soon as we wish to do it." 33 The Missile Project had cast the meaning of his experimental work in a new light, he reflected years later in his autobiography. It was no longer merely an experimental analysis. It had given rise to a technology. 34. Skinner was eager to apply his laboratory insights to the world's ills despite precious few grounds for his inferential leaps. As a public intellectual, he spent nearly 7 decades trying to persuade the public that his radical behaviorism offered the principles of social organization necessary to defend civilization from cataclysm. He brashly extrapolated from the conduct of beleaguered animals to grand theories of social behavior and human evolution in books such as his 1948 utopian novel Walden 2 and his 1971 social philosophy Beyond Freedom and Dignity. In 1974 Skinner published About Behaviorism, another explanation of the radical behaviorist project, this time addressed to a general readership. It aimed to counter the opposition to his views that had grown even more virulent since the unusual and, to many, repugnant arguments advanced in Beyond Freedom and Dignity. He regarded such opposition as the result of an extraordinary misunderstanding, and he was tireless in his efforts to reverse public opinion. He believed that once people correctly understood his meaning, they would certainly agree with his message. In the very first pages of About Behaviorism, Skinner ignores the outrage generated by Beyond Freedom and Dignity, instead delving into behaviorism's roots and its earliest theorists and practitioners. He places much of the blame for the antipathy toward behaviorism on the man who is widely regarded as its founder, John B. Watson. 35 It was Watson who famously announced in 1913 the behaviorist point of view. Psychology as the behaviorist views it is a purely objective experimental branch of natural science. Its theoretical goal is the prediction and control of behavior. Introspection forms no essential part of its methods. The behaviorist recognizes no dividing line between man and brute. 36 But Watson turned out to be as much showman as scientist, and Skinner bitterly criticizes his extreme claims and shortage of facts that cast lasting doubt on radical behaviorism. Having identified Watson as the main author of the problem, Skinner then credits the work of Max Meyer, an obscure early 20th century German-trained experimental psychologist who spent most of his career at the University of Missouri, as key to the solution. Meyer had pursued his doctoral studies at the University of Berlin, where his dissertation advisor, Max Planck, was destined to become one of the most celebrated physicists of all time. Planck insisted on the unity of the physical world and the discoverability of the natural laws that would disclose their secrets only through mathematical analysis, including the laws of human behavior. 37 The outside world is something independent from man, something absolute, Planck wrote. The quest for the laws which apply to this absolute appeared, as the most sublime scientific pursuit in life. 38 Meyer carried Planck's teaching into his quest for the principles that would finally elevate the study of human behavior to true scientific status. According to Skinner, Meyer succeeded in achieving the breakthrough that finally allowed psychology to assume its rightful place alongside the disciplines of physics, chemistry, and biology. 39 Why did Skinner extol this work that had been largely ignored, even in its own time? Skinner singles out for special praise a 1921 textbook that bore the ominous-sounding title Psychology of the Other One. It received scant attention when it was published. Meyer had written it primarily for his own students and had since fallen into total obscurity. 40 Nonetheless, Skinner praised the book for establishing the epistemological and methodological foundations of modern behaviorism. Consider only those facts which can be objectively observed in the behavior of one person in its relation to his prior environmental history. 41 In Skinner's formulation, Meyer's book was a turning point, bravely combining psychology and physics in the quest for absolutes. It asserted the essence of the behaviorist's point of view, where the world within the skin of the other one loses its preferred status. 42. The phrase that captured the new scientific perspective was the other one. Human behavior would yield to scientific research only if psychologists learned to view humans as others. This viewpoint of observation was an absolute requirement for an objective science of human behavior that ceased to confuse inner experience with external action. 43 Central to this new viewpoint was his notion of the human being as organism. The human being is recast as an it, an other, a they of organisms, an organism among organisms, distinguishable from a lettuce, a moose, or an inchworm only in degree of complexity. 44 A scientific psychology would restrict its interests to the social and therefore visible behaviors of this organism as an organism. It would be the study of the life of the other one, but of his life insofar as it is of social significance rather than as it is of significance for himself. We are studying the other one in preference to ourselves. 45. The logical consequences of the new viewpoint necessitated a reinterpretation of the higher-order human experiences that we call freedom and will. Meyer echoed Planck in positing that freedom of action in the animal world signifies the same that is meant by accidents in the world of physics. 46 Such accidents are simply phenomena for which there are insufficient information and understanding. And so it goes with freedom. The liberal idea of freedom persists in an inverse relationship to the growth of scientific knowledge, especially in the field of psychological science. Knowledge and freedom are necessarily adversaries. As Meyer wrote, the other one's conduct is free, uncaused, only in the same sense in which the issue of a disease, the outcome of a war, the weather, the crops are free and uncaused, that is, in the sense of general human ignorance of the particular causes of the particular outcome. 47. Decades later, this worldview would define the core of the controversial social philosophy espoused in Beyond Freedom and Dignity, in which Skinner argues that knowledge does not make us free but rather releases us from the illusion of freedom. In reality, he writes, freedom and ignorance are synonyms. The acquisition of knowledge is heroic in that it rescues us from ignorance, but it is also tragic because it necessarily reveals the impossibility of freedom. For Meyer and for Skinner, our attachments to notions such as freedom, will, autonomy, purpose, and agency are defense mechanisms that protect us from the uncomfortable facts of human ignorance. I think of Dickens's Scrooge when he first encounters the doleful, chain-dragging ghost of his deceased partner Jacob Marley and denies the apparition, saying, "You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato." So it is with freedom, an undigested bit of fear, a crumb of denial that, once metabolized, will dispel the apparition and deliver us to reality. The environment determines behavior, and our ignorance of precisely how it does so is the void that we fill with the fantasy of freedom. Meyer took great pains to insist that the significance of human inwardness, soul, self, mind, consciousness is restricted to the subjective life of the individual. It can have no scientific value because it cannot be observed and measured. We do not deny the soul, but we do not devote our time to it. We find enough, and more than enough, to do studying the body. The soul is your own business, an intimate experience and irreducible mystery that are formally exempt from scientific inquiry. Human societies can thus be understood as originating from natural laws, not in the sense of groups of souls though, but in the sense of groups of organisms. 48. Meyer argued that the future of the social sciences and of civilization itself rested on this shift from soul to other, inside to outside, lived experience to observable behavior. The otherization of humanity was to be the road to a new kind of political liberation. History's grim cavalcade of repression, torture, massacre, enslavement, and genocide had been prosecuted in the name of the domination of the human soul for the sake of religious or political power. From Meyer's vantage point in the Missouri of 1921 during those years after the Great War, his solution for an efficient and rational modernity must have felt like a matter of life and death. He whose interest is centered in souls thinks, when he has forced others to speak his prayer, pronounce his creed, kneel before his altar, that he has saved their souls, and fails to admit that he has merely forced their bodies. Political terrorism, too, has its main and inexhaustible source in the human tendency to think of other beings, not as bodies open to scientific investigation, but as souls, as mysterious beings, to be governed either by magic, or, if magic fails as it naturally must, by torture and death. Recall the horrors of the torture, of such courts as the Spanish Inquisition or the witchcraft courts of the 17th century. These atrocities were due to the fact that the judge was serving as a mind reader, and that the accused was regarded primarily as a soul. 49. In Meyer's thinking, the shift in perspective from the human being as a soul to the human being as an organism explained why the trend of history is in the direction of democracy. As science overtakes civilization, Meyer assumed a new global recognition of equality and democratic fellowship rooted in the basic fact of our overwhelming similarity as fellow organisms. The divisions that haunt society, politics, and economics based on class, wealth, liberality, race, and so on would become ridiculous. In real worldwide human life, the differences among individuals are entirely swamped by their likenesses. To him who accepts the scientific view that human society is a group of organisms, it is an absurd proposition to divide into classes. 50. Meyer believed that every social science that aspired to true scientific status would embrace the viewpoint of the other one: psychology, of course, but also sociology, economics, criminology, history, and the psychology of religion, Christ going among his fellow men, an organism among organisms. 51. Otherizing would pave the way to a rational future, with its bleak satisfactions that resign humanity to the forfeit of freedom as the price of knowledge. V. Against freedom. Skinner's commitment to the viewpoint of the other one was unshakable, and it is through his elaboration of this viewpoint that we can begin to grasp the essence of instrumentarian power. From the opening page of Skinner's first book, The Behavior of Organisms, published in 1938, he sounds Meyer's, and Planck's, caution: freedom is merely ignorance waiting to be conquered. Primitive systems of behavior assign causality to entities beyond man. Equally inadequate are the advanced systems of behavior that ascribe control to vague fictions such as the self or free will. The inner organism, he wrote, may in resignation be called free, as in the case of free will, when no further investigation is held to be possible. 52. Skinner called his work radical behaviorism, insisting that the only meaningful object of behavioral study was observation of action devoid of subjective attributions. That's what made it radical. Behavior is what an organism is doing, or more accurately what it is observed by another organism to be doing, he declared in his first book's opening pages. Operant behavior was his term for this active, observable doing. The vocabulary for rendering descriptions of operant behavior was to be purged of inwardness. An organism cannot be said to see but rather to look toward. Only such objective descriptions can render measurable behavioral facts that, in turn, lead to patterns and ultimately to the documentation of causal relationships between environment and behavior. 53. Skinner published Science and Human Behavior in 1951, positing that all observation, even of one's own behavior, must be enacted from the viewpoint of the other one. This discipline makes it possible to take almost anything as an object of behavioral analysis, including inferred behaviors such as making choices or problem solving, the very perspective that would later be amply exploited by the new discipline of behavioral economics. When a man controls himself, chooses a course of action, thinks out the solution to a problem, or strives toward an increase in self-knowledge, he is behaving. He controls himself precisely as he would control the behavior of anyone else through the manipulation of variables of which behavior is a function. His behavior in so doing is a proper object of analysis, and eventually it must be accounted for with variables lying outside the individual himself. 54. In nearly every book and article, Skinner declared the truth that Planck taught Meyer and Meyer imparted to his students, the single truth that can be grasped only through the viewpoint of the other one: freedom is ignorance. The felt experience of free will is but a bit of undigested denial, produced by a lack of information about the actual determinants of behavior. Like Meyer and Planck before him, Skinner regarded freedom as an accident, arguing that the very notion of accident is illusory, a snapshot in time that reveals a lacuna waiting to be filled and eventually transformed by advancing knowledge into an expression of a lawful, predictable pattern. Under the behaviorist's gaze, these lacunae of ignorance that we mistake for free will are queuing up for explanation, rather like someone who consigns his or her body to cryonic preservation in the hope of some future awakening and cure. In the most audacious of Skinner's literary efforts, the extended philosophical essay published in 1971 as Beyond Freedom and Dignity, he repeats, "There is no virtue in the accidental nature of an accident." 55. That entire work was trained on what Skinner continued to regard as the chief impediment to social progress, the conceptual confusion that cloaks our deepest ignorance in the sacred robes of freedom and dignity. Skinner argued that our allegiance to these lofty notions is simply the way we protect ourselves from the hard truths of unsuspected controlling relations between behavior and environment. 56. They are a psychological escape route that slowly closes as new evidences of the predictability of human behavior are discovered. Personal exemption from a complete determinism is revoked as a scientific analysis progresses. The achievements for which a person himself is to be given credit seem to approach zero. The behavior we admire is therefore the behavior we cannot yet explain. 57. Richard Herenstein, one of Skinner's most accomplished students, later his colleague in Harvard's psychology department, and a luminary of radical behaviorism, once explained to me that any action regarded as an expression of free will is simply one for which the vortex of stimuli that produced it cannot yet be adequately specified. We merely lack the means of observation and calculation. I was a 23-year-old student, and the term was new and startling to me. I never forgot that conversation, perhaps because it came as close as any to summarizing the behaviorist's conception of God. Indeed, there was a time when if you took the elevator to Skinner's lab on the 7th floor of the psychology department, the first thing you would see was a sign reading God is a 6, a variable interval of behavioral reinforcement plucked from the vortex. In this view, freedom or accidents shrink as our developing capabilities in measurement and computation provide more information about the vortex of stimuli. Ignorance about human behavior is like a melting iceberg on a warming planet, destined to yield to the mounting heat as we invent the means and methods smart enough to first decipher and then control the vortex of stimuli that shapes each fact of human behavior. Skinner pointed to weather forecasting as the iconic example of this transformation from ignorance to law, just as Meyer had done decades earlier. The problems imposed by the complexity of a subject matter must be dealt with as they arise. Apparently hopeless cases often become manageable in time. It is only recently that any sort of lawful account of the weather has been possible. Self-determination does not follow from complexity. Difficulty in calculating the orbit of the fly does not prove capriciousness, though it may make it impossible to prove anything else. 58. 6. A technology of human behavior. Through 6 decades of academic and popular writing, Skinner would insist that further investigation is always possible. In the first pages of Beyond Freedom and Dignity he calls for a technological solution to ignorance. We need to make vast changes in human behavior, and we cannot make them with the help of nothing more than physics or biology. No matter how hard we try, what we need is a technology of behavior, comparable in power and precision to physical and biological technology. 59. Skinner imagined technologies that would pervasively institutionalize the viewpoint of the other one as they observed, computed, analyzed, and automatically reinforced behavior to accomplish the vast changes that he believed were necessary. In this way the laws of human action would finally be illuminated so that behavior could be effectively predicted and shaped, just as other technologies had enabled physics and biology to change the world. The difference is that the instruments and methods they use are of commensurate complexity. The fact that equally powerful instruments and methods are not available in the field of human behavior is not an explanation, it is only part of the puzzle. 60. Skinner concluded that the literature of freedom and dignity stands in the way of further human achievement. 61. He argued that the missing puzzle piece holding back the urgent development of the instruments and methods essential for a technology of behavior was the stubborn allegiance to these antique notions among people determined to preserve due credit for their actions. The belief in autonomous man is a regressive source of resistance to a rational future, an alternative explanation of behavior that obstructs the advancement of society. The professor believed that humanity desperately needed a plan, and he imagined powerful new instruments that could engineer behavior in every domain. As early as 1953, he anticipated today's digitally engineered casino environments, whose sophistication in the precise shaping of gamblers' behavior has made them a testing ground for state security agencies and surveillance capitalists alike. 62. But with proper instrumentation it should be possible to improve upon established practices in all these fields. Thus gambling devices could be improved from the point of view of the proprietor by introducing devices which would pay off on a variable interval basis, but only when the rate of play is exceptionally high. 63. Technologies of behavioral engineering would not be restricted to devices but would also encompass organizational systems and procedures designed to shape behavior towards specific ends. In 1953, Skinner anticipated innovations such as Michael Jensen's incentive systems designed to maximize shareholder value and the choice architectures of behavioral economics designed to nudge behavior along a preferred path, schedules of pay in industry, salesmanship, and the professions, and the use of bonuses, incentive wages, and so on, could also be improved from the point of view of generating maximal productivity. 64. Skinner understood that the engineering of behavior risked violating individual sensibilities and social norms, especially concerns about privacy. In order to allay these anxieties, he advised that observation must be unobtrusive, ideally remaining outside the awareness of the organism. Behavior may also be observed with a minimum of interaction between subject and scientist, and this is the case with which one naturally tries to begin. 65. But there would be challenges. New technologies of behavior would have to continually push the envelope of the public-private divide in order to access all the data relevant to behavioral prediction and control. In this, he anticipated today's rendition frontier as new detection systems plumb the depths of personalities and emotions, but we are still faced with events which occur at the private level and which are important to the organism without instrumental amplification. How the organism reacts to these events will remain an important question, even though the events may someday be made accessible to everyone. 66. Such conflicts would be resolved, Skinner reckoned, by the gradual retreat of privacy norms as they fall to the advance of knowledge. The line between public and private is not fixed. Like today's surveillance capitalists, he was confident that the slow drip of technological invention would eventually push privacy to the margins of human experience, where it would join freedom and other troublesome illusions. All these would be replaced by the viewpoint of the other one embodied in new instruments and methods. The boundary shifts with every discovery of a technique for making private events public. The problem of privacy may, therefore, eventually be solved by technical advances. 67. Although privacy advocates and many other critics of surveillance capitalism are quick to appropriate Orwellian language in the search for meaning and metaphor that capture the sense of new menace, surveillance capital's instrumentarian power is best understood as the precise antithesis of Orwell's Big Brother. We now turn to this stark contrast, most vividly represented in the distinct conceptions of utopia that attach to each of these two species of power. 72 Utopias. In the blood-soaked wake of World War II, both Skinner and the journalist and novelist George Orwell aimed curative, utopian novels at the mayhem of modernity's diminished prospects produced by an incomprehensible scale of violence. Viewed from a distance, Skinner's Walden 2, published in 1948, and Orwell's 1984, released the following year, had much in common. Each elaborated a complete conception of a distinct logic of power, each imagined a society defined by the full flourishing of that power, and each was utopian from the point of view of the form of power that it described. 68 However, their public reception could not have been more different. Walden 2 was dismissed as a dystopian nightmare and ignored by the general public for more than a decade. 69 Orwell's 1984 was immediately canonized as a dystopian masterpiece and the distillation of the 20th century's worst nightmares. The two utopias have often been confused with each other in their content and aims. Time magazine's 1971 cover story on Skinner described Walden 2 as raising the specter of a 1984 Orwellian society that might really come to pass. The great historian and literary critic Lewis Mumford once described Walden 2 as a totalitarian utopia and a depiction of hell, but in fact these characterizations are a persistent and, as we shall see, dangerous confusion. Although both books have been described as depictions of totalitarianism, the forms of power that each describes are profoundly different. In most respects, they are precise opposites. Meyer's prescription for modernity was founded on the scientific objectification of human experience and its reduction to observable measurable behavior. If we take that as our benchmark here, then Orwell's utopia is the before case. It precedes Meyer as a nightmare of the prescientific compulsion to dominate the soul. Skinner's utopia is after Meyer's reimagining of modernity, as channeled from the great physicist, Planck. Walden 2 is built on Meyer's scientific viewpoint of observation, the other one, and represents the full flower of Meyer's hope for a scientifically induced global harmony of organisms in which freedom is necessarily forfeit to knowledge. Orwell laid bare the disease, and Skinner asserted the antidote. The totalitarian power elaborated in 1984 is something wholly unprecedented, concocted in the 20th century from the collision of industrialism and despair, a form utterly new to the human story. Orwell did more than simply fictionalize and extrapolate the totalitarian project. He sounded an alert by drawing a terrifying line of consequence from the recent German past and persistent Soviet present to an imagined but all too possible future. His genius was to craft a story that embodied totalitarianism's essence, the ruthless insistence upon the absolute possession of each individual human being, not as a distant other known only by its behavior, but rather from the inside out. Big Brother's vigilance is not restricted to the grand continents of armies and statecraft or the observable flows of bodies and crowds. Big Brother is a pervasive consciousness that infects and possesses each individual soul, displacing all attachments once formed in romantic love and good fellowship. The essence of its operation is not simply that it knows every thought and feeling, but rather the ruthless tenacity with which it aims to annihilate and replace unacceptable inward experience. We are not content with negative obedience, nor even with the most abject submission, the cunning henchman O'Brien tells the rebellious Winston. We shall crush you down to the point from which there is no coming back. When finally you surrender to us, it must be of your own free will. We do not destroy the heretic because he resists us, so long as he resists us we never destroy him. We convert him, we capture his inner mind, we reshape him. We bring him over to our side, not in appearance, but genuinely, heart and soul. We make him one of ourselves before we kill him. 70. Ultimately, as every reader knows, Winston's stubborn soul is successfully engineered. Orwell's chilling final passages fulfill the life of that dry seed planted at the turn of the century in Italy's impoverished soil and nourished by war, deprivation, and humiliation to flower in the nightmare of Nazi Germany and the apocalypse of Stalin's Russia, finally to bear fruit in Orwell's imagination, a testament for all time to what Mussolini had called the ferocious totalitarian will and the souls on which it feeds. Winston basks in serene elation, his soul white as snow. He had won the victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. 71. In contrast, Walden 2 was not intended as a warning but rather as the antidote to totalitarianism and, more broadly, a practical recipe for the challenges of rebuilding Western societies after the war. Skinner understood his utopia as a methodological cure for the nightmare of crushed souls, a cure that, he insisted, was superior to any of the conventional political, economic, or spiritual remedies on offer. He scoffed at the notion that democracy held the solution because it is a political system that merely perpetrates the illusion of freedom while impeding the dominion of science. The promise of the free market as the curative for post-war society was an equally empty dream, he believed, because it rewards destructive competitiveness between people and classes. Skinner also rejected existentialism's new humanism, seeing it as a breeding ground for passivity, and he regarded religion as the worst cure of all, enshrining ignorance and crippling the advance of science. Skinner's cure was different and unique, a utopia of technique that promised a future of social equality and dispassionate harmony founded on the viewpoint of the other one, the organism among organisms, as the object of behavioral engineering. It is the future of Meyer's dreams, in which Fraser, the founder-leader of the fictional Walden 2 and Skinner's outspoken avatar, describes that ideal community as a superorganism that can be shaped and controlled as smoothly and efficiently as champion football teams. 72. Skinner's utopia was meant to illustrate the possibility of a successful social order that transcends the use of force and rejects the need to dominate human souls. The Walden 2 community equally disdains the practices of democratic politics and representative government. Its laws are derived from a science of human behavior, specifically Skinner's own radical behaviorism, founded on the physicist's ideal of the other one. His utopia was a vehicle for other ambitions as well, intended to illustrate the behavioral solutions that are essential for improvement in every domain of modern life: the nuclear threat, pollution, population control, urban growth, economic equality, crime, education, healthcare, the development of the individual, effective leisure. It aimed to cultivate the good life, for which all the ideals of a liberal society, freedom, autonomy, privacy, a people's right to self-rule, must be forfeit. Walden 2's fictional format provided the cover that Skinner needed to extrapolate from Meyer's methodological principles of otherness and his own research on animal behavior to a utopian community in which behavior has replaced the human spirit as the locus of control. Fraser laments that people have been kept in their places, not just by external forces, but much more subtly by a system of beliefs implanted within their skins. It's sometimes an almost hopeless task to take the shackles off their souls, but it can be done. You can't in the long run enforce anything. We don't use force. All we need is adequate behavioral engineering. 73. These two utopias reflect two distinct species of power, and each novel was intent on rescuing the future from the 20th century nightmare of the soul. Orwell was able to draw on the recent past, but Skinner imagined a future that he would not live long enough to enjoy. If surveillance capitalism and its instrumentarian power continue to flourish, then it is we who may see the Walden 2 vision realized, as freedom falls to others' knowledge but now in the service of others' wealth and power. Skinner's vision is brought to life in the relentless pursuit of surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives and the ubiquitous digital apparatus that surveillance capitalism creates and harnesses to its novel aims. Instrumentarian power bends the new digital apparatus continuous, autonomous, omnipresent, sensate, computational, actuating, networked, internet-enabled to the interests of the surveillance capitalist project, finally fulfilling Skinner's call for the instruments and methods of a behavioral technology comparable in power and precision to physical and biological technology. The result is a pervasive means of behavioral modification whose economies of action are designed to maximize surveillance revenues. Until the rise of surveillance capitalism, the prospect of instrumentarian power was relegated to a gauzy world of dream and delusion. This new species of power follows the logic of Planck, Meyer, and Skinner in the forfeit of freedom for knowledge, but those scientists each failed to anticipate the actual terms of this surrender. The knowledge that now displaces our freedom is proprietary. The knowledge is theirs, but the lost freedom belongs solely to us. With this origin story in hand, Chapter 13 turns to a close examination of instrumentarian power as it inscribes a sharp new asymmetry on the human community. The knowledge to which we sacrifice our freedom is constructed to advance surveillance capitalists' commercial interests, not our own. This is a stark departure from the technical origins of the apparatus in Mackay's Principles of Telemetry, which traded animals' freedom for the sake of scientific knowledge intended to benefit the animals themselves. Instead, surveillance capitalism's behavioral market regime finally has at its disposal the instruments and methods that can impose Skinner's technology of behavior across the varied domains of everyday life right down to our depths, now conceived as capital's global laboratory. Chapter 13. Big Other and the Rise of Instrumentarian Power. He was their servant, some say he was blind. Who moved among their faces and their things. Their feeling gathered in him like a wind. And sang. They cried, it is a God that sings. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, 7. Instrumentarianism as a new species of power. Surveillance capitalism is the puppet master that imposes its will through the medium of the ubiquitous digital apparatus. I now name the apparatus Big Other. It is the sensate, computational, connected puppet that renders, monitors, computes, and modifies human behavior. Big Other combines these functions of knowing and doing to achieve a pervasive and unprecedented means of behavioral modification. Surveillance capitalism's economic logic is directed through Big Other's vast capabilities to produce instrumentarian power, replacing the engineering of souls with the engineering of behavior. Instrumentarian power cultivates an unusual way of knowing that combines the formal indifference of the neoliberal worldview with the observational perspective of radical behaviorism, see figure 4 here. Thanks to Big Other's capabilities, instrumentarian power reduces human experience to measurable observable behavior while remaining steadfastly indifferent to the meaning of that experience. I call this new way of knowing radical indifference. It is a form of observation without witness that yields the obverse of an intimate violent political religion and bears an utterly different signature of havoc, the remote and abstracted contempt of impenetrably complex systems and the interests that author them, carrying individuals on a fast-moving current to the fulfillment of others' ends. What passes for social relations and economic exchange now occurs across the medium of this robotized veil of abstraction. Instrumentarians' radical indifference is operationalized in Big Other's dehumanized methods of evaluation that produce equivalence without equality. These methods reduce individuals to the lowest common denominator of sameness in organism among organisms despite all the vital ways in which we are not the same. From Big Other's point of view, we are strictly other ones, organisms that behave. Big Other encodes the viewpoint of the other one as a global presence. There is no brother here of any kind, big or little, evil or good. There are no family ties, however grim. There is no relationship between Big Other and its otherized objects, just as there was no relationship between B.F. Skinner's scientists and subjects. There is no domination of the soul that displaces all intimacy and attachment with terror. Far better to let a multitude of relationships bloom. Big Other does not care what we think, feel, or do as long as its millions, billions, and trillions of sensate, actuating, computational eyes and ears can observe, render, datify, and instrumentalize the vast reservoirs of behavioral surplus that are generated in the galactic uproar of connection and communication. In this new regime, objectification is the moral milieu in which our lives unfold. Although Big Other can mimic intimacy through the tireless devotion of the one-voice Amazon Alexa's chirpy service, Google Assistant's reminders and endless information do not mistake these soothing sounds for anything other than the exploitation of your needs. I think of elephants, that most majestic of all mammals. Big Other poaches our behavior for surplus and leaves behind all the meaning lodged in our bodies, our brains, and our beating hearts, not unlike the monstrous slaughter of elephants for ivory. Forget the cliché that if it's free, you are the product. You are not the product, you are the abandoned carcass. The product derives from the surplus that is ripped from your life. Big Other finally enables the universal technology of behavior that, as Skinner, Stuart McKay, Mark Weiser, and Joe Paradiso each insisted, accomplishes its aims quietly and persistently, using methods that intentionally bypass our awareness, disappearing into the background of all things. Recall that Alphabet/Google's Eric Schmidt provoked uproar in 2015 when, in response to a question on the future of the web, he said, "The internet will disappear." What he really meant was that the internet will disappear into Big Other. Thanks to Big Other's capabilities, instrumentarian power aims for a condition of certainty without terror in the form of guaranteed outcomes. Because it does not claim our bodies for some grotesque regime of pain and murder, we are prone to undervalue its effects and lower our guard. Instead of death, torture, re-education, or conversion, instrumentarianism effectively exiles us from our own behavior. It severs our insides from our outsides, our subjectivity and interiority from our observable actions. It lends credibility to the behavioral economist's hypothesis of the frailty of human reason by making it so, as otherized behavior takes on a life of its own that delivers our futures to surveillance capitalism's aims and interests. In an instrumentarian utopia, Big Other simulates the vortex of stimuli, transforming natural selection into the unnatural selection of variation and reinforcement authored by market players and the competition for surveillance revenues. We may confuse Big Other with the behaviorist god of the vortex, but only because it effectively conceals the machinations of surveillance capital that are the wizard behind the digital curtain. The seductive voice crafted on the yonder side of this veil, Google, is that you, gently nudges us along the path that coughs up the maximum of behavioral surplus and the closest approximation to certainty. Do not slumber in this opiate fog at the network's edge. That knowing voice is underwritten by the aims and rules of the very place we once hoped to flee, with its commercialized rituals of competition, contempt, and humiliation. Take one wrong step, one deviation from the path of seamless frictionless predictability, and that same voice turns acid in an instant as it instructs the vehicular monitoring system not to allow the car to be started. Under the regime of instrumentarian power, the mental agency and self-possession of the right to the future tense are gradually submerged beneath a new kind of automaticity, a lived experience of stimulus-response reinforcement aggregated as the comings and goings of mere organisms. Our conformity is irrelevant to instrumentarian success. There is no need for mass submission to social norms, no loss of self to the collective induced by terror and compulsion, no offers of acceptance and belonging as a reward for bending to the group. All of that is superseded by a digital order that thrives within things and bodies, transforming volition into reinforcement and action into conditioned response. In this way, instrumentarian power produces endlessly accruing knowledge for surveillance capitalists and endlessly diminishing freedom for us as it continuously renews surveillance capitalism's domination of the division of learning in society. False consciousness is no longer produced by the hidden facts of class and their relation to production, but rather by the hidden facts of instrumentarian power's command over the division of learning in society as it usurps the rights to answer the essential questions: who knows? Who decides? Who decides? Who decides? Power was once identified with the ownership of the means of production, but it is now identified with ownership of the means of behavioral modification, that is Big Other. To a market project of total certainty. Big Other and the instrumentarian power that it enables fulfill Skinner's vision for humankind. As early as 1948 in Walden 2, Skinner had pined for the new measurement and computational capabilities that would unlock the mysteries of the vortex of stimuli and illuminate those acts of ignorance that we foolishly value as free will. I didn't say that behavior is always predictable, any more than the weather is always predictable, says Fraser, Walden 2's protagonist. There are often too many factors to be taken into account. We can't measure them all accurately, and we couldn't perform the mathematical operations needed to make a prediction if we had the measurements. 1. It was Skinner's hard destiny to foresee the possibility of instrumentarian power and its operationalization in Big Other before the instruments existed to fulfill that vision. His lab had always been a fantasy world of engineering innovations for his behavioral experiments, mazes and boxes for animal conditioning, measurement tools, and recording devices. A fully operational technology of behavior was the prize that would elude Skinner in his lifetime, a source of frustration that was palpable in every article and lecture right to the end. Though confident that science would eventually overcome the practical challenges of a behavioral technology, Skinner was more troubled by the cultural impediments to a human science of behavioral prediction and control founded on the viewpoint of the other one. He resented the friction produced by human beings in their stubborn attachment to the values and ideals of freedom inherited from the 18th century philosophers, and he equally despised the existential project of the post-war philosophies that planted authenticity, free will, and autonomous action at the heart of second modernity yearning. In his penultimate essay, written in 1990, barely 3 years before his death, Skinner mourned the prospects of behavioral prediction as the foundation of a new society built on scientific certainty. To say that a person is simply a place in which something happens seems even more threatening when it raises questions about what we are likely to do rather than what we have done to. In those last years he seemed more resigned to the tenacity of human friction and its stubborn allegiance to something like free will, his voice less outrageous and aggressive than the author of Beyond Freedom and Dignity, 2 decades earlier. Anger and contempt had shaded into weariness and despair with his final reflections. It may be said that this is a discouraging view of human behavior and that we shall be more likely to do something about the future if we continue to believe that our destiny is in our hands. That belief has survived for many centuries and has led to remarkable achievements, but the achievements were only the immediate consequences of what was done. We now know that other consequences have followed and that they are threatening our future. What we have done with our destiny may not be a testament we wish to leave to the world. Point 3. In our time of surveillance exceptionalism, as astonishment succumbs to helplessness and resignation, the resistance that Skinner lamented appears to be waning. The belief that we can choose our destiny is under siege, and, in a dramatic reversal, the dream of a technology of behavioral prediction and control for which Skinner had endured such public scorn is now a flourishing fact. This prize now attracts immense capital, human genius, scientific elaboration, governmental protection, ecosystems of institutionalization, and the glamour that always has and always will attach to power. The rise of instrumentarianism follows the path of illuminating events that, as Hannah Arendt writes, reveal a beginning in the past which had hitherto been hidden, for it is in the nature of instrumentarian power to operate remotely and move in stealth. It does not grow through terror, murder, the suspension of democratic institutions, massacre, or expulsion. Instead, it grows through declaration, self-authorization, rhetorical misdirection, euphemism, and the quiet, audacious backstage moves specifically crafted to elude awareness as it replaces individual freedom with others' knowledge and replaces society with certainty. It does not confront democracy but rather erodes it from within, eating away at the human capabilities and self-understanding required to sustain a democratic life. The narratives of Facebook's experimental maneuvers, Pokémon Go's prototype of a behavioral futures market, dominated society, and the endless examples of digital innovation crushed under the heel of the surveillance creed may be as close as we get to a public announcement of history illuminating change that moves through us and among us, irreversibly altering life as we have known it. There is no violence here, only the steady displacement of the will to will that has been embodied in self-determination, expressed in the first-person voice, and nourished in the kind of sanctuary that depends upon the possibility of private life and the promise of public freedom. Instrumentarian power, like Goethe's Faust, is morally agnostic. The only moral imperative here is distilled from the point of view of a thin utopian gruel. If there is sin, it is the sin of autonomy, the audacity to reject the flows that herd us all toward predictability. Friction is the only evil. Obstruction in law, action, or rhetoric is simply reactionary. The norm is submission to the supposed iron laws of technological inevitability that brook no impediment. It is deemed only rational to surrender and rejoice in new conveniences and harmonies, to wrap ourselves in the first text and embrace a violent ignorance of its shadow. Totalitarianism was a transformation of the state into a project of total possession. Instrumentarianism and big other signal the transformation of the market into a project of total certainty, an undertaking that is unimaginable outside the digital milieu, but also unimaginable outside the logic of accumulation that is surveillance capitalism. This new power is the spawn of an unprecedented convergence, the surveillance and actuation capabilities of big other in combination with the discovery and monetization of behavioral surplus. It is only in the context of this convergence that we can imagine economic principles that instrumentalize and control human experience to systematically and predictably shape behavior toward others' profitable ends. Instrumentarian power operates from the vantage point of the other one to reduce human persons to the mere animal condition of behavior shorn of reflective meaning. It sees only organisms bent to serve the new laws of capital now imposed on all behavior. Arendt anticipated the destructive potential of behaviorism decades ago when she lamented the devolution of our conception of thought to something that is accomplished by a brain and is therefore transferable to electronic instruments. The last stage of the laboring society, the society of job holders, demands of its members a sheer automatic functioning, as though individual life had actually been submerged in the overall life process of the species and the only active decision still required of the individual were to let go, so to speak, to abandon his individuality, the still individually sensed pain and trouble of living, and acquiesce in a dazed, tranquilized, functional type of behavior. The trouble with modern theories of behaviorism is not that they are wrong but that they could become true, that they actually are the best possible conceptualization of certain obvious trends in modern society. It is quite conceivable that the modern age, which began with such an unprecedented and promising outburst of human activity, may end in the deadliest, most sterile passivity history has ever known. 5. Is this to be our home, the automation of the self as the necessary condition of the automation of society, and all for the sake of others' guaranteed outcomes. 3. This century's curse. One place to begin our reckoning with this question is in Arendt's concluding remarks in the first edition of The Origins of Totalitarianism, words that have haunted me since I first read them many years ago. They were written at a time when totalitarianism had been defeated in Europe but remained unchallenged in Stalin's USSR. It was a time when much of the world was united in the urgency of understanding and remembering, not only as testament but also as a vaccine against future terror. Arendt's reflections summarize not only totalitarianism's futility and ludicrousness but also her sense of the disturbing relevance of totalitarian regimes. She warned that totalitarianism could not be written off as an accidental turn toward tragedy but rather that it must be seen as deeply connected with the crisis of this century. She concluded, "The fact is that the true problems of our time cannot be understood, let alone solved, without acknowledgement that totalitarianism became this century's curse only because it so terrifyingly took care of its problems." 6. Now imagine, decades hence, another thinker meditating on the disturbing relevance of instrumentarian power, observing that the true problems of our time cannot be understood, let alone solved, without acknowledgement that instrumentarianism became this century's curse only because it so terrifyingly took care of its problems. What problems? I have argued that surveillance capitalism and its instrumentarian power feed on the volatile conditions of existence that I summarize as the collision. Surveillance capitalism offers solutions to individuals in the form of social connection, access to information, time-saving convenience, and, too often, the illusion of support. These are the resources of the first text. More significantly, it offers solutions to institutions in the form of omniscience, control, and certainty. The idea here is not to heal instability, the corrosion of social trust and its broken bonds of reciprocity, dangerous extremes of inequality, regimes of exclusion, but rather to exploit the vulnerabilities produced by these conditions. It is useful to note that despite the much-touted social advantages of always-on connection, social trust in the U.S. declined precipitously during the same period that surveillance capitalism flourished. According to the U.S. General Social Survey's continuous measurement of interpersonal trust attitudes, the percentage of Americans who think that most people can be trusted remained relatively steady between 1972 and 1985. Despite some fluctuations, 46% of Americans registered high levels of interpersonal trust in 1972 and nearly 50% in 1985. As the neoliberal disciplines began to bite, that percentage steadily declined to 34% in 1995, just as the public internet went live. The late 1990s through 2014 saw another period of steady and decisive decline to only 30%. Societies that display low levels of interpersonal trust also tend to display low levels of trust toward legitimate authority. Indeed, levels of trust toward the government have also declined substantially in the U.S., especially during the decade and a half of growing connectivity and the spread of surveillance capitalism. More than 75% of Americans said that they trusted the government most or all of the time in 1958, about 45% in 1985, close to 20% in 2015, and down to 18% in 2017.8. Social trust is highly correlated with peaceful collective decision-making and civic engagement. In its absence, the authority of shared values and mutual obligation slips away. The void that remains is a loud signal of societal vulnerability. Confusion, uncertainty, and distrust enable power to fill the social void. Indeed, they welcome it. In the age of surveillance capitalism, it is instrumentarian power that fills the void, substituting machines for social relations, which amounts to the substitution of certainty for society. In this imagined collective life, freedom is forfeit to others' knowledge, an achievement that is only possible with the resources of the shadow text. The private institutions of capital led the way in this ambitious reformation of collective life and individual experience, but they found necessary support from public institutions, especially as the declaration of a war on terror legitimate every inclination to enshrine machine-produced certainty as the ultimate solution to societal uncertainty. These mutual affinities assured that instrumentarian power would not be a stepchild but rather an equal partner or even, with increasing regularity, the lord and master upon whom the state depends in its quest for total awareness. That instrumentarian power is regarded as the certain solution to uncertain societal conditions is evident in the ways in which it is called into action by the state. The varied and complex institutional patterns produced by these interactions are a crucial frontier for study and democratic debate. My aim right now is simply to point out a few examples that illustrate the state's continuous demands for the intensification of surveillance capitalism's production of instrumentarian power expressed in the growth and elaboration of Big Other as the preferred solution to social breakdown, mistrust, and uncertainty. Although we have become desensitized to a seemingly endless train of such examples, it is important to recognize that in these entanglements, state and market institutions demonstrate a shared commitment to a relentless drive toward guaranteed outcomes. Their mutual affinities can help us define the problem that threatens to make instrumentarian power our century's curse. Unsurprisingly, instrumentarian power is consistently called into action as a solution, if not the solution, to the threat of terrorism. Acts of terror reject the authority of civilizational norms and reveal the impossibility of society without mutual trust. Governments now turn to instrumentarian power as the solution to this new source of societal uncertainty, demanding the certainty machines that promise direct, reliable means of detection, prediction, and even the automatic actuation of countermeasures. During the 16 years of the Bush and Obama administrations, progress in information technology was understood as the most effective response to threat. Peter Swire observes that public officials know that the private sector is developing many new techniques for collecting and processing data and making decisions based on that data. The consequence is a large and ongoing shift toward information-intensive strategies that avail themselves of these market capabilities. 9. This status quo was interrupted in 2013, when Edward Snowden revealed the hidden complicity between state security agencies and the tech companies. In the backlash that followed, surveillance capitalists confronted new public relations challenges in what they portrayed as an uneasy or even unwilling alliance between private power and state security needs. Nevertheless, new terrorist threats invariably orient public officials toward the intensification and deployment of Big Other and the instrumentarian power it signifies. However, their ability to access this immense power is fraught with tension. It is not simply theirs to command. They must work, at least in part, through the surveillance capitalists. For example, in the aftermath of the December 2015 terror attacks in Paris, President Obama, U.S. legislators and public officials around the world exhorted the tech companies, especially Google, Facebook, and Twitter, to identify and remove terrorist content. The companies were reportedly reluctant to be, or at least to be perceived as, tools of government. 10 journalists noted that public officials developed workarounds aimed at achieving access to instrumentarian power without imposing new burdens on the company's public standing. For example, a government agency could assert that offending online content violates the Internet company's terms of service, thus initiating the quick removal of offending material without the paper trail that would go with a court order. Similarly, Google expanded its Trusted Flagger program, through which officials and others could identify problematic content for immediate action. 11. The companies responded with their own initiatives. Eric Schmidt suggested new instruments, including a spell check for hate, to target and eliminate terrorist accounts, remove content before it spreads, and accelerate the dissemination of counter-messages. 12. Top Obama administration officials endorsed that prospect on a pilgrimage to Silicon Valley in January 2016 for a terror summit with tech leaders. The agenda included discussions on how to disrupt terror activities on the Internet, amplify alternative content, disrupt paths to radicalization, and enable security agencies to prevent attacks. 13. A White House briefing memo encouraged the companies to develop a radicalism algorithm that would digest social media and other sources of surplus to produce something comparable to a credit score, but aimed at evaluating the radicalness of online content. Point 14. The turn to instrumentarian power as the solution to uncertainty is not restricted to the US government. Terrorism triggers similar responses in Germany, France, the UK, and around the world. After the 2016 attack on a Berlin Christmas market, German officials announced plans to require suspected extremists to wear electronic tags for perpetual tracking. Point 15. In 2017, surveillance capitalists, including Facebook, Microsoft, Google, and Twitter, established the Global Internet Forum to counter terrorism. The objective was to tighten the net of instrumentarian power through collaboration on engineering solutions to the problem of sharing content classification techniques, counter-speech initiatives, and a shared database of unique digital fingerprints for violent terrorist imagery to accelerate the identification of terrorist accounts. Point 16. The 2017 joint report of 5 countries, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States, included 4 key commitments, the very first of which was engagement with the Internet companies to address online terrorism activities and to support the industry forum led by Google and Facebook. Point 17. That year, the European Council announced its expectation that industry would live up to its responsibility to develop new technology and tools to improve the automatic detection and removal of content that incites to terrorist acts. 18. Meeting in Hamburg in 2017, the G20 countries vowed to work with the Internet companies, insisting on the need for better instruments to filter, detect, and remove content, and encouraging the industry to invest in the technology and human capital able to detect and eliminate terrorist activity online. Point 19. There are other emerging configurations of instrumentarian and state power. For example, former U.S. Director of National Intelligence James Clapper told Congress in 2016 that the intelligence services might use the Internet of Things for identification, surveillance, monitoring, location tracking, and targeting for recruitment, or to gain access to networks or user credentials. 20. Indeed, a research report from Harvard's Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society concluded that surveillance capitalism's wave of smart appliances and products, network sensors, and the Internet of Things would open up numerous avenues for government actors to demand access to real-time and recorded communications. 21. That smart and connected signal new channels for commercial and government surveillance is neither conjecture nor limited to federal intelligence agencies. In a 2015 murder case, police used data from a smart utility meter, an iPhone 6s Plus, and audio files captured by an Amazon Echo device to identify a suspect. Point 22. In 2014, data from a Fitbit wristband were used in a personal injury case, and in 2017 police used data from a pacemaker to charge a man with arson and insurance fraud. Point 23. In the US, local law enforcement has joined the queue of institutions seeking access to instrumentarian power. Surveillance as a service companies eagerly sell their wares to local police departments, also determined to find a shortcut to certainty. One startup, Geophedia, specializes in detailed location tracking of activists and protesters, such as Greenpeace members or union organizers, and the computation of individualized threat scores using data drawn from social media. Law enforcement agencies have been among Geophedia's most prominent clients. Point 24. When the Boston Police Department announced its interest in joining this roster in 2016, the city's police commissioner described to the Boston Globe his belief in machine certainty as the antidote to social breakdown. The attack on the Ohio State University campus is just the latest illustration of why local law enforcement authorities need every tool they can muster to stop terrorism and other violence before it starts. 25. An ACLU attorney countered that the government is using tech companies to build massive dossiers on people based on nothing more than their constitutionally protected speech. Point 26. Another, more prominent surveillance as a service company, Palantir, once touted by Bloomberg Businessweek as the war on terror's secret weapon, was found to be in a secret collaboration with the New Orleans Police Department to test its predictive policing technology. Palantir's software not only identified gang members but also traced people's ties to other gang members, outlined criminal histories, analyzed social media, and predicted the likelihood that individuals would commit violence or become a victim. 27. For the China syndrome. It is now possible to imagine one logical conclusion of this trend toward the substitution of certainty for society as the Chinese government develops a comprehensive social credit system described by one China scholar as the core of China's internet agenda. The aim is to leverage the explosion of personal data, in order to improve citizens' behavior. Individuals and enterprises are to be scored on various aspects of their conduct: where you go, what you buy and who you know, and these scores will be integrated within a comprehensive database that not only links into government information, but also to data collected by private businesses. 28. The system tracks good and bad behavior across a variety of financial and social activities, automatically assigning punishments and rewards to decisively shape behavior toward building sincerity in economic, social, and political life. The aim is for every Chinese citizen to be trailed by a file compiling data from public and private sources, searchable by fingerprints and other biometric characteristics. 29. Although China's social credit vision is invariably described as digital totalitarianism and is often compared to the world of Orwell's 1984, it is better understood as the apotheosis of instrumentarian power fed by public and private data sources and controlled by an authoritarian state. The accounts of its pilot programs describe powerful examples of surveillance capitalism's economies of action and the intricate construction of superscale means of behavior modification. The aim is the automation of society through tuning, herding, and conditioning people to produce pre-selected behaviors judged as desirable by the state and thus able to preempt instability, as one strategic studies expert put it. 30. In other words, the aim is to achieve guaranteed social rather than market outcomes using instrumentarian means of behavioral modification. The result is an emergent system that allows us to peer into one version of a future defined by a comprehensive fusion of instrumentarian and state power. China's vision is intended as the solution to its own unique version of the curse of social dissolution. Writing in Foreign Policy, journalist Amy Hawkins explains that China's pandemic of social distrust is the problem to which the social credit system is addressed as the cure. To be Chinese today is to live in a society of distrust, where every opportunity is a potential con and every act of generosity a risk of exploitation. 31. A fascinating empirical study of social trust in contemporary China actually finds high levels of in-group trust but discovers that these are correlated with negative health outcomes. The conclusion is that many Chinese trust only the people who are well known to them. All other relationships are regarded with suspicion and anxiety, with obvious consequences for social trust as well as well-being. 32. This rampant distrust, typically assigned to the traumas of rapid modernization and the shift to a quasi-capitalist economy, is also the legacy of Chinese totalitarianism. The Chinese Communist Party dismantled traditional domains of affiliation, identity, and social meaning: family, religion, civil society, intellectual discourse, political freedom, recalling Arendt's description of the atomization that destroys bonds of trust. 33. As Hawkins writes, but rather than promoting the organic return of traditional morality to reduce the gulf of distrust, the Chinese government has preferred to invest its energy in technological fixes, and it's being welcomed by a public fed up of not knowing who to trust, in part because there's no alternative. 34. The Chinese government intends to commandeer instrumentarian power to replace a broken society with certain outcomes. In 2015, the Chinese Central Bank announced a pilot project in which the top e-commerce companies would pioneer the data integration and software development for personal credit scoring. Among the largest of the pilots was Alibaba's Ant Financial and its personal credit scoring operation, Sesame Credit. The Sesame Credit system produces a holistic rating of character with algorithmic learning that goes far beyond the timely payment of bills and loans. Algorithms evaluate and rank purchases, video games versus children's books, education degrees, and the quantity and quality of friends. One reporter's account of her Sesame Credit experience warns that the algorithm veers into voodoo, considering the credit scores of her social contacts, the car she drives, her job, school, and a host of unspecified behavioral variables that supposedly correlate with good credit. The shadow text remains out of reach, and users are left to guess how to improve their scores, including shedding friends with low scores and bulking up on high-scoring individuals who, some believe, can boost one's own rank. 35. The company's CEO boasts that the scoring system will ensure that the bad people in society don't have a place to go, while good people can move freely and without obstruction. Those with high scores receive honors and rewards from Sesame Credit's customers in its behavioral futures markets. They can rent a car without a deposit, receive favorable terms on loans and apartment rentals, receive fast tracking for visa permits, enjoy being showcased on dating apps, and a host of other perks. However, one report warns that the privileges linked to a high personal credit score can suddenly tumble for reasons unrelated to consumption behavior, such as cheating on a university exam. 36. In 2017, the central bank retracted its support for the private sector personal credit programs, perhaps because they were too successful, their concentrations of knowledge and power too great. Sesame Credit had acquired more than 400 million users in just 2 years, staking a claim to just about every aspect of those users' lives. 37. A journalist who wrote a book on Ant Financial anticipates that the government is preparing to assert control over the whole system. The government doesn't want this very important infrastructure of the people's credit in one big company's hands. The Chinese government appears to understand that power accrues to the owners of the means of behavioral modification. It is the owners who set the behavioral parameters that define guaranteed outcomes. Thus, fusion advances. A sense of the kind of social world that might be produced by the fusion of instrumentarian and state power begins with the judgment defaulters list, described by The Economist as the heart of the social credit system and perhaps the best indicator of its larger ambitions. The list includes debtors and anyone who has ever defied a court order. People on the list can be prevented from buying airplane, bullet train or first or business class rail tickets, selling, buying, or building a house, or enrolling their children in expensive fee-paying schools. There are restrictions on offenders joining or being promoted in the party and army, and on receiving honors and titles. If the defaulter is a company, it may not issue shares or bonds, accept foreign investment or work on government projects. 38. According to a report in China Daily, debtors on the list were automatically prevented from flying 6.15 million times since the blacklist was launched in 2013. Those in contempt of court were denied sales of high-speed train tickets 2.22 million times. Some 71,000 defaulters have missed out on executive positions at enterprises as a result of their debts. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China said it had refused loans worth more than 6.97 billion yuan, $1.01 billion, to debtors on the list. 39. No one is sent to a re-education camp, but they may not be allowed to purchase luxury goods. According to the director of the Institute of the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation, given this inconvenience, 10% of people on the list started to pay back the money they owed spontaneously. This shows the system is starting to work. 40 economies of action were performing to plan. For the 400 million users of Sesame Credit, the fusion of instrumentarian and state power bites hard. Those who might find themselves on the blacklist discover that the credit system is designed to thrust their scores into an inexorable downward spiral. First your score drops. Then your friends hear you are on the blacklist and, fearful that their scores might be affected, quietly drop you as a contact. The algorithm notices, and your score plummets further. 41. The Chinese government's vision may be impossibly ambitious, the big dream of total awareness and perfect certainty mediated by algorithms that filter a perpetual flood of data flows from private and public supplies, including online and offline experience culled from every domain and able to ricochet back into the individual lives of 1.5 billion people, automating social behavior as the algorithms reward, punish, and shape action right down to the latest bus ticket. So far the project is fragmented across many pilots, not only in the tech companies but also in cities and regions, so there is no real test of the scale that the government envisions. There are plenty of experts who believe that a single system of that scale and complexity will be difficult if not impossible to achieve. There are other good reasons to discount the social credit system's relevance for our story. To state the obvious, China is not a democracy and its culture differs profoundly from Western culture. Syracuse University researcher Yang Wang observes that Chinese culture places less value on privacy than does Western culture, and that most Chinese have accommodated to the certain knowledge of online government surveillance and censorship. The most common word for privacy, yinsi, didn't even appear in popular Chinese dictionaries until the mid-1990s. 42 Chinese citizens have accepted national ID cards with biometric chips, birth permits, and now social credit rankings because their society has been saturated with surveillance and profiling for decades. For example, the Dangan is a wide-ranging personal dossier compiled on hundreds of millions of urban residents from childhood and maintained throughout life. This Mao-era system for recording the most intimate details of life is updated by teachers, Communist Party officials, and employers. Citizens have no rights to see its contents, let alone contest them. The dossier is only one feature of long institutionalized and pervasive administrative systems of behavioral control and surveillance in daily life that bestow honors on some and punishments on others. Social control programs have expanded with the growth of the Internet. For example, the Golden Shield is an extensive online surveillance system. China's cyber censors can suspend internet or social media accounts if their users send messages containing sensitive terms such as Tibetan independence or Tiananmen Square Incident 43. As distinct as our politics and cultures may be or have been, the emerging evidence of the Chinese social credit initiatives broadcasts the logic of surveillance capitalism and the instrumentarian power that it produces. Sesame Credit doubles down on every aspect of surveillance capitalist operations, with hundreds of millions of people caught in the gears of an automated behavioral modification machine and its bubbling behavioral futures markets dispersing perks and honors like Pokemon fairy dust in return for guaranteed outcomes. Chinese users are rendered, classified, and queued up for prediction with every digital touch, and so are we. We are ranked on Uber, on eBay, on Facebook, and on many other web businesses, and those are only the rankings that we see. Chinese users are assigned a character score, whereas the US government urges the tech companies to train their algorithms for a radicalism score. Indeed, the work of the shadow text is to evaluate, categorize, and predict our behavior in millions of ways that we can neither know nor combat. These are our digital dossiers. When it comes to credit scoring, US and UK banks and financial services firms have floated business models based on the mining and analysis of social media data for credit scores. Facebook itself has hinted of its interest, even filing a patent. 44 These efforts receded only because the Federal Trade Commission threatened regulatory intervention. 45 Oxford University China scholar Rogier Kremers, who translated some of the first documents on the social credit system, observes that the trend towards social engineering and nudging individuals towards better behavior is also part of the Silicon Valley approach that holds that human problems can be solved once and for all through the disruptive power of technology. In that sense, perhaps the most shocking element of the story is not the Chinese government's agenda, but how similar it is to the path technology is taking elsewhere. 46. In 2017, a surveillance technology trade show held in Shenzhen was packed with US companies selling their latest wares, especially cameras equipped with artificial intelligence and facial recognition. Among the crowd was the managing director of CCTV Direct, a UK distributor of surveillance equipment. He lamented how far behind the Western countries are, compared to the skills and thrills of China's surveillance infrastructure, but he also comforted himself with this thought: what starts here ends up in homes, airports, and businesses back in America. 47. The difference between surveillance capitalism in the West and China's emerging social credit system pivots on the patterns of entanglement and engagement between instrumentarian and state power. There are structural differences. In the West, as we have seen, the patterns have taken on many forms. The state began as bosom and shelter, then eager student and envious cousin. Surveillance capitalism and its instruments have come of age now, producing a fitful but necessary partnership. Key instrumentarian capabilities are docked in the big surveillance capitalist firms, and the state must move with and through these firms to access much of the power it seeks. In the Chinese context, the state will run the show and own it, not as a market project but as a political one, a machine solution that shapes a new society of automated behavior for guaranteed political and social outcomes, certainty without terror. All the pipes from all the supply chains will carry behavioral surplus to this new, complex means of behavioral modification. The state will assume the role of the behaviorist god, owning the shadow text and determining the schedule of reinforcements and the behavioral routines that it will shape. Freedom will be forfeit to knowledge, but it will be the state's knowledge that it exercises, not for the sake of revenue but for the sake of its own perpetuation. Via fork in the road. Recall Carl Friedrich's observation on the challenge of grasping the naked facts of totalitarianism. Virtually no one before 1914 anticipated the course of development which has overtaken Western civilization since then. To this failure to foresee corresponds a difficulty in comprehending. 48 Recall to the grinning, robust Joe Stalin planted among Hollywood luminaries on the glossy pages of a 1939 Look magazine. Will we suffer the same lack of foresight as those who could not comprehend totalitarianism's rise, paralyzed by the sheer power of Big Other and its infinite echoes of consequence, distracted by our needs and confused by its speed, secrecy, and success? Astonishment is a necessary alarm. We need it, but it should not leave us frozen in disbelief. The steady drumbeat of Big Other's manifest destiny, its breathtaking velocities, and the obscurity of its aims and purpose are intended to disarm, disorient, and bewilder. Inevitabilist ideology works to equate surveillance capitalism and its instrumentarian power with nature, not a human construction but something more like a river or a glacier, a thing that can only be joined or endured. All the more reason to ask, might the banalities of today's declarations, instruct the vehicular monitoring system not to allow the car to be started, also reveal themselves in the fullness of time as the seeds of our century's greatest nightmare? What of the authors of the instrumentarian project? How will we appraise the smiling, robust faces of the tech titans when we revisit those images in the glossy pixels of some 21st century version of Look? The road from Shenzhen to an American or European airport also leads to the Roomba vacuum cleaner mapping your living room and your breakfast with Alexa. It is the road to machine certainty imposed by instrumentarian power and produced by surveillance capitalism. This journey is not as long as you might think. There is a fork in the road. In one direction lies the possibility of a synthetic declaration for a third modernity based on the strengthening of democratic institutions and the creative construction of a double movement for our time. On this road we harness the digital to forms of information capitalism that reunite supply and demand in ways that are both genuinely productive of effective life and compatible with a flourishing democratic social order. The first step down this road begins with naming, establishing our bearings, reawakening our astonishment, and sharing a sense of righteous indignity. If we follow the other road, the one that links us to Shenzhen, we find our way to surveillance capitalism's anti-democratic vision for a third modernity fashioned by instrumentarian power. It is a future of certainty accomplished without violence. The price we pay is not with our bodies but with our freedom. This future does not yet exist, but like Scrooge's dream of Christmas future, the materials are all in place and ready for assembly. Chapter 14 examines this next way station on the road that began with an unprecedented capitalism, turned toward an unprecedented power, and now leads to an unprecedented society, theorized and legitimated by a burgeoning intellectual ecosystem of thinkers, researchers, and practitioners. What is this new place that they would have us call home? Figure 4, Two Species of Power. Chapter 14. A Utopia of Certainty. So from the years their gifts were showered, each grabbed at the one it needed to survive. B took the politics that suit a hive. Trout finned as trout, peach molded into peach. And were successful at their first endeavor. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, I Society as the other one. Although he did not name it, The visionary of ubiquitous computing, Mark Weiser, foresaw the immensity of instrumentarian power as a totalizing societal project. He did so in a way that suggests both its utter lack of precedent and the danger of confounding it with what has gone before. Hundreds of computers in every room, all capable of sensing people near them and linked by high-speed networks, have the potential to make totalitarianism up to now seem like sheerest anarchy. In fact, all those computers are not the means to a digital hyper-totalitarianism. They are, as I think Weiser sensed, the foundation of an unprecedented power that can reshape society in unprecedented ways. If instrumentarian power can make totalitarianism look like anarchy, then what might it have in store for us? 7 decades ago, Skinner's proto-instrumentarian behavioral utopia, Walden 2, was met with revulsion. Today the real thing is inspirational fodder for surveillance capitalist rhetoric as leaders promote the tools and visions that will bring the old professor's ideas to life, to our lives. The processes of normalization and habituation have begun. We have already seen that surveillance capitalism's pursuit of certainty, the mandate of the prediction imperative, requires a continuous approximation to total information as the ideal condition for machine intelligence. On the trail of totality, surveillance capitalists enlarged their scope from the virtual to the real world. The reality business renders all people, things, and processes as computational objects in an endless queue of equivalence without equality. Now, as the reality business intensifies, the pursuit of totality necessarily leads to the annexation of society, social relations, and key societal processes as a fresh terrain for rendition, calculation, modification, and prediction. Big Other's ubiquity is revered as inevitable, but that is not the end game. The aim in this new phase is the comprehensive visibility, coordination, confluence, control, and harmonization of social processes in the pursuit of scale, scope, and action. Although instrumentarianism and totalitarianism are distinct species, they each yearn toward totality, though in profoundly different ways. Totalitarianism seeks totality as a political condition and relies on violence to clear its path. Instrumentarianism seeks totality as a condition of market dominance, and it relies on its control over the division of learning in society, enabled and enforced by Big Other, to clear its path. The result is the application of instrumentarian power to societal optimization for the sake of market objectives, a utopia of certainty. Although they resonate in many respects with the instrumentarian social vision of China's political elite, surveillance capitalists have distinct objectives. In their view, instrumentarian society is a market opportunity. Any norms and values they impose are designed to further the certain fulfillment of market goals. Like human experience, society is subordinated to the market dynamic and reborn as objectified computational behavioral metrics available to surveillance capitalism's economies of scale, scope, and action in the pursuit of the most lucrative supplies of behavioral surplus. In order to achieve these aims, surveillance capitalists have conjured a chilling vision. They aim to fashion a new society that emulates machine learning in much the same way that industrial society was patterned on the disciplines and methods of factory production. In their vision, instrumentarian power replaces social trust, Big Other substitutes certainty for social relations, and society as we know it shades into obsolescence. To totality includes society. Like generals delivering a chest-thumping tally of their armies, surveillance capitalist leaders take care to assure allies of their great power. This is typically expressed in an inventory of the instrumentarian troops massed at the border, poised for the rendition of everything in pursuit of totality. This pursuit, it becomes clear, does not merely have consequences for society, it includes society. In the spring of 2017, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella bounded on stage to open the company's annual developers conference, his slender profile accentuated by the requisite black polo shirt, black jeans, and trendy black high tops. He quickly dazzled the audience with the roll call of his troops. Nadella recounted the 500 million Windows 10 devices, 100 million monthly users of its Office software, 140 million monthly users of the corporation's digital assistant, Cortana, and more than 12 million organizations signed onto its cloud services, including 90% of the Fortune 500. Nadella did not fail to remind his audience of the crushing velocity that drives the instrumentarian project in an explosion of shock and awe, especially in the years since surveillance capitalism came to dominate digital services. Internet traffic increased by a factor of 17.5 million over 1992's 100 gigabytes per day. 90% of the data in 2017 was generated in the prior 2 years. A single autonomous car will generate 100 gigabytes per second. There will be an estimated 25 billion intelligent devices by 2020. It's stunning to see the progress across the depth and breadth of our society and economy and how digital technology is so pervasive. It's about what you can do with that technology to have broad impact. His final exhortation to the assembled developers changed the world. Earned a thunderous round of applause. Point 2. In celebrating Google's ambitions with the company's developers in 2017, CEO Sundar Pichai ran parallel to Nadella, showcasing his troop strength as Google's battalions fan out to embrace every corner of social life, demonstrating the breadth and depth of the corporation's instrumentarian power with a zeal that would have made Professor Skinner glow. Pichai reports that 7 of the company's most salient products and platforms engage 1 billion monthly active users, including Gmail, Android, Chrome, Maps, Search, YouTube, and the Google Play Store, 2 billion active Android devices, 800 million monthly active users of Google Drive with 3 billion objects uploaded each week, 500 million Photos users uploading 1.2 billion photos each day, 100 million devices using Google Assistant. Every device is recast as a vehicle for Assistant, which will be available throughout the day, at home, and on the go for every kind of task or social function. Pichai wants even more, telling his team, "We must go deeper. Assistant should be wherever people might want to ask for help." Google executives share the enthusiasm. "Technology is now on the cusp of taking us into a magical age," writes Eric Schmidt, "solving problems today that we simply couldn't solve on our own. 3 Machine learning," he says, "will do everything from curing blindness to saving animals from extinction." Above all, however, it is founder Larry Page who has long had his sights set on the transformation of society. "The societal goal is our primary goal," Page told the Financial Times in 2016. "We need revolutionary change, not incremental change," he told another interviewer that year. "We could probably solve a lot of the issues we have as humans." 5. Much of Page's future vision turns out to be stock utopian fare, themes that have been repeated for millennia. Page anticipates machine intelligence that restores humankind to the Garden of Eden, lifting us from toil and struggle into a new realm of leisure and fulfillment. He foresees, for example, a future society graced by abundance in all things, where employment is but a crazy distant memory. Point 6. Most unusual, however, is that Page portrays Google's totalistic ambitions as a logical consequence of its commitment to the perfection of society. From his point of view, we should welcome the opportunity to lean on Big Other and willingly subordinate all knowledge and decision rights to Google's plan. For the sake of the plan, the totality of society, every person, object, and process must be corralled into the supply chains that feed the machines, which, in turn, spin the algorithms that animate Big Other to manage and mitigate our frailty. What you should want us to do is to really build amazing products, and to really do that, we have to understand apps, and we have to understand things you could buy, and we have to understand airline tickets. We have to understand anything you might search for. And people are a big thing you might search for. We're going to have people as a first-class object in search. If we're going to do a good job meeting your information needs, we actually need to understand things, and we need to understand things pretty deeply. Point 7. Total knowledge is sold as a requirement of the preemptive services that lead to the solution of solutions in the AI-powered, omniscient Google Assistant. It's really trying to understand everything in the world and make sense of it. A lot of queries are actually about places, so we need to understand places. A lot of the queries are about content we can't find. We did books, and so on. So, we've been gradually expanding that. Maybe you don't want to ask a question. Maybe you want to just have it answered for you before you ask it. That would be better. Point 8. Google originated in the prospect of optimally organizing the world's information, but Page wants the corporation to optimize the organization of society itself. In my very long-term worldview, he said in 2013, our software understands deeply what you're knowledgeable about, what you're not, and how to organize the world so that the world can solve important problems. 9. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg shares these totalistic ambitions, and he is increasingly frank about society, not just the individuals within it, as subordinate to Facebook's embrace. His 3 big company goals include connecting everyone, understanding the world, and building the knowledge economy, so that every user will have more tools to share different kinds of content. 10. Zuckerberg's keen appreciation of second modernity instabilities and the yearning for support and connection that is among its most vivid features drives his confidence, just as it did for Google economist Hal Varian. The corporation would know every book, film, and song a person had ever consumed. Predictive models would enable the corporation to tell you what bar to go to when you arrive in a strange city. The vision is detailed. When you arrive at the bar, the bartender has your favorite drink waiting, and you're able to look around the room and identify people just like you. Zuckerberg described the flow of behavioral surplus as growing at an exponential rate, that lets us project into the future. 2 years from now people are going to be sharing twice as much, 4 years, 8 times as much, and in a nod to the already pressing competition for totality, Zuckerberg anticipated that Facebook's social graph will start to be a better map of how you navigate the web than the traditional link structure. 11. To that end, the CEO told investors that Facebook would bring affordable internet access to every person in the world so that every user will have more tools to share different kinds of content. 12. Nothing was likely to impede the corporation's progress on the societal front, he asserted, because humans have such a deep desire to express themselves. 13. In 2017 Zuckerberg went even further in articulating his societal ambitions, this time aiming straight at the heart of second modernity anxieties. People feel unsettled. A lot of what was settling in the past doesn't exist anymore. Zuckerberg believes that he and his company can provide a future that works for everyone and fulfills personal, emotional, and spiritual needs for purpose and hope, moral validation, and comfort that we are not alone. Progress now requires humanity coming together not just as cities or nations, Zuckerberg urged, but also as a global community. The most important thing we at Facebook can do is develop the social infrastructure to build a global community. Citing Abraham Lincoln, Facebook's founder located his company's mission in the evolutionary timeline of civilization, during which humanity organized itself first in tribes, then cities, then nations. The next phase of social evolution would be global community, and Facebook was to lead the way, constructing the means and overseeing the ends. 14. Speaking at Facebook's 2017 Developers Conference, Zuckerberg linked his assertion of the company's historic role in establishing a global community to the standard myth of the modern utopia, assuring his followers, in the future, technology is going to free us up to spend more time on the things we all care about, like enjoying and interacting with each other and expressing ourselves in new ways. A lot more of us are gonna do what today is considered the arts, and that's gonna form the basis of a lot of our communities. 15. As Nadella and other surveillance capitalists spin their utopian dreams, the surveillance capitalists fail to mention that the magical age they envision comes at a price. Big Other must expand toward totality as it deletes all boundaries and overwhelms every source of friction in the service of its economic imperatives. All power yearns toward totality, and only authority stands in the way. Democratic institutions, laws, regulations, rights and obligations, private governance rules and contracts, the normal market constraints exercised by consumers, competitors, and employees, civil society, the political authority of the people, and the moral authority of individual human beings who have their bearings. This point was made in Goethe's fable of the sorcerer's apprentice, when, in the absence of the sorcerer's authority to guide and check the action, the apprentice transforms the broom into a demonic force of pure unrelenting power. Ah, the word with which the master makes the broom a broom once more. Ah, he runs and fetches faster. Be a broomstick as before. Ever knew the torrents that by him are fed? Ah, 100 currents pour upon my head. 16. 3. Applied utopistics. Instrumentarian power, like the apprentice's broom, has flourished in the sorcerer's absence with little authority to check its action, and the surveillance capitalist's appetite for totality has grown with this success. The utopian rhetoric of a magical age has been critical to this progress. The notion that Big Other will solve all of humanity's problems while empowering each individual is usually dismissed as mere techno-utopianism, but it would be a mistake for us to ignore this rhetoric without examining its purpose. Such discourse is no mere hogwash. It is the minesweeper that precedes the foot soldiers and the canny diplomat sent ahead to disarm the enemy and smooth the way for a quiet surrender. The promise of a magical age plays a critical strategic role, simultaneously distracting us from and legitimating surveillance capitalism's totalistic ambitions that necessarily include people as a first-class object. The societal goal articulated by the leading surveillance capitalists fits snugly into the notion of limitless technological progress that dominated utopian thought from the late 18th century through the late 19th century, culminating with Marx. Indeed, surveillance capitalists such as Nadella, Page, and Zuckerberg conform to 5 of the 6 elements with which the great scholars of utopian thought, Frank and Fritz Emanuel, define the classic profile of the most ambitious modern utopianists. 1. A tendency toward highly focused tunnel vision that simplifies the utopian challenge. 2. An earlier and more trenchant grasp of a new state of being than other contemporaries. 3. The obsessive pursuit and defense of an idée fixe. 4. An unshakable belief in the inevitability of one's ideas coming to fruition, and 5. The drive for total reformation at the level of the species and the entire world system. 17. The manuals observe a 6th characteristic of the future-oriented modern visionary, and this is where the men and the corporations examined here represent powerful exceptions to the rule. Often a utopian foresees the later evolution and consequences of technological development already present in an embryonic state. He may have antennae sensitive to the future. His gadgets, however, rarely go beyond the mechanical potentialities of his age. Try as he may to invent something wholly new, he cannot make a world out of nothing. 18. In our time, however, surveillance capitalists can and do make such a world a genuinely historic deviation from the norm. Individually and collectively, the knowledge, power, and wealth that surveillance capitalists command would be the envy of any ancient potentate, just as they are now coveted by the modern state. With 2017 balance sheets reporting $126 billion in cash and securities for Microsoft, $92 billion for Google, and about $30 billion for Facebook, and the financial markets endorsing their ever-expanding instrumentarian regimes with more than $1.6 trillion in market capitalization in mid-2017, these are the rare utopianists who can oversee the translation of their imaginations into fact without soldiers to pave the way in blood. 19. In this respect, the surveillance capitalist leaders are sui generis utopianists. Marx grasped the world with his thickly articulated theory, but with only the power of his ideas, he could not implement his vision. Long after the publication of Marx's theories, men such as Lenin, Stalin, and Mao applied them to real life. Indeed, the manuals describe Lenin as a specialist in applied utopistics. 20. In contrast, the surveillance capitalist sees the world in practice. Their theories are thin, at least this is true of the thinking that they share with the public. The opposite is true of their power, which is monumental and largely unimpeded. When it comes to theory and practice, the usual sequence is that theory is available to inspect, interrogate, and debate before action is initiated. This allows observers an opportunity to judge a theory's worthiness for application, to consider unanticipated consequences of application, and to evaluate an application's fidelity to the theory in which it originates. The unavoidable gap between theory and practice creates a space for critical inquiry. For example, we can question whether a law or governmental practice is consistent with a nation's constitution, Charter of Rights, and governing principles because we can inspect, interpret, and debate those documents. If the gap is too great, citizens act to close the gap by challenging the law or practice. The surveillance capitalists reverse the normal sequence of theory and practice. Their practices move ahead at high velocity in the absence of an explicit and contestable theory. They specialize in displays of instrumentarian's unique brand of shock and awe, leaving onlookers dazed, uncertain, and helpless. The absence of a clear articulation of their theory leaves the rest of us to ponder its practical effects: the vehicular monitoring system that shuts down your engine, the destination that appears with the route, the suggested purchase that flashes on your phone the moment your endorphins peak, Big Other's continuous tracking of your location, behavior, and mood, and its cheerful herding of city dwellers toward surveillance capitalism's customers. However meager and secretive the surveillance capitalists' theories might be, the instrumentarian power they wield can make their dreams come true, or at least inflict a whirlwind of consequences as they try. The only way to grasp the theory advanced in their applied utopistics is to reverse engineer their operations and scrutinize their meaning, as we have done throughout these chapters. Applied utopistics are on the move at Facebook, Google, and Microsoft as the frontier of behavioral surplus extraction moves into realms of life traditionally understood as societal and elaborated under some combination of civil institutions and public leadership. Zuckerberg's 2017 mission statement for Facebook, introduced as Building Global Community, announced a new phase of applied utopistics. Overall, it is important that the governance of our community scales with the complexity and demands of its people. We are committed to always do better, even if that involves building a worldwide voting system to give you more voice and control. Our hope is that this model provides examples of how collective decision-making may work in other aspects of the global community. 21 later that year, Zuckerberg told an audience of developers that we have a full roadmap of products to help build groups and community, help build a more informed society, help keep our communities safe, and we have a lot more to do here. 22. Back on that stage in the spring of 2017, Microsoft's Nadella encouraged his developers, whether it's precision medicine or precision agriculture, whether it's digital media or the industrial internet, the opportunity for us as developers to have broad, deep impact on all parts of society and all parts of the economy has never been greater. 23. The vision that Nadella unveiled that day is emblematic of the wider surveillance capitalist template for our futures. Where do they think they are taking us? For confluence as machine relations. In order to decipher the true measure of an instrumentarian society, let's set aside the razzle-dazzle of a magic age and focus instead on the practices of applied utopistics and the social vision they imply. Nadella provided a valuable opportunity when he unveiled a series of practical applications that imply a sweeping new vision of machine relations as the template for a new era's social relations. The reveal begins with Nadella's account of a Microsoft collaboration with a 150-year-old Swedish manufacturer of high-precision metal cutting equipment that has reinvented itself for the 21st century. The project is a state-of-the-art illustration of what Nadella describes as the fundamental change in the paradigm of the apps that we are building, a change in the worldview that we have, from a mobile-first, cloud-first world to a new world that is going to be made up of an intelligent cloud and an intelligent edge. Artificial intelligence, he says, learns from information and interacts with the physical world, thus citing the capabilities required for economies of action. 24. Nadella first describes the machines linked by telemetry in the new factory setting as they continuously stream data to the IoT hub in the cloud, where Microsoft's analyses search out anomalies that could put the machines at risk. Each anomaly is traced back through the data stream to its cause, and machine intelligence in the hub learns to identify the causal patterns so that it can preemptively shut down a threatened piece of equipment in about 2 seconds, before a potentially damaging event can occur. Then Nadella describes the new breakthrough capability in which a computational actuating sensor is embedded directly in the machine, dramatically reducing the time to a preemptive shutdown, That logic is now running locally, so there's no cloud loop. The edge knows immediately when the machine experiences an event that predicts a future anomaly, and it shuts down the equipment within 100 milliseconds of this computation, a 20x improvement. This is celebrated as the power of the cloud working in harmony with an intelligent edge to anticipate and preempt variations from the norm before they happen. 25. The power of machine learning develops exponentially as the devices learn from one another's experiences, feeding into and drawing upon the intelligence of the hub. In this scenario, it's not that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, it's more like there are no parts. The whole is everywhere, fully manifest in each device embedded in each machine. Nadella translates these facts into their practical application, observing that once you have lots of devices around, an ad hoc data center is created on a factory floor, at home, or anywhere else. You can turn any place into a safe, AI-driven place. 26. With this statement, it finally becomes clear that safe means automatically anomaly-free. In Nadella's factory, machine knowledge instantaneously replaces ignorance, herding all machine behavior to pre-established norms. Rather than concern for the multiplication of risk and the contagion of failure should machine learning go awry, Nadella celebrates the synchrony and universality of certain outcomes, as every machine is the same machine marching to the same song. Just as a century ago the logic of mass production and its top-down administration provided the template for the principles of industrial society and its wider civilizational milieu, so too is Nadella's New Age factory revealed as the proving ground for his social vision. Surveillance capitalism's vision of an instrumentarian society enabled by a new form of collective action. Machine learning is rendered here as a collective mind, a hive mind in which each element learns and operates in concert with every other element, a model of collective action in which all the machines in a network system move seamlessly toward confluence, all sharing the same understanding and operating in unison with maximum efficiency to achieve the same outcomes. Confluent action means that the freedom of each individual machine is surrendered to the knowledge that they share. Just as the behavioral theorists Planck, Meyer, and Skinner predicted, this sacrifice amounts to an all-out war on accidents, mistakes, and randomness in general. Nadella takes this template of new machine relations and applies it to a more complex illustration of a human and machine system, though still in the economic domain. This time it's a construction site, where human and machine behaviors are tuned to pre-established parameters determined by superiors and referred to as policies. Algorithmic uncontracts apply rules and substitute for social functions such as supervision, negotiation, communication, and problem solving. Each person and piece of equipment takes a place among an equivalence of objects, each one recognizable to the system through the AI devices distributed across the site. For example, each individual's training, credentials, employment history, and other background information are instantly on display to the system. A policy might declare that only credentialed employees can use jackhammers. If an employee who is not accredited for jackhammer use approaches that tool, the possibility of an impending violation is triggered, and the jackhammer screams an alert, instantly disabling itself. Significantly, it is not only the unified action of things on the site that are mobilized in alignment with policies. Confluent human action is also mobilized, as social influence processes are triggered in the preemptive work of anomaly avoidance. In the case of the at-risk jackhammer, the humans at the site are mobilized to swarm toward the location of the AI-anticipated anomalous offense in order to quickly resolve it. The intelligent edge, Microsoft developers are told, is the interface between the computer and the real world. You can search the real world for people, objects, and activities, and apply policies to them. 27. Once people and their relationships are rendered as otherized, equivalent things in the cloud, 25 billion computational actuating devices can be mobilized to shape behavior around safe and harmonious policy parameters. The most profound shift, Nadella explained, is that people and their relationship with other people is now a first-class thing in the cloud. It's not just people, but it's their relationships to all of the work artifacts, their schedules, their project plans, their documents. All of that now is manifest in this Microsoft graph. These streams of total information are key to optimizing the future of productivity, Nadella exalted. Point 28. In Microsoft's instrumentarian society, the factories and workplaces are like Skinner's labs, and the machines replace his pigeons and rats. These are the settings where the architecture and velocities of instrumentarian power are readied for translation to society in a digital age iteration of Walden 2, in which machine relations are the model for social relations. Nadella's construction site exemplifies the grand confluence in which machines and humans are united as objects in the cloud, all instrumented and orchestrated in accordance with the policies. The magnificence of policies lies precisely in the fact that they appear on the scene as guaranteed outcomes to be automatically imposed, monitored, and maintained by the system. They are baked into big others' operations, an infinity of uncontracts detached from any of the social processes associated with private or public governance, conflict and negotiation, promise and compromise, agreement and shared values, democratic contest, legitimation, and authority. The result is that policies are functionally equivalent to plans, as Big Other directs human and machine action. It ensures that doors will be locked or unlocked, car engines will shut down or come to life, the jackhammer will scream no in suicidal self-sacrifice, the worker will adhere to norms, the group will swarm to defeat anomalies. We will all be safe as each organism hums in harmony with every other organism, less a society than a population that ebbs and flows in perfect frictionless confluence, shaped by the means of behavioral modification that elude our awareness and thus can neither be mourned nor resisted. Just as the division of labor migrated from the economic domain to society in the 20th century, Nadella's construction site is the economic petri dish in which a new division of learning mutates into life, ready for translation to society. In the 20th century, the critical success factors of industrial capitalism: efficiency, productivity, standardization, interchangeability, the minute division of labor, discipline, attention, scheduling, conformity, hierarchical administration, the separation of knowing and doing, and so forth were discovered and crafted in the workplace and then transposed to society, where they were institutionalized in schools, hospitals, family life, and personality. As generations of scholars have documented, society became more factory-like so that we might train and socialize the youngest among us to fit the new requirements of a mass production order. We have entered the cycle anew, but now the aim is to remake 21st century society as a first-class thing organized in the image of the machine hive for the sake of others' certainty. The connectedness that we once sought for personal sustenance and effectiveness is recast as the medium for a new species of power and the social confluence that translates into guaranteed outcomes. Confluence as society. Microsoft scientists have been working for years on how to take the same logic of automated preemptive control at the network's edge and transpose it to social relations. As Nadella observed in 2017, if we can do this in a physical place, it can be done everywhere and anywhere. He advised his audience of applied utopianists, you could start reasoning about people, their relationship with other people, the things in the place. 29. The imaginative range of this new thinking is demonstrated in a 2013 Microsoft patent application updated and republished in 2016 and titled User Behavior Monitoring on a Computerized Device 30 with conspicuously thin theory complemented by thick practice. The patented device is designed to monitor user behavior in order to preemptively detect any deviation from normal or acceptable behavior that is likely to affect the user's mental state. A prediction model corresponding to features of one or more mental states may be compared with features based upon current user behavior. The scientists propose an application that can sit in an operating system, server, browser, phone, or wearable device, continuously monitoring a person's behavioral data, interactions with other people or computers, social media posts, search queries, and online activities. The app may activate sensors to record voice and speech, videos and images, and movement, such as detecting when the user engages in excessive shouting by examining the user's phone calls and comparing related features with the predication model. All these behavioral data are stored for future historical analyses in order to improve the prediction model. If the user normally restrains the volume of his or her voice, then sudden excessive shouting may indicate a psychosocial event. Alternatively, the behavior could be assessed in relation to a feature distribution representing normal and/or acceptable behavior for an average member of a population. A statistically significant deviation from that behavior baseline indicates a number of possible psychological events. The initial proposition is that in the event of an anomaly, the device would alert trusted individuals such as family members, doctors, and caregivers. But the circle widens as the patent specifications unfold. The scientists note the utility of alerts for healthcare providers, insurance companies, and law enforcement personnel. Here is a new surveillance as a service opportunity geared to preempt whatever behavior clients choose. Microsoft's patent returns us to Planck, Meyer, and Skinner and the viewpoint of the other one. In their physics-based representation of human behavior, anomalies are the accidents that are called freedom but actually denote ignorance. They simply cannot yet be explained by the facts. Planck/Meyer/Skinner believed that the forfeit of this freedom was the necessary price to be paid for the safety and harmony of an anomaly-free society in which all processes are optimized for the greater good. Skinner imagined that with the correct technology of behavior, knowledge could preemptively eliminate anomalies, driving all behavior toward pre-established parameters that align with social norms and objectives. If we could show that our members preferred life in Walden too, says Fraser Skinner, it would be the best possible evidence that we had reached a safe and productive social structure. 31. In this template of social relations, behavioral modification operates just beyond the threshold of human awareness to induce, reward, goad, punish, and reinforce behavior consistent with correct policies. Thus, Facebook learns that it can predictably move the societal dial on voting patterns, emotional states, or anything else that it chooses. Niantic Labs and Google learn that they can predictably enrich McDonald's bottom line or that of any other customer. In each case, corporate objectives define the policies toward which confluent behavior harmoniously streams. The machine hive, the confluent mind created by machine learning, is the material means to the final elimination of the chaotic elements that interfere with guaranteed outcomes. Eric Schmidt and Sebastian Thrun, the machine intelligence guru who once directed Google's X Lab and helped lead the development of Street View and Google's self-driving car, make this point in championing Alphabet's autonomous vehicles. "Let's stop freaking out about artificial intelligence," they write. Schmidt and Thrun emphasize the crucial insight that differentiates AI from the way people learn. 32. Instead of the typical assurances that machines can be designed to be more like human beings and therefore less threatening, Schmidt and Thrun argue just the opposite: it is necessary for people to become more machine-like. Machine intelligence is enthroned as the apotheosis of collective action in which all the machines in a network system move seamlessly toward confluence, all sharing the same understanding and thus operating in unison with maximum efficiency to achieve the same outcomes. The jackhammers do not independently appraise their situation, they each learn what they all learn. They each respond the same way to uncredentialed hands, their brains operating as one in service to the policy. The machines stand or fall together, right or wrong together. As Schmidt and Thrun lament, when driving, people mostly learn from their own mistakes, but they rarely learn from the mistakes of others. People collectively make the same mistakes over and over again. As a result, hundreds of thousands of people die worldwide every year in traffic collisions. AI evolves differently. When one of the self-driving cars makes an error, all of the self-driving cars learn from it. In fact, new self-driving cars are born with the complete skill set of their ancestors and peers. So collectively, these cars can learn faster than people. With this insight, in a short time self-driving cars safely blended onto our roads alongside human drivers, as they kept learning from each other's mistakes. Sophisticated AI-powered tools will empower us to better learn from the experiences of others. The lesson with self-driving cars is that we can learn and do more collectively. 33. This is a succinct but extraordinary statement of the machine template for the social relations of an instrumentarian society. The essence of these facts is that first, machines are not individuals, and second, we should be more like machines. The machines mimic each other, and so must we. The machines move in confluence, not many rivers but one, and so must we. The machines are each structured by the same reasoning and flowing toward the same objective, and so must we be structured. The instrumentarian future integrates this symbiotic vision in which the machine world and social world operate in harmony within, in, and across species as humans emulate the superior learning processes of the smart machines. This emulation is not intended as a throwback to mass production's Taylorism or Chaplin's hapless worker swallowed by the mechanical order. Instead, this prescription for symbiosis takes a different road on which human interaction mirrors the relations of the smart machines as individuals learn to think and act by emulating one another, just like the self-driving cars and the policy-worshipping jackhammers. In this way, the machine hive becomes the role model for a new human hive in which we march in peaceful unison toward the same direction based on the same correct understanding in order to construct a world free of mistakes, accidents, and random messes. In this world, the correct outcomes are known in advance and guaranteed in action. The same ubiquitous instrumentation and transparency that define the machine system must also define the social system, which in the end is simply another way of describing the ground truth of instrumentarian society. In this human hive, individual freedom is forfeit to collective knowledge and action. Non-harmonious elements are preemptively targeted with high doses of tuning, herding, and conditioning, including the full seductive force of social persuasion and influence. We march in certainty, like the smart machines. We learn to sacrifice our freedom to collective knowledge imposed by others and for the sake of their guaranteed outcomes. This is the signature of the third modernity offered up by surveillance capital as its answer to our quest for effective life together. Chapter 15. The Instrumentarian Collective. So an age ended, and its last deliverer died. In bed, grown idle and unhappy, they were safe. The sudden shadow of a giant's enormous calf would fall no more at dusk across their lawns outside. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, X. I. The priests of instrumentarian power. Applied utopianist executives such as Page, Nadella, and Zuckerberg do not say much about their theories. At best, the information we have is episodic and shallow. But a cadre of data scientists and computational social scientists has leapt into this void with detailed experimental and theoretical accounts of the gathering momentum of instrumentarian power, providing invaluable insight into the social principles of an instrumentarian society. One outstanding example is the work of Alex Pentland, the director of the Human Dynamics Lab within MIT's Media Lab. Pentland is the rare applied utopianist who, in collaboration with his students and collaborators, has vigorously articulated, researched, and disseminated a theory of instrumentarian society in parallel to his prolific technical innovations and practical applications. The studies that this group has produced are a contemporary signal of an increasingly taken-for-granted worldview among data scientists whose computational theories and innovations exist in dynamic interaction with the progress of surveillance capitalism, as in the case of Picard's effective computing and Paradiso's digital omniscience. However, few consider the social ramifications of their work with Pentland's insight and conviction, providing us with an invaluable opportunity to critically explore the governance assumptions, societal principles, and social processes that define an instrumentarian society. My aim is to infer the theory behind the practice, as surveillance capitalists integrate society as a first-class object for rendition, computation, modification, monetization, and control. Pentland is a prolific author or co-author of hundreds of articles and research studies in the field of data science and is a prominent institutional actor who advises a roster of organizations, including the World Economic Forum, the Datapop Alliance, Google, Nissan, Telefonica, and the Office of the United Nations Secretary-General. Pentland's research lab is funded by a who's who of global corporations, consultancies, and governments: Google, Cisco, IBM, Deloitte, Twitter, Verizon, the EU Commission, the US government, the Chinese government, and various entities who are all concerned with why we don't know what's going on in the world. 1. Although Pentland is not alone in this field, he is something of a high priest among an exclusive group of priests. Unlike Halvarian, Pentland does not speak of Google in the first person plural, but his work is showcased in surveillance capitalist enclaves, where it provides the kind of material and intellectual support that helps to legitimate instrumentarian practices. Appearing for a presentation at Google, where Pentland is on the advisory board for the Advanced Technology and Projects Group, former Pentland doctoral student and top Google executive Brad Horowitz introduced his mentor as an inspirational educator with credentials across many disciplines and whose former students lead the computational sciences in theory and practice. Point 2. Pentland is often referred to as the godfather of wearables, especially Google Glass. In 1998 he predicted that wearables can extend one's senses, improve memory, aid the wearer's social life and even help him or her stay calm and collected. 3. Thad Starner, one of Pentland's doctoral students, developed a primitive wearable device while at MIT and was hired by Sergey Brin in 2010 to continue that work at Google, a project that produced Google Glass. More than 50 of Pentland's doctoral students have gone on to spread the instrumentarian vision in top universities, in industry research groups, and in 30 companies in which Pentland participates as co-founder, sponsor, or advisor. Each one applies some facet of Pentland's theory, analytics, and inventions to real people in organizations and cities. Point 4. Pentland's academic credentials and voluble intelligence help legitimate a social vision that repelled and alarmed intellectuals, public officials, and the general public just decades ago. Most noteworthy is that Pentland completes Skinner, fulfilling his social vision with big data, ubiquitous digital instrumentation, advanced mathematics, sweeping theory, numerous esteemed co-authors, institutional legitimacy, lavish funding, and corporate friends in high places without having attracted the worldwide backlash, moral revulsion, and naked vitriol once heaped on Harvard's outspoken behaviorist. This fact alone suggests the depth of psychic numbing to which we have succumbed and the loss of our collective bearings. Like Skinner, Pentland is a designer of utopias and a lofty thinker quick to generalize from animals to the entire arc of humanity. He is also a hands-on architect of instrumentarians' practical architecture and computational challenges. Pentland refers to his theory of society as social physics, a conception that confirms him as this century's B.F. Skinner, by way of Planck, Meyer, and Mackay. Point 5. And although Pentland never mentions the old behaviorist, Pentland's book, Social Physics, summons Skinner's social vision into the 21st century, now fulfilled by the instruments that eluded Skinner in his lifetime. Pentland validates the instrumentarian impulse with research and theory that are boldly grounded in Skinner's moral reasoning and epistemology as captured by the viewpoint of the other one. Professor Pentland began his intellectual journey as Skinner did, in the study of animal behavior. Where Skinner trained his reasoning on the detailed behaviors of blameless individual creatures, Pentland concerned himself with the gross behavior of animal populations. As a part-time researcher at NASA's Environmental Research Institute while still an undergraduate, he developed a method for assessing the Canadian beaver population from space by counting the number of beaver ponds. You're watching the lifestyle, and you get an indirect measure. 6. The experience appears to have hooked Pentland on the distant detached gaze, which he would later embrace as the God's eye view. You may have experienced the sensation of the God view from the window seat of an airplane as it lifts you above the city, transforming all the joys and woes below into the mute bustle of an anthill. Up there, any sense of we quickly dissolves into the viewpoint of the other one, and it is this angle of observation that founded Pentland's science as he learned to apply Mackay's principles of remote observation and telestimulation to humans. If you think about people across the room talking, you can tell a lot. It's like watching beavers from outer space, like Jane Goodall watching gorillas. You observe from a distance. 7. This is a slur on Goodall, of course, whose seminal genius was her ability to understand the gorillas she studied not as other ones but rather as one of us. The God view would come to be essential to the conception of instrumentarian society, but a comprehensive picture emerged gradually over years of piecemeal experimentation. In the following section we track that journey as Pentland and his students learned to render, measure, and compute social behavior. With that foundation, we turn to Pentland's social physics, which aims to recast society as an instrumentarian hive mind like Nadella's machines, but now extensively theorized and deeply evocative of Skinner's formulations, values, worldview, and vision of the human future. 2. When Big Other eats society, the rendition of social relations. Skinner bitterly lamented the absence of instruments and methods for the study of human behavior comparable to those available to physicists. As if in response, Pentland and his students have spent the last 2 decades determined to invent the instruments and methods that can transform all of human behavior, especially social behavior, into highly predictive math. An early milestone was a 2002 collaboration with then doctoral student Tanzim Chaudhary, in which the co-authors wrote, "As far as we know, there are currently no available methods to automatically model face-to-face interactions. This absence is probably due to the difficulty of obtaining reliable measurements from real-world interactions within a community. We believe sensing and modeling physical interactions among people is an untapped resource." 8. In other words, the social remained an elusive domain even as data and computers had become more commonplace. The researchers' response was to introduce the sociometer, a wearable sensor that combines a microphone, accelerometer, Bluetooth connection, analytic software, and machine learning techniques designed to infer the structure and dynamic relationships in human groups. 9. Chaudhary would eventually run the People-Aware Computing Group at Cornell University. From that point onward, Pentland and his teams have worked to crack the code on the instrumentation and instrumentalization of social processes in the name of a totalistic social vision founded on a comprehensive means of behavior modification. A 2005 collaboration with doctoral student Nathan Eagle reiterated the problem of insufficient data on human society, noting the bias, sparsity of data, and lack of continuity in social sciences understanding of human behavior and the resulting absence of dense continuous data that also hinders the machine learning and agent-based modeling communities from constructing more comprehensive predictive models of human dynamics. 10. Pentland had insisted that even the relatively new field of data mining could not capture the real action of conversations and face-to-face interactions necessary for a trenchant and comprehensive grasp of social behavior. 11. But he also recognized that a rapidly growing swath of human activity from transactions to communication was falling to computer mediation, largely as a result of the cell phone. The team saw that it would be possible to exploit the increasingly ubiquitous infrastructure of mobile phones and combine those data with new streams of information from their wearable behavioral monitors. The result was a radical new solution that Pentland and Eagle called reality mining. Mentor and student demonstrated how the data from cell phones can be used to uncover regular rules and structure in the behavior of both individuals and organizations, thus furthering the progress of behavioral surplus capture and analysis and pointing the way toward the larger shift in the nature of behavioral dispossession from virtual, to actual, to social experience. 12. As a technological and cultural landmark, the researchers' announcement that reality was now fair and feasible game for surplus capture, search, extraction, rendition, datafication, analysis, prediction, and intervention helped to forge a path toward the new practices that would eventually become the reality business. Pentland and Eagle began with 100 MIT students and faculty centered at the Media Lab, equipping them with 100 Nokia phones preloaded with special software in a project that would become the basis of Eagle's doctoral dissertation. The two researchers exposed the revelatory power of continuously harvested behavioral data, which they validated with survey information collected directly from each participant. Their analyses produced detailed portraits of individual and group life, the social system, as the authors called it. They were able to specify regular temporal and spatial patterns of location, activity, and communication use patterns, which together enabled predictions of up to 90% accuracy regarding where someone was likely to be and what that person was likely to be doing within the hour, as well as highly accurate predictions about an individual's colleagues, casual friends, and close relationships. The team identified patterns of communication and interaction within work groups, as well as the broad organizational rhythms and network dynamics of the Media Lab. Eagle became CEO of JANA, a mobile advertising company that offers free internet to emerging markets in exchange for behavioral surplus. As the theory and practice of reality mining continued to evolve in Pentland's lab, work projects, and theories, the MIT Technology Review singled out reality mining as one of its 10 breakthrough technologies in 2008. My students and I have created 2 behavior measurement platforms to speed the development of this new science, Pentland said. These platforms today produce vast amounts of quantitative data for hundreds of research groups around the world. 13. This allegiance to speed is, as we know, not a casual description but rather a key element in the art and science of applied utopistics. Pentland understands the rapid encroachments of big other and instrumentarian power as a light-speed, hyper-connected world where virtual crowds of millions from anywhere in the world can form in minutes. He views the MIT community as the avant-garde, brilliant pioneers of light speed, already in sync with its extreme velocities and thus a model for the rest of society. Reflecting on his students and colleagues, Pentland writes that I have also gotten to see how creative cultures must change in order to thrive in the hyper-connected, warp-speed world that is MIT, an environment that the rest of the world is now entering. 14. Pentland reasons that his group's adaptation to MIT's norms of rapid deployment simply foreshadows what is in store for the rest of us. In the MIT Technology Review's enthusiastic 2008 tribute to reality mining, it noted the then still new and disturbing facts of behavioral surplus. Some people are nervous about trailing digital breadcrumbs behind them. Sandy Pentland, however, revels in it. Pentland would like to see phones collect even more information about their users. It's an interesting God's eye view. 15. Indeed, Pentland regularly celebrates the predictive power of digital breadcrumbs in his articles, indulging in the euphemisms and thin rationalizations that are also standard fare for surveillance capitalists and that contribute to the normalization of the dispossession of human experience. He says, for example, as we go about our daily lives, we leave behind virtual breadcrumbs, digital records of the people we call, the places we go, the things we eat and the products we buy. These breadcrumbs tell a more accurate story of our lives than anything we choose to reveal about ourselves. Digital breadcrumbs record our behavior as it actually happened. 16. Pentland was among the first to recognize the commercial relevance of behavioral surplus. Although he does not discuss it explicitly, he appears to embrace the realpolitik of surveillance capitalism as the necessary condition for an instrumentarian society. Pentland's own companies are extensions of his applied utopistics, proving grounds for instrumentarian techniques and the habituation of populations to pervasive rendition, monitoring, and modification in pursuit of surveillance revenues. From the start, Pentland understood reality mining as the gateway to a new universe of commercial opportunities. In 2004 he asserted that cell phones and other wearable devices with computational horsepower would provide the foundation for reality mining as an exciting new suite of business applications. The idea was always that businesses could use their privileged grasp of reality to shape behavior toward maximizing business objectives. He describes new experimental work in which speech recognition technology generated profiles of individuals based on the words they use, thus enabling a manager to form a team of employees with harmonious social behavior and skills. 17. In their 2006 article, Pentland and Eagle explained that their data would be of significant value in the workplace, and the two jointly submitted a patent for a combined short-range radio network and cellular telephone network for interpersonal communications that would add to the stock of instruments available for businesses to mine reality. 18 Eagle told Wired that year that the reality mining study represented an unprecedented data set about continuous human behavior that would revolutionize the study of groups and offer new commercial applications. He was reported to be in talks with a large company that already wanted to apply his instruments and methods. 19 Pentland argued that information gathered by his sociometers, unobtrusive wearable sensors measuring communication, voice tones, and body language could help managers understand who is working with whom and infer the relationships between colleagues, and would be an efficient way to find people who might work well together. 20. In a 2009 collaboration with several graduate students, Pentland presented results on the design and deployment of a wearable computing platform based on the sociometric badge and its machine analytics. The goal, the authors said, was to make machines that can monitor social communication and provide real-time intervention. To that end, 22 office employees were instrumented with the badge for 1 month in order to automatically measure individual and collective patterns of behavior, predict human behavior from unconscious social signals, identify social affinity among individuals working in the same team, and enhance social interactions by providing feedback to the users of our system. The research provided credible results, revealing patterns of communication and behavior that the authors concluded would not be available without the use of a device such as the sociometric badge. Our results argue strongly for the use of automatic sensing data collection tools to understand social systems. They warn that organizations will become truly sensible only when they employ hundreds or thousands of wireless environmental and wearable sensors capable of monitoring human behavior, extracting meaningful information, and providing managers with group performance metrics and employees with self-performance evaluations and recommendation 21. The 2002 invention was continuously elaborated and eventually shepherded from lab to market. In 2010, Pentland and his 2009 co-authors founded a company, Sociometric Solutions, to bring Skinner's longed-for instruments and methods to the marketplace. It was one of many companies that Pentland would create to apply the rigors of his social physics to captive populations of office workers. 22 Sociometric Solutions CEO, Ben Waber, one of Pentland's doctoral students, calls his operation People Analytics, and in his book of the same name, he anticipates a future of connection, collaboration, and data with the badge or something like it deployed across millions of individuals at different companies in countries all over the world for not minutes but years or decades. Imagine what we could learn about to help people collaborate more effectively. 23. Pentland and his crew continued to develop the sociometer and its applications, and by 2013 the device had been used by dozens of research groups and companies, including members of the Fortune 1000. A 2014 study, authored with Waber and colleagues from Harvard and Northeastern University, quantified gender differences in interaction patterns. The success of the analysis occasioned this announcement: it is now possible to actively instrument human behavior to collect detailed data on various dimensions of social interaction. The authors signaled their aim to employ Mackay's cardinal rule of unobtrusive surveillance for effective monitoring of herds, flocks, and packs, acknowledging that the continuous pervasive collection of human behavioral data could succeed only when conducted outside the boundaries of human awareness, thus eliminating possible resistance, just as we saw at Facebook. As the researchers enthused, electronic sensors can be used to complement or replace human observers altogether, and while they may convey a slight sense of surveillance, this perception is likely reduced as sensors get smaller and smaller, and consequently less obtrusive. They concluded that minimally invasive ways to instrument human behavior would enable comprehensive data collection in naturalistic settings. By 2015, the company opted for euphemism in a rebranding effort, changing its name to Humanies. Its technology is described as a platform that uses a smart employee badge to collect employee behavioral data, which it links to specific metrics with the goal of improving business performance. 24 Waber portrays the work as Moneyball for business, enabling any organization to manage its workers like a sports team based on measures that reveal how people move through the day, with whom they interact, their tone of voice, if they lean in to listen, their position in the social network. Across a variety of office situations, and much more, all of it to produce 40 separate measures that are then integrated with a business metric dashboard. The company does not identify its client organizations, although one account describes its work with 10,000 employees in Bank of America's customer service centers and a partnership with the consulting firm Deloitte. 25 Writing in Scientific American on the power of sociometric data, Pentland says, I persuaded the manager of a Bank of America call center to schedule coffee breaks simultaneously. The goal was to promote more engagement between employees. This single change resulted in a productivity increase of $15 million a year. 26. Of the 19 commercial ventures currently listed in Pentland's MIT biography, many are surveillance as a service companies. For example, Pentland co-founded Ender, which markets itself to business customers as a solution to the prediction imperative. Ender's website explains its origins in the revolutionary new science of social physics combined with a proprietary technology to produce a powerful engine that is able to explain and predict any sort of human behavior. The site explains that every human activity, example phone call records, credit card purchases, taxi rides, web activity, contains a set of hidden mathematical patterns. On the strength of its analysis, emerging behavioral patterns can be detected before they can be observed by any other technique. We've been working with some of the world's top consumer brands to unravel the most demanding of data problems. 27. In 2014, another Pentland company called Sense Networks was acquired by YP, two letters that once stood for Yellow Pages and now describe North America's largest local search, media, and advertising company connecting consumers with local businesses. The 2014 YP statement on its acquisition of Sense Networks portrays a familiar picture of the behavioral surplus land grab, describing the firm as a sophisticated location data processing platform to deliver mobile audiences at scale. Sense's retargeting solution for retailers can identify and reach shoppers and prospects of the top retailers with relevant mobile ads when they are near the retailer, at home or work. 28. Pentland understands his experiments and paid interventions in workplace settings as emblematic of the larger challenges of social relations in an instrumentarian society. Once again we see the intended path from the economic to the social domain. Those instrumented office workers function as living labs for the translation of instrumentarian relations to the wider society. Pentland appeared in 2016 at a conference organized by Singularity University, a Silicon Valley hub of instrumentarian ideology funded in part by Larry Page. An interviewer tasked to write about Pentland explains, though people are one of the most valuable assets in an organization, many companies are still approaching management with a 20th century mentality. Pentland saw the factor that was always messing things up was the people. 29. Like Nadella, Pentland described his aims as developing the social systems that would work along the same lines as the machine systems, using behavioral data flows to judge the correctness of action patterns and to intervene when it is necessary to change bad action to correct action. If people aren't interacting correctly and information isn't spreading correctly, Pentland warns, people make bad decisions. What you're trying to do is make a human-machine symbiote, where the humans understand more about the network of interactions because of the computers, and the computers are able to understand more about how humans work. As the interviewer notes, Pentland has found this data from sociometric badges goes a long way in helping organizations mend their broken behaviors. 30. Pentland's vision of an instrumentarian society grew in proportion to his instruments, his ideas waxing increasingly ambitious as the new tools and methods from his lab merged with the contemporary swell of computer mediation, all of it on the path to big other's global ubiquity. Pentland articulated his ambitions for the capabilities and objectives of this new milieu in a series of papers, published primarily between 2011 and 2014, but one remarkable 2011 essay of which he is the sole author stands out, Society's Nervous System, Building Effective Government, Energy, and Public Health Systems. 31. Pentland begins the report by announcing the institutional bona fides of this work, drawing on a unique, multi-year collaboration with the heads of major IT, wireless, hardware, health, and financial firms, as well as the heads of American, EU, and other regulatory organizations, and a variety of NGOs. A footnote here indicates the World Economic Forum. I describe the potential for pervasive and mobile sensing and computing over the next decade. From there, his reasoning leaps across a range of inferences to stitch together a crucial rationale for a totalistic society constructed, sustained, and directed by instrumentarian power. The initial premise is reasonable enough, Industrial age technology once revolutionized the world with reliable systems for water, food, waste, energy, transportation, police, healthcare, education, and so forth, but these systems are now hopelessly old, centralized, obsolete, and unsustainable. New digital systems are required that must be integrated, holistic, responsive, dynamic, and self-regulating. We need a radical rethinking of society's systems. We must create a nervous system for humanity that maintains the stability of our society's systems throughout the globe. Referring to the progress of ubiquitous computational sensing devices able to govern complex machine processes and information flows, Pentland observes that the sensing technologies necessary for this nervous system are already in place. Even in 2011, Pentland understood that the basic contours of Big Other were up and running, describing it as a world-spanning living organism in which wireless traffic systems, security sensors, and especially mobile telephone networks are combining to become intelligent reactive systems with sensors serving as their eyes and ears. The evolution will continue at a quickening speed. Devices will have more sensors. 32. But Pentland saw a problem. Although ubiquitous technologies are well on the way to solving the technical challenges of a global nervous system, Big Other will not be complete until it also understands human behavior on a global scale. What is missing are the dynamic models of demand and reaction, along with an architecture that guarantees safety, stability, and efficiency. The models required must describe human demand and reactions. Since humans are at the core of all of these systems, the necessary observations are observations of individual behavior. 33. Pentland had identified a dangerous void, which foreshadows the profound shift that Nadella extolled to Microsoft developers in 2017 when he said, "People and their relationship with other people is now a first-class thing in the cloud." People would have to become part of Big Other's purview, lest they fall prey to incorrect behavior. Society's safety, stability, and efficiency hang in the balance. Fortunately, Pentland informs us, the instruments and methods to capture behavioral surplus for reality mining are uniquely suited to answer this call. For the first time in history, the majority of humanity is linked. As a consequence, our mobile wireless infrastructure can be reality mined in order to monitor our environments and plan the development of our society. Reality mining of the digital breadcrumbs left behind as we go about our daily lives offers potential for creating remarkable, second-by-second models of group dynamics and reactions over extended periods of time. In short, we now have the capacity to collect and analyze data about people with a breadth and depth that was previously inconceivable. 34. In a style reminiscent of Larry Page's rejection of old laws, Pentland is equally critical of a range of concepts and frameworks inherited from the Enlightenment and political economics. Pentland insists that the old social categories of status, class, education, race, gender, and generation are obsolete, as irrelevant as the energy, food, and water systems that he wants to replace. Those categories describe societies through the lens of history, power, and politics, but Pentland prefers populations to societies, statistics to meaning, and computation to law. He sees the stratification of the population coded not by race, income, occupation, or gender but rather by behavior patterns that produce behavior subgroups and a new behavior demographics that can predict disease, financial risk, consumer preferences, and political views with between 5 and 10 times the accuracy of the standard measures. 35. A final question is urgently posed: how to get the humans in these systems to participate in the plan? His answers do not lie in persuasion or education but in behavioral modification. He says we need new predictive theories of human decision-making as well as incentive mechanism design, an idea that is comparable to Skinner's schedules of reinforcement. Regarding how to get humans to follow the plan, Pentland offers the principle of social influence to explain the design mechanisms through which millions of human beings can be herded toward the guaranteed outcomes of safety, stability, and efficiency. He refers to his own studies, in which the problems of industry and government can largely be explained by the pattern of information transfer, especially how people influence and mimic one another. This notion of social influence is a significant piece in Pentland's puzzle that anticipates a great deal of what is to come. Pentland understands that Big Other is not only an architecture that monitors and controls things. Big Other's instrumentation and data flows also make people mutually visible to one another, from the updates on your breakfast to the population flows in cities. Back in 2011, Pentland enthused, revolutionary new infrastructures are providing us with a God's eye view of ourselves. 36 The aim is a computer-mediated society where our mutual visibility becomes the habitat in which we attune to one another, producing social patterns based on imitation that can be manipulated for confluence, just as the logic of the machine hive suggests. Regarding incentives, Pentland outlines a principle of social efficiency, which means that participation must provide value to the individual but also to the system as a whole. 37 For the sake of this wholeness, it is believed, each of us will surrender to a totally measured life of instrumentarian order. Sounding ever so much like Eric Schmidt and Larry Page with their silky promises of Google's all-knowing preemptive magic, Pentland believes that what we stand to lose is more than compensated for by the social rewards of efficient corporations and governments and the individual rewards that are simply magic, as he baldly appeals to second modernity stress. For society, the hope is that we can use this new in-depth understanding of individual behavior to increase the efficiency and responsiveness of industries and governments. For individuals, the attraction is the possibility of a world where everything is arranged for your convenience. Your health checkup is magically scheduled just as you begin to get sick, the bus comes just as you get to the bus stop, and there is never a line of waiting people at City Hall. As these new abilities become refined by the use of more sophisticated statistical models and sensor capabilities, we could well see the creation of a quantitative, predictive science of human organizations and human society. 38. 3. The principles of an instrumentarian society. Pentland's theory of instrumentarian society came to full flower in his 2014 book Social Physics, in which his tools and methods are integrated into an expansive vision of our futures in a data-driven instrumentarian society governed by computation. Pentland transforms Skinner's fusty, odd utopia into something that sounds sophisticated, magical, and plausible, largely because it resonates with the waves of applied utopistics that wash over our lives each day. In completing Skinner, Pentland fashions more than an updated portrait of a behaviorist utopia. He outlines the principles of a full-blown instrumentarian society based on the pervasive outfitting and measurement of human behavior for the purposes of modification, control, and in light of surveillance capitalism's commercial dominance of the network sphere profit. Pentland insists that social phenomena are really just aggregations of billions of small transactions between individuals. This is a key point because it turns out that in order for social physics to replace the old ways of thinking, total knowledge of these billions of small things is required. Big data give us a chance to view society in all its complexity, through the millions of networks of person-to-person exchanges. If we had a God's eye, an all-seeing view, then we could potentially arrive at a true understanding of how society works and take steps to fix our problems. 39. Pentland is sanguine on this point, total knowledge is within reach. As he states, in just a few short years we are likely to have incredible rich data available about the behavior of virtually all of humanity on a continuous basis. The data mostly already exists. 40. The right to the future tense and with its social trust, authority, and politics is surrendered to Big Other and the transcendent computational systems that rule society under the watchful eye of a group that Pentland calls we. He never defines this we, which imposes an us-them relationship, introducing the exclusivity of the shadow text and its one-way mirror. It is an omission that haunts his text. Does it refer to the priesthood of data scientists like Pentland? The priesthood in collaboration with the owners of the means of behavior modification? The theory aims to establish laws of social behavior comparable to laws of physics, and Pentland introduces two such laws that, as he says, determine the success of every social organism. The first is the quality of the idea flow, characterized by exploration to find new ideas and engagement to coordinate behavior around the best ideas. The second is social learning, in which people imitate one another until new ideas become population-wide habits. Social learning is defined as a mathematical relationship derived from how an entity's state impacts other entities' states and vice versa. Pentland notes that social learning is rooted in statistical physics and machine learning. 41 The social hive is meant to reproduce the machine hive, and to this end Pentland advocates methods by which social learning can be accelerated and shaped by social pressure. 42 The scientific aims of Pentland's social physics depend upon a tightly integrated set of new social norms and individual adaptations, which I summarize here as 5 overarching principles that describe the social relations of an instrumentarian society. These principles echo Skinner's social theory of a behaviorally controlled society, in which knowledge replaces freedom. In exploring each of the 5, I compare Pentland's statements to Skinner's own formulations on these topics. As we shall see, Skinner's once reviled thinking now defines this frontier of instrumentarian power. 1. Behavior for the greater good. Skinner had emphasized the need for an urgent shift to a collective perspective and values. The intentional design of a culture and the control of human behavior it implies are essential if the human species is to continue to develop, he wrote in Beyond Freedom and Dignity. 43 The imperative to shift human behavior toward the greater good was already clear in Walden 2, where Fraser, its protagonist, asserts, "The fact is, we not only can control human behavior, we must." 44 Ultimately, this challenge was understood as an engineering problem. And what are the techniques, the engineering practices, that will shape the behavior of the members of a group so that they will function smoothly for the benefit of all? Fraser asks. 45 Skinner advocated, via Fraser, that the virtue of a planned society is to keep intelligence on the right track, for the good of society rather than of the intelligent individual. It does this by making sure that the individual will not forget his personal stake in the welfare of society. 46. Pentland understands instrumentarian society as an historical turning point comparable to the invention of the printing press or the Internet. It means that for the first time in human history, we will have the data required to really know ourselves and understand how society evolves. 47 Pentland says that continuous streams of data about human behavior mean that everything from traffic, to energy use, to disease, to street crime will be accurately forecast, enabling a world without war or financial crashes, in which infectious disease is quickly detected and stopped, in which energy, water, and other resources are no longer wasted, and in which governments are part of the solution rather than part of the problem. 48 This new collective intelligence operates to serve the greater good as we learn to act in a coordinated manner based on social universals. Great leaps in healthcare, transportation, energy, and safety are all possible, Pentland writes, but he laments the obstacles to these achievements. The main barriers are privacy concerns and the fact that we don't yet have any consensus around the trade-offs between personal and social values. Like Skinner, he is emphatic that these attachments to a bygone era of imperfect knowledge threaten to undermine the prospect of a perfectly engineered future society. We cannot ignore the public goods that such a nervous system could provide. 49 Pentland avoids the question whose greater good. How is the greater good determined when surveillance capitalism owns the machines and the means of behavioral modification? Goodness arrives already oriented toward the interests of the owners of the means of behavioral modification and the clients whose guaranteed outcomes they seek to achieve. The greater good is someone's, but it may not be ours. 2 Plans replace politics. Skinner yearned for the computational capabilities that would perfect behavioral prediction and control, enabling perfect knowledge to supplant politics as the means of collective decision-making. In spite of his pre-digital limitations, Skinner had no difficulty in conceptualizing the necessary requirements for species salvation as a new communal science. As Fraser explains, we know almost nothing about the special capacities of the group. The individual, no matter how extraordinary, can't think thoughts big enough. 50. Smooth operations leave no room for unreasonable or unintentional outcomes, and Skinner viewed the creative and often messy conflicts of politics, especially democratic politics, as a source of friction that threatens the rational efficiency of the community as a single, high-functioning superorganism. He laments our inclination to try to change things with political action, and he endorses what he perceives as a widespread loss of faith in democracy. In Walden 2, Fraser insists that I don't like the despotism of ignorance. I don't like the despotism of neglect, of irresponsibility, the despotism of accident, even. And I don't like the despotism of democracy. 51. Capitalism and socialism are equally tainted by their shared emphasis on economic growth, which breeds overconsumption and pollution. Skinner is intrigued by the Chinese system but rejects it on the grounds of the bloody revolution that any effort to convert Westerners would entail. Fortunately, Skinner concludes in the preface to Walden 2, there is another possibility. This option is Skinner's version of a behaviorist society that provides a way in which political action is to be avoided. In Walden 2, a plan replaces politics, overseen by a non-competitive group of planners who eschew power in favor of the dispassionate administration of the schedules of reinforcement aimed at the greater good. 52 Planners exercise unique control over society but only because that control is necessary for the proper functioning of the community. 53. Like Skinner, Pentland argues that computational truth must necessarily replace politics as the basis for instrumentarian governance. We recall Nadella's enthusiasm over persons and relationships as objects in the cloud, when considering Pentland's allegiance to the notion that certainty machines will displace earlier forms of governance. Having a mathematical, predictive science of society that includes both individual differences and the relationships between individuals, Pentland writes, has the potential to dramatically change the way government officials, industry managers, and citizens think and act. 54. Pentland worries that our political economic constructs such as market and class hail from an old, slow world of the 18th and 19th centuries. The new, light-speed hyper-connected world leaves no time for the kind of rational deliberation and face-to-face negotiation and compromise that characterized the social milieu in which such political concepts originated. We can no longer think of ourselves as only individuals reaching carefully considered decisions. We must include the dynamic social effects that influence our individual decisions and drive economic bubbles, political revolutions, and the internet economy. 55. The velocity of instrumentarian society leaves us no time to get our bearings, and that speed is repurposed here as a moral imperative demanding that we relinquish individual agency to the automated systems that can keep up the pace in order to quickly perceive and impose correct answers for the greater good. There is no room for politics in this instrumentarian society because politics means establishing and asserting our bearings. Individual moral and political bearings are a source of friction that wastes precious time and diverts behavior from confluence. Instead of politics, markets, classes, and so on, Pentland reduces society to his laws of social physics, a reincarnation of Skinner's communal science. Indeed, Pentland regards his work as the practical foundation of a new computational theory of behavior capable of producing a causal theory of social structure, a mathematical explanation of why society reacts as it does and how these reactions may, or may not, solve human problems. These new mathematical analyses not only reveal the deep mechanisms of social interactions, Skinner's special capacities of the group, but also combine with our newly acquired massive amounts of behavior data in order to reveal the patterns of causality that make it possible to engineer better social systems, all of it based on unprecedented instrumentation. 56. Computation thus replaces the political life of the community as the basis for governance. The depth and breadth of instrumentation make it possible, Pentland says, to calculate idea flow, social network structure, the degree of social influence between people, and even individual susceptibilities to new ideas. Most important, instrumentation makes it possible for those with the God view to modify others' behavior. The data provide a reliable prediction of how changing any of these variables will change the performance of all the people in the network and thus achieve the optimum performance of Skinner's superorganism. This mathematics of idea flow is the basis for Pentland's version of a plan that dictates the targets and objectives of behavior change. Human behavior must be herded and penned within the parameters of the plan, just as behavior at Nadella's construction site was continuously and automatically molded to policy parameters. Pentland calls this tuning the network. Tuners fill the role of Pentland's we. He says, for example, that cities can be understood as idea engines and that we can use the equations of social physics to begin to tune them to perform better. 57 Like Skinner's planners, Pentland's tuners oversee pesky anomalies that represent leakage from an old world of ignorance mistaken as freedom. Tuners tweak big others' operations to preemptively steer such misguided behavior back into the fold of harmonious confluence and optimum performance for the greater good of whomever or whatever owns the machines that perform the math and pays the tuners to decipher and impose its parameters. Pentland provides an example from one of his own living labs. This mathematically derived concept of idea flow allows us to tune social networks in order to make better decisions and achieve better results. Within the eToro digital finance world, we have found that we can shape the flows of ideas between people by providing small incentives or nudges to individuals, thus causing isolated traders to engage more with others and those who were too interconnected to engage less. 58. 3. Social pressure for harmony. In the community of Walden 2, reinforcement is precisely orchestrated to eliminate emotions that threaten cooperation. Only productive and strengthening emotions, joy and love, are allowed. Feelings of sorrow and hate and the high-voltage excitements of anger, fear, and rage are considered wasteful and dangerous threats to the needs of modern life. Any form of distinction between persons undermines the harmony of the whole and its capacity to bend to collective purpose. Fraser acknowledges that you cannot coerce people into doing the right thing. The solution is far more subtle and sophisticated, based upon scientifically calibrated schedules of reinforcement. Instead, you have to set up certain behavioral processes which will lead the individual to design his own good conduct. We call that sort of thing self-control. But don't be misled, the control always rests in the last analysis in the hands of society. 59. Pentland's idea is comparable. The social physics approach to getting everyone to cooperate is social network incentives, his version of reinforcement. With such incentives, he explains, we focus on changing the connections between people rather than focusing on getting people individually to change their behavior. We can leverage those exchanges to generate social pressure for change. 60. Social media is critical to establishing these tuning capabilities, Pentland believes, because this is the environment in which social pressure can best be controlled, directed, manipulated, and scaled. 61. In Pentland's view, Facebook already exemplifies these dynamics. Its contagion experiments reveal active mastery of the ability to manipulate human empathy and attachment with tuning techniques such as priming and suggestion. Indeed, Pentland finds Facebook's contagion experiments particularly enlightening, seeing all sorts of practical insights in their complexities. For example, in the corporation's 61 million person voting experiment, Pentland sees confirmation that social pressure can be effectively instrumentalized in social networks, especially among people with strong ties. The knowledge that our face-to-face friends had already voted generated enough social pressure that it convinced people to vote. 62. With this knowledge and more like it, Pentland's we, the tuners, will be able to activate the right incentives. That Pentland's we is able to generate social pressure for change reflects his understanding of the superorganism. The God view persuades him that assessing human action really is comparable to counting beavers. We can observe humans in just the same way we observe apes or bees and derive rules of behavior, reaction, and learning. 63. In all of these populations, the collective exerts pressure on each organism to go with the flow, stay with the herd, return to the hive, and take flight with the flock. Idea flows mimic the pattern of the machine hive, the edge conflates with the hub, identity yields to and synchrony, the parts dissolve in the whole. He writes, I believe that we think of each stream of ideas as a swarm or collective intelligence, flowing through time, with all the humans in it learning from each other's experiences in order to jointly discover the patterns of preferences and habits of action that best suit the surrounding physical and social environment. This is counter to the way most modern Westerners understand themselves, which is as rational individuals, people who know what they want and who decide for themselves what actions to take in order to accomplish their goals. 64. This shift from society to swarm and from individuals to organisms is the cornerstone upon which the structure of an instrumentarian society rests. Pentland ignores the role of empathy in emulation because empathy is a felt experience that is not subject to the observable metrics required for computational governance. Instead, Pentland subscribes to the label homo imitans to convey that it is mimicry, not empathy, and certainly not politics, which defines human existence. The term itself derives from studies of infant learning, but for Pentland it is a fitting explanation of all human behavior all the time, an assertion, like Skinner's, that control always rests with society. The largest single factor driving adoption of new behaviors, he writes, is the behavior of peers. 65. Because we are born to imitate one another, Pentland argues, the whole species is attuned to social pressure as an efficient means of behavioral modification. This model of human learning is a throwback to bees and apes but also a forward pass to the machine hive. Machines do not learn by empathy, learning is automatically updated in a lockstep progression of collective intelligence. 4. Applied utopistics. Both Skinner and Pentland believe in the authority of the utopianists to impose their plan. Instrumentarian society is a planned society, produced through total control of the means of behavioral modification. Neither Skinner's planners nor Pentland's tuners shrink from their responsibility to wield the power that shapes the superorganism. Skinner never lost faith in the social vision of Walden II. He understood utopia as a total social environment in which all parts work in harmony toward collective aims. The home does not conflict with the school or the street, religion does not conflict with government. And if planned economies, benevolent dictatorships, perfectionistic societies, and other utopian ventures have failed, we must remember that unplanned, undictated, and unperfect cultures have failed too. A failure is not always a mistake, it may simply be the best one can do under the circumstances. The real mistake is to stop trying. 66. Pentland similarly conceives his social physics as both comprehensive and necessary. Nothing short of its totalistic rendering and control of all human behavior will serve civilization in a hyperconnected future, and there is no sign of hesitation to assert computational governance over the whole domain of human endeavor for the sake of a collective destiny. The politics and economics of that destiny, which is to say the authority and power that found and sustain it, do not require specification because the machines and their math transcend these once fundamental coordinates of human society. Instead, computation reveals the truth hidden in the data and therefore determines what is correct. A new social class of tuners exercises perpetual vigilance to cure human nature of its weaknesses by ensuring that populations are tuned, herded, and conditioned to produce the most efficient behaviors. The tools of social network incentives are all that is required to establish new norms of behavior, rather than relying on regulatory penalties and market competition. Given the well-known shortcomings of human nature, social efficiency is a desirable goal. Our focus should be on providing the idea flow required for individuals to make correct decisions and develop useful behavioral norms. 67. Finally, like Skinner, Pentland rejects the notion that his imagined data-driven society is merely a utopian fantasy, insisting instead that it is not only practical and feasible but also a moral imperative in which the benefits to the collective outweigh all other considerations. 5. The death of individuality. Individuality is a threat to instrumentarian society, troublesome friction that sucks energy from collaboration, harmony, and integration. In an article titled "The Death of Individuality," Pentland insists that instead of individual rationality, our society appears to be governed by a collective intelligence that comes from the surrounding flow of ideas and examples. It is time that we drop the fiction of individuals as the unit of rationality and recognize that our rationality is largely determined by the surrounding social fabric. 68. Here again the behaviorist from Harvard had already sounded the first and most eloquent iteration of this message, elevating the other one and denouncing the autonomous self. In Beyond Freedom and Dignity, Skinner freely displayed his contempt for this most transcendent ideal of the Sartrean age, the will to will oneself into first-person voice and action. Skinner argued that the differences between humans and other species are greatly exaggerated, and he would have found Pentland entirely justified in his rejection of the individual in favor of the distant, computer-mediated gaze. Beavers or people, the variance hardly matters once we shed the destructive fiction of individual autonomy. The surrender of the individual to manipulation by the planners clears the way for a safe and prosperous future built on the forfeit of freedom for knowledge. Skinner was unrelenting on this point. What is being abolished is autonomous man, the inner man, the homunculus, the possessing demon, the man defended by the literatures of freedom and dignity. His abolition has long been overdue. He has been constructed from our ignorance, and as our understanding increases, the very stuff of which he is composed vanishes, and it must do so if it is to prevent the abolition of the human species. To man qua man we readily say good riddance. Only by dispossessing him can we turn, from the inferred to the observed, from the miraculous to the natural, from the inaccessible to the manipulable. 69. The long overdue death of individuality finally dispels the distracting fictions that fetishize the notions of freedom and dignity. The 20th century behaviorist from Harvard and the 21st century data scientist from MIT agree that the notion of free will is but another unfortunate hangover from a dark age when science had not yet demonstrated that, as Skinner says, we live under the control of a social environment that millions of others have constructed. The blunt behaviorist delivers his final truth: a person does not act upon the world acts upon him. 70. In a lecture at Google that garnered enthusiastic applause, Pentland flattered the audience by signaling that the digital cognoscenti will easily accept the obsolescence of the individual as a necessary fate. What about free will? He asked the audience in Mountain View. That may not have occurred to you, but that's a traditional thing to ask. He went on to explain that most human behavior, from political views to spending choices to the music that people listen to, is predicted by what's cool to do, exposure to what other people do. Many people reject this idea, he noted, because it's not the rhetoric in our society. Then he assured the Googlers, you guys are the last people to be saying this to, because you guys are like the best and smartest in the world. For such people as these, Pentland appeared to say, the death of the individual is yesterday's news. So you've heard about rational individuals. And everybody rags on the rational part. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to rag on the individual part, okay? Because I don't think we are individuals. What we desire, the ways we learn to go about doing it, what's valuable, are consensual things, individual incentives. That's part of this mindset that comes from the 1700s. The action is not between our ears. The action is in our social networks. Okay. We are a social species. 71. Pentland's vision is Skinner's vision, now standing on the shoulders of Big Other with its big data and its big math. These are the resources of the smart machines required to divine the correct answers. Such is Pentland's resonance with Skinner's social theory that, without ever mentioning the behaviorist's name, a later section of Pentland's book is titled Social Physics versus Free Will and Dignity. If we are to annihilate and bury the individual as an existential reality, philosophical idea, and political ideal, then this death should at least merit the gravitas of an ancient Greek funerary ritual. The existence of the individual is, after all, an achievement carved from millennia of human suffering and sacrifice. Instead, Pentland brushes it aside as just another debugging of humanity's computer code, a much-needed upgrade to the outdated software that is the long human story. Unlike Skinner, though, Pentland is careful to round the square, perhaps in the hope of evading a withering review by the likes of Noam Chomsky. In the case against B.F. Skinner, as you may recall from Chapter 10, Chomsky famously denounced Skinner as vacuous and devoid of scientific content, and he assessed the work as burdened with misconceptions that virtually guarantee failure. 72. Pentland sidesteps the risks of Skinner's Jeremiad by taking a softer tone. Some people react negatively to the phrase social physics, because they feel that it implies that people are machines without free will and without the ability to move independently of our role in society. 73. Like Meyer, Pentland acknowledges that humans have a capacity for independent thought but insists that social physics does not need to try to account for it. As Pentland sees it, the problem is not that independent thought is omitted from the picture but rather that internal, unobservable thought processes are just friction that will occasionally emerge to defeat our best social physics models. Fortunately, the models are not really in danger because the data tell us that deviations from our regular social patterns occur only a few % of the time. 74 The autonomous individual is but a statistical blip, a slip of the pen that is easily overwritten in the march toward confluent action and someone's greater good. In this vein, Professor Pentland does not ignore issues like privacy and social trust. He actively advocates solutions to these problems, but the solutions he pursues are already tailored to the intensification of a data-driven instrumentarian society. Pentland's approach recalls the early conviction of his former doctoral student Rosalind Picard that societal challenges are not insurmountable, that new technical solutions will resolve any problems, and that safeguards can be developed. 2 decades later Picard's view had a darker cast, but Pentland expresses little trace of doubt. For example, Pentland works with influential institutions like the World Economic Forum to craft a new deal on data that favors individual ownership of personal information but does not question the ubiquitous rendition of such personal information in the first instance. 75 Data ownership, he believes, will create financial incentives for participation in a market-oriented instrumentarian society. Like Skinner, Pentland assumes that the sheer weight of incentives and ubiquitous connection, monitoring, and tuning will eventually wear down older sensibilities such as the interest in privacy. The New Deal gives customers a stake in the new data economy, that will bring first greater stability and then eventually greater profitability as people become more comfortable sharing data. 76. In Pentland's view of data ownership, certainty machines like blockchain, which relies on complex encryption and algorithms to create a decentralized tamper-proof database, are commandeered to bypass social trust. He advocates systems that live everywhere and nowhere, protecting and processing the data of millions of people, and executing on millions of Internet computers. 77 One important study of Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency that relies on blockchain, suggests that such machine solutions both express and contribute to the general erosion of the social fabric in ways that are both consistent with instrumentarianism and further pave the way for its success. Information scholars Primavera de Filippi and Benjamin Lovelock conclude that contrary to popular belief, Bitcoin is neither anonymous nor privacy-friendly. Anyone with a copy of the blockchain can see the history of all Bitcoin transactions. Every transaction ever done on the Bitcoin network can be traced back to its origin. Such systems rely on perfect information, but the kinds of coordination processes that build open democratic societies, such as social trust or loyalty, are expunged in favor of a profoundly market-driven approach. 78 Like Varian, Pentland does not acknowledge the social and political implications of such systems, which are in any case irrelevant to an instrumentarian future in which democracy and social trust are superseded by the certainty machines, their priests, and their owners. Surveillance capitalism grew to dominance during the years that Pentland has argued for his New Deal, even as it benefited from his theoretical and commercial innovations. During those same years, as we have seen, Picard's effective computing fell to the surveillance paradigm. Nevertheless, Professor Pentland is sanguine that surveillance capitalism can easily be pushed aside by market forces, despite its concentrations of knowledge, rights, and power, its unilateral control of the shadow text, and its dominant position in the division of learning in society. It simply requires that creative business people harness the will of consumers in order to construct a value proposition better than the current steal all your data paradigm. We've just got to push on through. 79 Power, politics, and law do not enter into the equation, presumably because they are already obsolete in the social vision under construction here. For the third modernity of the hive. It is no surprise that capitalism shapes social relations. A century ago it was the new means of mass production that fashioned mass society in its image. Today, surveillance capitalism offers a new template for our future, the machine hive in which our freedom is forfeit to perfect knowledge administered for others' profit. This is an unheralded social revolution that is difficult to discern in the fog of utopian rhetoric and high-speed applied utopistics conjured by leading surveillance capitalists and the many communities of practice from developers to data scientists that enable and sustain the dominance of the commercial surveillance project. Surveillance capitalists work hard to camouflage their purpose as they master the uses of instrumentarian power to shape our behavior while evading our awareness. That is why Google conceals the operations that turn us into the objects of its search, and Facebook distracts us from the fact that our beloved connections are essential to the profit and power that flow from its network ubiquity and totalistic knowledge. Pentland's experimental work and theoretical analyses perform an important political and social function in piercing this fog. They map the tactical and conceptual pathways of instrumentarian society that place the means of behavior modification at the heart of this social system, founded on the scientific and technological control of collective behavior and administered by a specialist class. In China, the state appears determined to own this complex, but in the West it is largely owned and operated by surveillance capital. Instrumentarian society defines the ultimate institutionalization of a pathological division of learning. Who knows? Who decides? Who decides? Who decides? Here too the comparison with China is useful. An abnormal division of learning marks both China and the West. In China the state vies with its surveillance capitalists for control. In the US and Europe the state works with and through the surveillance capitalists to accomplish its aims. It is the private companies who have scaled the rock face to command the heights. They sit at the pinnacle of the division of learning, having amassed unprecedented and exclusive wealth, information, and expertise on the strength of their dispossession of our behavior. They are making their dreams come true. Not even Skinner could have aspired to this condition. The social principles of instrumentarian's third modernity represent a stark break with the legacies and ideals of the liberal order. Instrumentarian society is a topsy-turvy funhouse mirror world in which everything that we have cherished is turned upside down and inside out. Pentland doubles down on the illiberality of behavioral economics. In his hands the ideology of human frailty is not merely cause for contempt but a justification for the death of individuality. Self-determination and autonomous moral judgment, generally regarded as the bulwark of civilization, are recast as a threat to collective well-being. Social pressure, well known to psychologists for its dangerous production of obedience and conformity, is elevated to the highest good as the means to extinguish the unpredictable influences of autonomous thought and moral judgment. These new architectures feed on our fellow feeling to exploit and ultimately to suffocate the individually sensed inwardness that is the wellspring of personal autonomy and moral judgment, the first-person voice, the will to will, and the sense of an inalienable right to the future tense. That we vibrate to one another should be a life-enhancing fact, but this third modernity amplifies our mutual vibration to an excruciating pitch. In the milieu of total instrumentation, it is less that we resonate to one another's presence and more that we drown in its inescapability. Instrumentarianism reimagines society as a hive to be monitored and tuned for guaranteed outcomes, but this tells us nothing of the lived experience of its members. What are the consequences of life lived in the hive, where one is perceived as an other to the surveillance capitalists, designers, and tuners who impose their instruments and methods? How and when do we each become an organism among organisms to ourselves and to one another, and with what result? The answers to these questions are not all guesswork. We can begin by asking our children. Without knowing it, we sent the least formed and most vulnerable among us to scout the hive and settle its wilderness. Now their messages are filtering in from the frontier. Chapter 16. Of life in the hive. All grew so fast his life was overgrown. Till he forgot what all had once been made for. He gathered into crowds but was alone. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, 8. I are canaries in the coal mine. I felt so lonely. I could not sleep well without sharing or connecting to others, a Chinese girl recalled. Emptiness, an Argentine boy moaned. Emptiness overwhelms me. A Ugandan teenager muttered, I felt like there was a problem with me, and an American college student whimpered, I went into absolute panic mode. These are but a few of the lamentations plucked from 1,000 student participants in an international study of media use that spanned 10 countries and 5 continents. They had been asked to abstain from all digital media for a mere 24 hours, and the experience released a planet-wide gnashing of teeth and tearing of flesh that even the study's directors found disquieting. 1. Capping the collective cri decur, a Slovakian university student reflected, maybe it is unhealthy that I can't be without knowing what people are saying and feeling, where they are, and what's happening. The students' accounts are a message in a bottle for the rest of us, narrating the mental and emotional milieu of life in an instrumentarian society with its architectures of behavioral control, social pressure, and asymmetrical power. Most significantly, our children are harbingers of the emotional toll of the viewpoint of the other one, as young people find themselves immersed in a hive life, where the other is an it to me, and I experience myself as the it that others see. These messages offer a glimpse of the instrumentarian future, like the scenes revealed by Dickens's Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. So shaken was Scrooge by his glimpse of bitter destiny that he devoted the remainder of his life to altering its course. What will we do? The question hangs over this chapter. Pentland celebrates Facebook as the perfect milieu for effective social pressure and tuning. In the sections that follow, we explore the mechanisms that Pentland admires. Why is it so difficult for young people to unplug? What are the consequences of that attachment for them and for all of us? Facebook has learned to bite hard on the psychological needs of young people, creating new challenges for the developmental processes that build individual identity and personal autonomy. The effects of these challenges are already evident in a parade of studies that document the emotional toll of social media on young people. As we shall see, the hive and its larger architecture of Big Other plunge us into an intolerable world of no exit. The International Unplug study helps to set the stage, for it reveals a range of emotional anguish summarized in 6 categories: addiction, failure to unplug, boredom, confusion, distress, and isolation. The student's sudden disconnection from the network produced the kinds of cravings, depression, and anxiety that are characteristic of clinically diagnosed addictions. The result was that a majority in every country admitted that they could not last out the day unplugged. Their angst was compounded by the same Faustian pact with which we are all too familiar, as they discovered that nearly all daily logistical, communicative, and informational requirements were dependent upon their connected devices. Meeting with friends became difficult or impossible, finding the way to a destination without an online map or access to the internet became a problem, and simply organizing an evening at home became a challenge. Worse yet, the students found it impossible to imagine even casual social participation without social media, especially Facebook. Increasingly, no young person who wants a social life can afford not to be active on the site, and being active on the site means living one's life on the site. Business and tech analysts cite network effects as a structural source of Facebook's dominance in social media, but those effects initially derived from the demand characteristics of adolescents and emerging adults, reflecting the peer orientation of their age and stage. Indeed, Facebook's early advantage in this work arose in no small measure from the simple fact that its founders and original designers were themselves adolescents and emerging adults. They designed practices for an imagined universe of adolescent users and college students, and those practices were later institutionalized for the rest of us, reducing the social world to a tally of friends who are not friends and likes that provide a continuous ticker tape of one's value on the social market, stoking the anxieties of pre-adulthood and anticipating the mesmerizing social disciplines of the hive. 2. The researchers concluded that their global study of students had ripped back the curtain on the loneliness and acute disorientation that overwhelm young people when faced with disconnection from social media. It wasn't simply that they didn't know what to do with themselves, but rather that they had problems articulating what they were feeling or even who they were if they couldn't connect. The students felt as though they had lost part of themselves. 3. These feelings of disorientation and isolation suggest a psychological dependency on the others, and additional studies only deepen our understanding of how Generation Z, the demographic cohort born in and after 1996, the first group of digital natives, with no memory of life before the rise of surveillance capitalism, relies on a range of social media for psychological sustenance as they bounce between 4 or 5 platforms more or less simultaneously. Consider first the older cohorts. A 2012 survey concluded that emerging adults devote more time to using media than any other daily activity, spending nearly 12 hours each day with media of some form. 4 By 2018, Pew Research reported that nearly 40% of young people ages 18 to 29 report being online almost constantly, as do 36% of those ages 30 to 49. Generation Z intensifies the trend. 95% use smartphones, and 45% of teens say they are online on a near constant basis. 5 If that is how you spend your days and nights, then the findings of a 2016 study are all too logical, as 42% of teenage respondents said that social media affects how people see them, having adopted what the researchers call an outside-looking-in approach to how they express themselves. Their dependency penetrates deeply into their sense of well-being, affecting how they feel about themselves, 42%, and their happiness, 37%. 6. In a subsequent elaboration on the psychological consequences of experiencing oneself from the outside looking in, a 2017 survey of young British women ages 11 to 21 suggests that the social principles of instrumentarian society, so enthusiastically elaborated by Pentland and endorsed by surveillance capitalist leaders, appear to be working effectively. 35% of the women said that their biggest worry online was comparing themselves and their lives with others, as they are drawn into constant comparisons with often idealized versions of the lives and bodies of others. 8. A director of the project observed that even the youngest girls in this cohort feel pressured to create a personal brand, the ultimate in self-objectification, as they seek reassurance in the form of likes and shares. When The Guardian tried to explore girls' reflections on these survey findings, the responses eloquently betray the plight of the organism among organisms. "I do feel I need to be perfect and compare myself to others all the time," says one. "You see other people's lives and what they are doing, you see their perfect lives and it makes you think yours isn't," says another. 9. In light of these findings, one UK medical specialist comments on the young people in her practice: "People are growing up to want to be influencers and that is now a job role. I am not sure if parents are fully aware of the pressure people face." 10 Indeed, only 12% of respondents in that 2017 survey reckoned that their parents understood these pressures. The reports confirm that social pressure is well institutionalized as the means of online social influence, but contrary to Pentland's belief that class divisions would disappear, life in the hive produces new cleavages and forms of stratification, not only tune or be tuned but also pressure or be pressured. Nothing summarizes young life in the hive better than the insights of Facebook's own North American marketing director, Michelle Klein, who told an audience in 2016 that while the average adult checks his or her phone 30 times a day, the average millennial, she enthusiastically reported, checks more than 157 times daily. Generation Z, we now know, exceeds this pace. Klein described Facebook's engineering feat, a sensory experience of communication that helps us connect to others, without having to look away, noting with satisfaction that this condition is a boon to marketers. She underscored the design characteristics that produce this mesmerizing effect. Design is narrative, engrossing, immediate, expressive, immersive, adaptive, and dynamic. 11. If you are over the age of 30, you know that Klein is not describing your adolescence, or that of your parents, and certainly not that of your grandparents. Adolescence and emerging adulthood in the hive are a human first, meticulously crafted by the science of behavioral engineering, institutionalized in the vast and complex architectures of computer-mediated means of behavior modification, overseen by Big Other, directed toward economies of scale, scope, and action in the capture of behavioral surplus, and funded by the surveillance capital that accrues from unprecedented concentrations of knowledge and power. Our children endeavor to come of age in a hive that is owned and operated by the applied utopianists of surveillance capitalism and is continuously monitored and shaped by the gathering force of instrumentarian power. Is this the life that we want for the most open, pliable, eager, self-conscious, and promising members of our society? To the hand and the glove. The magnetic pull that social media exerts on young people drives them toward more automatic and less voluntary behavior. For too many, that behavior shades into the territory of genuine compulsion. What is it that mesmerizes the youngest among us, lashing them to this mediated world despite the stress and disquiet that they encounter there? The answer lies in a combination of behavioral science and high-stakes design that is precision-tooled to bite hard on the felt needs of this age and stage, a perfectly fitted hand and glove. Social media is designed to engage and hold people of all ages, but it is principally molded to the psychological structure of adolescence and emerging adulthood, when one is naturally oriented toward the others, especially toward the rewards of group recognition, acceptance, belonging, and inclusion. For many, this close tailoring, combined with the practical dependencies of social participation, turns social media into a toxic milieu. Not only does this milieu extract a heavy psychological toll, but it also threatens the course of human development for today's young and the generations that follow, all spirits of a Christmas yet to come. The hand-and-glove relationship of technology addiction was not invented at Facebook, but rather it was pioneered, tested, and perfected with outstanding success in the gaming industry, another setting where addiction is formally recognized as a boundless source of profit. Skinner had anticipated the relevance of his methods to the casino environment, which executives and engineers have transformed into as vivid an illustration as one can muster of the startling power of behavioral engineering and its ability to exploit individual inclinations and transform them into closed loops of obsession and compulsion. No one has mapped the casino terrain more insightfully than MIT social anthropologist Natasha Dow Schull in her fascinating examination of machine gambling in Las Vegas, Addiction by Design. Most interesting for us is her account of the symbiotic design principles of a new generation of slot machines calculated to manipulate the psychological orientation of players so that first they never have to look away, and eventually they become incapable of doing so. Schull learned that addictive players seek neither entertainment nor the mythical jackpot of cash. Instead, they chase what Harvard Medical School addiction researcher Howard Schaefer calls the capacity of the drug or gamble to shift subjective experience, pursuing an experiential state that Schull calls the machine zone, a state of self-forgetting in which one is carried along by an irresistible momentum that feels like one is played by the machine. 12 The machine zone achieves a sense of complete immersion that recalls Klein's description of Facebook's design principles engrossing, immersive, immediate, and is associated with a loss of self-awareness, automatic behavior, and a total rhythmic absorption carried along on a wave of compulsion. Eventually, every aspect of casino machine design was geared to echo, enhance, and intensify the hunger for that subjective shift, but always in ways that elude the player's awareness. Schull describes the multi-decade learning curve as gaming executives gradually came to appreciate that a new generation of computer-based slot machines could trigger and amplify the compulsion to chase the zone, as well as extend the time that each player spends in the zone. These innovations drive up revenues with the sheer volume of extended play as each machine is transformed into a personalized reward device. 13 The idea, as the casinos came to understand it, is to avoid anything that distracts, diverts, or interrupts the player's fusion with the machine. Consoles mold to the player's natural posture, eliminating the distance between the player's body and frictionless touch screens. Every feature of a slot machine, its mathematical structure, visual graphics, sound dynamics, seating and screen ergonomics is calibrated to increase a gambler's time on device and to encourage play to extinction. 14 The aim is a kind of crazed machine sex, an intimate closed-loop architecture of obsession, loss of self, and auto-gratification. The key, one casino executive says in words that are all too familiar, is figuring out how to leverage technology to act on customers' preferences while making it as invisible or what I call auto-magic as possible. 15. The psychological hazards of the hand-glove fit have spread far beyond the casino pits where players seek the machine zone. They define the raw heart of Facebook's success. The corporation brings more capital, information, and science to this parasitic symbiosis than the gaming industry could ever muster. Its achievements, pursued in the name of surveillance revenues, have produced a prototype of instrumentarian society and its social principles, especially for the youngest among us. There is much that we can grasp about the lived experience of the hive in the challenges faced by the young people whose fate it is to come of age in this novel social milieu in which the forces of capital are dedicated to the production of compulsion. Facebook's marketing director openly boasts that its precision tools craft a medium in which users never have to look away, but the corporation has been far more circumspect about the design practices that eventually make users, especially young users, incapable of looking away. There are some chinks in the armor. For example, in 2017 Napster co-founder and one-time Facebook president Sean Parker frankly admitted that Facebook was designed to consume the maximum possible amount of users' time and consciousness. The idea was to send you a little dopamine hit every once in a while. A. Variable reinforcement in the form of likes and comments. The goal was to keep users glued to the hive, chasing those hits while leaving a stream of raw materials in their wake. 16. Schaefer, the addiction researcher, has identified 5 elements that characterize the state of compulsion: frequency of use, duration of action, potency, route of administration, and player attributes. We already know quite a bit about the high frequency and long duration of young people's engagement in social media. What we need to understand is something of 1. The psychological attributes that draw them to social media in the first place, the hand; 2. The design practices that ratchet up potency in order to transform inclinations into unquenchable need, the glove; and 3. The mental and emotional consequences of Facebook's ever more exquisite ability to enmesh young people in chasing their own kind of zone. Consider the final moments of a 2017 Washington Post profile on a 13-year-old girl, part of a series chronicling what it's like to grow up in the age of likes, lols, and longing. It is the girl's birthday, and only one question will decide her happiness: do her friends like her enough to post pictures of her on their pages in appreciation of the occasion? She scrolls, she waits for that little notification box to appear. 17. Regardless of your age, who among us does not feel a painful blast of recognition? Adolescence has always been a time when acceptance, inclusion, and recognition from the others can feel like matters of life and death, and social media has not been required to make it so. Is adolescence really any different today than in any other era? The answer is yes, and no. Adolescence was officially discovered in the United States in 1904 by G. Stanley Hall, and even then, Hall, the first doctor of psychology in the country, located the challenges of youth in the rapidly changing context of our urbanized hothouse life that tends to ripen everything before its time. 18. While writing about teenagers in 1904, he observed that adolescence is a period of extreme orientation toward the peer group. Some seem for a time to have no resource in themselves, but to be abjectly dependent for their happiness upon their mates. 19. He also pointed to the potential for cruelty within the peer group, a phenomenon that contemporary psychologists refer to as relational aggression. Decades later, the central challenge of adolescence was famously characterized as identity formation by the developmental psychologist Erik Erikson, who did much to explain 20th-century adolescence. Erikson emphasized the adolescent struggle to construct a coherent identity from the mutual jointness of the adolescent clique. He described the normative crisis when fundamental questions of right and wrong require inner resources associated with introspection and personal experimentation. The healthy resolution of that conflict between self and other leads to a durable sense of identity. 20. Today, most psychologists agree that our longer lives combined with the challenges of an information-intensive society have further lengthened the time between childhood and adulthood. Many have settled on the notion of emerging adulthood to denote the years between 18 and the late 20s as a new life stage, Emerging adulthood is to the 21st century what adolescence was to the 20th. 21 And although contemporary researchers embrace a diverse range of methods and paradigms, most concur that the essential challenge of emerging adulthood is the differentiation of a self from the others. 22. There is a broad consensus that our extended lifespans often require us to revisit the core questions of identity more than once during our lives, but researchers agree that psychological success during emerging adulthood depends on at least some resolution of identity issues as the basis for the shift toward full adulthood. As one research scholar writes, a prime challenge of emerging adulthood is to become the author of your own life. 23 Who among us does not recognize that call? This existential challenge is enduring, a source of continuity that links generations. What has changed are the circumstances in which young people today must meet this challenge. 3. Proof of life. Emerging adulthood is ground zero in the struggle for the relational autonomy that prepares young people for the transition into adulthood, as Notre Dame psychologists Daniel Lapsley and Ryan Woodbury characterize it. 24 By relational autonomy, they mean to underscore the idea that autonomy is not a simplistic cliché of individualism, unencumbered by attachment or empathy, but instead it strikes a vital balance between the cultivation of inner resources and the capacity for intimacy and relationship. Emerging adulthood requires hard bargaining to establish a self that is separate from but still connected to others, and the quality of this inner bargain gives emerging adulthood a sense of anticipation and urgency, aiding a successful transition to adulthood. 25. Even with these insights, it remains difficult to fully grasp the felt experiences of young people who, as Hall aptly described more than a century ago, seem to have no resources in themselves. Perhaps the most difficult quality to capture is that in this period that precedes the hard bargaining, an inner sense of self simply does not yet exist. It is a time when I am whatever the others think of me, and how I feel is a function of how the others treat me. Instead of a stable sense of identity, there is only a chameleon that reinvents itself depending upon the social mirror into which it is drawn. In this condition, the others are not individuals but the audience for whom I perform. Who I am depends upon the audience. This state of existence in the mirror is pure fusion, and it captures the meaning of a 13-year-old girl anxiously awaiting the appearance of the little notification box as a sign of her existence and her worth. The young person who has not yet carved out an inward space exists for herself only in the viewpoint of the other one. Without the others, the lights go out. Anger is out of the question, one dare not alienate the others who are one's mirror and thus one's proof of life. In this most elemental sense, the young person who feels compelled to use social media is more truly and accurately described as hanging on for dear life, alive in the gaze of others because it's the only life one has, even when it hurts. As developmental psychologist Robert Kegan described the adolescent experience long before the advent of Facebook, there is no self independent of the context of other people liking. 26 This is not a moral or emotional shortcoming but a fact of life in this developmental moment, and it entails certain predictable consequences. For example, one tends to operate through social comparison. One can be easy prey to manipulation, with few defenses against social pressure and other forms of social influence. The fixed belief system of an established group can all too easily fill the inner void, substituting an externally sourced identity for the work of self-construction. 27. Moving on from fusion means a transition from being someone who is their relationships to someone who has their relationships. It entails a deep reconfiguration of how we make sense of our experience. In Kegan's language, this means a shift away from a culture of mutuality to a more complex culture of identity, self-authorship, and personal autonomy. This shift depends upon encountering people and life experiences that demand something more than our reflection in the mirror. It requires individuals and situations that insist on our first-person voice, provoking us to carve out our own unique response to the world. This is an inner act that eludes rendition or deification as we begin to compose an inward sense of valid truth and moral authority. This is the reference point from which we can say, I think, I feel, I believe. Gradually, this I learns to feel authorship and ownership of its experiences. It can reflect on itself, know itself, and regulate itself with intentional choices and purposive action. Research shows that these big leaps in self-construction are stimulated by experiences such as structured reflection, conflict, dissonance, crisis, and failure. The people who help trigger this new inward connection refuse to act as our mirrors. They reject fusion in favor of genuine reciprocity. Who comes into a person's life, Keegan observes, may be the single greatest factor to influence what that life becomes. 28. What are the consequences of the failure to win a healthy balance between inner and outer, self and relationship? Clinical studies identify specific patterns associated with this developmental stagnation. Not surprisingly, these include an inability to tolerate solitude, the feeling of being merged with others, an unstable sense of self, and even an excessive need to control others as a way of keeping the mirror close. Loss of the mirror is the felt equivalent of extinction. 29. The cultivation of inner resources is thus critical to the capacity for intimacy and relationship, challenges that have become more time-consuming with each new phase of the modern era. And while young people are bound as ever to the enduring existential task of self-making, our story suggests three critical ways in which this task now converges with history and the unique conditions of existence in our time. First, the waning of traditional society and the evolution of social complexity have accelerated the processes of individualization. We must rely upon our self-making and inner resources more than at any time in the human story, and when these are thwarted, the sense of dislocation and isolation is bitter. Second, digital connection has become a necessary means of social participation, in part because of a widespread institutional failure to adapt to the needs of a new society of individuals. The computer mediation of the social infrastructure simultaneously alters human communication, illuminating individual and collective behavior, as reflected in the undulating waves of tweets, likes, clicks, patterns of mobility, search queries, posts, and thousands of other daily actions. Third, surveillance capitalism dominates and instrumentalizes digital connection. What is different as a result of social media, writes researcher Dana Boyd in her examination of the social lives of networked teens, is that teens' perennial desire for social connection and autonomy is now being expressed in networked publics. 30. It's true that for the sake of connection, the travails of identity are visible to a wider group. But the notion of networked publics is a paradox. In fact, our visibility is magnified and compelled not only by the publicness of network spaces but by the fact that they are privatized. Young life now unfolds in the spaces of private capital, owned and operated by surveillance capitalists, mediated by their economic orientation, and operationalized in practices designed to maximize surveillance revenues. These private spaces are the media through which every form of social influence, social pressure, social comparison, modeling, subliminal priming is summoned to tune, herd, and manipulate behavior in the name of surveillance revenues. This is where adulthood is now expected to emerge. Whereas casino executives and slot machine developers can be garrulous and boastful, eager to share their addiction by design achievements, the surveillance capitalist project relies on secrecy. An entire discourse has thus sprung to life, trained on decoding the stealth design that first deters users from ever looking away and then makes them incapable of doing so. There are chat groups and endless query threads as people try to divine what Facebook actually does. Relevant design practices are discussed in journalistic accounts as well as in books with such titles as Evil by Design, Hooked, and Irresistible, all of which help to normalize the very methods they discuss. For example, Evil by Design author Chris Nader, a user experience consultant, explains that evil design aims to exploit human weakness by creating interfaces that make users emotionally involved in doing something that benefits the designer more than them. He coaches his readers in psychic numbing, urging them to accept the fact that such practices have become the standard, suggesting that consumers and designers find ways to turn them to your advantage. 31. If we are to judge coming of age in our time, then we have to understand something of the specific practices that turn social participation into a glove that doesn't simply embrace the hand but rather magnetizes and paralyzes the hand for the sake of economic imperatives. Facebook relies on specific practices that feed the inclinations of people, especially young people, to know themselves from the outside looking in. Most critical is that the more the need for the others is fed, the less able one is to engage the work of self-construction. So devastating is the failure to attain that positive equilibrium between inner and outer life that Lapsley and Woodbury say it is at the heart of most adult personality disorders. 32. For example, Nader highlights Facebook's precocious mastery of social proof. Much of our behavior is determined by our impressions of what is the correct thing to do, based on what we observe others doing. This influence is known as social proof. 33. The company instrumentalizes this aspect of adolescent nature by using messages from friends to make a product, service, or activity feel more personal and emotional. This ubiquitous tactic, much admired by Pentland, was used in the Facebook voting experiment. It fuels young people's needs to garner approval and avoid disapproval by doing what the others are doing. Facebook's single most momentous innovation in behavioral engineering is the now equally ubiquitous like button, adopted in 2009. According to contemporaneous blog posts by longtime Facebook executive Andrew Bosworth, the like button had been debated internally for more than a year and a half before Zuckerberg's final decision to incorporate it. He had rejected the idea more than once, fearing that it would detract from other features intended to lift monetization, such as the controversial Beacon program. Significantly, the founder embraced the button only when new data revealed it as a powerful source of behavioral surplus that helped to ratchet up the magnetism of the Facebook news feed, as measured by the volume of comments. 34. Facebook's leadership appears to have realized only gradually that the button could transform the platform from a book into a blizzard of mirrors, a passive read into an active sea of mutual reflections that would glue users to their news feeds. On the supply side, the like button was a planet-size one-way mirror capable of exponentially increasing raw material supplies. The more that a user liked, the more that she informed Facebook about the precise shape and composition of her hand, thus allowing the company to continuously tighten the glove and increase the predictive value of her signals. The protocols at Instagram, a Facebook property, provide another good example of these processes. Here one sees these tight linkages as compulsion draws more surplus to feed more compulsion. Instagram rivets its users with photos that appeal to their interests, so how does it select those photos from the millions that are available? The obvious, but incorrect, answer would be that it analyzes the contents of photos that you like and shows you more. Instead, Instagram's analytics are drawn from behavioral surplus, the shadow text. As one manager describes it, you base predictions off an action, and then you do stuff around that action. Actions are signals like following, liking, and sharing, now and in the past. The circle widens from there. With whom did you share? Who do they follow, like, and share with? Instagram is mining the multilayered social web between users, but that mining is based on observable, measurable behaviors moving through time, the dynamic surplus of the shadow text drawn from its own caches as well as Facebook's, not the content displayed in the public text. 35 In the end, the photos you see resonate with strange relevance for your life. More begets more. On the demand side, Facebook's likes were quickly coveted and craved, morphing into a universal reward system, or what one young app designer called our generation's crack cocaine. Likes became those variably timed dopamine shots, driving users to double down on their bets every time they shared a photo, web link, or status update. A post with 0 likes wasn't just privately painful, but also a kind of public condemnation. 36 In fact, most users craved the reward more than they feared humiliation, and the like button became Facebook's signature, spreading across the digital universe and actively fusing users in a new kind of mutual dependency expressed in a pastel orgy of giving and receiving reinforcement. The like button was only the start of what was to be an historic construction of a new social world that for many users is defined by fusion with the social mirror, especially among the young. Just as gamblers chase the zone of fusion with the machine, a young person embedded in the culture of mutuality chases the zone of fusion with the social mirror. For anyone already struggling with the challenge of the self-other balance, the like button and its brethren continuously tip the scales toward regression. The short history of Facebook's news feed is further evidence of the efficacy of the ever-tightening feedback loops that aim to shape and sustain this fusion. When Newsfeed was first launched in 2006, it transformed Facebook from a site where users had to visit friends' pages to see their updates to having those messages automatically shared in a stream on each person's homepage. Hundreds of thousands of users joined opposition groups, repelled by the company's unilateral invasion of privacy. No one was prepared for their online activity to suddenly be fodder for mass consumption, recalled the tech news site TechCrunch on Newsfeed's 10th anniversary in 2016, as it offered readers the ultimate guide to the newsfeed, with instructions on how you can get your content seen by more people, how to appear prominently, and how to resonate with your audience. 10 years earlier, a TechCrunch reporter had presciently noted, users who don't participate will quickly find that they are falling out of the attention stream, and I suspect will quickly add themselves back in. 38. Playing to the fear of invisibility and abandonment worked in 2006, when Facebook had just 9.5 million users, and required a college email address to sign up, and it has driven the acceptance of every subsequent tweak to Newsfeed as Facebook has amassed more than 2 billion users. Newsfeed grew to become the epicenter of the corporation's revenue success and the most valuable billboard on earth, as Time magazine stated in 2015. Just 3 years after Facebook's IPO. 39. Newsfeed is also the fulcrum of the social mirror. In the years between revulsion and reverence, Newsfeed became Facebook's most intensely scrutinized object of data science and the subject of extensive organizational innovation, all of it undertaken at a level of sophistication and capital intensity that one might more naturally associate with the drive to solve world hunger, cure cancer, or avert climate destruction. In addition to Facebook's already complex computational machinery for targeting ads, by 2016 the newsfeed function depended upon one of the world's most secretive predictive algorithms, derived from a God view of more than 100,000 elements of behavioral surplus that are continuously computed to determine the personal relevancy score of thousands of possible posts as it scans and collects everything posted in the past week by each of your friends, everyone you follow, each group you belong to, and every Facebook page you've liked, writes Will Ormuz in Slate. The post you see at the top of your feed, then, has been chosen over thousands of others as the one most likely to make you laugh, cry, smile, click, like, share, or comment. 40. The glove tightens around the hand with closed feedback loops enabled by the God view, which favors posts from people with whom you have already interacted, posts that have drawn high levels of engagement from others, and posts that are like the ones with which you have already engaged. 41. In 2015 the See First curation tool was introduced to channel direct data on the shape of a user's social mirror by soliciting his or her personal priorities for the newsfeed. Facebook's chief product officer describes the corporation's interest in supplying what is most meaningful for you to know today from everything that happened on Earth, published anywhere by any of your friends, any of your family, any news source. 42. Each post sequenced in the newsfeed also now hosts a range of explicit feedback options. I want more of this. I want none of that. These direct surplus supply lines are important sources of innovation aimed at broadening the target of the fusion zone, increasing the tenacity of an ever-tightening glove. In 2016 Facebook's product director confirmed that this direct sourcing of surplus led to an increase in overall engagement and time spent on the site. 43. Facebook's science and design expertise aim for a closed loop that feeds on, reinforces, and amplifies the individual user's inclination toward fusion with the group and the tendency to overshare personal information. Although these vulnerabilities run deepest among the young, the tendency to overshare is not restricted to them. The difficulty of self-imposed discipline in the sharing of private thoughts, feelings, and other personal information has been amply demonstrated in social research and summarized in an important 2015 review by Carnegie Mellon professors Alessandro Acquisti, Laura Brandi-Mart, and George Lowenstein. They concluded that because of a range of psychological and contextual factors, people are often unaware of the information they are sharing, unaware of how it can be used, and even in the rare situations when they have full knowledge of the consequences of sharing, uncertain about their own preferences. The researchers cautioned that people are easily influenced in what and how much they disclose. Moreover, what they share can be used to influence their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. The result is alteration in the balance of power between those holding the data and those who are the subjects of that data. 44. Facebook has Pentland's prized God view on its side, an unparalleled resource that is drawn upon to remake this naturally longed for fusion into a space of no escape. Science and capital are united in this long game project. Yesterday it was the like button, today it is augmented reality, and tomorrow there will be new innovations added to this repertoire. The company's growth in user engagement, surplus capture, and revenue are evidence that these innovations have hit their marks. Young people crave the hive, and Facebook gives it to them, but this time it's owned and operated by surveillance capital and scientifically engineered into a continuous spiral of escalating fusion, amply fulfilling Schaeffer's 5 criteria for achieving an addictive state of compulsion. Potency is engineered according to a recipe dictated by the hidden attributes of those who crave valorization from the group to fill the void where a self must eventually stand. These cravings may not be the sole motivations of Facebook's currently 2 billion users, but they aptly describe the attributes upon which Facebook's incentives are designed to bite the hardest. Climbing the mountain of the self-other balance is an adventure that we each must undertake, a journey of risk, conflict, uncertainty, and electrifying discovery. But what happens when the forces of surveillance capital turn the mountain into a mountain range? Look at us. Yes, you are alive. Do not look away. Why would you? How could you? Today, we might like you. For the next human nature. A growing body of evidence testifies to the psychic toll of life in the hive, where surveillance capital's behavioral engineering expertise collides with the centuries in the making human impulse toward self-construction. Researchers are already providing answers to 2 key questions: what are the psychological processes that dominate the hive? What are the individual and societal consequences of these processes? According to the 302 most significant quantitative research studies on the relationships between social media use and mental health, most of them produced since 2013, the psychological process that most defines the Facebook experience is what psychologists call social comparison. 45. It is usually considered a natural and virtually automatic process that operates outside of awareness, effectively forced upon the individual by his social environment as we apply evaluative criteria tacitly. Internalized from our society, community, group, family, and friends. 46. As one research review summarizes, almost at the moment of exposure, an initial holistic assessment of the similarity between the target and the self is made. 47. As we go through life being exposed to other people, we naturally compare ourselves along the lines of similarity and contrast. I am like you. I am different from you. Subliminal perceptions that translate into judgments. I am better than you. You are better than I. Researchers have come to appreciate the way in which these automatic human processes converge with the changing conditions of each historical era. For most of human history, people lived in small enclaves and were typically surrounded by others very much like themselves. Social comparisons with little variation are unlikely to entail great psychological risk. Research suggests that the diffusion of television in the second half of the 20th century dramatically increased the intensity and negativity of social comparison, as it brought vivid evidence of varied and more affluent lives dramatically different from one's own. One study found an increase in criminal larceny as television diffused across society, awakening an awareness of and desire for consumer goods. A related issue was that increased exposure to television programs depicting affluence led to the overestimation of others' wealth and more dissatisfaction with one's own life. 48. Social media marks a new era in the intensity, density, and pervasiveness of social comparison processes, especially for the youngest among us, who are almost constantly online at a time of life when one's own identity, voice, and moral agency are a work in progress. In fact, the psychological tsunami of social comparison triggered by the social media experience is considered unprecedented. If television created more life dissatisfaction, what happens in the infinite spaces of social media? Both television and social media deprive us of real-life encounters, in which we sense the other's inwardness and share something of our own, thus establishing some threads of communality. Unlike television, however, social media entails active self-presentation characterized by profile inflation, in which biographical information, photos, and updates are crafted to appear ever more marvelous in anticipation of the stakes for popularity, self-worth, and happiness. 49 Profile inflation triggers more negative self-evaluation among individuals as people compare themselves to others, which then leads to more profile inflation, especially among larger networks that include more distant friends. As one study concluded, expanding one's social network by adding a number of distant friends through Facebook may be detrimental by stimulating negative emotions for users. 50. One consequence of the new density of social comparison triggers and their negative feedback loops is a psychological condition known as FOMO, fear of missing out. It is a form of social anxiety defined as the uneasy and sometimes all-consuming feeling that your peers are doing, in the know about, or in possession of more or something better than you. 51 It's a young person's affliction that is associated with negative mood and low levels of life satisfaction. Research has identified FOMO with compulsive Facebook use. FOMO sufferers obsessively check their Facebook feeds during meals, while driving, immediately upon waking or before sleeping, and so on. This compulsive behavior is intended to produce relief in the form of social reassurance, but it predictably breeds more anxiety and more searching. 52. Social comparison can make people do things that they might not otherwise do. Facebook's experiments and Pokémon Go's augmented reality each exploit mutual visibility and its inevitable release of social comparison processes for successful tuning and herding. Both of these illustrate the ways in which once natural psychological processes are repurposed to heighten the effectiveness of Pentland's vaunted social pressure, thus enabling behavior modification at scale. Social pressure is activated by "I want to be like you" as the risks of difference and exclusion threaten negative social comparison. What do we know about the mental health consequences of social comparison as it ensnares Facebook users, especially the young? Most of the research aimed at a deeper grasp of cause and effect in the user experience has been conducted with college-age participants, and even a brief review of a few key studies tells a grim tale as adolescents and emerging adults run naked through these digitally mediated social territories in search of proof of life. A 2011 study found that social media users exposed to pictures of beautiful users developed a more negative self-image than those who were shown less attractive profile pictures. Men who were shown profiles of high career status men judged their own pursuits as inadequate, compared to others who saw profiles of less successful men. 53 By 2013, researchers found that Facebook use could predict negative shifts in both how their young subjects felt moment to moment as well as their overall life satisfaction. 54 That year, German researchers found that the astounding wealth of social information presented on Facebook produces a basis for social comparison and envy on an unprecedented scale. Their work demonstrated that passive following on Facebook exacerbates feelings of envy and decreases life satisfaction. More than 20% of all recent experiences of envy reported by the students in the research study had been triggered by Facebook exposure. 55. A three-phase investigation in 2014 found that spending a lot of time browsing profiles on Facebook produced a negative mood immediately afterward. Then, upon reflection, those users felt worse, reckoning that they had wasted their time. Instead of walking away, they typically chose to spend even more time browsing the network in the hope of feeling better, chasing the dream of a sudden and magical reversal of fortune that would justify past suffering. This cycle not only leads to more social comparison and more envy, but it can also predict depressive symptoms. 56. The self-objectification associated with social comparison is also associated with other psychological dangers. First, we present ourselves as data objects for inspection, and then we experience ourselves as the it that others see. One 2014 study demonstrated the deleterious effect of these loops on body consciousness. An analysis of young men and women who had used Facebook for at least 6 years concluded that, regardless of gender, more Facebook participation leads to more body surveillance. A sense of self-worth comes to depend on physical appearance and being perceived as a sex object. Body shame leads to constant rounds of manicuring self-portrayals for a largely unknown audience of followers. 57. Life in the hive favors those who most naturally orient toward external cues rather than toward one's own thoughts, feelings, values, and sense of personal identity. 58. When considered from the vantage point of the self-other balance, positive social comparisons are just as pernicious as negative comparisons. Both are substitutes for the hard bargain of carving out a self that is capable of reciprocity rather than fusion. Whether the needle moves up or down, social comparison is the flywheel that powers the closed loop between the inclination toward the social mirror and its reinforcement. Both ego gratification and ego injury drive the chase for more external cues. Over time, studies increase in complexity as they try to identify the underlying mechanisms through which social comparison in social media is associated with symptoms of depression and feelings of social isolation. 59. One notable 3-year study published in 2017 considered both the direct Facebook data of more than 5,000 participants as well as self-reported data on their real-world social networks. This approach enabled ongoing direct comparisons between real-world relationships and Facebook associations across 4 domains of self-reported well-being: physical health, mental health, life satisfaction, and body mass index. Liking others' content and clicking links to posts by friends, the researchers summarized, were consistently related to compromised well-being, whereas the number of status updates was related to reports of diminished mental health. So strong was this relationship that a 1 standard deviation increase in likes clicked, links clicked, or status updates was associated with a decrease of 5%, 8% of a standard deviation in self-reported mental health, even controlling for a person's initial state of well-being. The researchers' definitive conclusion? Facebook use does not promote well-being. Individual social media users might do well to curtail their use of social media and focus instead on real-world relationships. 60. Homing to the herd. This is not a rehearsal. This is the show. Facebook is a prototype of instrumentarian society, not a prophecy. It is the first frontier of a new societal territory, and the youngest among us are its vanguard. The frontier experience is an epidemic of the viewpoint of the other one, a hyper-objectification of one's own personhood shaped by the relentless amplification of life lived from the outside looking in. The consequence is a pattern of overwhelming anxiety and disorientation in the simple act of digital disconnection, while connection itself is haunted by fresh anxieties that paradoxically leave too many feeling isolated, diminished, and depressed. One wants to say that the struggles of youth can be painful in any era and that it is simply the destiny of today's young people to encounter the work of self-construction in this milieu of digital connection and illumination, with its truly marvelous opportunities for voice, community, information, and exploration. One wants to say they will get through it, just as other generations survived the adolescent trials of their time and place. But this time it is not a question of simply packing their lunch and crossing our fingers as they head into the school day maze of adolescent cliques, or sending them off to college knowing that they may stumble or fall but eventually find their passions and their people as they find themselves. This time, we have sent them into the raw heart of a rogue capitalism that amassed its fortune and power through behavioral dispossession parlayed into behavior modification in the service of others' guaranteed outcomes. They crave the hive, just as Hall's teenagers did in 1904, but the hive they encounter is not the unadulterated product of their natures and their culture of mutuality. It is a zone of asymmetrical power, constructed by surveillance capital as it operates in secrecy beyond confrontation or accountability. It is an artificial creation designed in the service of surveillance capital's greater good. When young people enter this hive, they keep company with the surveillance priesthood, the world's most sophisticated data scientists, programmers, machine learning experts, and technology designers, whose single-minded mission to tighten the glove is mandated by the economic imperatives of surveillance capital and its laws of motion. Innocent hangouts and conversations are embedded in a behavioral engineering project of planetary scope and ambition that is institutionalized in Big Other's architectures of ubiquitous monitoring, analysis, and control. In their encounter with the self-other balance, teenagers step onto a playing field already tilted by surveillance capital to tip them into the social mirror and keep them fixed on its reflections. Everything depends upon feeding the algorithms that can effectively and precisely bite on him and bite on her and not let go. All those outlays of genius and money are devoted to this one goal of keeping users, especially young users, plastered to the social mirror like bugs on the windshield. The research studies and first-person accounts that we have reviewed reveal the coercive underbelly of the instrumentarian's much-revered confluence, in which harmonies are achieved at the expense of the psychological integrity of participants. This is the world of Pentland's social learning, his theory of tuning little more than the systematic manipulation of the rewards and punishments of inclusion and exclusion. It succeeds through the natural human inclination to avoid psychological pain. Just as ordinary consumers can become compulsive gamblers at the hands of the gaming industry's behavioral technologies, psychologically ordinary young people are drawn into an unprecedented vortex of social information that automatically triggers social comparison on an equally unprecedented scale. This mental and emotional milieu appears to produce a virus of insecurity and anxiety that drives a young person deeper into this closed loop of escalating compulsion as he or she chases relief in longed-for signals of valorization. This cycle unnaturally exacerbates and intensifies the natural orientation toward the group. And although we all share in this disposition to varying degrees, it is most pronounced in the stages of life that we call adolescence and emerging adulthood. Ethologists call this orientation homing to the herd, an adaptation of certain species, such as passenger pigeons and herring, that home to the crowd rather than to a particular territory. In the confrontation with human predators, however, this instinct has proven fatal. For example, biologist Bernd Heinrich describes the fate of the passenger pigeons, whose social sense was so strong that it drew the new predator, technologically equipped humans, from afar. It made them not only easy targets, but easily duped. Commercial harvesters followed the pigeons' flight and nesting patterns, and then used huge nets to catch thousands of pigeons at a time, shipping millions by rail each year to the markets from St. Louis to Boston. The harvesters used a specific technique, designed to exploit the extraordinary bonds of empathy among the birds and immortalized in the term stool pigeon. A few birds would be captured first and attached to a perch with their eyes sewn shut. As these birds fluttered in panic, the flock would descend to attend to them. This made it easy for the harvesters to catch and slaughter thousands at once. The last passenger pigeon died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914. The pigeon had no home boundaries over which to spread itself and continued to orient only to itself, so it could be everywhere, even to the end. To the pigeons, the only home they knew was in the crowd, and now they had become victims of it. The lack of territorial boundaries of human predators had tipped the scales to make their adaptation their doom. 61. Facebook, social media in general, these are environments engineered to induce and exaggerate this homing to the human herd, particularly among the young. We are lured to the social mirror, our attention riveted by its dark charms of social comparison, social pressure, social influence. Online all day, online almost all day. As we fixate on the crowd, the technologically equipped commercial harvesters circle quietly and cast their nets. This artificial intensification of homing to the herd can only complicate, delay, or impede the hard psychological bargain of the self-other balance. When we multiply this effect by hundreds of millions and distribute it across the globe, what might it portend for the prospects of human and societal development? Facebook is the crucible of this new dark science. It aims to perfect the relentless stimulation of social comparison in which natural empathy is manipulated and instrumentalized to modify behavior toward others' ends. This synthetic hive is a devilish pact for a young person. In terms of sheer everyday effectiveness, contact, logistics, transactions, communications turn away, and you are lost. And if you simply crave the fusion juice that is proof of life at a certain age and stage, turn away, and you are extinguished. It is a new phenomenon to live continuously in the milieu of the gaze of others, to be followed by hundreds or thousands of eyes, augmented by big others' devices, sensors, beams, and waves rendering, recording, analyzing, and actuating. The unceasing pace, density, and volume of the gaze deliver a perpetual stream of evaluative metrics that raise or lower one's social currency with each click. In China, these rankings are public territory, shiny badges of honor and scarlet letters that open or shut every door. In the West, we have likes, friends, followers, and hundreds of other secret rankings that invisibly pattern our lives. The extension and depth of exposure include every data point but necessarily omit the latency within each person, precisely because it cannot be observed and measured. This is the latency of a possible self that awaits ignition from that one spark caused by the caring attention of another embodied human being. It is in that clash of oxygen and ember that the latent is perceived, comprehended, and yanked forward into existence. This is real life, fleshy, soft, uncertain, and replete with silence, risk, and, when fortune smiles, genuine intimacy. Facebook entered the world bypassing old institutional boundaries, offering us freedom to connect and express ourselves at will. It is impossible to say what the Facebook experience might have been had the company chosen a path that did not depend upon surveillance revenues. Instead, we confront the sudden accretion of an instrumentarian power that spins our society in an unanticipated direction. Facebook's applied utopistics are a prototype of an instrumentarian future, showcasing feats of behavioral engineering that groom populations for the rigors of instrumentarians' coercive harmonies. Its operations are designed to exploit the human inclination toward empathy, belonging, and acceptance. The system tunes the pitch of our behavior with the rewards and punishments of social pressure, herding the human heart toward confluence as a means to others' commercial ends. From this vantage point, we see that the full scope of the Facebook operation constitutes a vast experiment in behavior modification designed not only to test the specific capabilities of its tuning mechanisms, as in its official large-scale experiments, but also to do so on the broadest possible social and psychological canvas. Most significantly, the applied utopistics of social pressure, its flywheel of social comparison, and the closed loops that bind each user to the group system vividly confirm Pentland's theoretical rendering of the case. Instrumentarian social principles are evident here, not as hypotheses but as facts, the facts that currently constitute the spaces where our children are meant to grow up. What we witness here is a bet the farm commitment to the socialization and normalization of instrumentarian power for the sake of surveillance revenues. Just as Pentland stipulated, these closed loops are imposed outside the realm of politics and individual volition. They move in stealth, crafting their effects at the level of automatic psychological responses and tipping the self-other balance toward the pseudo-harmonies of the hive mind. In this process, the inwardness that is the necessary source of autonomous action and moral judgment suffers and suffocates. These are the preparatory steps toward the death of individuality that Pentland advocates. In fact, this death devours centuries of individualities. 1. The 18th century's political ideal of the individual as the repository of inalienable dignity, rights, and obligations. 2. The early 20th century's individualized human being called into existence by history, embarking on Machado's road because she must, destined to create a life of one's own in a world of ever-intensifying social complexity and receding traditions, and, 3. The late 20th century's psychologically autonomous individual whose inner resources and capacity for moral judgment rise to the challenges of self-authorship that history demands and act as a bulwark against the predations of power. The self-authorship toward which young people strive carries forward these histories, strengthening, protecting, and rejuvenating each era's claims to the sanctity and sovereignty of the individual person. What we have seen in Facebook is a living example of the third modernity that instrumentarianism proffers, defined by a new collectivism owned and operated by surveillance capital. The God view drives the computations. The computations enable tuning. Tuning replaces private governance and public politics, without which individuality is merely vestigial. And just as the uncontract bypasses social mistrust rather than healing it, the post-political societal processes that bind the hive rely on social comparison and social pressure for their durability and predictive certainty, eliminating the need for trust. Rights to the future tense, their expression in the will to will, and their sanctification in promises are drawn into the fortress of surveillance capital. On the strength of that expropriation, the tuners tighten their grasp, and the system flourishes. Industrial capitalism depended upon the exploitation and control of nature, with catastrophic consequences that we only now recognize. Surveillance capitalism, I have suggested, depends instead upon the exploitation and control of human nature. The market reduces us to our behavior, transformed into another fictional commodity and packaged for others' consumption. In the social principles of instrumentarian society, already brought to life in the experiences of our young, we can see more clearly how this novel capitalism aims to reshape our natures for the sake of its success. We are to be monitored and telestimulated like Mackay's herds and flocks, Pentland's beavers and bees, and Nadella's machines. We are to live in the hive, a life that is naturally challenging and often painful, as any adolescent can attest, but the hive life in store for us is not a natural one. Men made it? Surveillance capitalists made it? The young people we have considered in this chapter are the spirits of a Christmas yet to come. They live on the frontier of a new form of power that declares the end of a human future, with its antique allegiances to individuals, democracy, and the human agency necessary for moral judgment. Should we awaken from distraction, resignation, and psychic numbing with Scrooge's determination, it is a future that we may still avert. 6. No exit. When Samuel Bentham, brother of philosopher Jeremy, first designed the panopticon as a means of overseeing unruly serfs on the estate of Prince Potemkin in the late 18th century, he drew inspiration from the architecture of the Russian Orthodox churches that dotted the countryside. Typically, these structures were built around a central dome from which a portrait of an all-powerful Christ Pantocrator stared down at the congregation and, by implication, all humanity. There was to be no exit from this line of sight. This is the meaning of the hand and glove. The closed loop and the tight fit are meant to create the conditions of no exit. Once, it was no exit from God's total knowledge and power. Today, it is no exit from the others, from Big Other, and from the surveillance capitalists who decide. This condition of no exit creeps on slippered feet. First we do not even have to look away, and later we cannot. In the closing lines of Jean-Paul Sartre's existential drama No Exit, the character Garçon arrives at his famous realization, hell is other people. This was not intended as a statement of misanthropy but rather a recognition that the self-other balance can never be adequately struck as long as the others are constantly watching. Another mid-century social psychologist, Irving Goffman, took up these themes in his immortal The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life. Goffman developed the idea of the backstage as the region in which the self retreats from the performative demands of social life. The language of backstage and onstage, inspired by observations of the theater, became a metaphor for the universal need for a place of retreat in which we can be ourselves. Backstage is where the impression fostered by performance is knowingly contradicted along with its illusions and impressions. Devices such as the telephone are sequestered for private use. Conversation is relaxed, truthful. It is the place where vital secrets can be visible. Goffman observed that in work as in life, control of the backstage allows individuals to buffer themselves from the deterministic demands that surround them. Backstage, the language is one of reciprocity, familiarity, intimacy, humor. It offers the seclusion in which one can surrender to the uncomposed face in sleep, defecation, sex, whistling, chewing, nibbling, belching, and flatulence. Perhaps most of all, it is an opportunity for regression, in which we don't have to be nice. The surest sign of backstage solidarity is to feel that it is safe to lapse into an associable mood of sullen, Silent irritability. In the absence of such respite where a real self can incubate and grow, Sartre's idea of hell begins to make sense. 62. In a classroom of undergraduates, students discuss their strategies of self-presentation on Facebook. Scholars refer to these as chilling effects, the continuous curation of one's photos, comments, and profile with deletions, additions, and modifications, all of it geared to the maximization of likes as the signal of one's value in this existential marketplace. 63. I ask if this 21st century work of self-presentation is really that much different from what Goffman had described. Have we just traded the real world for the virtual in constructing and performing our personas? There is a lull as the students reflect, and then a young woman speaks. The difference is that Goffman assumed a backstage where you could be your true self. For us, the backstage is shrinking. There is almost no place left where I can be my true self. Even when I am walking by myself, and I think I am backstage, something happens, an ad appears on my phone or someone takes a photo, and I discover that I am on stage, and everything changes. 64. The everything that changes is the sudden cognizance, part realization and part reminder, that big other knows no boundaries. Experience is seamlessly rendered across the once reliable borders of the virtual and real worlds. This accrues to the immediate benefit of surveillance capital. Welcome to McDonald's. Buy this jacket. But any worldly experience can just as immediately be delivered to the hive, a post here, a photo there. Ubiquitous connection means that the audience is never far, and this fact brings all the pressures of the hive into the world and the body. Recent research has begun to turn to this dour fact that a team of British researchers describes as the extended chilling effect. 65. The idea here is that people, especially, though not exclusively, young people now censor and curate their real-world behavior in consideration of their own online networks as well as the larger prospect of the internet masses. The researchers conclude that participation in social media is profoundly intertwined with the knowledge that information about our offline activities may be communicated online, and that the thought of displeasing imagined audiences alters our real-life behavior. When I catch myself wanting to cheer the students who are anguished by connection and terrified of its loss, I consider the meaning of no exit as recounted in a personal recollection of the social psychologist Stanley Milgram regarding an experiment that demonstrated the power of immediate circumstances on feelings and behavior. 66. Milgram's class was studying the force with which social norms control behavior. He had the idea of examining the real-life phenomenon by having his students approach a person on the subway and, without providing any justification, simply look the person in the eye and ask for his or her seat. One afternoon, Milgram himself boarded the subway ready to make his contribution. Despite his years of observing and theorizing disturbing patterns of human behavior, it turned out that he was unprepared for his own moment of social confrontation. Assuming that it would be an easy caper, Milgram approached a passenger and was about to utter the magical phrase when the word seemed lodged in my trachea and would simply not emerge. I stood there frozen, then retreated. I was overwhelmed by paralyzing inhibition. The psychologist eventually hectored himself into trying again. He recounts what occurred when he finally approached a passenger and choked out his request. "Excuse me, sir, may I have your seat?" A moment of stark economic panic overcame me. But the man got right up and gave me the seat. Taking the man's seat, I was overwhelmed by the need to behave in a way that would justify my request. My head sank between my knees, and I could feel my face blanching. I was not role-playing. I actually felt as if I were going to perish. Moments later the train pulled into the next station, and Milgram exited. He was surprised to discover that as soon as he left the train, all the tension disappeared. Milgram left the subway, where he vibrated in tune with the others, and that exit enabled a return to his self. Milgram identified three key themes in the subway experiment as he and his students debriefed their experiences. The first was a new sense of gravitas toward the enormous inhibitory anxiety that ordinarily prevents us from breaching social norms. Second was that the reactions of the breacher are not an expression of individual personality but rather are a compelled playing out of the logic of social relations. The intense anxiety that Milgram and others experienced in confronting a social norm forms a powerful barrier that must be surmounted, whether one's action is consequential, disobeying an authority, or trivial, asking for a seat on the subway. Embarrassment and the fear of violating apparently trivial norms often lock us into intolerable predicaments. These are not minor regulatory forces in social life, but basic ones. Finally, Milgram understood that any confrontation of social norms crucially depends upon the ability to escape. It was not an adolescent who boarded the subway that day. Milgram was an erudite adult and an expert on human behavior, especially the mechanisms entailed in obedience to authority, social influence, and conformity. The subway was just an ordinary slice of life, not a capital-intensive architecture of surveillance and behavior modification, not a personalized reward device. Still, Milgram could not fight off the anxiety of the situation. The only thing that made it tolerable was the possibility of an exit. Unlike Milgram, we face an intolerable situation. Like the gamblers in their machine wombs, we are meant to fuse with the system and play to extinction, not the extinction of our funds but rather the extinction of ourselves. Extinction is a design feature formalized in the conditions of no exit. The aim of the tuners is to contain us within the power of immediate circumstances as we are compelled by the logic of social relations in the hive to bow to social pressure exerted in calculated patterns that exploit our natural empathy. Continuously tightening feedback loops cut off the means of exit, creating impossible levels of anxiety that further drive the loops toward confluence. What is to be killed here is the inner impulse toward autonomy and the arduous, exciting elaboration of the autonomous self as a source of moral judgment and authority capable of asking for a subway seat or standing against rogue power. Inside the hive, it is easy to forget that every exit is an entrance. To exit the hive means to enter that territory beyond, where one finds refuge from the artificially tuned up social pressure of the others. Exit leaves behind the point of view of the other one in favor of entering a space in which one's gaze can finally settle inward. To exit means to enter the place where a self can be birthed and nurtured. History has a name for that kind of place: sanctuary. Chapter 17. The right to sanctuary. Refuge and prospect are opposites. Refuge is small and dark. Prospect is expansive and bright. We need them both. And we need them together. Grant Hildebrand. Finding a good home. Origins of architectural pleasure. I Big Other outruns society. That summer night when our home was destroyed by a lightning strike, we watched in the driving rain as the gables and rambling porches exploded in fire. Within hours a smoldering field of black ash covered the ground where home had been. In the months and years that followed, my recollections of the house took an unexpected shape: less rooms and objects than shadow, light, and fragrance. I conjured in perfect clarity the rush of my mother's scent when I opened the drawer filled with her once cherished scarves. I closed my eyes and saw the late afternoon sun slicing through the velvety air by the bedroom fireplace with its ancient sloping mantel where our treasures were on display: a photo of my father and me, heads tilted toward each other, blending our two shocks of curly black hair, the miniature painted enamel boxes, discovered in a Parisian flea market years before the thought of motherhood, which later became the shelter for our children's milk teeth huddled like secret caches of seed pearls. It was impossible to explain the quality of the sadness and longing, how ourselves and the life of our family had evolved symbiotically with those spaces that we called home. How our attachments transformed a house into a hallowed place of love, meaning, and commemoration. My difficulty began to ease only when I discovered the work of Gaston Bachelard, an extraordinary man who had been a postal worker, physicist, philosopher, and ultimately a professor of philosophy at the Sorbonne. The old house, for those who know how to listen, is a sort of geometry of echoes. The voices of the past do not sound the same in the big room as in the little bed chamber. Among the most difficult memories, well beyond any geometry that can be drawn, we must recapture the quality of the light, then come the sweet smells that linger in the empty rooms. 1. One of Bachelard's works in particular, The Poetics of Space, is instructive as we reckon with the prospects of life in the no-exit shadow of Big Other and its power brokers behind the curtain. In this book Bachelard elaborates his notion of topoanalysis, the study of how our deepest relationships to inner self and outer world are formed in our experience of space, specifically the space we call home. The house shelters daydreaming, the house protects the dreamer, the house allows one to dream in peace. The house is one of the greatest powers of integration for the thoughts, memories, and dreams of mankind. It is body and soul. It is the human being's first world. Before he is cast into the world, man is laid in the cradle of the house. Life begins well, it begins enclosed, protected, all warm in the bosom of the house. 2. Home is our school of intimacy, where we first learn to be human. Its corners and nooks conceal the sweetness of solitude, its rooms frame our experience of relationship. Its shelter, stability, and security work to concentrate our unique inner sense of self, an identity that imbues our daydreams and night dreams forever. Its hiding places, closets, chests, drawers, locks, and keys satisfy our need for mystery and independence. Doors locked, closed, half shut, wide open trigger our sense of wonder, safety, possibility, and adventure. Bachelard plumbs not only the imagery of the human house but also of nests and shells, the primal images of home that convey the absolute primitiveness of the need for a safe refuge. Well-being takes us back to the primitiveness of the refuge. Physically, the creature endowed with a sense of refuge huddles up to itself, takes to cover, hides away, lies snug, concealed. A human being likes to withdraw into his corner, it gives him physical pleasure to do so. 3. The shelter of home is our original way of living in space, Bachelard discovers, shaping not only the existential counterpoint of home and away but also many of our most fundamental ways of making sense of experience, house and universe, refuge and world, inside and outside, concrete and abstract, being and non-being, this and that, here and elsewhere, narrow and vast, depth and immensity, private and public, intimate and distant, self and other. Our family instinctively pursued these themes in imagining a new home. When we were finally able to undertake that project, we foraged for durable natural materials, old stone and scarred wooden beams that had weathered the storms of time. We were drawn to old furniture that had already lived many lives composing others' homes. This is how the walls of the new house came to be massive, nearly a foot deep and packed with insulation. The result is just as we had hoped, a lush and peaceful stillness. We know that nothing guarantees safety and certainty in this world, but we are comforted by the serenity of this home and its layered silences. The days unfurl now within the embrace of these generous walls, where once again our spirits spread and root. This is how a house becomes a home and a home becomes a sanctuary. I feel this most acutely when I crawl into bed at night. I wait to hear my husband's breathing in syncopation with the muffled sighs of our beloved dog on the floor beside us as she sprints through her ecstatic dreams. I sense beyond to the dense envelope of our bedroom walls and listen to their lullaby of seclusion. According to Big Other's architects, these walls must come down. There can be no refuge. The primal yen for nests and shells is kicked aside like so much detritus from a fusty human time. With Big Other, the universe takes up residence in our walls, no longer the sentinels of sanctuary. Now they are simply the coordinates for smart thermostats, security cameras, speakers, and light switches that extract and render our experience in order to actuate our behavior. That our walls are dense and deep is of no importance now because the boundaries that define the very experience of home are to be erased. There can be no corners in which to curl up and taste the pleasures of solitary inwardness. There can be no secret hiding places because there can be no secrets. Big Other swallows refuge whole, along with the categories of understanding that originate in its elemental oppositions, house and universe, depth and immensity. Those ageless polarities in which we discover and elaborate our sense of self are casually eviscerated as immensity installs itself in my refrigerator, the world chatters in my toothbrush, elsewhere stands watch over my bloodstream, and the garden breeze stirs the chimes draped from the willow tree only to be broadcast across the planet. The locks? They have vanished. The doors? They are open. In the march of institutional interests intent on implementing Big Other, the very first citadel to fall is the most ancient, the principle of sanctuary. The sanctuary privilege has stood as an antidote to power since the beginning of the human story. Even in ancient societies where tyranny prevailed, the right of sanctuary stood as a fail-safe. There was an exit from totalizing power, and that exit was the entrance to a sanctuary in the form of a city, a community, or a temple. Point 4 By the time of the Greeks, sanctuaries were sacred sites built across the ancient Greek world and consecrated to the purposes of asylum and religious sacrifice. The Greek word asylon means unplunderable and founds the notion of a sanctuary as an inviolable space. Point 5 The right of asylum survived into the 18th century in many parts of Europe, attached to holy sites, churches, and monasteries. The demise of the sanctuary privilege was not a repudiation but rather a reflection of social evolution and the firm establishment of the rule of law. One historian summarized this transformation, justice as sanctuary. 6. In the modern era the sacredness, inviolability, and reverence that once attached to the law of asylum re-emerged in constitutional protections and declarations of inalienable rights. English common law retained the idea of the castle as an inviolable fortress and translated that to the broader notion of home, a sanctuary free from arbitrary intrusion, unplunderable. The long thread of the sanctuary privilege reappeared in U.S. jurisprudence. Writing in 1995, legal scholar Linda McLean argued that the equation of home with sanctuary has depended less on the sanctity of property rights than on a commitment to the privacies of life. As she observed, there is a strong theme of a proper realm of inaccessibility or secrecy with respect to the world at large as well as a recognition of the important social dimension of such protected inner space. 7. The same themes appear from the perspective of psychology. Those who would eviscerate sanctuary are keen to take the offensive, putting us off guard with the guilt-inducing question, what have you got to hide? But as we have seen, the crucial developmental challenges of the self-other balance cannot be negotiated adequately without the sanctity of disconnected time and space for the ripening of inward awareness and the possibility of reflexivity, reflection on and by oneself. The real psychological truth is this: if you've got nothing to hide, you are nothing. One empirical study makes the point. In Psychological Functions of Privacy, Darrell Peterson defines privacy as a boundary control process that invokes the decision rights associated with restricting and seeking interaction. Peterson's research identifies 6 categories of privacy behaviors: solitude, isolation, anonymity, reserve, intimacy with friends, and intimacy with family. His study shows that these varied behaviors accomplish a rich array of complex psychological privacy functions considered salient for psychological health and developmental success: contemplation, autonomy, rejuvenation, confiding, freedom, creativity, recovery, catharsis, and concealment. These are experiences without which we can neither flourish nor usefully contribute to our families, communities, and society. As the digital era intensifies and surveillance capitalism spreads, the centuries-old solution of justice as sanctuary no longer holds. Big Other outruns society and law in a self-authorized destruction of the right to sanctuary as it overwhelms considerations of justice with its tactical mastery of shock and awe. The facts of surveillance capitalism's dominance of the division of learning, the unrepentant momentum of its dispossession cycle, the institutionalization of its means of behavior modification, the convergence of these with the requirements of social participation, and the manufacture of prediction products for trade in behavioral futures markets are de facto evidence of a new condition that has not been tamed by law. The remainder of this chapter explores the implications of this failure. What will taming require? What kind of life is left to us if taming fails? To justice at the new frontier of power. If sanctuary is to be preserved, Synthetic declarations are required, alternative pathways that lead to a human future. It's the wall, not the tunnels, that requires our attention. So far US privacy laws have failed to keep pace with the march of instrumentarianism. Analyses of the invasion of privacy, according to legal scholar Anita Allen, fall into a handful of easily illustrated categories. Allen contrasts physical privacy, sometimes called spatial privacy, with informational privacy. She observes that physical privacy is violated when a person's efforts to seclude or conceal himself or herself are frustrated. Information privacy is disturbed when data, facts, or conversations that a person wishes to secret or anonymize are nonetheless acquired or disclosed. 9. In the era of Big Other, though, these categories bend and break. Physical places, including our homes, are increasingly saturated with informational violations as our lives are rendered as behavior and expropriated as surplus. In some cases we inflict this on ourselves, typically because we do not grasp the backstage operations and their full implications. Other violations are simply imposed upon us, as in the case of the talking doll, the listening TV, the hundreds of apps programmed for secret rendition, and so on. We have surveyed many of the objects and processes already earmarked to be smart, sensate, actuating, connected, and internet-enabled by surveillance capital. By the time you read these pages, there will be more, and more after that. It's the sorcerer's apprentice cursed with the perpetual filling and refilling driven by an unbounded claim that asserts its right to everything. When US scholars and jurists assess the ways in which digital capabilities challenge existing law, the focus is on Fourth Amendment doctrine as it circumscribes the relationship between individuals and the state. It is of course vital that Fourth Amendment protections catch up to the 21st century by protecting us from search and seizure of our information in ways that reflect contemporary realities of data production. Point 10. The problem is that even expanded protections from the state do not shield us from the assault on sanctuary wrought by instrumentarian power and animated by surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives. Point 11. The Fourth Amendment as currently construed does not help us here. There is no sorcerer in sight ready to command the surveillance capitalists, in Goethe's words, corner broom. Hear your doom. Legal scholarship is just beginning to reckon with these facts. As a 2016 article on the Internet of Things by Fourth Amendment scholar Andrew Guthrie Ferguson concludes, if billions of sensors filled with personal data fall outside of Fourth Amendment protections, a large-scale surveillance network will exist without constitutional limits. 12. As we have seen, it already does. Dutch scholars make a similar case for the inadequacy of Dutch law as it falls behind Big Other, no longer able to effectively assert the sanctity of the home from the invasive action of either industry or the state. The walls no longer shield the individual effectively from the outside in the pursuing of personal life without intrusion. 13. Many hopes today are pinned on the new body of EU regulation known as the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, which became enforceable in May 2018. The EU approach fundamentally differs from that of the US in that companies must justify their data activities within the GDPR's regulatory framework. The regulations introduce several key new substantive and procedural features, including a requirement to notify people when personal data is breached, a high threshold for the definition of consent that puts limits on a company's reliance on this tactic to approve personal data use, a prohibition on making personal information public by default, a requirement to use privacy by design when building systems, a right to erasure of data, and expanded protections against decision-making authored by automated systems that imposes consequential effects on a person's life. 14. The new regulatory framework also imposes substantial fines for violations, which will rise to a possible 4% of a company's global revenue, and it allows for class action lawsuits in which users can combine to assert their rights to privacy and data protection. 15. These are vital and necessary accomplishments, and the question that is most important to our story is whether this new regulatory regime can be a springboard to challenging the legitimacy of surveillance capitalism and ultimately vanquishing its instrumentarian power. In time, the world will learn if the GDPR can move out in front of Big Other, reasserting a division of learning aligned with the values and aspirations of a democratic society. Such a victory would depend upon society's rejection of markets based on the dispossession of human experience as a means to the prediction and control of human behavior for others' profit. Scholars and specialists debate the implications of the sweeping new regulations, some arguing the inevitability of decisive change and others arguing the likelihood of continuity over dramatic reversals of practice. 16 There are some things that we do know, however. Individuals each wrestling with the myriad complexities of their own data protection will be no match for surveillance capitalism's staggering asymmetries of knowledge and power. If the past 2 decades have taught us anything, it is that the individual alone cannot bear the burden of this fight at the new frontier of power. This theme is illustrated in the odyssey of Belgian mathematician and data protection activist Paul-Olivier Dehaye, who in December 2016 initiated a request for his personal data collected through Facebook's custom audiences and tracking pixel tools, which would reveal the web pages where Facebook had tracked him. Dehaye probably knew more about the rogue data operations of Cambridge Analytica than anyone in the world, outside of its own staff and masterminds. His aim was a bottom-up investigative approach to uncover the secrets of its illegitimate means of political behavior modification. A first step was to determine what Facebook knew about him, especially the kind of data that would become relevant in an electoral context and thus make him, and others, vulnerable to the kinds of hidden maneuvers that Cambridge Analytica had employed. Dehaye wanted to understand how a citizen might come to ascertain the data that enabled, judging from the worldwide outrage over the revelations of secret online political manipulation, what many people consider a highly consequential threat. He carefully documented the twists and turns of his journey, hoping that his experience would be useful for journalists, citizens, and communities determined to understand the scope and political vulnerabilities of Facebook's practices. Dehaye writes, "It is of course extremely difficult to talk to a company like Facebook as an individual, so by April 2017 I had to escalate the matter to the Irish Data Protection Commissioner. By October 2017, after a lot of prodding, the Irish Data Protection Commissioner finally agreed to take the first step with my complaint, and ask Facebook for a comment. By December 2017, they had apparently received a response, but as of March 2018 they are still assessing it, despite frequent reminders. It is very hard not to see a problem here with respect to enforcement. 17. In March 2018, 15 months after his initial request, Dehaye finally received an email from Facebook's privacy operations team. He was told that the information he sought is not available through our self-service tools but is stored in Hive, Facebook's log storage area, where it is retained for data analytics and maintained as separate from the databases that power the Facebook site. The company insisted that accessing the data required it to surmount huge technical challenges. This data, the company writes, is also not used to directly serve the live Facebook website which users experience. 18. In our language, the information that Dehaye sought required access to the shadow text, specifically asking for, among other things, details on the targeting analyses that determined the ads he was shown on Facebook. The corporation's response indicates that Hive's data are part of this exclusive second text, in which behavioral surplus is queued up for manufacture into predictions products. 19 This process is completely separate from the first text, which users experience. Facebook makes clear that the shadow text is not available to users, despite the promotion of its self-service download tools that promise to give users access to their personal data retained by the company. Indeed, the competitive dynamics of surveillance capitalism make the shadow text a crucial proprietary source of advantage. Any attempt to breach its content will be experienced as an existential threat. No surveillance capitalist will voluntarily provide data from the shadow text. Only law can compel this challenge to the pathological division of learning. In the wake of the Cambridge Analytica scandal in March 2018, Facebook announced it would expand the range of personal data that it allows users to download, but even these data remain wholly contained within the first text, composed largely of the information that users themselves have provided, including information that they have deleted, friends, photos, video, ads that have been clicked, pokes, posts, location, and so on. These data do not include behavioral surplus, prediction products, and the fate of those predictions as they are used for behavioral modification, bought, and sold. When you download your personal information, you access the stage, not the backstage, the curtain, not the wizard. 20. Facebook's response to THIRD illustrates another consequence of the extreme asymmetries of knowledge at play. The company insisted that access to the requested data required it to surmount huge technical challenges. As behavioral surplus flows converge in machine learning-based manufacturing operations, the sheer volume of data inputs and methods of analysis moves beyond human comprehension. Consider something as trivial as the case of Instagram's machine selecting what images to show you. Its computations are based on varied streams of behavioral surplus from a subject user, then more streams from the friends in that user's network, then more from the activities of people who follow the same accounts as the subject user, then the data and social links from the user's Facebook activity. When it finally applies a ranking logic to predict what images the user will want to see next, that analysis also includes data on the past behavior of the subject user. Instagram has machines doing this learning because humans cannot. 21 In the case of more consequential analyses, the operations are likely to be equally or even more complex. This recalls our discussion of Facebook's prediction engine FB Learner Flow, where the machines are fed tens of thousands of data points derived from behavioral surplus, diminishing the very notion of the right to contest automatic decision-making. If the algorithms are to be contestable in any meaningful way, it will require new countervailing authority and power, including machine resources and expertise to reach into the core disciplines of machine intelligence and construct new approaches that are available for inspection, debate, and combat. Indeed, one expert has already proposed the creation of a government agency and FDA for algorithms to oversee the development, distribution, sale, and use of complex algorithms, arguing that existing laws will prove no match for the difficult regulatory puzzles algorithms pose. 22. THIRD's experience is but one illustration of the self-sustaining nature of a pathological division of learning and the insuperable burden placed on individuals moved to challenge its injustice. THIRD is an activist, and his aim is not only to access data but also to document the arduousness and even absurdity of the undertaking. Given these realities, he suggests that the data protection regulations are comparable to freedom of information laws. The procedures for requesting and receiving information under these laws are imperfect and onerous, typically undertaken by legal specialists, but nevertheless essential to democratic freedom. 23 Although effective contest will require determined individuals, the individual alone cannot shoulder the burden of justice, any more than an individual worker in the first years of the 20th century could bear the burden of fighting for fair wages and working conditions. Those 20th century challenges required collective action, and so do our own. 24. In her discussion of the life of the law, anthropologist Laura Nader reminds us that law projects possibilities of democratic empowerment but that these are pulled forward into real life only when citizens actively contest injustice, using the law as a means to higher purpose. The life of the law is the plaintiff, Nader writes, a truth we saw brought to life in the action of the Spanish citizens who claimed the right to be forgotten. By contesting their injustices by means of law, plaintiffs and their lawyers can still decide the place of law in making history. 25 These plaintiffs do not stand alone, they stand for citizens bonded together as the necessary means of confronting collective injustice. This brings us back to the GDPR and the question of its impact. The only possible answer is that everything will depend upon how European societies interpret the new regulatory regime in legislation and in the courts. It will not be the wording of the regulations but rather the popular movements on the ground that shape these interpretations. A century ago, workers organized for collective action and ultimately tipped the scales of power, and today's users will have to mobilize in new ways that reflect our own unique 21st century conditions of existence. We need synthetic declarations that are institutionalized in new centers of democratic power, expertise, and contest that challenge today's asymmetries of knowledge and power. This quality of collective action will be required if we are finally to replace lawlessness with laws that assert the right to sanctuary and the right to the future tense as essential for effective human life. It is already possible to see a new awakening to empowering collective action, at least in the privacy domain. One example is None of Your Business, NOYB, a non-profit organization led by privacy activist Max Schrems. After many years of legal contest, Schrems made history in 2015 when his challenge to Facebook's data collection and data retention practices, which he asserted were in violation of EU privacy law, led the Court of Justice of the European Union to invalidate the Safe Harbor Agreement that governed data transfers between the US and the EU. In 2018, Schrems launched NOYB as a vehicle for professional privacy enforcement. The idea is to push regulators to close the gap between written regulations and corporate privacy practices, leveraging the threat of significant fines to change a company's actual procedures. NOYB wants to become a stable European enforcement platform that unites groups of users and assists them through the litigation process while building coalitions and advancing targeted and strategic litigation to maximize the impact on the right to privacy. 26 However this undertaking progresses, the key point for us is the way in which it points to a social void that must be filled with creative new forms of collective action, if the life of the law is to move against surveillance. Capitalism. Only time will tell if the GDPR will be a catalyst for a new phase of combat that wrangles and tames an illegitimate marketplace in behavioral futures, the data operations that feed it, and the instrumentarian society toward which they aim. In the absence of new synthetic declarations, we may be disappointed by the intransigence of the status quo. If the past is a prologue, then privacy, data protection, and antitrust laws will not be enough to interrupt surveillance capitalism. The reasons that we examined in answering the question "How did they get away with it?" suggest that the immense and intricate structures of surveillance capitalism and its imperatives will require a more direct challenge. This is at least one conclusion from the past decade. Despite far more stringent privacy and data protection laws in the EU as compared to the US, as well as a forceful commitment to antitrust, Facebook and Google have continued to flourish in Europe. For example, between 2010 and 2017 the compounded annual growth rate for Facebook daily active users was 15% in Europe compared to 9% in the US and Canada. 27 During that period the company's revenue grew by a compounded annual growth rate of 50% in both regions. 28 Between 2009 and the first quarter of 2018, Google's share of the search market in Europe declined by about 2% while increasing in the US by about 9%. Google's European market share remained high, at 91.5% in 2018, compared to 88% in the US. In the case of its Android mobile phones, however, Google's market share increased by 69% in Europe compared to 44% in the US. Google's Chrome browser increased its market share by 55% in Europe and 51% in the US. 29. Those growth rates are not mere good fortune, as our list of how they got away with it suggests. In recognition of this fact, Europe's data protection supervisor Giovanni Buttarelli told the New York Times that the GDPR's impact will be determined by regulators who will be up against well-funded teams of lobbyists and lawyers. 30 Indeed, corporate lawyers were already honing their strategies for the preservation of business as usual and setting the stage for the contests ahead. For example, a white paper published by one prominent international law firm rallies corporations to the barricades of data processing, arguing that the legal concept of legitimate interest offers a promising opportunity to bypass new regulatory obstacles. Legitimate interest may be the most accountable ground for processing in many contexts, as it requires an assessment and balancing of the risks and benefits of processing for organizations, individuals, and society. The legitimate interests of the controller or a third party may also include other rights and freedoms. The balancing test will sometimes also include freedom of expression, right to engage in economic activity, right to ensure protection of IP rights, etc. These rights must also be taken into account when balancing them against the individual's right to privacy. 31. Surveillance capitalism's economic imperatives were already on the move in late April 2018, in anticipation of the GDPR taking effect that May. Earlier in April, Facebook's CEO had announced that the corporation would apply the GDPR in spirit across the globe. In practice, however, the company was making changes to ensure that the GDPR would not circumscribe the majority of its operations. Until then, 1.5 billion of its users, including those in Africa, Asia, Australia, and Latin America, were governed by terms of service issued by the company's international headquarters in Ireland, meaning that these terms fell under the EU framework. It was in late April that Facebook quietly issued new terms of service, placing those 1.5 billion users under US privacy laws and thus eliminating their ability to file claims in Irish courts. 32. 3. Every unicorn has a hunter. What life is left to us if taming fails? Without protection from surveillance capitalism and its instrumentarian power, their behavioral aims and societal goals, we are trapped in a condition of no exit, where the only walls are made of glass. The natural human yearning for refuge must be extinguished and the ancient institution of sanctuary deleted. No exit is the necessary condition for Big Other to flourish, and its flourishing is the necessary condition for all that is meant to follow, the tides of behavioral surplus and their transformation into revenue, the certainty that will meet every market player with guaranteed outcomes, the bypass of trust in favor of the uncontract's radical indifference, the paradise of effortless connection that exploits the needs of harried second modernity individuals and transforms their lives into the means to others' ends, the plundering of the self, the extinction of autonomous moral judgment for the sake of frictionless control, the actuation and modification that quietly drains the will to will, the forfeit of your voice in the first person in favor of others' plans, the destruction of the social relations and politics of the old and slow and still unfulfilled ideals of self-determining citizens bound to the legitimate authority of democratic governance. Each of these exquisite unicorns has inspired the best that humanity has achieved, however imperfectly they have been fulfilled. But every unicorn has a hunter, and the ideals that have nurtured the liberal order are no exception. For the sake of this hunter, there can be no doors, no locks, no friction, no opposition between intimacy and distance, house and universe. There is no need for topo-analysis now because all spaces have collapsed into the one space that is Big Other. Seek not the petal-soft iridescent apex of the shell. There is no purpose to curling up in its dark spire. The shell is just another connected node, and your daydream is already finding an audience in the pulsating net of this clamorous glass life. In the absence of synthetic declarations that secure the road to a human future, the intolerability of glass life turns us toward a societal arms race of counter-declarations in which we search for and embrace increasingly complex ways to hide in our own lives, seeking respite from lawless machines and their masters. We do this to satisfy our enduring need for sanctuary and as an act of resistance with which to reject the instrumentarian disciplines of the hive, its extended chilling effects, and Big Other's relentless greed. In the context of government surveillance, the practices of hiding have been called privacy protests and are well known for drawing the suspicion of law enforcement agencies. 33 Now, hiding is also invoked by Big Other and its market masters, whose reach is far and deep as they install themselves in our walls, our bodies, and on our streets, claiming our faces, our feelings, and our fears of exclusion. I have suggested that too many of the best and brightest of a new generation devote their genius to the intensification of the clickstream. Equally more poignant is the way in which a new generation of activists, artists, and inventors feels itself called to create the art and science of hiding. 34 The intolerable conditions of glass life compel these young artists to dedicate their genius to the prospects of human invisibility, even as their creations demand that we aggressively seek and find our bearings. Their provocations already take many forms: signal blocking phone cases, false fingerprint prosthetics that prevent your fingertips from being used as a key to your life, LED privacy visors to impede facial recognition cameras, a quilted coat that blocks radio waves and tracking devices, a scent diffuser that releases a metallic fragrance when an unprotected website or network is detected on any of your devices, a serendipiter app to disrupt any surveillance that relies on subjects. Maintaining predictable routines, a clothing line called Glamouflage featuring shirts covered with representations of celebrity faces to confuse facial recognition software, anti-neuroimaging surveillance headgear to obstruct digital invasion of brain waves, and an anti-surveillance coat that creates a shield to block invasive signals. Chicago artist Leo Selvaggio produces 3D, printed resin prosthetic masks to confound facial recognition. He calls his effort an organized artistic intervention. 35. Perhaps most poignant is the Toolkit, a series of functional devices designed for protests and riots of the future, including a smart bandana for embedding hidden messages and public keys, independently networked wearable devices, personal black box devices to register abuse of law enforcement, and fast deployment routers for off-grid communication. 36 was created as part of a master's thesis project at New York University, and it perfectly reflects the contest for the third modernity that this generation faces. The designer writes that for young, digitally native protesters, connectivity is a basic human right. Yet, he laments, the future of technology in protests looks dark because of overwhelming surveillance. His toolkit is intended to create a space to explore and research the tense relationship between protests and technology, and a space to cultivate dialogue about freedom of expression, riots and disruptive technology. In a related development, students at the University of Washington have developed a prototype for on-body transmissions with commodity devices. The idea here is that readily available devices can be used to transmit information to only wireless receivers that are in contact with the body, thus creating the basis for secure and private communications independent of normal Wi-Fi transmissions, which can easily be detected. 37. Take a casual stroll through the shop at the new Museum for Contemporary Art in Manhattan, and you pass a display of its bestseller, tabletop mirrors whose reflecting surface is covered with the bright orange message "Today's selfie is tomorrow's biometric profile." This Think Privacy selfie mirror is a project of the young Berlin-based artist Adam Harvey, whose work is aimed at the problem of surveillance and foiling the power of those who surveil. Harvey's art begins with reverse engineering computer vision algorithms in order to detect and exploit their vulnerabilities through camouflage and other forms of hiding. He is perhaps best known for his stealth wear, a series of wearable fashion pieces intended to overwhelm, confuse, and evade drone surveillance and, more broadly, facial recognition software. Silver-plated fabrics reflect thermal radiation, enabling the wearer to avert overhead thermal surveillance. Harvey's fashions are inspired by traditional Islamic dress, which expresses the idea that garments can provide a separation between man and God. Now he redirects that meaning to create garments that separate human experience from the powers that surveil. 38 Another Harvey project created an aesthetic of makeup and hair styling: blue feathers suspended from thick black bangs, dreadlocks that dangle below the nose, cheekbones covered in thick wedges of black and white paint, tresses that snake around the face and neck like octopus tentacles, all designed to thwart facial recognition software and other forms of computer vision. Harvey is one among a growing number of artists, often young artists, who direct their work to the themes of surveillance and resistance. Artist Benjamin Grosser's Facebook and Twitter demetricators are software interfaces that present each site's pages with their metrics deleted, the numbers of likes, friends, followers, retweets, all disappear. How is an interface that foregrounds our friend count changing our conceptions of friendship? He asks. Remove the numbers and find out. Grosser's Scorando project is a web browser extension that obfuscates your feelings on Facebook by randomly choosing an emoji each time you click like, thus undermining the corporation's surplus analyses as they compute personality and emotional profiles. 39 Trevor Paglen's richly orchestrated performance art combines music, photography, satellite imagery, and artificial intelligence to reveal Big Other's omnipresent knowing and doing. It's trying to look inside the software that is running an AI, to look into the architectures of different computer vision systems and trying to learn what it is that they are seeing, Paglen says. Chinese artist Ai Weiwei's 2017 installation Hansel and Gretel created a powerful experience in which participants viscerally confront the surveillance implications of their own innocent picture-taking, Instagramming, tweeting, texting, tagging, and posting. Point 40. Our artists, like our young people, are canaries in the coal mine. That the need to make ourselves invisible is the theme of a brilliant artistic vanguard is another kind of message in a bottle cast from the front lines of mourning and revulsion. Glass life is intolerable, but so is fitting our faces with masks and draping our bodies in digitally resistant fabrics to thwart the ubiquitous lawless machines. Like every counter-declaration, hiding risks becomes an adaptation when it should be a rallying point for outrage. These conditions are unacceptable. Tunnels under this wall are not enough. This wall must come down. The greatest danger is that we come to feel at home in glass life or in the prospect of hiding from it. Both alternatives rob us of the life-sustaining inwardness, born in sanctuary, that finally distinguishes us from the machines. This is the well from which we draw the capacities to promise and to love, without which both the private bonds of intimacy and the public bonds of society wither and die. If we do not alter this course now, we leave a monumental work for the generations that follow us. Industrial capitalism commandeered nature only to saddle the coming generations with the burden of a burning planet. Will we add to this burden with surveillance capitalism's invasion and conquest of human nature? Will we stand by as it subtly imposes the life of the hive while demanding the forfeit of sanctuary and the right to the future tense for the sake of its wealth and power? Paradiso calls it a revolution, and Pentland says it is the death of individuality. Nadella and Schmidt advocate the machine hive as our role model, with its coercive confluence and preemptive harmonies. Page and Zuckerberg understand the transformation of society as a means to their commercial ends. There are dissenters among us, to be sure, but the declaration of life without walls has thus far failed to trigger a mass withdrawal of agreement. This is in part the result of our dependency and in part because we do not yet appreciate the breadth and depth of what the architects have in store, let alone the consequences that this revolution might entail. Our sensibilities grow numb to the monstrosity of Big Other as its features are developed, tested, elaborated, and normalized. We become deaf to the lullaby of walls. Hiding from the machines and their masters drifts from the obsessions of the vanguard to a normal theme of social discourse and eventually our conversations around the dinner table. Each step down this path occurs as if in the fog of war, scattered fragments and incidents that appear abruptly and often in obscurity. There is little room to perceive the pattern, let alone its origins and meaning. Nonetheless, each deletion of the possibility of sanctuary leaves a void that is seamlessly and soundlessly filled by the new conditions of instrumentarian power. Conclusion. Chapter 18. A coup from above. He shook with hate for things he'd never seen. Pined for a love abstracted from its object. And was oppressed as he had never been. W. H. Auden. Sonnets from China, 3. Surveillance capitalism departs from the history of market capitalism in three startling ways. First, it insists on the privilege of unfettered freedom and knowledge. Second, it abandons long-standing organic reciprocities with people. Third, the specter of life in the hive betrays a collectivist societal vision sustained by radical indifference and its material expression in Big Other. In this chapter we explore each of these departures from historical norms and then face the question that they raise: is surveillance capitalism merely capitalism? Freedom and knowledge. Surveillance capitalists are no different from other capitalists in demanding freedom from any sort of constraint. They insist upon the freedom to launch every novel practice while aggressively asserting the necessity of their freedom from law and regulation. This classic pattern reflects two bedrock assumptions about capitalism made by its own theorists. The first is that markets are intrinsically unknowable. The second is that the ignorance produced by this lack of knowledge requires wide-ranging freedom of action for market actors. The notion that ignorance and freedom are essential characteristics of capitalism is rooted in the conditions of life before the advent of modern systems of communication and transportation, let alone global digital networks, the internet, or the ubiquitous computational, sensate, actuating architectures of Big Other. Until the last few moments of the human story, life was necessarily local, and the whole was necessarily invisible to the part. Adam Smith's famous metaphor of the invisible hand drew on these enduring realities of human life. Each individual, Smith reasoned, employs his capital locally in pursuit of immediate comforts and necessities. Each one attends to his own security, his own gain, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. That end is the efficient employ of capital in the broader market, the wealth of nations. The individual actions that produce efficient markets add up to a staggeringly complex pattern, a mystery that no one person or entity could hope to know or understand, let alone to direct. The statesman, who should attempt to direct private people in what manner they ought to employ their capitals, would assume an authority which could safely be trusted, not only to no single person, but to no council or senate whatever. 1. The neoliberal economist Friedrich Hayek, whose work we discussed briefly in Chapter 2 as the foundation for the market-privileging economic policies of the past half-century, drew the most basic tenets of his arguments from Smith's assumptions about the whole and the part. Adam Smith, Hayek wrote, was the first to perceive that we have stumbled upon methods of ordering human economic cooperation that exceed the limits of our knowledge and perception. His invisible hand had perhaps better have been described as an invisible or unsurveyable pattern too. As with Planck, Meyer, and Skinner, both Hayek and Smith unequivocally link freedom and ignorance. In Hayek's framing, the mystery of the market is that a great many people can behave effectively while remaining ignorant of the whole. Individuals not only can choose freely, but they must freely choose their own pursuits because there is no alternative, no source of total knowledge or conscious control to guide them. Human design is impossible, Hayek says, because the relevant information flows are beyond the span of the control of any one mind. The market dynamic makes it possible for people to operate in ignorance without anyone having to tell them what to do. 3. Hayek chose the market over democracy, arguing that the market system enabled not only the division of labor but also the coordinated utilization of resources based on equally divided knowledge. This system, he argued, is the only one compatible with freedom. Perhaps some other kind of civilization might have been devised, he reckoned, like the state of the termite ants, but it would not be compatible with human freedom. 4. Something is awry. It is true that many capitalists, including surveillance capitalists, vigorously employ these centuries-old justifications for their freedom when they reject regulatory, legislative, judicial, societal, or any other form of public interference in their methods of operation. However, Big Other and the steady application of instrumentarian power challenge the classic quid pro quo of freedom for ignorance. When it comes to surveillance capitalist operations, the market is no longer invisible, certainly not in the way that Smith or Hayek imagined. The competitive struggle among surveillance capitalists produces the compulsion toward totality. Total information tends toward certainty and the promise of guaranteed outcomes. These operations mean that the supply and demand of behavioral futures markets are rendered in infinite detail. Surveillance capitalism thus replaces mystery with certainty as it substitutes rendition, behavioral modification, and prediction for the old unsurveyable pattern. This is a fundamental reversal of the classic ideal of the market as intrinsically unknowable. Recall Mark Zuckerberg's boast that Facebook would know every book, film, and song a person had ever consumed and that its predictive models would tell you what bar to go to when you arrive in a strange city, where the bartender would have your favorite drink waiting. 5. As the head of Facebook's data science team once reflected, this is the first time the world has seen the scale and quality of data about human communication. For the first time, we have a microscope that lets us examine social behavior at a very fine level that we've never been able to see before. 6. A top Facebook engineer put it succinctly, we are trying to map out the graph of everything in the world and how it relates to each other. 7. The same objectives are echoed in the other leading surveillance capitalist firms. As Google's Eric Schmidt observed in 2010, you give us more information about you, about your friends, and we can improve the quality of our searches. We don't need you to type at all. We know where you are. We know where you've been. We can more or less know what you're thinking about. 8. Satya Nadella of Microsoft understands all physical and institutional spaces, people, and social relationships as indexable and searchable, all of it subject to machine reasoning, pattern recognition, prediction, preemption, interruption, and modification. 9. Surveillance capitalism is not the old capitalism, and its leaders are not Smiths or even Hayek's capitalists. Under this regime, freedom and ignorance are no longer twin-born, no longer two sides of the same coin called mystery. Surveillance capitalism is instead defined by an unprecedented convergence of freedom and knowledge. The degree of that convergence corresponds exactly to the scope of instrumentarian power. This unimpeded accumulation of power effectively hijacks the division of learning in society, instituting the dynamics of inclusion and exclusion upon which surveillance revenues depend. Surveillance capitalists claim the freedom to order knowledge, and then they leverage that knowledge advantage in order to protect and expand their freedom. Although there is nothing unusual about the prospect of capitalist enterprises seeking every kind of knowledge advantage in a competitive marketplace, the surveillance capitalist capabilities that translate ignorance into knowledge are unprecedented because they rely on the one resource that distinguishes the surveillance capitalists from traditional utopianists, the financial and intellectual capital that permits the actual transformation of the world, materialized in the continuously expanding architectures of Big Other. More astonishing still is that surveillance capital derives from the dispossession of human experience, operationalized in its unilateral and pervasive programs of rendition. Our lives are scraped and sold to fund their freedom and our subjugation, their knowledge and our ignorance about what they know. This new condition unravels the neoliberal justification for the evisceration of the double movement and the triumph of raw capitalism, its free markets, free market actors, and self-regulating enterprises. It suggests that surveillance capitalists mastered the rhetoric and political genius of the neoliberal ideological defense while pursuing a novel logic of accumulation that belies the most fundamental postulates of the capitalist worldview. It's not just that the cards have been reshuffled, the rules of the game have been transformed into something that is both unprecedented and unimaginable outside the digital milieu and the vast resources of wealth and scientific prowess that the new applied utopianists bring to the table. We have carefully examined surveillance capitalism's novel foundational mechanisms, economic imperatives, gathering power, and societal objectives. One conclusion of our investigations is that surveillance capitalism's command and control of the division of learning in society are the signature feature that breaks with the old justifications of the invisible hand and its entitlements. The combination of knowledge and freedom works to accelerate the asymmetry of power between surveillance capitalists and the societies in which they operate. This cycle will be broken only when we acknowledge as citizens, as societies, and indeed as a civilization that surveillance capitalists know too much to qualify for freedom. 2. After reciprocity. In another decisive break with capitalism's past, surveillance capitalists abandon the organic reciprocities with people that have long been a mark of capitalism's endurance and adaptability. Symbolized in the 20th century by Ford's $5 day, these reciprocities harken back to Adam Smith's original insights into the productive social relations of capitalism, in which firms rely on people as employees and customers. Smith argued that price increases had to be balanced with wage increases so that the laborer may still be able to purchase that quantity of those necessary articles which the state of the demand for labor requires that he should have. 10. The shareholder value movement and globalization went a long way toward destroying this centuries-old social contract between capitalism and its communities, substituting formal indifference for reciprocity. Surveillance capitalism goes further. It not only jettisons Smith, but it also formally rescinds any remaining reciprocities with its societies. First, surveillance capitalists no longer rely on people as consumers. Instead, the axis of supply and demand orients the surveillance capitalist firm to businesses intent on anticipating the behavior of populations, groups, and individuals. The result, as we have seen, is that users are sources of raw material for a digital age production process aimed at a new business customer. where individual consumers continue to exist in surveillance capitalist operations, purchasing Roomba vacuum cleaners, dolls that spy, smart vodka bottles, or behavior-based insurance policies, just to name a few examples. Social relations are no longer founded on mutual exchange. In these and many other instances, products and services are merely hosts for surveillance capitalism's parasitic operations. Second, by historical standards, the large surveillance capitalists employ relatively few people compared to their unprecedented computational resources. This pattern, in which a small, highly educated workforce leverages the power of a massive capital-intensive infrastructure, is called hyperscale. The historical discontinuity of the hyperscale business operation becomes apparent by comparing 7 decades of GM employment levels and market capitalization to recent post-IPO data from Google and Facebook. I have confined the comparison here to Google and Facebook because both were pure surveillance capitalist firms even before their public offerings. From the time they went public to 2016, Google and Facebook steadily climbed to the heights of market capitalization, with Google reaching $532 billion by the end of 2016 and Facebook reaching $332 billion, without Google ever employing more than 75,000 people or Facebook more than 18,000. General Motors took 4 decades to reach its highest market capitalization of $225.15 billion in 1965, when it employed 735,000 women and men. 11 Most startling is that GM employed more people during the height of the Great Depression than either Google or Facebook employs at their heights of market capitalization. The GM pattern is the iconic story of the United States in the 20th century. Before globalization, neoliberalism, the shareholder value movement, and plutocracy unraveled the public corporation and the institutions of the double movement. Those institutions rationalized GM's employment policies with fair labor practices, unionization, and collective bargaining, emblematic of stable reciprocities during the pre-globalization decades of the 20th century. In the 1950s, for example, 80% of adults said that big business was a good thing for the country, 66% believed that business required little or no change, and 60% agreed that the profits of large companies help make things better for everyone who buys their products or services. 12. Although some critics blamed these reciprocities for GM's failure to adapt to global competition in the late 1980s, leading eventually to its bankruptcy in 2009, analyses have shown that chronic managerial complacency and doomed financial strategies bore the greatest share of responsibility for the firm's legendary decline, a conclusion that is fortified by the successes of the German automobile industry in the 21st century, where strong labor institutions formally share decision-making. Authority. 13. Hyperscale firms have become emblematic of modern digital capitalism, and as capitalist inventions they present significant social and economic challenges, including their impact on employment and wages, industry concentration, and monopoly. 14. In 2017, 24 hyperscale firms operated 320 data centers with anywhere between thousands and millions of servers. Google and Facebook were among the largest. 15. Not all hyperscale firms are surveillance capitalists, however, and our focus here is restricted to the convergence of these two domains. The surveillance capitalists that operate at hyperscale or outsource to hyperscale operations dramatically diminish any reliance on their societies as sources of employees, and the few for whom they do compete, as we have seen, are drawn from the most rarefied strata of data science. The absence of organic reciprocities with people as either sources of consumers or employees is a matter of exceptional importance in light of the historical relationship between market capitalism and democracy. In fact, the origins of democracy in both America and Britain have been traced to these very reciprocities. In America, the violation of consumer reciprocities awakened an unstoppable march toward liberty as economic power translated into political power. A half-century later in Britain, a grudging, practical, self-interested respect for the necessary interdependence of capital and labor translated into new patterns of political power, expressed in the gradual expansion of the franchise and the nonviolent shift to more inclusive democratic institutions. Even a brief glance at these world-altering histories can help us grasp the degree to which surveillance capitalism diverges from capitalism's past. The American Revolution is the outstanding example of how the reciprocities of consumption contributed to the rise of democracy. Historian T. H. Breen argues in his path-breaking study The Marketplace of Revolution that it was the violation of these reciprocities that set the revolution into motion, uniting disparate provincial strangers into a radical new patriotic force. Breen explains that American colonists had come to depend upon the empire of goods imported from England and that this dependency instilled the sense of a reciprocal social contract. For ordinary people, the palpable experience of participating in an expanding Anglo-American consumer market intensified their sense of a genuine partnership with England. 16 Eventually, the British Parliament famously misjudged the rights and obligations of this partnership, imposing a series of taxes that turned imported goods such as cloth and tea into symbols of imperial oppression. Breen describes the originality of a political movement born in the shared experience of consumption, the outrage at the violation of essential producer-consumer interdependencies, and the determination to make goods speak to power. The translation of consumer expectations into democratic revolution occurred in three waves, beginning in 1765, when the Stamp Act triggered popular protests, riots, and organized resistance finally expressed in the non-importation movement. Today we would call it a consumer boycott. As Breen tells it, the details of the Stamp Act were less important than the colonists' realization that England did not perceive them as political or economic equals bound in mutually beneficial reciprocities. By compromising the Americans' ability to purchase the goods they desired, Parliament had revealed an intention to treat the colonists like second-class subjects, levying a heavy price on the pursuit of material happiness. 17 The Stamp Act was experienced as a violation of the colonists' rights not only as subjects of the empire but also as consumers of the empire. It was the first translation of consumers' economic power into political power, a radically new form of politics in which the most ordinary members of colonial society experienced an exhilarating surge of empowerment. 18 Parliament withdrew the Stamp Act before the non-importation movement could effectively spread across the colonies, and it appeared that the principle of no taxation without representation had prevailed. When the Townshend Acts were passed just 2 years later, in 1767, this time imposing taxes on a range of imported goods, a new wave of outrage mobilized people in every colony. Detailed non-importation agreements turned consumer sacrifice into the front line of political resistance. The shared experience of violated expectations cut across regional, religious, and cultural differences, providing a new basis for social solidarity. 19 By 1770, the Townshend Acts were also repealed, and once again it seemed that a full-blown rebellion would be avoided. The 1773 Tea Act plunged the colonies into a new phase of resistance that shifted the political focus from non-importation, which depended upon merchants holding the line, to non-consumption, which demanded the participation of all individuals in the unique solidarity of their shared status as customers. It was in this context that Samuel Adams proclaimed that the cause of liberty depended on the ability of the American people to free themselves from the boggles of Britain. 20. British goods had so thoroughly come to symbolize dependency and oppression that when the tiny impoverished community of Harvard, Massachusetts, gathered to discuss the merchant vessels arriving in Boston Harbor loaded with chests of tea, they deemed it a matter of as interesting and important a nature when viewed in all its consequences not only to this town and province, but to America in general, and that for ages and generations to come, as ever came under the deliberation of this town. 21. A year later, in 1774, the First Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia and produced a grand scheme to abolish trade with England. It brought to fruition a brilliantly original strategy of consumer resistance to political oppression, Breen writes, one that had invited Americans to think of themselves as Americans even before they entertained a thought of independence. 22. In early 19th century Britain, as Darren Acemoglu and James A. Robinson have shown, The rise of democracy was inextricably bound to industrial capitalism's dependency on the masses and their contribution to the prosperity necessitated by the new organization of production. 23 The rise of volume production and its wage-earning labor force established British workers' economic power and led to a growing appreciation of their political legitimacy and power. This produced a new sense of interdependence between ordinary people and elites. Acemoglu and Robinson conclude that the dynamic positive feedback between inclusive economic institutions, i.e., industrial firms defined by employment reciprocities, and political institutions was critical to Britain's substantial and nonviolent democratic reforms. Inclusive economic institutions, they argue, level the playing field, especially when it comes to the fight for power, making it more difficult for elites to crush the masses rather than accede to their demands. Reciprocities in employment produced and sustained reciprocities in politics, clamping down on popular demands and undertaking a coup against inclusive political institutions would destroy economic gains, and the elites opposing greater democratization and greater inclusiveness might find themselves among those losing their fortunes from this destruction. 24 In sharp contrast to the pragmatic concessions of Britain's early industrial capitalists, surveillance capitalists' extreme structural independence from people breeds exclusion rather than inclusion and lays the foundation for the unique approach that we have called radical indifference. 3 The new collectivism and its masters of radical indifference. The accumulation of freedom and knowledge combines with the lack of organic reciprocities with people to shape a third unusual feature of surveillance capitalism, a collectivist orientation that diverges from the long-standing values of market capitalism and market democracy, while also sharply departing from surveillance capitalism's origins in the neoliberal worldview. For the sake of its own commercial success, surveillance capitalism aims us toward the hive collective. This privatized instrumentarian social order is a new form of collectivism in which it is the market, not the state, which concentrates both knowledge and freedom within its domain. This collectivist orientation is an unexpected development in light of surveillance capitalism's origins in a neoliberal creed conceived 60 years ago as a reaction to the collectivist totalitarian nightmares of the mid-20th century. Later, with the demise of the fascist and socialist threats, neoliberal ideology cunningly succeeded in redefining the modern democratic state as a fresh source of collectivism to be resisted by any and all means. Indeed, the evisceration of the double movement has been prosecuted in the name of defeating the supposed collectivist hazards of too much democracy. 25 Now the hive emulates the termite state, which even the democracy-despising Hayek derided as incompatible with human freedom. The convergence of freedom and knowledge transforms surveillance capitalists into society's self-appointed masters. From their high perch in the division of learning, a privileged priesthood of tuners rules the connected hive, cultivating it as a source of continuous raw material supply. Just as early 20th century managers were once taught the administrative point of view as the mode of knowledge required for the hierarchical complexities of the new large-scale corporation, today's high priests practice the applied arts of radical indifference, a fundamentally asocial mode of knowledge. With the application of radical indifference, content is judged by its volume, range, and depth of surplus as measured by the anonymous equivalence of clicks, likes, and dwell times, despite the obvious fact that its profoundly dissimilar meanings originate in distinct human situations. Radical indifference is a response to economic imperatives, and only occasionally do we catch an unobstructed view of its strict application as a managerial discipline. One such occasion was a 2016 internal Facebook memo acquired by BuzzFeed in 2018. Written by one of the company's long-standing and most influential executives, Andrew Bosworth, it provided a window into radical indifference as an applied discipline. We talk about the good and the bad of our work often. I want to talk about the ugly, Bosworth began. He went on to explain how equivalence wins out over equality in the worldview of an organism among organisms that is essential to the march toward totality and thus the growth of surveillance revenues. We connect people. That can be good if they make it positive. Maybe someone finds love. Maybe it even saves the life of someone on the brink of suicide. So we connect more people. That can be bad if they make it negative. Maybe it costs a life by exposing someone to bullies. Maybe someone dies in a terrorist attack coordinated on our tools. And still we connect people. The ugly truth is that, anything that allows us to connect more people more often is de facto good. It is perhaps the only area where the metrics do tell the true story as far as we are concerned. That's why all the work we do in growth is justified. All the questionable contact importing practices. All the subtle language that helps people stay searchable by friends. All of the work we do to bring more communication in. The best products don't win. The ones everyone uses win, make no mistake, growth tactics are how we got here. Point 26. As Bosworth makes clear, from the viewpoint of radical indifference, the positives and negatives must be viewed as equivalent, despite their distinct moral meanings and human consequences. From this perspective, the only rational objective is the pursuit of products that snare everyone, not the best products. A significant result of the systematic application of radical indifference is that the public-facing first text is vulnerable to corruption with content that would normally be perceived as repugnant: lies, systematic disinformation, fraud, violence, hate speech, and so on. As long as content contributes to growth tactics, Facebook wins. This vulnerability can be an explosive problem on the demand side, the user side, but it breaks through the fortifications of radical indifference only when it threatens to interrupt the flow of surplus into the second shadow text, the one that is for them but not for us. The norm is that information corruption is not catalogued as problematic unless it poses an existential threat to supply operations. Bosworth's imperative of connection, either because it might trigger user disengagement or because it might attract regulatory scrutiny. This means that any efforts toward content moderation are best understood as defensive measures, not as acts of public responsibility. So far, the greatest challenge to radical indifference has come from Facebook and Google's overreaching ambitions to supplant professional journalism on the Internet. Both corporations inserted themselves between publishers and their populations, subjecting journalistic content to the same categories of equivalence that dominate surveillance capitalism's other landscapes. In a formal sense, professional journalism is the precise opposite of radical indifference. The journalist's job is to produce news and analysis that separate truth from falsehood. This rejection of equivalence defines journalism's raison d'être as well as its organic reciprocities with its readers. Under surveillance capitalism, though, these reciprocities are erased. A consequential example was Facebook's decision to standardize the presentation of its newsfeed content so that all news stories looked roughly the same as each other, whether they were investigations in the Washington Post, gossip in the New York Post, or flat-out lies in the Denver Guardian, an entirely bogus newspaper. 27. This expression of equivalence without equality made Facebook's first text exceptionally vulnerable to corruption from what would come to be called fake news. This is the context in which Facebook and Google became the focus of international attention following the discovery of organized political disinformation campaigns and profit-driven fake news stories during the 2016 US presidential election and the UK Brexit vote earlier that year. Economists Hunt Alcott and Matthew Jenskow, who have studied these phenomena in detail, define fake news as distorted signals uncorrelated with the truth that impose private and social costs by making it more difficult to infer the true state of the world. They found that in the lead up to the 2016 US election there were 760 million instances of a user reading these intentionally orchestrated lies online, or about 3 such stories for each adult American. 28. As radical indifference would predict, however, fake news and other forms of information corruption have been perennial features of Google and Facebook's online environments. There are countless examples of disinformation that survived and even thrived because it fulfilled economic imperatives, and I point out just a few. In 2007, a prominent financial analyst worried that the subprime mortgage bust would harm Google's lucrative ad business. It seems a strange observation until you learn that in the years prior to the Great Recession, Google eagerly welcomed shady subprime lenders into its behavioral futures markets, anxious to net the lion's share of the $200 million in monthly revenue that mortgage lenders were spending on online advertising. 29 A 2011 Consumer Watchdog report on Google's advertising practices leading up to and during the Great Recession concluded that Google has been a prominent beneficiary of the national home loan and foreclosure crisis, by accepting deceptive advertising from fraudulent operators who falsely promise unwary consumers that they can solve their mortgage and credit problems. Despite these increasingly public facts, Google continued to serve its fraudulent business customers until 2011. When the U.S. Treasury Department finally required the company to suspend advertising relationships with more than 500 internet advertisers associated with the 85 alleged online mortgage fraud schemes and related deceptive advertising. 30. Only a few months earlier, the Department of Justice had fined Google $500 million, one of the largest financial forfeiture penalties in history, for accepting ads from online Canadian pharmacies that encouraged Google's U.S. users to illegally import controlled drugs, despite repeated warnings. As the U.S. Deputy Attorney General told the press, the Department of Justice will continue to hold accountable companies who in their bid for profits violate federal law and put at risk the health and safety of American consumers. 31. Information corruption has also been a continuous feature of the Facebook environment. The turmoil associated with the 2016 US and UK political disinformation campaigns on Facebook was a well-known problem that had disfigured elections and social discourse in Indonesia, the Philippines, Colombia, Germany, Spain, Italy, Chad, Uganda, Finland, Sweden, Holland, Estonia, and the Ukraine. Scholars and political analysts had called attention to the harmful consequences of online disinformation for years. 32 One political analyst in the Philippines worried in 2017 that it might be too late to fix the problem. We already saw the warning signs of this years ago. Voices that were lurking in the shadows are now at the center of the public discourse. 33. The guiding principles of radical indifference are reflected in the operations of Facebook's hidden low-wage labor force charged with limiting the perversion of the first text. Nowhere is surveillance capitalism's outsized influence over the division of learning in society more concretely displayed than in this outcast function of content moderation, and nowhere is the nexus of economic imperatives and the division of learning more vividly exposed than in the daily banalities of these rationalized workflows where the world's horrors and hate are assigned to life or death at a pace and volume that leave just moments to point thumbs up or down. It is only thanks to the determined reporting of a handful of investigative journalists and research scholars that we even have a glimpse of these highly secretive procedures, which now spread across a range of call centers, boutique firms, and micro-labor sites around the world. As one account notes, Facebook and Pinterest, along with Twitter, Reddit, and Google, all declined to provide copies of their past or current internal moderation policy guidelines. 34. Among the few reports that have managed to assess Facebook's operations, the theme is consistent. This secret workforce, some estimates reckon at least 100,000 content moderators, and others calculate the number to be much higher, operates at a distance from the corporation's core functions, applying a combination of human judgment and machine learning tools. 35 Sometimes referred to as janitors, they review queues of content that users have flagged as problematic. Although some general rules apply across the board, such as eliminating pornography and images of child abuse, a detailed rulebook aims to reject as little content as possible in the context of a local assessment of the minimum threshold of user tolerance. The larger point of the exercise is to find the point of equilibrium between the ability to pull users and their surplus into the site and the risk of repelling them. This is a calculation of radical indifference that has nothing to do with assessing the truthfulness of content or respecting reciprocities with users. 36 This tension helps to explain why disinformation is not a priority. One investigative report quotes a Facebook insider, "They absolutely have the tools to shut down fake news." 37. That radical indifference produces equivalence without equality also affects the high science of targeted advertising. For example, journalist Julia Angwin and her colleagues at ProPublica discovered that Facebook enabled advertisers to direct their pitches to the news feeds of almost 2,300 people who expressed interest in the topics of Jew hater, How to Burn Jews, or History of Why Jews Ruin the World. 38. As the journalists explained, Facebook has long taken a hands-off approach to its advertising business. Facebook generates its ad categories automatically based both on what users explicitly share with Facebook and what they implicitly convey through their online activity. Similarly, reporters at BuzzFeed discovered that Google enables advertisers to target ads to people who type racist terms into the search bar and even suggests ad placements next to searches for evil Jew and Jewish control of banks. 39. In the 2017 post-election environments in the United States and the United Kingdom, as fake news dominated the spotlight, journalists discovered hundreds of examples in which prediction products had placed ads from legitimate brands, such as Verizon, AT&T, and Walmart, alongside heinous material, including disinformation sites, hate speech, extreme political content, and terrorist, racist, and anti-Semitic publications and videos. 40. Most interesting was the assumed outrage and disbelief among surveillance capitalism's customers, the advertising agencies and their clients who long ago chose to sell their souls to radical indifference, turning Google and Facebook into the duopoly of the online ad market and driving the massive expansion of surveillance capitalism. 41. It had been nearly 2 decades since Google invented the formula that ceded ad placement to the equivalency metrics of click-through rates, supplanting earlier approaches that sought to align advertising placements with content that reflected the advertiser's brand values. Customers forfeited those established reciprocities in favor of the auto magic of Google's secret algorithms trained on proprietary behavioral surplus culled from unwitting users. Indeed, it was the radical indifference of click metrics that bred online displays of extremism and sensationalism in the first place, as prediction products favor content designed to magnetize engagement. The election scandals shined a harsh spotlight on these settled practices to which the world had already become accustomed. In the heat of controversy, many top brands made a show of suspending their ads on Google and Facebook until the companies eliminated corrupt content or guaranteed acceptable ad placements. Politicians in Europe and the United States accused Google and Facebook of profiting from hatred and of weakening democracy with corrupt information. Initially, both companies seemed to assume that the noise would quickly fade. Mark Zuckerberg said it was crazy 42 to think that fake news had influenced the elections. Google responded to its advertising customers with vague platitudes, offering little in the way of change. This was not the first time that the leading surveillance capitalists had been called to account by public and press. 43. In addition to the many cycles of outrage generated by Street View, Beacon, Gmail, Google Glass, Newsfeed, and other incursions, Edward Snowden's 2013 revelations of the tech company's collusion with state intelligence agencies triggered an international eruption of loathing toward the surveillance capitalists. Google and Facebook learned to weather these storms with what I have called the dispossession cycle, and close observation of this new crisis suggested that a fresh cycle was in full throttle. As the threat of regulatory oversight grew, the adaptation phase of the cycle set in with a vengeance. There were public apologies, acts of contrition, attempts at mollification, and appearances before the US Congress and the EU Parliament. 44. Zuckerberg regretted his dismissive attitude and prayed for forgiveness on the Jewish Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. 45. Sheryl Sandberg told ProPublica that we never intended or anticipated this functionality being used this way. 46. Facebook conceded that it could do more to combat online extremism. 47. Google's European chief told customers, "We apologize. Whenever anything like that happens, we don't want it to happen and we take responsibility for it." 48. Consistent with the aims of the adaptation phase of the cycle, Bloomberg Businessweek observed of Google, the company is trying to fight fake news without making sweeping changes. 49. Although both Google and Facebook made modest operational adjustments to try to diminish economic incentives for disinformation and instituted warning systems to alert users to probable corruption, Zuckerberg also used his supervoting power to reject a shareholder proposal that would have required the company to report on its management of disinformation and the societal consequences of its practices, and Google executives successfully fought back a similar shareholder proposal that year. 50 Time would tell whether the company's users and customers would inflict financial punishment, and if so, how sustained that punishment might be. By early 2018, a quiet shift from adaptation to redirection at Facebook was already poised to transform crisis into opportunity. Despite facing important challenges, we also need to keep building new tools to help people connect, strengthen our communities, and bring the world closer together, Zuckerberg told investors. 51 A Zuckerberg post followed up by a statement from the head of the company's news feed declared that henceforth the news feed would favor posts from friends and family, especially posts that spark conversations and meaningful interactions between people. We will predict which posts you might want to interact with your friends about. These are posts that inspire back and forth discussion, whether that's a post from a friend seeking advice, a news article or video prompting lots of discussion. Live videos often lead to discussion among viewers, 6 times as many interactions as regular videos. 52. Radical indifference means that it doesn't matter what is in the pipelines as long as they are full and flowing. Camouflaged as a retreat from corruption, the new strategy doubled down on activities rich in behavioral surplus, especially the live videos that Zuckerberg had long coveted. In a New York Times report, advertisers were quick to observe that the new rules would fuel Facebook's long-held video ambitions and that the company had made clear its belief that its future lay in videos and video ads. One advertising executive commented that video content is among the most shared and commented upon content on the web. 53. Beyond all the explanations for the scourge of disinformation in the surveillance capitalist online environment is a deeper and more intransigent fact: radical indifference is a permanent invitation to the corruption of the first text. It sustains the pathological division of learning in society by forfeiting the integrity of public knowledge for the sake of the volume and scope of the shadow text. Radical indifference leaves a void where reciprocities once thrived. For all their freedom and knowledge, this is one void that surveillance capitalists will not fill, because doing so would violate their own logic of accumulation. It is obvious that the rogue forces of disinformation grasp this fact more crisply than do Facebook's or Google's genuine users and customers, as those forces learn to exploit the blind eye of radical indifference and escalate the perversion of learning in an open society. For what is surveillance capitalism? Surveillance capitalism's successful claims to freedom and knowledge, its structural independence from people, its collectivist ambitions, and the radical indifference that is necessitated, enabled, and sustained by all three now propel us toward a society in which capitalism does not function as a means to inclusive economic or political institutions. Instead, surveillance capitalism must be reckoned as a profoundly anti-democratic social force. The reasoning I employ is not mine alone. It echoes Thomas Paine's unyielding defense of the democratic prospect in The Rights of Man, the polemical masterpiece in which he contested the defense of monarchy in Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France. Paine argued for the capabilities of the common person and against aristocratic privilege. Among his reasons to reject aristocratic rule was its lack of accountability to the needs of people, because a body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody. 54. Surveillance capitalism's anti-democratic and anti-egalitarian juggernaut is best described as a market-driven coup from above. It is not a coup d'état in the classic sense, but rather a coup de gens, an overthrow of the people concealed as the technological Trojan horse that is Big Other. On the strength of its annexation of human experience, this coup achieves exclusive concentrations of knowledge and power that sustain privileged influence over the division of learning in society, the privatization of the central principle of social ordering in the 21st century. Like the Atalantidas and their silent incantations of the requirimiento, surveillance capitalism operates in the declarative form and imposes the social relations of a pre-modern absolutist authority. It is a form of tyranny that feeds on people but is not of the people. In a surreal paradox, this coup is celebrated as personalization, although it defiles, ignores, overrides, and displaces everything about you and me that is personal. Tyranny is not a word that I choose lightly. Like the instrumentarian hive, tyranny is the obliteration of politics. It is founded on its own strain of radical indifference in which every person, except the tyrant, is understood as an organism among organisms in an equivalency of other ones. Hannah Arendt observed that tyranny is a perversion of egalitarianism because it treats all others as equally insignificant. The tyrant rules in accordance with his own will and interest, the ruler who rules one against all, and the all he oppresses are all equal, namely equally powerless. Arendt notes that classical political theory regarded the tyrant as out of mankind altogether, a wolf in human shape. 55. Surveillance capitalism rules by instrumentarian power through its materialization in Big Other, which, like the ancient tyrant, exists out of mankind while paradoxically assuming human shape. Surveillance capitalism's tyranny does not require the despot's whip any more than it requires totalitarianism's camps and gulags. All that is needed can be found in Big Other's reassuring messages and emoticons, the press of the others not in terror but in their irresistible inducements to confluence, the weave of your shirt saturated with censors, the gentle voice that answers your queries, the TV that hears you, the house that knows you, the bed that welcomes your whispers, the book that reads you. Big Other acts on behalf of an unprecedented assembly of commercial operations that must modify human behavior as a condition of commercial success. It replaces legitimate contract, the rule of law, politics, and social trust with a new form of sovereignty and its privately administered regime of reinforcements. Surveillance capitalism is a boundaryless form that ignores older distinctions between market and society, market and world, or market and person. It is a profit-seeking form in which production is subordinated to extraction as surveillance capitalists unilaterally claim control over human, societal, and political territories extending far beyond the conventional institutional terrain of the private firm or the market. Using Karl Polanyi's lens, we see that surveillance capitalism annexes human experience to the market dynamic so that it is reborn as behavior, the fourth fictional commodity. Polanyi's first three fictional commodities, land, labor, and money, were subjected to law. Although these laws have been imperfect, the institutions of labor law, environmental law, and banking law are regulatory frameworks intended to defend society, and nature, life, and exchange, from the worst excesses of raw capitalism's destructive power. Surveillance capitalism's expropriation of human experience has faced no such impediments. The success of this coup d'etat stands as sour testimony to the thwarted needs of the second modernity, which enabled surveillance capitalism to flourish and still remains its richest vein for extraction and exploitation. In this context, it is not difficult to understand why Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg offers his social network as the solution to the third modernity. He envisions a totalizing instrumentarian order. He calls it the new global church that will connect the world's people to something greater than ourselves. It will be Facebook, he says, that will address problems that are civilizational in scale and scope, building the long-term infrastructure to bring humanity together and keeping people safe with artificial intelligence that quickly understands what is happening across our community. 56 Like Pentland, Zuckerberg imagines machine intelligence that can identify risks that nobody would have flagged at all, including terrorists planning attacks using private channels, people bullying someone too afraid to report it themselves, and other issues both local and global. 57 When asked about his responsibility to shareholders, Zuckerberg told CNN, "That's why it helps to have control of the company." 58 For more than 3 centuries, industrial civilization aimed to exert control over nature for the sake of human betterment. Machines were our means of extending and overcoming the limits of the animal body so that we could accomplish this aim of domination. Only later did we begin to fathom the consequences, the earth overwhelmed in peril as the delicate physical systems that once defined sea and sky gyrated out of control. Right now we are at the beginning of a new arc that I have called information civilization, and it repeats the same dangerous arrogance. The aim now is not to dominate nature but rather human nature. The focus has shifted from machines that overcome the limits of bodies to machines that modify the behavior of individuals, groups, and populations in the service of market objectives. This global installation of instrumentarian power overcomes and replaces the human inwardness that feeds the will to will and gives sustenance to our voices in the first person, incapacitating democracy at its roots. The rise of instrumentarian power is intended as a bloodless coup, of course. Instead of violence directed at our bodies, the instrumentarian third modernity operates more like a taming. Its solution to the increasingly clamorous demands for effective life pivots on the gradual elimination of chaos, uncertainty, conflict, abnormality, and discord in favor of predictability, automatic regularity, transparency, confluence, persuasion, and pacification. We are expected to cede our authority, relax our concerns, quiet our voices, go with the flow, and submit to the technological visionaries whose wealth and power stand as assurance of their superior judgment. It is assumed that we will accede to a future of less personal control and more powerlessness, where new sources of inequality divide and subdue, where some of us are subjects and many are objects, some are stimulus and many are response. The compulsions of this new vision threaten other delicate systems also many millennia in the making, but this time they are social and psychological. I am thinking here of the hard-won fruits of human suffering and conflict that we call the democratic prospect and the achievements of the individual as a source of autonomous moral judgment. Technological inevitability is the mantra on which we are trained, but it is an existential narcotic prescribed to induce resignation, a snuff dream of the spirit. We've been alerted to the sixth extinction as vertebrate species disappear faster than at any time since the end of the dinosaurs. This cataclysm is the unintended consequence of the reckless and opportunistic methods, also exalted as inevitable, with which industrialization imposed itself on the natural world because its own market forms did not hold it to account. Now the rise of instrumentarian power as the signature expression of surveillance capitalism augurs a different kind of extinction. This seventh extinction will not be of nature but of what has been held most precious in human nature, the will to will, the sanctity of the individual, the ties of intimacy, the sociality that binds us together in promises, and the trust they breed. The dying off of this human future will be just as unintended as any other. Surveillance capitalism and democracy. Instrumentarian power has gathered strength outside of mankind but also outside of democracy. There can be no law to protect us from the unprecedented, and democratic societies, like the innocent world of the Thanos, are vulnerable to unprecedented power. In this way, surveillance capitalism may be viewed as part of an alarming global drift toward what many political scientists now view as a softening of public attitudes toward the necessity and inviolability of democracy itself. Many scholars point to a global democratic recession or a deconsolidation of Western democracies that were long considered impervious to anti-democratic threats. 59 The extent and precise nature of this threat are being debated, but observers describe the bitter saudade associated with rapid social change and fear of the future conveyed in the lament, "My children will not see the life that I lived." 60 Such feelings of alienation and unease were expressed by many people around the world in a 38-nation survey published by Pew Research in late 2017. The findings suggest that the democratic ideal is no longer a sacred imperative, even for citizens of mature democratic societies. Although 78% of respondents say that representative democracy is good, 49% also say that rule by experts is good, 26% endorse rule by a strong leader, and 24% prefer rule by the military. 61. The weakening attachment to democracy in the United States and many European countries is of serious concern. 62 According to the Pew survey, only 40% of U.S. respondents support democracy and simultaneously reject the alternatives. A full 46% find both democratic and non-democratic alternatives to be acceptable, and 7% favor only the non-democratic choice. The U.S. sample trails Sweden, Germany, the Netherlands, Greece, and Canada in its depth of commitment to democracy, but other key Western democracies, including Italy, the UK, France, and Spain, along with Poland and Hungary, fall at or below the 38-country median of 37% that are exclusively committed to democracy. Many have concluded from this turmoil that market democracy is no longer viable, despite the fact that the combination of markets and democracy has served humanity well, helping to lift much of humankind from millennia of ignorance, poverty, and pain. For some of these thinkers it is the markets that must go, and for others it is democracy that's slated for obsolescence. Repulsed by the social degradation and climate chaos produced by nearly 4 decades of neoliberal policy and practice, an important and varied group of scholars and activists argues that the era of capitalism is at end. Some propose more humane economic alternatives 63, some anticipate protracted decline 64, and others, repelled by social complexity, favor a blend of elite power and authoritarian politics in closer emulation of China's authoritarian system. 65. These developments alert us to a deeper truth: just as capitalism cannot be eaten raw, people cannot live without the felt possibility of homecoming. Hannah Arendt explored this territory more than 60 years ago in The Origins of Totalitarianism, where she traced the path from a thwarted individuality to a totalizing ideology. It was the individual's experience of insignificance, expendability, political isolation, and loneliness that stoked the fires of totalitarian terror. Such ideologies, Arendt observed, appear as a last support in a world where nobody is reliable and nothing can be relied upon. 66 years later, in his moving 1966 essay Education After Auschwitz, social theorist Theodor Adorno attributed the success of German fascism to the ways in which the quest for effective life had become an overwhelming burden for too many people. One must accept that fascism and the terror it caused are connected with the fact that the old established authorities decayed and were toppled, while the people psychologically were not yet ready for self-determination. They proved to be unequal to the freedom that fell into their laps. 67. Should we grow weary of our own struggle for self-determination and surrender instead to the seductions of Big Other, we will inadvertently trade a future of homecoming for an arid prospect of muted, sanitized tyranny. A third modernity that solves our problems at the price of a human future is a cruel perversion of capitalism and of the digital capabilities it commands. It is also an unacceptable affront to democracy. I repeat Thomas Piketty's warning: a market economy, if left to itself, contains powerful forces of divergence, which are potentially threatening to democratic societies and to the values of social justice on which they are based. 68. This is precisely the whirlwind that we will reap at the hands of surveillance capitalism, an unprecedented form of raw capitalism that is surely contributing to the tempering of commitment to the democratic prospect as it successfully bends populations to its soft-spoken will. It gives so much, but it takes even more. Surveillance capitalism arrived on the scene with democracy already on the ropes, its early life sheltered and nourished by neoliberalism's claims to freedom that set it at a distance from the lives of people. Surveillance capitalists quickly learned to exploit the gathering momentum aimed at hollowing out democracy's meaning and muscle. Despite the democratic promise of its rhetoric and capabilities, it contributed to a new Gilded Age of extreme wealth inequality, as well as to once unimaginable new forms of economic exclusivity and new sources of social inequality that separate the tuners from the tuned. Among the many insults to democracy and democratic institutions imposed by this coup de gens, I count the unauthorized expropriation of human experience, the hijack of the division of learning in society, the structural independence from people, the stealthy imposition of the hive collective, the rise of instrumentarian power and the radical indifference that sustains its extractive logic, the construction, ownership, and operation of the means of behavior modification that is Big Other, the abrogation of the elemental right to the future tense and the elemental right to sanctuary, the degradation of the self-determining individual as the fulcrum of democratic life, and the insistence on psychic numbing as the answer to its illegitimate quid pro quo. We can now see that surveillance capitalism takes an even more expansive turn toward domination than its neoliberal source code would predict, claiming its right to freedom and knowledge, while setting its sights on a collectivist vision that claims the totality of society. Though still sounding like Hayek, and even Smith, its anti-democratic collectivist ambitions reveal it as an insatiable child devouring its aging fathers. Cynicism is seductive and can blind us to the enduring fact that democracy remains our only channel for reformation. It is the one idea to have emerged from the long story of human oppression that insists upon a people's inalienable right to rule themselves. Democracy may be under siege, but we cannot allow its many injuries to deflect us from allegiance to its promise. It is precisely in recognition of this dilemma that Piketty refuses to concede defeat, arguing that even abnormal dynamics of accumulation have been and can again be mitigated by democratic institutions that produce durable and effective countermeasures. If we are to regain control of capital, we must bet everything on democracy. 69. Democracy is vulnerable to the unprecedented, but the strength of democratic institutions is the clock that determines the duration and destructiveness of that vulnerability. In a democratic society, the debate and contest afforded by still healthy institutions can shift the tide of public opinion against unexpected sources of oppression and injustice, with legislation and jurisprudence eventually to follow. 6b. The friction. This promise of democracy reflects an enduring lesson that I absorbed from Milton Friedman at the University of Chicago as a 19-year-old undergraduate wedged in the back of a seminar room and straining to hear his instruction of the Chilean doctoral candidates who would soon lead their country to cataclysm, marching under the Friedman-Hayek flag. The professor was an optimist and a tireless educator who believed that legislative and judicial action invariably reflect the public opinion of 20 to 30 years earlier. It was an insight that he and Hayek, the two have been described as soulmates and adversaries, had crafted and transformed into systematic strategies and tactics. 70 As Hayek told Robert Bork in a 1978 interview, "I'm operating on public opinion. I don't even believe that before public opinion has changed, a change in the law will do any good. The primary thing is to change opinion." 71 Friedman's conviction oriented him toward the long game as he threw himself into the distinctly non-academic project of neoliberal evangelism with a steady stream of popular articles, books, and television programs. He was always sensitive to the impact of local experience, from school textbooks to grassroots political campaigns. The critical role of public opinion explains why even the most destructive ages do not last forever. I echo here what Edison said a century ago, that capitalism is all wrong, out of gear. The instability of Edison's day threatened every promise of industrial civilization. It had to give way, he insisted, to a new synthesis that reunited capitalism and its populations. Edison was prophetic. Capitalism has survived the longue durée less because of any specific capability and more because of its plasticity. It survives and thrives by periodically renewing its roots in the social, finding new ways to generate new wealth by meeting new needs. Its evolution has been marked by a convergence of basic principles: private property, the profit motive, and growth, but with new forms, norms, and practices in each era. 72 This is precisely the lesson of Ford's discovery and the logic behind successive episodes of revitalization over many centuries. There is no single variety of capitalism or organization of production, Piketty writes. This will continue to be true in the future, no doubt more than ever. New forms of organization and ownership remain to be invented. 73 Harvard philosopher Roberto Unger enlarges on this point, arguing that market forms can take any number of distinct legal and institutional directions, each with dramatic consequences for every aspect of social life and immense importance for the future of humanity. 74. When I speak to my children or an audience of young people, I try to alert them to the historically contingent nature of the thing that has us by calling attention to ordinary values and expectations before surveillance capitalism began its campaign of psychic numbing. It is not okay to have to hide in your own life, it is not normal, I tell them. It is not okay to spend your lunchtime conversations comparing software that will camouflage you and protect you from continuous unwanted invasion. 5 trackers blocked. 4 trackers blocked. 59 trackers blocked, facial features scrambled, voice disguised. I tell them that the word search has meant a daring existential journey, not a finger tap to already existing answers. That friend is an embodied mystery that can be forged only face to face and heart to heart, and that recognition is the glimmer of homecoming we experience in our beloved's face, not facial recognition. I say that it is not okay to have our best instincts for connection, empathy, and information exploited by a draconian quid pro quo that holds these goods hostage to the pervasive strip search of our lives. It is not okay for every move, emotion, utterance, and desire to be catalogued, manipulated, and then used to surreptitiously herd us through the future tense for the sake of someone else's profit. These things are brand new, I tell them. They are unprecedented. You should not take them for granted because they are not okay. If democracy is to be replenished in the coming decades, it is up to us to rekindle the sense of outrage and loss over what is being taken from us. In this I do not mean only our personal information. What is at stake here is the human expectation of sovereignty over one's own life and authorship of one's own experience. What is at stake is the inward experience from which we form the will to will and the public spaces to act on that will. What is at stake is the dominant principle of social ordering in an information civilization and our rights as individuals and societies to answer the questions: who knows? Who decides? Who decides? Who decides? That surveillance capitalism has usurped so many of our rights in these domains is a scandalous abuse of digital capabilities and their once grand promise to democratize knowledge and meet our thwarted needs for effective life. Let there be a digital future, but let it be a human future first. I reject inevitability, and it is my hope that as a result of our journey together, you will too. We are at the beginning of this story, not the end. If we engage the oldest questions now, there is still time to take the reins and redirect the action toward a human future that we can call home. I turn once more to Tom Paine, who called upon each generation to assert its will when illegitimate forces hijack the future and we find ourselves hurled toward a destiny that we did not choose. The rights of men in society are neither divisible, nor transferable, nor annihilable, but are descendable only, and it is not in the power of any generation to intercept finally and cut off the descent. If the present generation or any other, are disposed to be slaves, it does not lessen the right of the succeeding generation to be free. Wrongs cannot have a legal descent. 75. Whatever has gone wrong, the responsibility to right it is renewed with each generation. Pity us and those who come next if we forfeit a human future to powerful companies and a rogue capitalism that fail to honor our needs or serve our genuine interests. Worse still would be our own voiceless capitulation to the message of inevitability that is power's velvet-gloved right hand. Hannah Arendt, referring to her work on the origins of totalitarianism, wrote that the natural human reaction to such conditions is one of anger and indignation because these conditions are against the dignity of man. If I describe these conditions without permitting my indignation to interfere, then I have lifted this particular phenomenon out of its context in human society and have thereby robbed it of part of its nature, deprived it of one of its important inherent qualities. 76. So it is for me and perhaps for you. The bare facts of surveillance capitalism necessarily arouse my indignation because they demean human dignity. The future of this narrative will depend upon the indignant citizens, journalists, and scholars drawn to this frontier project, indignant elected officials and policy makers who understand that their authority originates in the foundational values of democratic communities, and, especially, indignant young people who act in the knowledge that effectiveness without autonomy is not effective, dependency-induced compliance is no social contract, a hive with no exit can never be a home, experience. Without sanctuary is but a shadow, a life that requires hiding is no life, touch without feel reveals no truth, and freedom from uncertainty is no freedom. We return here to George Orwell, but perhaps not in the way you might imagine. In an indignant 1946 review of James Burnham's bestseller, The Managerial Revolution, Orwell takes aim at Burnham for his cowardly attachment to power. The thesis of Burnham's 1940 book was that capitalism, democracy, and socialism would not survive World War II. All would be replaced by a new planned centralized society modeled on totalitarianism. A new managerial class composed of executives, technicians, bureaucrats, and soldiers would concentrate all power and privilege in their own hands, an aristocracy of talent built on a semi-slave society. Throughout the book, Burnham insisted on the inevitability of this future and extolled the managerial capabilities evident in German and Russian political leadership. Writing in 1940, Burnham prophesied a Germany victory and the managed society to follow. Later, as the war still raged and the Red Army scored key successes, Burnham wrote a series of supplemental notes to later editions of the book in which he asserted with equal certainty that Russia would dominate the world. Orwell's disgust is palpable. It will be seen that at each point Burnham is predicting a continuation of the thing that is happening. Now, the tendency to do this is not simply a bad habit, like inaccuracy or exaggeration, which one can correct by taking thought. It is a major mental disease, and its roots lie partly in cowardice and partly in the worship of power, which is not fully separable from cowardice. Burnham's sensational contradictions revealed his own enthrallment with power and a complete failure to ascertain the creative principle in human history. In each case, Orwell thundered, he was obeying the same instinct, the instinct to bow down before the conqueror of the moment, to accept the existing trend as irreversible. 77. Orwell reviled Burnham for his absolute failure of moral effort, expressed in his profound loss of bearings. Under these conditions, literally anything can become right or wrong if the dominant class of the moment so wills it. Burnham's loss of bearings allowed him to think of Nazism as something rather admirable, something that could and probably would build up a workable and durable social order. 78. Burnham's cowardice is a cautionary tale. We are living in a moment when surveillance capitalism and its instrumentarian power appear to be invincible. Orwell's courage demands that we refuse to cede the future to illegitimate power. He asks us to break the spell of enthrallment, helplessness, resignation, and numbing. We answer his call when we bend ourselves toward friction, rejecting the smooth flows of coercive confluence. Orwell's courage sets us against the relentless tides of dispossession that demean all human experience. Friction, courage, and bearings are the resources we require to begin the shared work of synthetic declarations that claim the digital future as a human place, demand that digital capitalism operate as an inclusive force bound to the people it must serve, and defend the division of learning in society as a source of genuine democratic renewal. Arendt, like Orwell, asserts the possibility of new beginnings that do not cleave to already visible lines of power. She reminds us that every beginning, seen from the perspective of the framework that it interrupts, is a miracle. The capacity for performing such miracles is entirely human, she argues, because it is the source of all freedom. What usually remains intact in the epochs of petrification and foreordained doom is the faculty of freedom itself, the sheer capacity to begin, which animates and inspires all human activities and is the hidden source of all great and beautiful things. 79. The decades of economic injustice and immense concentrations of wealth that we call the Gilded Age succeeded in teaching people how they did not want to live. That knowledge empowered them to bring the Gilded Age to an end, wielding the armaments of progressive legislation and the New Deal. Even now, when we recall the lordly barons of the late 19th century, we call them robbers. Surely the age of surveillance capitalism will meet the same fate as it teaches us how we do not want to live. It instructs us in the irreplaceable value of our greatest moral and political achievements by threatening to destroy them. It reminds us that shared trust is the only real protection from uncertainty. It demonstrates that power untamed by democracy can only lead to exile and despair. Friedman's cycle of public opinion and durable law now reverts to us. It is up to us to use our knowledge, to regain our bearings, to stir others to do the same, and to found a new beginning. In the conquest of nature, industrial capitalism's victims were mute. Those who would try to conquer human nature will find their intended victims full of voice, ready to name danger and defeat it. This book is intended as a contribution to that collective effort. The Berlin Wall fell for many reasons, but above all it was because the people of East Berlin said, "No more." We too can be the authors of many great and beautiful new facts that reclaim the digital future as humanity's home. No more. Let this be our declaration.